Episode 201, To Become the Strongest. The students left the room one by one. It was their day off, and they didn't want to hang around in the assembly hall any longer. Most of them were leaving with a smile on their faces, excited about the upcoming event. Jack informed the students about his plans to be at the intermilitary base event. They were now eager to impress him, and wanted to start practicing right away. It would be a shortcut to the top if Jack extended them an invitation to join his family. Usually, unless one was extremely talented, they would have to build a reputation for themselves from their factions and work their way up. Nearly everyone who wished to become a traveler had a goal of joining the Big Four. Even if you created your faction, it was beneficial to work under one of the Big Four for protection from the others. However, not all the students had smiling faces as they left the hall. Some didn't feel the same way. "Hey, would you move?" a student said as he accidentally bumped into Quinn on his way out. "What was wrong with that guy?" another student said. Quinn hadn't moved, but he wasn't the only one who had remained motionless. After hearing the final name that had been called, the whole group was shocked at what they had heard. The final name was Aaron. As Logan waited outside, he realized the others hadn't come out with him, so he took a bite of his sandwich before he said, "Guys, come on, we need to start our plan straight away. I know this is a shock, but that shouldn't deviate us from the original plan. Instead of saving one, now we just need to save two." With Logan's words, the group quickly snapped out of it and made their way out of the assembly hall with everyone else. Worrying about it or thinking about why Aaron was chosen wasn't going to do them any good. The more time wasted, the less likely the plan would work. The students, whose names were announced, went to the front of the stage, wondering what was about to happen. Peter was also up front, but his expression hadn't changed much. He was informed of what was going to happen and wasn't worried about it. He trusted his master, Quinn. He would just follow his master's instructions and trust his judgment to make everything right. Erin, on the other hand, was panicking. Her head was spinning. "They picked me, but why? Aren't I one of the top students? They would never pick a student as good as me, right?" she thought to herself. But the realization had hit her, and her mask was starting to crumble away. The thoughts and memories she had kept within were starting to surface. A few days ago, inside the second year's head office, Duke had been given a bunch of files that matched the criteria they were looking for. That's when he stumbled upon Aaron's file. "Now this is interesting," he said. Erin was a level 5 student, and she also had quite an expensive ability too. She wasn't an original, but the ice element ability was expensive to get a hold of, especially at level 5, so Duke wondered why she hadn't been selected. After reading the file, everything made sense. Her family worked under one of the Big Four, and they had established a shelter on one of the orange portal planets. Because of the risk involved, the family had paid them well and had gained quite the status. A few years had gone by, and it looked like the exploration of the planet was nearly over. It was the main task that had been given to her family. They had done a good job getting rid of the few advanced-tier beasts that lived on the place. Erin was eventually sent back to Earth to finish her normal school education. She went to a good private school, as her parents could afford it, and even bought her a strong ability. It was an opportunity that they never had. The exploration of the planet had been completed, and Erin had gone back over the summer to celebrate with her parents. At last, they had moved up high enough in the family's ranks to obtain a place back on Earth. But on that fateful day, a Dalki ship had invaded the planet. The Dalki came and attacked. Seeing her family and friends raise their weapons to fight, she wanted to help too. But before she could even join in the fight, her father had stopped her. "No, Erin, you are not strong enough yet. Now get out of here," he screamed. "But I can help," Erin cried. "Just let me help you." "Look, I didn't want to say this, but you're weak. You will only get in our way." And at that moment, she witnessed her father being stabbed in the chest. As she stood there frozen, one of her father's old friends managed to rescue her. Her family did their best to protect all the civilians on the planet, and even other factions that they once squabble over territory had come to help. But it wasn't enough, and all they could do was wait for help to arrive. At this point, nearly everybody that could fight had died. All of this havoc had been created by only 2 Dalki. However, the defenders had managed to kill one of them, but the other remained alive. The remaining Dalki had set its eyes on the emergency shelter, but just as it was about to attack, help arrived. A female dressed in pure sparkling white came through the portal. Erin saw her pass by. She fought against the Dalki on her own and was able to go toe-to-toe with it. The swordsmanship that had been displayed was light and silent. It was as if her feet never even touched the floor. She would continuously parry the Dalki's attacks, while dishing out attacks of her own in between, until eventually she defeated it, and the Dalki had died. Erin cried a lot that day. Her tears wouldn't stop coming. She cried for all the people that had been lost. The woman who had defeated the Dalki walked up to Erin, but unlike what the others thought should be said to a child, she didn't give any words of comfort to Erin, but only gave her the harsh truth. "If you ever want to see your family or friends die again, then you have to become stronger. You have to be the best, so nobody can take anything away from you, because your tears won't bring your family and friends back." And that was the last time Erin had seen her family or the strange female warrior. She had been selected because she no longer had the status her family once had. With everyone gone, she had been sent a token gesture of money from one of the Big Four, just enough for her to live off of for the rest of her life, but the political protection their family had was now gone. But what was the use? Money couldn't bring back the dead. The only thing that remained in her mind from that day were the words spoken to her by that strange woman. She would become the best. Erin had chosen to live by those words that day, and whenever she felt tired or wanted to give up, that same memory would come back to her. She needed proof that what she was doing was working. She thought she had gotten better, but the day they had met the Dalki once again, she had frozen in place, and the only thing she could do was run. Right now, though, she was being led together with the others to a certain room. Everything she had worked for up to this point was all going to be taken away. Following closely behind the row of students was the mechanical spider Logan had sent after them. Right now, Logan had returned to his room, and he was monitoring the direction of the spider. He could see where they were heading, and would be able to inform the others of what needed to be done. He was also looking at a 3D map of the whole school. On it, there were several different indicators, each one being a different person from their group. The spider and Peter were different colors, for clarity's sake. "Okay, Fex, it looks like they're heading for one of the meeting rooms located on the second floor of the west side. Layla, you stay close behind him. Once you turn and reach the end of the corridor, stay and wait in position. The two guards were stuck to Jack like glue. When Quinn and Vorden are ready, I will give the command and you guys will move out. Understood, everyone?" "Understood," they replied. Jack entered the meeting room followed by the 8 students. One of his guards had also entered the room with them, while the other stayed outside, guarding the door. Quinn and Vorden were at one side of the corridor, while Fex and Layla were at the other side, patiently waiting for Logan's order. "All right, Rayton," Vorden said. "Looks like you're up." Episode 202, Falling Asleep. In the meeting space, the 8 selected students were all lined up in one row. They stood straight, nervously, all the while thinking just why they had been chosen to meet Jack Truedream. Concurrently, Erin was doing everything to keep her cool. As she looked to her left, she could see Peter standing calmly beside her. Of course, he didn't have to worry about anything, since his powers wouldn't be taken away. However, it was different for her. She constantly moved her head trying to see if she can escape. Although none of them were planning to sit down, there was a chair behind each of the 8 students. Perhaps they would be asked to sit, the further they stayed inside the room. It was a small meeting room, used for one-on-one consultations. Currently, the students were standing in the center, while Jack was standing just in front of the desk with a single chair. Lingering by his side was the small guard dressed in green armor. The main problem in the escape plan was the large group of guards stationed right outside the door. Erin knew that the others were planning to get Peter out of the situation, for the sole reason that they had to if they wanted to keep their matter with Quinn a secret. But now she wished she had stayed in the meeting room, so she would know what their plans were. Maybe she could have helped. "Now, you might be wondering why you have all been brought here in front of me today," said Jack. "It seems like, either one way or another, you have been suspected of a dangerous crime, though I do not know what the crime is. Perhaps a part of secret terrorist group plotting to go against the military. However, it is not my job to find that out, because that's the school's responsibility." Halting his speech, Jack slammed his hand on the table to inculcate the gravity of the situation to the students. He resumed his talk again. "The punishment that has been handed to you is to have your abilities taken away." As soon as Jack said those words, a couple of students dropped to their knees, complaining, "But I didn't do anything, this can't be right." Some of them cried, while one student, who was closest to the exit, dashed towards the door. Before he could even take a few steps, he felt a stinging pain on the back of his neck. His head started to swirl, and his vision slowly began to fade, until he suddenly collapsed on the floor. "Oh my gosh, is he dead?" a student cried. The others were unable to see it because of how fast everything had happened, but Aaron had seen it all. The green guard had taken out what looked like a small needle and swirled it inside his mouth with his tongue. Now, laced with a tiny amount of what looked like green liquid, it was catapulted right at the student's nape. "I hope nobody else tries that again," Jack said. "This process is meant to be quick and painless. Now, please sit down on the seats behind you. I don't want there to be any more accidents." Each of the students did as they were told. They carefully watched the guard lift the student who was passed out onto one of the empty chairs. This was a deal-breaker for Erin. She had to do something, otherwise she would lose her ability forever. Hence, with a resolute countenance, she faced Jack and uttered, "But we didn't do anything, sir," Erin said. "If you do this, people will find out about your made-up lies. We can just tell everyone the truth." "Oh, don't you worry about that. Once I take your abilities away, you shall all pay a special visit to the dungeon. The school will then report to the rest." "What was it that you said?" "Right, made-up lies. The most common one and accepted is usually you were all working for Pure. With that, the student's curiosity will disappear, and with it, your existence." The green armored guard from earlier then started to walk over to the students. Aaron was second to last along the row, while Peter was sitting at the very end. The guard had prepared some green liquid that was placed in some type of vial. He proceeded to place the liquid on the tip of his finger. Using his index, he would place it right between the eyebrows, just above the nose of the students. Then, after a few seconds, the student would fall asleep. "A sleeping ability?" Aaron mumbled. "Ding, ding, ding! Like I said, I'm not a monster. Although by the time that you guys wake up, you will already be in the dungeon." The guard had gone through the other students, and it was finally Erin's turn. For a while now, she had been fumbling with something behind her back, waiting for Jack to get close, but he never did. He always kept his distance. When the guard went to place his finger on her head, she immediately swung out her arm, aiming for his temple. In her hand was a small dagger that had been formed from ice. She knew the guard was strong and fast, but a blow with a sharp object would be able to take down most people, no matter who they are. To her dismay, the guard didn't react at all. He continued with his task, placing his finger on her forehead. Nevertheless, just before the dagger reached his head, with his other hand, he had grabbed it and crushed it to pieces. The speed was too fast, so she had never thought that it was possible to block an attack that closely, unless one had a speed ability. Still, she was sure that he was the one who had produced the sleeping agent. It was most likely from his blood, which was why he had pricked the needle against his tongue. Someone couldn't have two abilities unless they were like Vorden. This solely meant one thing. The beast gear he was wearing was at such a high level that it would boost the user's stats to the point where they no longer seemed human. Accordingly, she was not able to resist, and a few seconds later she was asleep like all the others. Finally, it came to Peter's turn. Willingly, before the man had even placed his finger on his forehead, he had closed his eyes. He knew that just looking at these people would annoy him, but he needed to follow Master Quinn's order. Hence he decided to keep them shut for now. Once the green liquid was placed on his head, all the students were ready. Jack then looked at the green guard and cleared his throat out loud, signaling for the guard to leave. "As you wish, sir," he said, bowing down, and left the room. Now, standing outside as guard on duties, just by the door, were the two guards. "Did he make you leave again?" the large guard asked. "Yeah, I don't know why. We all know his ability works," the green man replied. The mechanical spider remained inside the room while Peter's watch recorded everything. Logan was unsure whether the second guard would ever leave the room, yet, for some reason, it seemed like Jack had asked him to. This would make their job easier, but they had to act now. "Everyone go! Both guards are outside, and only Mr. Truedream and the students are inside!" Episode 203, Stolen Abilities. The group outside had received the message from Logan to proceed. The first ones to make a move would be Fex and Layla. They had been on standby waiting for the signal. Right behind the two of them were two random first-year students who had been brought along. These students were the same ones from Fex's room, his roommates. If it was anyone else being put in this situation, Fex probably would have felt guilty about what he was trying to make them do. But they were the ones who had attacked him first for no reason, so he couldn't think of any two more students to use. A slight tint of red could be seen in their eyes. When Fex commanded them, they started to glow slightly. A few seconds later, they were on the move. The two students turned around the corner and started to bump into each other. While this was happening, Fex would peek around the corner while twiddling his fingers. Eventually, the bumps turned into shoves as they continued their stride. "Hey, what are you doing? Get out of here!" the larger guard said. But his words were useless as the two were starting to shove each other more harshly than before, although it seemed a bit strange since there was no speech involved while performing these actions. This was the limit to Fex's mind control, since more complex instructions will result in breaking the spell. The shoving had turned into a full-blown fistfight. While doing so, they would inch their way closer to the two guards. "If you guys don't scram out of here, my foot is going to be shoved right into your arse," the guard shouted this time. They continued to ignore the guard's words, but it was more like they couldn't hear. Their mind was consumed with the last command by Fex. Arms and legs were swinging out as the two continued to fight. Right now, Fex was dwindling his fingers away faster than before, concentrating while the sweat ran down his forehead. Controlling one person's set of movements with the strings was easy, but coordinating two and making it look realistic was tough. He had attached strings to both of the students and given them the command to remain motionless, so everything they were doing right now was controlled by him. While everything was happening, Layla was to keep guard, making sure no one came down the hallway and saw them. Now the two were fighting incredibly close, and Fex had to pull one of his strings ever so slightly, causing an elbow to hit the large guard in the middle of his stomach. "Huh? Did it not hit? But I'm sure it did." Fex was slightly confused. He tugged on the string again, a little bit harder this time, elbowing the guard in the stomach again. Still, there was no reaction. Although the elbow had hit the large man, there seemed to be no reaction whatsoever. This was because of the heavy armor the man was wearing. However, even though the attack didn't hurt, the rage on his face was visible. "You two! It's time for them to get out of here." Pulling the strings back, Fex started to dash down the hallway. The students began to imitate Fex's movements and ran off as well, following his direction. The large guard followed them, but was quite slow with his heavy gear. It seemed like one of the attributes it gave was not speed. Some users would choose to focus on a set of beast armor that specialized in one area. They would do this to make up what they were lacking for, or to strengthen their abilities. Layla saw the students dashing towards the hallway right around the corner following Fex, who ran down the same hallway seconds ago, which meant soon the bulky guard would soon follow them around the same corner. Next to her was a door leading to a classroom. It was a Sunday, and nearly all the classrooms were empty as the staff and most of the students had a day off. "Oh no!" With nothing else to do, she went for the closest room, opening the door and stepping inside. She took a deep breath and held it in. The sound of the large guard's footsteps could be heard as he ran around the corner to chase the two students. Once the footsteps could no longer be heard, she stepped out of the room again. As she turned to look around the corner, she noticed there was still another problem. The second guard was still standing outside. As long as he was there, Vorden and Quinn wouldn't be able to get inside. She looked around to see if there was anything she could do. The only thing she could see was a plant pot down the hallway. Lifting it with her telekinesis ability, she started to levitate it in the air and floated it across the hall towards the green guard. The guard spotted it floating about, slowly coming towards him, but he remained there still. When the pot was finally in front of his face, he lashed out, smashing it and allowing it to drop to the floor, yet he still hadn't moved from his position. "Looks like I'm just going to have to kick his arse," Rayton said. "No, Vorden, this whole plan, we need you to cause the biggest distraction inside, you know that," Quinn said. "Leave this guy to me." Inside the meeting room, Jack was preparing himself. He straightened up the tie on his suit and then licked his lips, making sure they weren't too dry. "This is the worst part," Jack said. He walked up to the first student and bent down, so the two were at eye level. His head was now right next to the student's. Grabbing the person by the head, he pulled it forward, pressing his lips against theirs. Suddenly, Jack could feel the energy from the student entering his body. After 30 seconds or so, Jack removed his lips from the student's mouth. He then spat on the ground and wiped his lips with his sleeve. "Damn it! Why did my ability have to work in such a way?" Jack said annoyingly. The only way Jack was able to take the ability of another was to forcefully drain it from their mouths. He had tried and tested multiple ways, but for some reason, this was the only way that worked. Some of the stronger abilities seemed to have certain restrictions, similar to Vorden, who had to touch the other user, and how it would only last up to 24 hours. Still, there was nothing he could do about it, so he continued to go down the line, pressing his lips against each student, draining their abilities. After each ability had been drained, he could feel them lingering around inside his stomach. Each of the forces was like little flames, all different from another. Finally, he had reached Aaron. "Now here is someone I don't mind pressing my lips against," Jack said, as he looked at Aaron's delicate face and realized she was a true beauty. It was a shame she was still young, otherwise he would have taken her back with him. The energy flowed through Aaron's body and slowly entered Jack's. While doing so, he could feel a slightly cold sensation. When he removed his lips from her, an icy breath was seen. Her ability had been taken, and it now remained inside of Jack. Now there was only one student who remained, and that was Peter. As Jack looked at him, he realized that Peter wasn't an attractive sight at all. His face was sunken in, and he looked dehydrated, almost like he was already dead. If he didn't see him moving earlier, he would have thought he was dead. "All right, last one." Jack then moved his face closer to Peter. He closed his eyes as he went to press his lips. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Peter said. His eyes were wide open, and he was staring at Jack, who was standing right in front of his face. "You're awake! But how? I saw him use the sleeping agent on you!" Jack shouted as he backed away. He panicked and quickly hid behind the desk. "Kenny, get in here right now! One of them is awake!" Jack shouted, very much panicked and frightened. A situation like this had never happened before. Just as Kenny was about to open the door, a shadow raised from underneath, blocking his path. Episode 204, Saving. A strange shadow rose from the bottom of the door, completely covering it. After a few seconds, it looked like some type of shadow hand had formed, reaching out to Kenny, the guard in green beast gear. He quickly reacted, taking a few steps back, not allowing the hand to touch him. He had never seen anything like it before, so he made sure to be cautious. It was a phenomenon unknown to him, so first, he needed to find out what it did before he could act accordingly. He took a single needle and swirled it around in his mouth before throwing it towards the shadow. But when the needle hit, strangely enough, there seemed to be no reaction at all. "What is this thing? Is it some kind of ability?" This was not good. Judging by the screams inside, it was clear that one of the students was still awake. If they were using their ability right now, it could be the end of the True Dream family. Of course, it was Quinn. He had used his shadow cloak ability to sneak up to the remaining guard in the hallway, and when he heard Jack True Dream screaming for help, he had decided to distract the guard, to give Vorden a chance to sneak into the room and take care of Jack. When he started his shadow control ability, he had to drop his shadow cloak, so the guard was going to notice him any second now. The guard looked around to see if there was any other way into the room, and that's when he spotted someone. A man dressed in a black suit of armor, wearing a demon mask covering his face. Even the top of his head was covered, showing him the jagged white mechanical eyes of the suit. "Is it you?" the guard asked. He knew he had to get inside quickly because of the main weakness his boss had, which was that he couldn't use the abilities he took from others. He was only able to give them to other people. So at the moment, he was defenseless without his guards. Quinn said nothing in response and started to dash forward, bringing the shadow from the door back to him, and it was now hovering above him. The guard saw this and immediately threw several needles, but the shadow managed to block them all. Quinn quickly moved aside, pulling the shadow close to him, allowing the needless to pass through and continue down the hallway. "Damn it! This is the problem going up against an original." The guard was right. One of the main advantages one would have in a fight was knowing the ability of the other, using the information Logan had given him and his inspection skill. Quinn knew he couldn't afford to get hit by those needles. He wasn't sure if his suit was strong enough to block them, so he would keep the shadow close to himself for protection. When the guard saw that his needles were ineffective, he quickly pulled out his dagger. He was waiting for Quinn to get close. However, when they were around 9 meters apart, Quinn jumped into the air, spinning his body, and then threw out a kick from the side. Blood crescent kick! A large crescent-shaped line of red aura came out, strong and fast. The man had never expected this. He thought because the shadow was only used for defense so far, it would now be used for an attack, so he was keeping a keen eye on the shadow's movements. But instead, it looked like his opponent was using a completely different ability. He could do nothing but take the attack head-on. When the aura was directly in front of him, he struck at the red aura, which then shattered and disappeared. Quinn stood still for a moment. His new skill was one of his strongest attacks in comparison to others. The only one stronger was his blood hammer. Still, the person in front of him was easily able to shatter it with his weapon, and there didn't seem to be a chip or anything on it. Right now, Quinn had to be incredibly cautious if he was to get out of here alive. What he didn't know was that at the same time, the guard in green gear was having similar thoughts. What was that attack? It was so powerful, he thought. His hand was feeling numb from the impact of the blow, and it had taken a decent amount of strength for him to shatter that red aura. Who are you? You should know who we are. Why are you attacking? The guard tried to distract Quinn. Quinn spoke into the mask, which gave him an altered, deep electronic voice. We know what you have been doing. We know Pure have been following your actions for a while now. We are here to save those kids from you, Quinn said. Right now he was improvising on the spot, and Logan was helping him with what to say. The reason why Logan thought this would be their best option was since they wouldn't run an investigation on those closest to the kids. In a way, it was true that Pure had informed them of Mr. True Dream's plans, but they weren't the only ones taking action. Knowing this, they were less likely to think someone associated with the kids were trying to save them. Come on, Vorden, hurry up, Quinn thought. While Quinn was busy dealing with the guard, Vorden had snuck past and entered the room. Or rather, it was Rayton who was in control now. He was using an invisibility ability he took earlier, so he couldn't be seen. As he entered the room, he saw the students slumped over in their chairs, and Jack hiding behind the desk, while Peter was in front of him, just looking at him. Go away, or you will regret this, Jack shouted. Are you threatening me? Peter asked, and for the first time, a sinister smile appeared on his face. You know if it wasn't for my master's orders, you would be dead by now. I knew you were working for someone. Tell me who it is and I'll spare you, Jack said, his voice still feeling a little shaky. Suddenly, Logan had an urgent message. Guys, the guard chasing Fex has given up and is now on his way back. You have to grab them and get out of there, now! Rayton then went to the corner of the room near one of the wooden shelves and activated his fire ability, setting the whole thing alive with fire. Peter, grab Aaron and get out of here! Quinn's orders! Rayton shouted. Peter did as he was told. Picking up Aaron, he quickly ran out of the room, but before Rayton left, he stared at Jack. Rayton, what are you doing? I said not to touch him, Vorden said. You know we don't have a clue about how his ability works. If it's like ours and we touch him, we might even lose our own, and then we would be defenseless. Maybe Aaron's ability was taken, but if ours gets stolen as well, we would become useless. I wasn't going to suggest that, Rayton said. I think we should kill him here and now. That way he will no longer be a problem. Episode 205, Result of No True Dream. The room was slowly heating up as the flames started to spread from one piece of furniture to the next. Soon the entire room would be engulfed. Peter had already left the room, carrying Aaron over his shoulder. He followed Logan's instructions, telling him where to go, making sure to avoid the hallway where Quinn and Kenny were fighting right now. The directions he was giving them were to his room. Right now, it was the safest place he could think of. Unlike the other rooms that had routine checkups now and then, Logan's room was different. It was off-limits most of the time. This was a special request he made because of the number of different inventions he contained there, afraid that someone would come in and possibly take on his ideas for profit. At this point, the smoke had hit the detectors above, and the sprinklers had been activated. However, the flames were too strong to completely get rid of the fire. It could only slow them down for now. Looking around the room, Jack could only see the students who were asleep in their chairs and was wondering what had caused the fire. However, when the sprinklers had turned on, the drops of water bouncing off Rayton formed a slight outline to be seen. Rayton not only had the abilities of fire, but of invisibility as well. The strange shape that Jack could see was standing right in front of him. If it wasn't for this, he would have dashed for the door. Rayton had suggested killing Jack, but Vorden knew this wasn't an option. The simple reason was the balance of the current world right now. If True Dream were to die, it would go back to what it was like after the war. When the war had ended, Earth was a mess. Ruined cities, a low population of animals, and a lot of the land had sunken into the sea. The whole human race had been struck with poverty. Only there was a big difference now. They had powers. This caused more war to happen than ever due to the lack of control. Eventually, the rise of the three families had come to create some type of order, but the relationship between the three of them wasn't the best either, and the fighting continued. The military had power, but they weren't strong enough. They would have many people switching sides between them and the three families. That's why when True Dream had come to them seeking support, it was a blessing. It was someone the military could use to keep everyone in place, and it was why the current system had been put in the first place. If True Dream was to be taken out of the picture, the military power would weaken, and the power balance would be upset, leading to another civil war. But that wasn't what worried Vorden the most. Civil wars happened, and in the end, there would often be a result. The problem was, if the Dalki was to see this, if the humans were fighting each other, they would come to invade as soon as possible. For the sake of the current human race, True Dream was someone who needed to live, no matter how evil of a person he was. Vorden tried his best to explain this to Rayton, but right now he didn't care, since he was in charge. "I disagree," Rayton said. "If the human race can't survive without one person, then maybe we shouldn't be alive in the first place." Rayton had set his hand ablaze and threw a punch right towards Jack. All Jack could see right now was a floating arm of fire. He tried his best to move out of the way, but the attack was too fast. As his hand full of flames was about to hit, a slight reflection could be seen in front of Jack. "What the—" His hand had touched the reflection, and it felt like he was hitting a solid wall. A mysterious force then moved from the point where he had hit, and it seemed to bounce off right back at Rayton. "Hugo?" Jack said. As he turned his head, the large guard, wielding a two-handed axe, had entered the room. "Well, we know someone is getting a raise." "Damn!" With nothing else left to do, Rayton quickly headed for the corridor. He didn't know Hugo's ability, nor how strong he was. He loved fighting, but wasn't crazy enough not to know when his chances were against him. "Hugo, the door!" Jack screamed. Hugo held out his hand, and another reflection appeared just in front of the door, but it was too late. Jack could see the figure moving through the sprinkler's water, and it was clear it was no longer in the room with them. "Damn it, you're too slow. Forget about that raise, let's get out of here." As Rayton ran down the hallway, he could see Quinn, still busy dealing with the green guard Kenny. "I'm leaving," he shouted. And that was the signal for Quinn to disappear as well. Using his shadow cloak skill, suddenly he disappeared right in front of Kenny's eyes. A few seconds later, Jack and Kenny came out of the room. "Where the hell are they? Find them now, and find that girl and the boy. I want them both dead, you hear me?" Jack shouted. Instead of listening to Jack's words, Kenny immediately ran back into the room they had exited from. He ignored both Jack and Hugo. The fire was still burning in the room, and the students were still asleep under his ability's effect. He lifted two of them on each shoulder and took them out of the room, placing them on the ground gently. He then did the same with the other four, and eventually guards had arrived to help extinguish the fire. Jack then walked up to Kenny and whacked him across the face, giving him a big slap. "Did I ask you to save those students? You let them get away. If you don't have any information, you know what will happen to you." While looking at the kids all safe out of the room, Kenny had a smile on his face, although Jack was unable to see this due to the mask covering his mouth. "Sir, it seems like there were a few of them. I'm not sure how many, but there were at least two of them. They claimed to be from Pure and were trying to save the kids." "Pure? They've been tailing me for months, but never acted out. This is a first for them. I thought I was safe here, so I didn't bring anything with me. We'll head back for now. I can't risk staying here any longer," said Jack. "But before we go, send a report to Duke. They want to save the kids that badly? Well, I won't let them have their way. If Duke is to find either of those two students, they are to be sent to me immediately. You understand?" "Yes, sir," they both said. As the three of them walked off, Logan's mechanical spider had done the same. He had listened to everything Jack uttered. After a few minutes, everyone returned to Logan's room. Vorden, Peter, Layla, Fex, Quinn, and Aaron were all inside, but Aaron was lying on the bed still under the sleeping spell. "We did it!" Layla shouted. "I can't believe we got them out of there." "Man, that big guy was scary," Fex said. "For a second I thought he wasn't going to give up. Also, he moved pretty quick for a big guy." "I wouldn't celebrate just yet, guys," Logan said. "It seems like we have a problem." Logan then played the recording of the mechanical spider. It stated that True Dream would order the school to bring Aaron and Peter back if they were found. They had hoped to claim they were from Pure. Perhaps Jack would let the whole matter go and aim his anger at them, but it seemed to have the opposite effect. "So, what are you saying, Logan?" Vorden asked. "That we have to hide both Aaron and Peter forever? We can't do that in the military base. That's just not possible. Sooner or later it will slip up." The group remained silent as each one of them thought about what to do. So far, they had managed to come up with a plan to get out, but this seemed to be the most complicated one. It wasn't like they didn't think this would happen, but the problem was they had concentrated so much on saving their two friends, they didn't think about what to do after. Of course, the school wouldn't just let them go. They knew the truth about Jack, so the best-case scenario was for them to end up in the dungeon, but now probably something even worse would happen to them if they were found out. Quinn's secret was kept, but at what cost? The anger of the Big Four. The loss of Aaron's ability. As Layla looked around the room, she could see everyone had a look of defeat on their face. Even the genius Logan hadn't come up with a solution. She then looked at Aaron, who was sleeping away, her dear friend who had looked out for her this whole time. Although Aaron might not have seen her as a friend, Layla did. She couldn't let Jack get her hands on her. There was only one thing she could think of to get them out of this. "Guys, I have a solution, but please, I don't want you to hate me after this," Layla said. Episode 206, Pure Be With You. Layla's hands were visibly shaking and her legs wobbled. Her heart was so pounding loudly that she couldn't even hear her voice. "Is this the right thing to do?" she thought, but she had already articulated those words. Right now, all attention was focused on her. "Why would we hate you, Layla?" Quinn said. "If you have anything that can help us get out of this situation, then it will be fine." Layla looked at Aaron on the bed one more time, contemplating if they'll understand or not. She finally decided to tell the others about her circumstances. "I know a place where a group of people will be able to keep her safe from all of this." She paused for a moment before saying the last words. "I'm from Pure. I was the one who wrote that letter." "I knew it!" Vorden shouted. "Of course she was hiding something. Why else would she willingly help and accept the truth of your identity? They probably wanted to use you for some reasons." "That's not true," Layla snapped back. "They don't even know about Quinn. I didn't ask for this. I didn't ask for any of this," Layla said as tears started to run down her face. Quinn then intervened, placing himself in between Layla and Vorden. Observing the situation, it seemed like Vorden was going to lash out at her any second if someone didn't interfere soon. He proceeded to lead her over to the bed and sat her down next to Aaron. "Sorry, guys, but can someone explain to me what or who Pure is?" Fex said, bearing a confused look on his face as he stood in the corner of the room. "I'm glad you asked," Logan said, spinning his chair around to procure a file. Then he opened it while uttering, "I had prepared for this after I saw Layla dropping off the note in the morning." "You knew?" Vorden said, surprised. "Why didn't you tell us?" "Was it important to the mission?" Logan replied. "Regardless if she was part of Pure or not, it was thanks to her information that we were able to get those two out of there. True, she might have an ulterior motive, but why would she reveal herself now? There is no need to unless she truly wishes to help." Although Logan knew there was truth in his words, he couldn't help but think of the fact that she had kept it a secret for this long. It was contrary to Quinn's prompt revelation that he was a vampire. Something just didn't feel right about that, and the things he had heard about Pure weren't the best. In an instant, a projection was seen playing a myriad of different videos. It was mostly of people wearing a type of mask that covered their whole face, all with a figure of an angel that looked like it had its wings removed. It was the mark of Pure. The video showed multiple explosion attacks on certain buildings, and different factions were being conducted. It wasn't a pretty sight at all. "Let me warn all of you, What you are seeing now is pretty biased. The only information I can get about them is filtered through the military. However, nearly everyone knows the basics. Pure has only one goal, to get rid of all abilities. They believe that the world and the system currently in place are wrong. Even before abilities were introduced, many complained about the gap between the rich and the poor. However, they feel like now, even the basic human rights don't exist to those with weaker abilities, Logan explained. Which is pretty stupid if you ask me, Vorden said. It was only thanks to those with abilities that we were able to battle the Dalki. If we get rid of them, what do they want us to do? There are only a few people who would be able to kill beasts without the use of abilities in the first place, to then later make equipment to fight them. That is, unless you're not human, of course. These reasons were why Vorden was so suspicious of Layla. It made sense to him. There exists a stronger being that didn't rely on abilities. Even though the vampires had different levels, Vorden wouldn't put it past Pure to not think ahead. Wait, there is something that I don't understand, Fex said. If Pure is a group of people who hate abilities and Layla is one of them, then why does she have an ability? They soon realized that Fex's words were true. It was a bit hypocritical of a group who hated abilities to have people within the place with them. Everyone then turned to look at Layla as they coveted to hear the answer. I didn't mean to deceive any of you. My situation here is quite complicated, Layla began to reason out. As Logan explained, you all know what our goal is. As of the moment, the world is in balance, but the main culprit of the system in place is the military. However, the only reason they can enforce the rules is because of True Dream. At the same time, True Dream is a blessing for Pure, since he's the only person that can take anyone's ability away. Layla sighed after her lengthy explanation as she gazed at every one of her comrades, continuing her speech after a few seconds. True Dream only visited this military base. We have agents stationed at every base so far, but only at this one did they never come back. Accordingly, they wanted a student to infiltrate it. And they sent a kid? Vorden explained. Seems like a good place to send Aaron, then, doesn't it? I volunteered, Layla shouted, yet her eye slightly twitched when she said those words. Because the truth was she didn't volunteer for this mission, but her mother offered her daughter for her benefit. Look, this isn't about me and Pure. This matter is about Aaron. Right now she doesn't have an ability. True Dream has been known for doing this to people, and we've taken them in, though we still looked out for them. We will do the same for Aaron. Vorden then dragged Quinn towards the side and whispered in his ear, You're not considering this, are you? For Aaron and Peter to go over to Pure? After hearing this, Quinn was struggling. He was pretty sure that Layla meant no harm, yet putting his friends in the hand of strangers and sending Peter would be a huge risk. His evil nature, without Quinn by his side, would take over. Moreover, if they ever found out who he was, it would be no better than the school finding it out. Nevertheless, it was different with Aaron. Henceforth, Quinn shifted his stare towards Logan, asking, Logan, don't you have everything recorded? Can't we just use that as blackmail against True Dream? Spread it on the internet or something? Impossible, Logan replied without delay. You remember the reports I brought up earlier? The military has a monopoly on what can be seen and what cannot. It would be taken down in an instant, and no one would want to host such a thing. They would be going up against two powerhouses. No one has the power to go up against them. I'm sorry, but I wouldn't even want to risk the safety of my family by angering them. When Logan enlightened the actuality, Vorden started to think about his own family. If it was them, they could do something about it. The sole problem was that he wasn't on good terms with them at all. No one in his family would listen to him, much more do him a favor. It wasn't the Blades' family way. It was why he had never considered it to be an option in the first place. I think we have no other choice, Quinn said. The best thing for Aaron will be to go over to Pure. The two of them are close, and if Layla wanted to hurt any of us, the last person she would hurt would be Aaron. Wait, only Aaron? Layla inquired. But what about Peter? He can come too. Quinn shook his head as he looked at Peter. He can't, and Vorden and Fex probably already know the reason why, Quinn explained. Peter has changed. Layla, if he isn't next to me, then there's no telling what he would do. Layla then looked at Peter. Although his physical appearance had changed a little, she hadn't been around him lately to notice any further changes. Still, when she looked into his eyes, she noticed that they were lifeless. Okay, so Aaron goes to Pure, Vorden stated. What about Peter? Quinn's mind was already muddled as he tried to think of solutions, but at that moment he was out of ideas. The only thing they could do was to hide him for as long as possible, or they could opt to utilize Vorden's favorite suggestion. "Quinn, we could always—" "Don't say it, Vorden." Quinn cut him off shortly before he finished his sentence, knowing very well what Vorden was going to suggest. "I believe I have a solution to your problem with Peter," the system said. Episode 207, A New Ability. Just when Quinn was in the middle of contemplating what to do with Peter, it seemed like the system had an answer. Although, whenever the system seemed to chime in, it was never usually straight-up good news, so he was a little nervous. "What do you mean, you have an idea for Peter?" Quinn asked. "The main issue right now is the fact that your faces cannot appear in the school anymore. At the same time, Peter won't be able to leave the military base due to the fear of him running wild. But we have one solution available for Peter that will solve both of these problems," the system explained. Now, Quinn was waiting for the worrisome part. "He can learn a transformation ability. Ever since you turned him, he lost his original powers, and his body is now different from what it once was, meaning he can now learn another ability." "But I thought you said we had to find a specific ability for vampires that could be learnt, just like I learnt the Shadow Book. At the time, not a single one reacted when I touched it, only the Shadow one did," Quinn asked. "Perhaps I need to remind you once again. What I said was, there are certain abilities that only vampires can learn, and at the same time, there are abilities that only humans can learn. However, some abilities are in the middle, somewhere in between, and one of them is the transformation ability." The transformation ability wasn't a popular ability with the general public. It gave the user nothing extra that could aid them in combat. Therefore, it was looked down upon by a lot of people. Still, it did have its uses. With the transformation ability, one could alter their face and look like another. This meant it was often used for infiltration or spying. The problem was, whenever these people were discovered, they would be killed in an instant because transformation ability does not grant them any offensive capabilities at all, or even defensive. "Why didn't you suggest this before?" Quinn asked. "Before, I felt like it would be more beneficial for you to wait for a more powerful ability to pop up, one that would make you and Peter stronger. But right now, it's more important than anything. It would prevent Peter from being caught," the system explained. Quinn then explained to the others what his plan was with Peter, how he still hadn't learned an ability, so he could still learn the transformation ability. Still, there was one problem with the whole thing, and that relied on Logan. Quinn needed Logan's help. Even if Peter could disguise himself, if he appeared as a new student, the entire school would know. He also couldn't pretend to be someone else, since that would be too obvious. "So what do you think, Logan?" Quinn asked. "Will you be able to hack into the school system and add his ID?" "The problem isn't whether I can do it or not, Quinn," Logan replied. "I can. That's like asking if a bee can make honey. The problem is making it all seem natural. Say there are 500 first-year students. Then one day suddenly there are 501 students. The new kid turns up to class and everyone is just meant to accept it? It won't work." Once again, the group were deep in thought. "I have an idea," Vorden said. "When we went to the planet Kaladi and the Dalki attacked us, didn't they say they couldn't find 3 of the student bodies?" "That's right," Layla replied. "They assumed they had died somewhere deep in the desert and their bodies were eaten." Hearing this started to bring back memories for Quinn. The truth was, the Dalki hadn't killed them. It was him that killed them, although no one knew about this fact yet. "Well, once Peter learns the transformation ability, why don't we get him to look like one of those students? We can have him appear back near the portal and say he had gotten lost in the desert and came back now," Vorden asked. "Now that is big-brain thinking," Logan said. He then hopped onto his computer and went over to the marketplace in search of a transformation ability book. It had to be one of the high level to be able to get the finer details right in the face structure. It didn't take long for Logan to find one, due to how unpopular the skill was. It seemed to be a level 5 skill, which was perfect. It would be good enough for Peter to look nearly identical to one of the students, and with Peter's mutant cells being slightly different, it wouldn't show his real level on the watch anyway, only displaying the fake number Logan had entered. "Ability book purchased." "Hey, Logan, you didn't have to do that. I could have paid for it," Quinn said, feeling bad at how much money Logan had spent on him now. "Don't worry, Quinn. I'm involved in this too now, and if I didn't want to do it, I would have kicked you all out of this room. Besides, who said I wasn't keeping a tab? "I do have to warn you that I do charge quite a lot of interest," Logan said. It was hard for Quinn to tell whether Logan was joking about the whole thing or not. When he said those words, his expression never changed, but Quinn would have liked to think he was cracking a joke. It was nice seeing Logan try to fit in. But this was a different matter. Quinn also didn't want his wallet to take a hit. After purchasing the book and inputting the code, it arrived in only a few seconds right into Logan's room. "It will probably take him a few weeks or so for him to learn it," Logan said. "For now, he can stay in my room. Luckily, he doesn't need any food or anything, so as long as he stays here, he'll be fine." Quinn didn't like the idea of that. He could imagine either Peter accidentally touching one of Logan's prized possessions, or getting a laser beam shot through the chest, or Logan would say something that caused Peter to snap. "Let me try something," Quinn said as he walked over and grabbed the book himself. "Level 5 transformation ability book obtained. Would you like to store the book?" "No." "Option to use the ability book on family member Peter. Would you like to use it?" Although Peter didn't have a system ability, Quinn had a feeling something like this might just work. His family was linked through the system. The system had also mentioned if Peter and Quinn were fighting near each other, Quinn would get the EXP for it. So it gave Quinn hope that just maybe something like this would work. "Maybe we won't have to wait at all," said Quinn as he accepted the system's suggestion. The book floated in the air and flew over to where Peter was. The pages turned and turned until they hit the very last one. Then the book started to disintegrate in front of everyone's eyes. "Peter Chuck has successfully learned the ability Transform." "Peter, do you want to try transforming into me?" Quinn asked. As a tester, Peter did just that, and slowly his face started to reshape and reform into a second Quinn. It was nearly perfect. There wasn't enough of a difference for someone to notice using their eye. The others watching were amazed by this. Logan was the only one in this room that had an idea of what just happened. While Vorden and Layla had put it down to vampire stuff, they just didn't understand the specifics of what just occurred in front of them. However, there was another vampire in the room who had seen Quinn do something that he had never seen another vampire do before. Just like humans, vampires usually had to take time to learn the abilities that they wanted to learn. Yet, he had just witnessed a vampire learn an ability in an instant. "Just who are you, Quinn?" Fex thought. At that moment, groans could be heard in the room. As they turned around, it seemed that Erin was about to wake up. It was now time to tell her what her fate was going to be. Episode 208, Peter's Change. In the room on Logan's computer, 3 different profiles were displayed. It was displaying information about the 3 missing students from the Dalkey attack. Since the transformation skill was at level 5, Peter was only able to imitate a person's facial structure. There wasn't anything he could do about a person's height or physical appearance. This also meant that he wouldn't be able to pretend to be a girl unless one had the same body type as his. Higher-level transformation ability would allow him to do this in the future, but they weren't available in the marketplace. Logan decided to look at the height details and images, trying to select the best one that would suit Peter. Out of the 3, there were 2 that matched Peter the closest. Now, while deciding between which one, Logan opted for the one with less background information and with an ability they could pass off that wouldn't cause too much trouble. Their options were a wind user or the duplication user. In the end, they decided to go for the duplication ability user. It was the best option for them. Peter would no longer have to go to the elemental class and try to pretend to be able to use a certain type of ability. This would make Vorden's job a lot easier, and he would also be able to join Quinn's beast weapon class, allowing him to keep a close eye. Hearing this, Quinn wanted to protest the idea. Out of the 3 men from Ben's group that had attacked him in the desert that day, 2 had died while 1 had lived. That was the same person they were suggesting Peter act as. Quinn had left him in the desert after removing his memory, but he never came back, nor did the search party find him. Perhaps while he was laid on the desert floor, a beast did come and kill him. After thinking about it, he realized if he hadn't come back now, the chances were really low of a person returning. He was most likely dead. Peter looked at the screen and carefully started to morph his face. The student had medium-length brown hair, and one of the finer details about him was he would often wear a bandana that cut off one side of his hair while the other remained up. Finally, Peter would no longer go by his name in the school and would now be known as P.O. Blank. Quinn took a long stare at Peter and realized this might have been the better option for him. If he was to look at Peter, a person he had killed or seen die right in front of him day and night, he didn't know how that would make him feel. While this all was happening, the groans from the back were heard as Erin lifted her body off the bed and touched her head. It was ringing with dull pain, and her face felt slightly numb, similar to a migraine. When she looked up, she could see the faces of everyone staring at her, and a person she had never seen before. "Who the heck is the new guy?" Erin groaned. No one said a word, and after a few moments, she started to remember everything that had happened to her. Her last words with Jack and what he had planned to do with them. "No, no, no!" she started to scream. There was no need for her to try to use her ability. She could feel that it was no longer with her. But just in case, she tried to form ice in her hand. Again and again, but there was no result. "Calm her down before someone outside hears us," Vorden said. Layla quickly rushed over to her side, but Erin couldn't help but scream in anger and sadness. The others had never seen this side of Erin before. It was different for most of them, who had been weak their whole life. If their powers were taken away, it wouldn't make much of a difference. But for Erin, she was high up. Of course, the others didn't know the full story about how much everything meant to her. Losing her ability felt like she had lost everything. All she had left was her swordsmanship, and after meeting Fex, she could tell she was nothing special. "Do you want us to be caught?" Logan said, as he threw out a circular device towards Erin. The device opened up mid-air just before reaching her mouth, and wrapped around it like a tight-fit mask. The screams had stopped, but the tears continued to run down her face. "Erin, I know you are upset, but right now your situation involves all of us," Logan explained. "I can't have your selfish actions harm me or the others. Now, Layla, I believe you would be the best person to explain to her what we have planned." While Erin's mouth was covered, it was a lot easier for Layla to explain. It gave no option for Erin to complain in between, and allowed Layla to explain everything. She explained how Jack had sent out a search party for her and Peter, how she was part of Pure, and they would be sending her to Pure for protection. Logan then walked up to Erin and had a few words to say himself before taking the device off her mouth. "Now if you scream, it goes back on. The situation is not favorable for any of us, and please trust me. We went through all the options. I even looked into your background and thought about seeing if we could send you back to your family, but that's not possible. Staying with Pure is the only option we have." Logan took off Erin's wristwatch and made a few adjustments to it before placing it back. "We are a bit wary of Pure, so if you need any emergency help, you can contact me through that, although I doubt we will be able to do anything. Do you understand?" Erin nodded calmly. Rather than angry or sad, she seemed to be going through a different stage right now. She was in shock. As soon as the mask was taken off, she started to look at Layla. "Will you be coming with me?" Erin asked with pain in her voice. Layla looked in her eyes and held both of her hands before shaking her head. She knew the next words would hit her hard. "No, I can't. I still have my mission here," Layla replied. At that moment, Erin snapped her hands back. Everything was getting a little too much for her. Her abilities had been taken. She was being treated as a convict by the school. Jack was possibly after her life, and now she had no choice but to join a terrorist group. Yet why did this have to happen to her? Was it just her bad luck? Then she started to remember there was one more person who was going through something similar. "What about Peter? Will he be coming along with me as well?" Although Erin didn't get along with Peter, if she was going through this struggle with someone she knew, it would at least be better than going through it alone. The student who Erin didn't recognize stood next to Quinn, stepped forward, and his face started to morph back into his old self. "But how? Didn't have an earth ability?" Erin asked. "How did he learn that?" The sound of a little excitement and hope could be felt in her voice. "That's because Peter is no longer human," Quinn explained. "When a human turns into a vampire or vampire subclass, they use their old ability as their body changes. Logan's guess is it has something to do with the cells in the body being different. Essentially, it's like getting a new body, so Peter was able to learn a new ability." Hearing these words from Quinn suddenly gave Erin an idea. She had lost her ability, but not all hope was gone. If what Quinn was saying was correct, there was a chance for her to get her powers back. She stood up from the bed and said, "Quinn, I want you to make me a vampire. I want you to turn me like how you turned Peter." Episode 209, Someone on the Inside. After hearing about how Peter was able to obtain a new ability, in her haste, Erin started to gain hope once again. If there was a way for her to get it back, a chance to return to her former self, Then she would take it. Before, she would have never considered it. There were too many downsides, which she saw both Peter and Quinn deal with. As long as she grew her ice abilities slowly with higher grade ability books, or if she was to find a good teacher, she would be able to progress up the ranks and eventually become a force to be reckoned with. Still, right now, that wasn't the case, and her best option was right in front of her. What she didn't realize, though, was the grave mistake that she had just committed. While asking Quinn to turn her, she had mentioned a particular detail that someone in the room wasn't quite sure about. Even now, Quinn was peeking at Fex from the corner of his eyes. He was trying to gauge Fex's reaction. Many times before, Fex had mentioned the fact that he thought Peter had been created by an irresponsible leader. However, Fex didn't have much of a reaction. He continued to stand there without any reaction. The reason was that he had already assumed Quinn was the one who turned Peter. He wouldn't have been so loyal without his master by his side. It also explained why Quinn wasn't trusting Fex in the first place, other than his shadow ability. Peter was illegal, and if the council ever found out about Peter, both of them would be executed. The reason why Fex didn't have much of a reaction to what Aaron was suggesting, though, was because of their vampiric limits. Even without the laws, a regular vampire could turn, at most, one person. Someone like Fex could turn two, and he would be permitted to do so when he ascended to the noble rank. He knew Quinn's strength, and never thought he would be able to turn more than one person, so Aaron's suggestion meant nothing. Seeing that Fex wasn't making a big deal out of everything, Quinn decided to continue. "Aaron, even if I wanted to, I can't. It wouldn't change the situation we're in," Quinn explained. "What do you mean?" she asked, slightly annoyed, taking a step forward. It seemed like Aaron was starting to regain her snappy confidence back, but Quinn could also tell this meant her emotions were all over the place, and she was still very much unstable. Taking a step back, Quinn tried his best to explain. "First, I think you're forgetting the main issue here. It isn't that your ability was stolen from you, but it's the fact that the school and Jack are after you. Either way, we need to hide you somewhere, and going to Pure is the best option. If I was to turn you and you were to turn into a ghoul, like Peter, or maybe something else. Once they found out, who knows what they would do to you." Although Layla felt a little hurt about the others talking badly about the organization she was in, at the same time, she couldn't intervene and argue her case. If they did find out Aaron was a type of vampire they didn't know about, who knows what they would do to her? Even Layla didn't know. "And the last issue, say you turn into a vampire, then what? Do you want the same ability as Peter? To transform? I would have thought you would have at least wanted something similar, if not better than your ice abilities." "Fex can teach me his string ability, or your shadow ability looks nice as well," Aaron snapped back, forgetting about the first point Quinn had made and only focusing on the fact that Quinn would be able to help her gain power. What Aaron didn't know was Quinn had learned his ability through an unusual method. He hadn't practiced the techniques written down in a book. Everything just worked through the system. There was no way for him to explain or teach someone how to use the shadow ability. And unless Aaron was part of Fex's family, he wouldn't be happy to teach her to use his strings either. "Perhaps I should take over the explaining," Logan said as he moved forward. "The reason Peter got the transformation ability in the first place was so he could hide in plain sight. We are currently using one of the missing male students from the planet Caldi. If you did change your mind and gave in, ending up with the transformation ability, it would still be impossible to hide you, Aaron. There have been no missing female students since the start of the term. They find you, and you will be taken to the dungeon. If Pure finds out that you have been turned into a vampire, you will probably experience an even worse fate." Hearing their explanation wasn't calming Aaron down at all. Instead, it was making her feel drained and defeated. She thought that perhaps Quinn was her scapegoat. "What's the point of me being protected by Pure? Am I meant to just be some type of princess that can't fight for herself?" she complained. "It won't be like that," Layla replied. "There are many people in Pure who are of equal strength to those with powers to the outside. Look at our leader for a clear example." The Pure leader was well known around the world, and that was mainly because of one reason. They were one of only 2 people currently in the world to possess a demon-class weapon, the highest-tiered beast weapon that is currently known. Right now, Quinn could see that Layla was acting rash. and perhaps wasn't thinking properly, so he thought there might be just one thing he could say to calm her down. "Why don't we make a deal?" Quinn said. "Stay with Pure for now. Once this whole thing blows over or we finish school, come back to me. If you still wish for me to turn you into a vampire, then I will. Please understand, Aaron, none of us can do anything when we are dead." She looked into his eyes for a while, before eventually giving his answer, and finally shook Quinn's hand. "Sometimes you make some sense," she said. Finally, the matter had been settled, and a plan set. Peter would at some point appear in the portal room, claiming to be Pio, the student who had gone missing on the last outing, while Aaron would go to Pure for now, then perhaps return to Quinn's side in the future. "What do we need to do to send Aaron to Pure, then?" Vorden asked. "It's not exactly like we can just walk out the front door of this place. Students have tried leaving before, and it's nearly impossible." "Logan, do you have an answer?" Quinn asked. "Unfortunately not," Logan replied. "These military bases are strange. Quite honestly, even I don't know where we are located at the moment. I can disable the tracker and you can try going outside, but we need a vehicle of some sort, or maybe we might need a ship depending on where we are." "We have Pure members stationed on nearly every planet, except for a few red planets," Layla said. "We won't need to go outside, but just get Aaron to the portal room." "That's no good," Logan said. "It seems like after the incident last time with a couple of students being pushed into one of the portals. They have been stricter about the security there." Vorden and Quinn gave each other a glance before both turned their heads at Peter. While looking around the room for a solution, Fex spotted the strange, square-shaped device that was located in Logan's room. He noticed it almost instantly. It was a teleporter, but not just any type. It was the same type of teleporters they used on his planet. But this wouldn't be of any help to them at all. The last place Fex wanted to go was back home, and the others would be made into food in an instant if they were taken there. He did, however, decide to make note of where it was, just in case he ever decided to go back. "How about Fex's mind control?" Aaron said. "Couldn't he tell them to go away or remove their memories?" "If they are adults, it would be much harder than before," Fex replied. "Besides, right now I'm guessing there will be a lot of people covering that area. If I wanted to get out of this place, the portal room would be the first place I would think of. So there's no way we can pull off something as similar as we did against True Dream, not unless we had someone on the inside." The last words Fex had spoken gave Quinn an idea. It was a risky one, but he had a gut feeling that he would be able to help. He was already keeping Quinn's huge, so there was some trust between them, and he felt like if there was one person that was on the right side of justice, it would be him. "Then we have no choice," Quinn said. "We need to ask Leo for help." Episode 210. Will he help? The words that came out of Quinn's mouth surprised them all. This also included Vorden, who felt like he was the closest to him. "Why would you suggest that?" Vorden said. "Leo is a sergeant, and although he isn't under Duke, he is under Nathan, who is ultimately under Paul, the head general. It's clear that Leo is working for them, or at least he takes direct orders from them." It was a simple deduction that Vorden had made, and it would be right to assume so, but Quinn didn't believe it. "Well, maybe I can change your mind about him," Quinn said. "First of all, I'm pretty sure he knows I'm a vampire. Let me change that. I'm 100% sure he knows that I'm not human, and the same could be said for Fex and Peter." "Wait a minute," Aaron called out. "Is that why he gives you special treatment? Now that I think about it, it all makes sense." "I'm not sure about that one," Quinn said, letting out a chuckle. "But I'm sure his ability has something to do with it. He knew I was different from the beginning, and has safeguarded my secret until this day. Leo is different from the other teachers. He once inquired about whose side I was on. It made me wonder about a couple of things. Leo himself didn't align with the military. He is on the side of humanity. This was what he was checking up on with me that day. As long as there is a threat to humanity, he will protect us." Logan then quickly hopped onto his computer and started to type away, checking to see if there was any information he could bring upon Leo, if at all. "So, is this a hunch?" Vorden inquired. "Isn't it too risky to go on this journey just based on a hunch?" "I, too, am in favor of talking to Leo. I think it is a good idea," Aaron added. "I agree he's different from the other teachers. Remember how he saved us from the Dalki attack that one time? And during our lessons, he would continuously give me tips about my swordsmanship. Also, it seemed he treated everyone the same, no matter what.
The way he acted just didn't fit in with the way the world is right now. Usually, a teacher would choose to focus only on the promising students, trying to please the upper ranks, but he never did anything of that sort. I respect him as a teacher, and if me leaving this place is based on whether or not we can trust Leo, then I would bet on him over any of the other teachers."
"Isn't Leo the guy I fought with?" Fex said. "I mean, if it's him, he seemed like a pretty cool guy."
"I know, but we don't go trusting people based on how cool they are," Vorden replied.
"I guess you're right," Fex replied.
"Otherwise, you guys would have trusted me from the beginning, right?" he said as he swiped back a single strand of hair that had appeared in front of his face. Once again, Logan projected the information about Leo onto the screen. Most news articles and information about Leo had to do with his accomplishments during the last war. He stood out due to the amount of Dalki he had killed, despite being a lowly private at the time.
"Here you go," Logan said. "It looks like you might be onto something after all. It says Leo readily refused to join the military and only wanted peace after the war. However, he did agree to fight once again if the Dalki were to invade. At the time, Leo was a bit of a lone wolf who had refused to join any factions, including the Big Four. The military saw this as a chance to grab him up, but it proved difficult. In the end, Leo agreed at a request. He would join as a teacher. Judging by this, it is as you say. Perhaps he isn't as closely aligned with the military as the others here are."
It was a risk, and others knew it would be, but if Erin was happy to go through with it, then she should at least have some say in what they were planning to do with her. Suddenly, Logan leapt out of his chair and started to search around his room for some items. He went through crates and crates of stuff until he had finally found what he was looking for. After pulling out the strange-looking object, he went back to his computer to fiddle with a few more things. A bright light emerged from the projector, which used to display the hologram so far. It now displayed a solid wall of green.
"Which one of you is the best at acting here?" Logan inquired. The others didn't know who to look at, but eventually they all directed their gaze at Vorden. Even Quinn didn't know why he did this. But based on the numerous ways Vorden could express himself, he felt him to be the perfect fit for the task at hand. Logan then paced near Vorden, and without even asking for his consent, he tried to put the strange-looking helmet device on his head. Unfortunately, there was quite a height difference between the two. "Can you not see what I'm trying to do? Bend down, you dumb giant!" Logan shouted. Vorden immediately bent down as little Logan placed the strange helmet on top of his head. The helmet mainly went around his forehead and had unusual mechanical arms that came outward. "Even if you go to Leo and he agrees to help, the security around everywhere is going to be tough. This is the only thing I can think of which might get them to lower their guard a bit," Logan said. "The strange helmet thing?" Vorden replied, his tone strange. "This here is a facial recognition device. It can track the smallest of details and all the little movements of the muscles in your face. What I plan to do is make a video. If we put both Peter and Erin up against the green screen and we have our actor Vorden here, I will be able to create a realistic video. The plan is to pretend the video has been sent from Pure, informing the school that the kids they are looking for have already left the planet and are safe in Pure's hands. That strange helmet device and the green backdrop are to change your appearance to whoever I like. Same with the background. Once they know Pure safely has the two of you, hopefully they will stop searching around as desperately as they are doing now." Quinn was amazed by Logan's thinking ability and thought of all the things he could do with him. He was lucky to have someone like him on his side and would hate to think what it would be to have him as an enemy. A speech was made for Vorden to act out, while Layla was in charge of telling Vorden what to say. It made sense, since she knew what would Pure send to make the video sound more authentic. The speech even ended with a phrase they had never heard before, "May we purify your souls." She explained that it was a type of signature Pure used when they sent things like this to their enemy. It also made the others realize how Layla was living a double life, and perhaps the Layla they knew wasn't real at all. The video was made, and now it was time for them to act. Logan would stay in the room to make sure the file got to the school, while Peter and Erin would remain to hide in the room along with Fex. If an inspection occurred, at most, they would only send 2 people into Logan's room due to his special privileges. As long as that person wasn't overwhelmingly strong in the mind, Fex would be able to clear their memories, as if they never saw anything. Vorden and Quinn would head to Leo and explain the details of what had happened, hoping they would be able to help Erin. While lastly, Layla had her task to do. She had to inform Pure of the plan as well. She was quite nervous about this, as she had broken the rules of Pure and acted on her own. Explaining this meant she would have to receive a punishment. But right now, she didn't care about the consequences. She just wanted her friend Aaron to remain safe. "I hope this conversation goes well," Layla thought. Episode 211, A Way Out. Fex, Aaron, Logan, and Peter were currently inside Logan's room. The conversation between all of them was silent. They didn't realize it until now, but the thing that brought most of them together was Quinn. The others didn't know each other well, if not for Quinn. The only sound that could be heard was Logan typing away on his computer, trying to gain access and find a way to upload the video they had made without any traces. Fex, on the other hand, was keeping a close eye on Peter. Without Quinn there, Fex felt like it was his duty to protect all of them if he went out of control, though Logan would be able to deal with him on his own. He knew firsthand how strong his shots from his strange suit were. While looking deeply at Peter, Fex was trying to figure out just who Quinn was. Right now, he had two main theories. One of them was that he was a member of one of the 13 families raised here on Earth since birth, and reported back to the main families once in a while. While down here, he had made the mistake of turning Peter, and was now trying to keep it a secret. But the thing that threw him off with this theory was his ability, the shadow ability. His first thought was that one of the families was keeping it a secret. When the crowning was to happen again, it would give them quite the power advantage. The other theory was Quinn didn't belong to any of the 13 vampire families, and instead belonged to them, the original shadow users. However, this theory of his was the most outlandish, since they were meant to be long dead. If the Vampire Council found out they hadn't all died, then there would be chaos. Walking down the hallway, both Quinn and Vorden were making their way to the weapons class. Even on off days like today, Leo would often rest there, or practice his swordsmanship. It was hard to say that Leo was a workaholic, because he wasn't doing it for work reasons. But there were times when Quinn and others around him could see that Leo was obsessed with the blade, but even that wasn't quite right either. Leo was just obsessed with getting revenge against the Dalki. While walking around, they could see the panic in the soldiers' faces. The students, who were outside the campus and around the city, had been asked to come back and remain inside the school. There was strict border control being held just around the school, with a soldier surrounding the whole place in a circle. Even on their way to the martial arts hall, Quinn and Vorden were both questioned several times. The two of them now stood just outside the weapons hall, and Vorden hesitated before stepping in. "Quinn, this is the last chance. Are you sure? What do we do if he doesn't agree? I don't think we're strong enough to fight him." "Even if he doesn't agree, he's not the type to turn us in for protecting a friend. He'll understand, trust me." With that, Quinn stepped forward, full of confidence, opening the door into the martial arts hall. It was the weekend, so no students were inside, but Leo was there, standing in the middle of the room. Sweat was dripping down from his forehead, while his sword was still sheathed by his side. Even before the two of them entered the room, he was already looking in their direction. "The two of you were standing outside for a while. I was wondering when you were going to come in," Leo said. "Is this guy blind?" Vorden asked. There weren't many opportunities where both Vorden and Leo were able to be around each other. Vorden knew about the accomplishments he had made during the war, but sometimes the rumors would often be exaggerated. "I wonder if I could touch him," Vorden thought. As the two of them got closer, Leo could tell that the energy inside the two of them was disturbed, but while looking at Vorden, it seemed strange. Had he met this person before? Because right now, he was looking at a person who had two different flows of energy inside him. This was because Vorden currently held the fire ability as well as the invisibility ability. "Leo, I know you have already done me a huge favor by keeping my secret," Quinn spoke, "and because of this, I have decided to trust you with something else. I hope my hunch isn't wrong, and I hope you can help me." "I can't make any promises as I do not know what you wish to tell me," Leo said. "But as long as you are not in the wrong, you have nothing to worry about." When Leo spoke those last words, it gave Vorden a little shiver down his spine. Just what had this man gone through to be able to create such an intense feeling with only a few words? Was it his ability, or was it just the pressure emitting from this person?
Quinn started to explain what had happened and how they had come to learn what True Dream's reason for coming to the academy was, as well as how Pure was the one who had informed them and how their friends had been chosen for the process. All they wanted to do was protect Aaron and Peter. Quinn, however, did leave out the detail of them trying to save Peter for a different reason related to himself, and just explained that he didn't want his friends to lose their ability. He also mentioned how they needed to send Aaron out of here right now. After they had finished explaining, both Quinn and Vorden took a deep breath, trying to calm themselves down. They carefully watched where Leo's hands were placed, thinking that any second now he would go for his blade and capture the two. "You two can calm down," Leo said. "As I've said to both of you before, as long as you are not in the wrong, I shall help. And in this situation, I believe you are not in the wrong." While Quinn spoke about everything that had happened to True Dream, Leo made sure to carefully keep an eye on their energy flow as well as their heartbeat. He noticed quite often when people were lying, their flow of energy as well as their heartbeat would alter slightly. Over the years, it came to the point where Leo was just as good as any lie detector. Of course, some had a solid will and had been trained to the point where it wouldn't affect them. But for kids like these, it was easy for him to tell. He knew that the words Quinn spoke were the truth. "So, can you help us?" Quinn asked with a little smile on his face. "There isn't much I can do with the situation with Jack. Although he's not part of the military, he is treated a lot higher than I. When I arrived here, I was adamant to be put under Nathan, since I had an odd feeling about Duke. Right now, because of my rank, there isn't much I can do. Jack holds a special relationship with our head general, Paul. The only thing I can do is wait to meet with the head general of Military Base 1. Not everyone in the military agrees with Jack's doing, and this will hopefully be a step in the right direction." What Leo was doing right now was a risk most people would never take. If someone were to find out that they were trying to ruin the relationship between Jack and the military, there would be many people on both sides upset with this, and most likely would go after Leo's life. What he was doing right now was fearless, and Leo didn't have a group or other people backing him, but only himself. "Don't worry about that," Quinn said. "Right now all we need to do is save our friend. Is there any way you can get us inside the teleport room to send her off somewhere?" Leo started to think, which wasn't a good sign. It seemed like he asked a simple yes or no answer, but that didn't seem to be the case. "As you know, the portal room has been heavily guarded ever since what happened between you two. Most likely it will be guarded even more. Still, there is a way. Follow me." Episode 212, Ranks of Pure. While entering her room, Layla was more nervous than ever. It reminded her of the time when she first joined the school. She was reminiscing about all the strange feelings, and they made her feel sick. "I think by the end of the day, I'm going to come out around 5 pounds lighter," she mockingly said to herself, desperately trying to forget about the ordeal she was in. There was no one inside when she entered her room. Her roommates were Aaron and another female student. Most of the time, their other roommates seemed to be out, which was a good thing for Layla. Still, just to be safe, she kept an eye on the door as she went about doing what she needed to be done. She had no clue how Logan caught her, despite her being so conscious. This made her second-guess her actions. All those years of training were hammered into her so she wouldn't be caught during an investigation, and in the end she was caught by another student. Maybe she just wasn't made for work like this. The black orb resting under her bed was now in her hand, and once again she took a deep breath, readying herself before tapping the top of the sphere. The blue ring on the top started to pulse in and out until eventually turned into a solid blue color, signaling that it had been connected. "Agent 45 connected with Agent 83. Today isn't a report day. Does there seem to be a problem?" the voice from the sphere asked. "I would like to make a special report. Would you please connect me to Agent number 5? Layla asked. "The single agents are too busy. You can report it to me and I will pass on the message to them." "I'll ask you again," Layla said firmly. "Please let me speak to Agent 5. This is not a request as an agent, but say that it's from her daughter." There seemed to be a slight pause between the two for a moment, before the agent eventually replied. "I will see what she says." Layla waited while the other agent contacted her mother. In the Pure organization, they had special numbers associated with each agent. The number system could be split up into 4 different categories.
The first group of people was the hundreds. These agents of Pure were given no such number ranking. All they were told were that they were above the 100 special agents. These people would often be new to the Pure organization and would only be used on large-scale operations. Then, below them were the ranked. These agents were numbered from 20 to 100. These were special operative agents whose numbers were based on their position within the organization. The lower your rank was, the more powerful you were. The third group was the higher ranked, going from 6 to 20. Because they were quite different compared to other agents because they were mainly there due to the power. And then finally, you had the final 5. Some of these members were the original creators of Pure and also the strongest within the organization. When Layla was first introduced to the ranking system, she found it weird. For a group that was so hell-bent on outcasting hierarchy in society, it was strange for their group to have one. But they always said that it was different because they all had the same goal in mind. It would only be this way for now until they achieved their goal, and then they would get rid of the ranking system. By then, equipment, wealth, and resources would be distributed equally. Layla started to remember the mock videos they showed her of what the world could be, and they always seemed so peaceful. She was interrupted by a familiar voice while she was deep in her thoughts. "This is Agent 5. I hear you have some important news for me, Agent 83, the voice said. After hearing those words come out of her mouth, Layla was a little upset. She hadn't spoken to her mother in a while, and the first thing she talked about was business. She didn't ask her how she was or how she was doing and didn't even say her name, but she had always been like this, and Layla was used to it by now. Layla started to explain the details of what happened, how she acted on her own without informing Pure to protect her friends, going against Jack, and what the situation currently was. Though she did miss out on a few details here and there, especially the parts where she had informed all her friends who she was. So far, she had only said she told Aaron, someone who she wanted to bring over to Pure, about her real position. "Has your position been compromised by anyone else in the school or personnel?" her mother asked. "No, I've only informed Aaron. Right now they think she escaped on her own. They're looking for her, and she has no ability, as well as nowhere to go. If you can, please help her." "Don't worry," she replied. "We will do our best. Anyone who has been affected by True Dream will be accepted. We shall treat her well. However, you have gone against our code. Although you were not caught, you took action without asking for permission, and you even went as far as to use our name. Your punishment will be decided when you come back to the base. For now, you shall be demoted from position 83 to position 100. Update me when you have the location Aaron will be sent to. We will have someone on standby waiting. Oh, and one last thing. Layla, I am waiting for you. Soar through the ranks. Don't be disheartened and try to get into the upper level so we can meet more frequently. May Pure be with you." "May Pure be with you." As the call ended, Layla kept her head down. A demotion was quite a big punishment. It had taken Layla a long time to rise through the ranks, and just like that, she was at the bottom, barely hanging on to the numbered positions. When she was at the base, she rarely got to see her mother much. Her mother always told her as long as she was loyal to Pure and the cause, eventually she would rise to the ranks and have a seat next to her. So far, she had been as loyal as can be and followed everything in the book. But everything slightly changed when she met Quinn and the others. She started having fun and enjoyed her time at school. Sure, there were bad people in the world, but not everyone abused their powers. There were those like Aaron who didn't even understand the injustice and discrimination currently happening. Layla felt like they just needed to educate the world more. She started questioning if Pure's forceful ways were the right thing to do, which is why she was hesitant about reporting Quinn and the others. If there was a chance she could leave the organization without receiving a punishment, she might have even considered it. And now, thinking about it, she was about to send one of her best friends to such a place she no longer wanted to be a part of. Episode 213, Cursed Weapons. The two boys were closely following Leo as he walked around the school. It seemed like he was taking them towards the portal room at first. However, when they were about to reach the room, their path slightly changed. Quinn and Vorden both wanted to ask him where he was planning to go, but they were too afraid to do so. All the while walking, Vorden would constantly look around. He still had his doubts and felt like perhaps they were being led right into the den of their enemies. In the middle of their little stroll through the familiar pathways, another female, who they had seen a few times, met them. "Sergeant Leo," Faye said. "Where are you heading to? Didn't you receive the message?" she asked.
"Sorry, I was busy training, and it seems that no one bothered to inform me. Is it something urgent?" he replied.
"There has been an update about the situation of the 2 students who ran away from their punishment. It appears that somehow Pure has already gotten their hands on both of them." As the 2 boys listened in on the conversation, they snappily turned their heads to look at each other. Relief visited their consciousness, since it must have meant that Logan had successfully sent the fake video over. The contents explained how members of Pure had already triumphantly retrieved Peter and Aaron.
"I see," Leo replied. "So has the search party for them been called off?"
"Not quite. We, including a few other soldiers, have been called back for a meeting. Perhaps it was to discuss the next course of action." As Faye finished her words, she spotted the 2 boys standing not too far away from Leo. At first, she thought that they were just 2 students who were taking a walk around the school, but she quickly realized that they also halted their steps when Leo did. The other thing that they noticed was they weren't just any students. They were the first-year students who she had been seeing more than she would have liked to. Wherever these 2 went, it seemed like trouble was simply lurking in their shadows. The moment Faye focused her attention on the 2, Vorden realized the mistake that they had committed. Usually he was good at this type of thing, and would have carried on walking to not incur a suspension. The problem was, he and Quinn had both gotten caught up on what Faye had to say. "I don't know if you're aware of this, Leo, but there seem to be 2 first-year students following closely behind you," Faye said, further narrowing her gaze that was on Vorden and Quinn.
"I may be blind, but I do know when I'm being trailed," Leo replied. "They're here to help me move a few things from my storage room. I promise I will go to the meeting room as soon as I'm done."
If it was anyone else, Faye would have complained, suggesting that as a sergeant, they were neglecting their duty. If the general asked them to be present, then they needed to be immediate. However, Leo had some leeway when it came to the other sergeants. This was because they were aware of the fact that they wanted him, and it wasn't the other way around. "I will let them know that you will be a little late then," Faye said as she gave a salute before she took her to leave. "I wonder when the 2 of them managed to get close to Leo." A lingering thought registered in her mind. She made it a point to look over their files once she had returned to her office. She felt that something was amiss regarding the setup. On the other hand, Leo stopped in his tracks, prompting the students to do the same. They had reached an area in the school that they had never been to before. It was located around the back of the teleport area, and to access it, a special code should be entered on a panel that served as the lock. Again, Vorden was amazed at how well Leo was able to navigate the entire place. He couldn't help but think it had to have something to do with his ability. His curiosity was getting the better of him as a strange urge to touch Leo arose in him, but the opportunity didn't arrive. When they entered the special building, they noticed that it was full of rooms that housed an eerie ambiance. They were all barricaded with metal doors that had numbers painted on their facade.
"This area is dedicated to the soldiers' storage room. When we moved here, we were allowed to bring our personal belongings," Leo explained.
They walked for a few seconds, eventually stopping right before the door that had the number 12 painted on it. There is a security device that made sure that the only one who had access to this room was him, unlike the other codes utilized on the previous doors. Placing his hand on top of the access panel, it soon allowed Leo inside. When the storage unit opened, both Quinn and Vorden were amazed at what was inside. Some weapons were displayed on all sides of the room. In the center, there was something that looked similar to a boxing ring. There was a wooden doll, similar to the size of an average adult human being, holding a wooden sword. The whole place looked like any other weapons hall. "Are all these yours?" Quinn asked.
"No, they once belonged to me and my friends. I just inherited them," Leo said with a melancholic tone in his voice as he continued to walk towards the back of the storage room. The 2 boys waited at the back while Leo went to search for something. While bidding for their time, they couldn't help but look at the weapons surrounding them. "Inspect."
Looking at the items, Quinn was curious to see what level they were at, and to his surprise, the first random weapon he looked at in the room was at the advanced tier level. It was a short little dagger. Quinn continued his inspection of the weapons. He noticed that most of them were high class and were classified as beast equipment. He couldn't even imagine how much the whole thing would cost. It turned out that Quinn wasn't the only one who noticed the equipment around them was mostly high gears, as Vorden did too. "Hey, if you're not going to use these things, do you mind if I keep them?" Just then, Leo came out from the back, holding a fairly large circular device. It was almost the same size as his upper body. He placed it in front of the two students, making a loud sound as it hit the floor. "I'm afraid that all of these weapons are cursed," Leo said. "Their users died with too much resentment, and those emotions stayed in their weapons." Subsequently, Leo placed his hand on his very own weapon. "You didn't have to make up some lie if you didn't want to give it to me," Vorden cheekily replied. "Sometimes our very own eyesight blinds us," Leo explained. "Having no sight has allowed me to see more things than I have ever seen before. If only you could see the things I could see, perhaps you would begin to understand a little." As soon as Leo spoke those words, Vorden was interested. The sight he was referring to probably had something to do with his ability, Vorden thought. "Oh," Vorden replied, "if you're talking about your ability, is there a way you can show me? I can copy and use other people's abilities. All I need to do is touch their hand." Quinn was a little afraid about how Leo would react. He could tell that Vorden was pushing it a little too far, but surprisingly, Leo laughed at this. "If you wish to, then go ahead," Leo said as he held out his hand. At the same time, a strange smile appeared on his face. With that, the pressure Vorden felt before was back. Episode 214, A New World. When Vorden explained to Leo his abilities, Leo was running his lie detection ability to see if he was speaking the truth or not. It was for this reason that Leo wasn't as cautious. With experience, Leo knew it wasn't a good idea to have contact with someone's ability you didn't know. Certain abilities had conditions that needed to be set before using them. This was called a cost. Cost abilities were usually stronger than regular abilities, but there were only a few that the public could obtain. Two examples of cost abilities were Vorden's, where he needed to touch a user's bare skin before being able to use their power, and Jack's, who could only absorb their power through the user's mouth. Cost abilities were quite rare and were still being discovered today. Sometimes families passed down ancient scripts, which their ancestors knew nothing about, but practiced out of tradition, only to find out later that there was a cost involved in unlocking their ability. Many people assumed this happened to True Dream too. In a world without abilities, Jack would have never discovered his very own ability. Vorden looked at Leo's hand once again, and this time with slight hesitation. "Just do it," Rayton complained. "Do you have to be so careful about everything you do?" With Rayton speaking his mind like the little devil on his shoulder, he eventually took the plunge and shook Leo's hand. Vorden could feel an insurgence of new energy inside his body. The cells in his body were finally changing. It was the strongest force he had ever felt enter his body before. Even when touching the hand of Berg, a member of the Big Four and a level 8 user, he had never felt this type of energy before. Finally, the two of them let go. "Well?" Leo asked. "Do you see what I see?" Vorden activated the ability, and his whole vision went black. He could no longer see using his regular eyesight. Instead, the walls and floor appeared like wireframes that were constantly moving, as if the ground and the walls around were alive. When he looked at his hand, he could see the flow of yellow energy appearing off his own body. He turned his head and looked at Quinn, who was giving off a different color, a dark purple hue which burned brightly. Vorden now understood why Leo was able to tell that Quinn was different. It was the colors of energy. Finally, though, when he looked at Leo, the largest shock came to him. Leo's flame was yellow, just like Vorden's. However, there was a big difference between the two. The flow of energy burning was much more intense, and it seemed to be at least 4 times bigger than his own. But how? Vorden thought. It didn't make sense to Vorden. Using his ability, not only did he copy the ability, but also the number of mutant cells in their body. Even if Leo's ability was beyond that of level 8 of the military scale, Vorden should have still been able to copy it. But looking at his aura and looking at Leo's, there was a big difference, and he didn't know why. Then Vorden started to notice something else. The sword around his waist was also burning a bright red color, and the energy coming off from it was nearly just as strong as Leo himself. While Vorden was looking at Leo, he pointed towards the weapons on the wall. As he turned his head, he noticed that all the weapons hung up were burning with a bright red color too. "Is this normal for beast weapons?" Vorden asked. "It seems like you really can see what I can see. A regular beast weapon does not shine. As I said before, these are different," Leo explained. "And what about you?" Vorden asked. "Why are you—" Just before Vorden could ask his question, Leo immediately suppressed the yellow aura around his body and brought it down to the same level as Vorden. Seeing this action, Vorden knew Leo was telling him not to ask about it, and it was clear he had done it on purpose for some other reason. Leo then tapped the large metallic circular object. "This here is a portable teleportation device. It's an old one, but it still works. As you know, these are a one-time use thing. It will allow you to go to a destination, but not come back," Leo explained. "The location of this device is set to a planet called Lintarnia. It's a green portal planet that I once came from, so it should be safe." "There is one problem, though," said Leo. "As you can see, it's very big and heavy. There is no way to move this without being suspicious or being seen by anyone else. This is as much as I can help you." Quinn then walked up to the device and tried lifting the thing. It was indeed heavy, and would most likely take the two of them to carry it back to Logan's room. "We could bring Erin over to the portal," Vorden suggested, although it would be risky taking her out of Logan's room with all the people around. As Vorden made his suggestion, an idea suddenly popped into Quinn's head. He touched the shadow just underneath the large metallic object. "Dimensional space." The shadow underneath the object grew, and when it encased the whole thing, it eventually dropped down, as if the object was sucked into a black hole. "That solves the problem," Quinn said. With the dimensional space, as long as the object wasn't of living matter, he was able to take it with him and take it out whenever he liked, so it was perfect for this type of situation. "I wish you two good luck," Leo said. "It's best if we don't communicate with each other often other than our classes." As the two boys ran off, Leo looked at the back of the two of them. "The future ahead will be dark for you two, but it seems you will be strong enough to overcome it." Back at Logan's room, Layla had arrived before the two boys did. It didn't seem like Logan's room was inspected. Also, Peter hadn't gone on an outrage, which was the first piece of good news all day. Instead, Peter was carefully reading the files on the new students to identify who he was meant to take over. He needed to get his birth date and background details perfect, in case he was asked or if he ever needed to fill out forms for the school. While waiting, eventually the two boys finally arrive. "Looks like we did it," Quinn said. The circular portal was set up in Logan's room, while Layla sent a message with details about which planet Erin would be in for an agent of Pure to pick her up. Once Layla received a confirmation back, it was finally time for them to say their goodbyes. Logan tapped a few buttons on the side of the circular machine, and two claw-like objects opened up from the side. A few moments later, a green-colored round fuzz of energy was produced. The portal was activated. Before stepping into it, she looked back at everyone in the room. "I know you losers will still do well without me, become the best, and keep my top place warm for me when I return," she said with a smile. Looking at Erin's smile, their hearts started to melt a little. It was the first time they had ever seen Erin smile, and it was beautiful. She was already a beauty, but the smile was the icing on top of the cake. The one that seemed to be upset about the whole thing, though, was Layla. Tears wouldn't stop falling down her face, as she was truly losing a good friend. "Remember, if there is any problem and you need to contact us, use the watch," Logan shouted. With those last words said, Erin stepped into the portal, experiencing a whole new world. "Please don't let anything bad happen to her," Layla thought. Episode 215, Peaceful Plain. On the planet Biolotmare, a medium-sized shelter stood along a clear blue river. A Tier 4 shelter with a population of around 20,000 people. The shelter wasn't owned by the military or the Big Four, but instead was owned by a secret benefactor who would hire out travelers, or traveler factions, to guard the place. It was unusual for a shelter because usually they would publicly declare who they were protected by to avoid any confrontation with other groups, but not this one. The shelter was surrounded by hilltops and long green fields, and it seemed like the area was completely void of beasts. Standing by one of the portal entrances was a young man who was tapping his foot on the ground. As he was waiting, he watched the children and families happily play with each other on the street, while others were even swimming in the river. "So peaceful," the young man said. "They can live their lives out here all happy, but they're unaware of what is happening back on Earth and the other planets. Everyone should deserve something like this, not just you guys." A strange sound was heard by his side. When he turned his head, he could see the space next to him became distorted. Warping in and out, suddenly, a bright white circular portal appeared. A snow-white-skinned female with blonde hair dropped out of it. She braced herself gently as she landed on the floor, but for a few moments remained completely still. Little drops of water hit the floor, and finally, when they stopped, she lifted her head and wiped her face with the sleeve of her arm. The man walked up to the woman and looked her up and down before saying anything. She was wearing the school uniform as described to him by Agent 100. "An angel flies high in the sky," the young man said, "and has its wings torn down and falls to the ground," Aaron replied. Before leaving, Layla had informed her if someone was to approach her, they would speak a certain phrase. This was a code, so agents could tell who was who between each other. "Looks like you're the right one. Follow me." She followed the young man for a while as they walked through the shelter. While looking around, she noticed how calm and peaceful the place looked. It was different from other shelters, but it also reminded her of the shelter her family protected when she was younger, before the Dalki attacked. "If I remember right, the others borrowed this from Sergeant Leo. Maybe this is where he used to live?" she thought. The young man led her out of the shelter. Before stepping out, Erin turned and took one last look at the peaceful place. A thought crossed her mind that maybe she could run away and stay here. It might be a better option than going to Pure. But then, looking at the peaceful town, images appeared in her head of the houses on fire, the buildings destroyed. She suddenly remembered why she wanted to get stronger in the first place, for something like that to never happen in her presence, ever again. If Pure was helping her, for now she would comply. There was always the option of contacting Logan and the others in the future with the wristwatch. Looking at the boy, she noticed that he wore quite a decent-level beast gear. On his back was a single long sword. The hilt was black as a scale, but was as wide as his shoulders. Just by looking, she could tell the thing would be heavy, and a regular human wouldn't be able to wield such a large sword. He also wore metal-plated armor that seemed to mix in beast parts here and there, such as blue fins near the shoulder pads and scaled parts over the shin part of his legs. Finally, they had reached the top of the hill. From the top, they were still able to see the river flowing through the valley and the shelter just from the other side. "This should be far enough," the young man said, standing near the edge of the cliff top. The man started to walk around as if he was looking for something on the floor, until eventually a ping sound was heard. "Here it is." The man started to dig down at the spot with his bare hands. Although he was tearing pieces of the ground away, he made it look like he was just shifting piles of sand away. "Hey, pretty lady, are you just going to stand there, or are you going to help me?" the man asked. Aaron looked at the floor where the man was digging, and then looked at his hands, which were covered with dirt. At least he was wearing a pair of gloves, but the only thing she managed to bring with her was her sword that always stayed around her waist. Unwillingly, she took a step forward. Although she didn't want to get dirt on her hands, she thought it would be best if she made a good impression with the people she would be staying with for a couple of years. Just as she moved forward, a loud screeching sound could be heard in the air. At first, it looked like a small little black dot in the sky, but it got bigger, and eventually Aaron had a clear view of what it was. "Watch out!" she shouted. "It's a beast!" While seeing how peaceful the town was, she had forgotten about the fact that this still wasn't Earth.
Dangerous beasts lived on these planets. The young man turned and slowly drew out his large sword, as if what was happening was somehow annoying to him. Suddenly the beast stopped its descent and spread its wings wide open, hovering by the cliff top in front of the young man. The beast looked like a large butterfly, and was the same size as a regular human. Its wings had beautiful, rounded patterns. But as beautiful as its wings were, the same couldn't be said for its head. It had too many eyes to count, and razor-sharp teeth, with what looked like foam coming out of its mouth. "Will you please just let me go home?" the young man shouted, and at the same time the butterfly beast dashed forward. Aaron immediately went to cast an ice spike from below, hoping to hit the beast, but that's when she sadly realized that she no longer had her powers. It marched forward, and the young man lifted the sword just at the right time, pushed it down like a pin right on top of its head. Its wings had stopped in an instant, and the beast was dead. "Can you at least get the crystal?" the man asked. "It's located in the lower half of its body." While Aaron went to carve out the beast's crystal, the man continued to dig in the location. Just as she wiped the black blood of the beast away using the grass on the ground, she noticed it was slightly clear in color. "What is this?" she said in shock. The clearer the outer shell of the crystal surrounding the energy inside, it meant the higher the tier of crystal. Right now what Aaron held in her hands was a crystal with its first outer shell clear, which meant it was at least an intermediate tier beast, and the young man was able to kill it using no abilities and only beast weapons. Aaron was starting to see the pure organization in a slightly different light right now. Finally, the man had stopped digging and pulled out a large, circular metallic device. Straight away, Aaron knew what it was because it was similar to the one she had used to arrive on this planet. After pressing a few buttons on the side, the portal opened up. "Well, are you ready to meet your new home?" he asked. Before, she wasn't so keen, but after seeing the young man's actions, she now stepped forward willingly. Before they entered the portal, though, the man stopped her. "Take off the watch," he said. "This? If you're worried about the school tracking me, they won't be able to. Your member disabled it," Aaron tried to explain. The man then forcefully grabbed her wrist and snapped the watch off, before throwing it onto the ground. "You're about to head into the Pure's base. We can't and won't take any chances." After that, he pulled Aaron into the portal, and the two of them disappeared out of sight. Episode 216. Unusual Friendship. At Military Base 2, things were starting to calm down, not just for the soldiers on the base, but also for Quinn and his group. The video seemed to work quite well, and it looked like they had nearly called off the entire search. The base was now treating it as a secondary objective, rather than a full-on search. Because of this, each member felt like a huge weight was lifted off their shoulders. However, Layla felt like a new one was put on hers. There was only one problem left to solve right now, and that was Peter. The group had decided they would continue to hide Peter inside Logan's room. It wasn't the right time to reveal him. The tension was still a little high. While he stayed in Logan's room, it would also give him time to practice the details of the student he was pretending to be. Before leaving Logan's room, Quinn made a cut on his hand and fed some of his blood to Peter and commanded him not to attack Logan. He would need to do this every night until Peter was able to use the disguise. This meant right now it was night. The others had left, and the only ones in the room were both Logan and Peter. Despite their situation, Logan simply continued his normal routine in the night. He was at his workbench using strange tools as he messed around with his gadgets. This continued for a few hours. "Where did I put that cogwheel?" Logan asked himself as he surveyed around the room but couldn't find anything. As he swiveled around in his chair, he noticed that Peter was standing in the same spot and wasn't moving. "Do you not need to sleep?" Logan asked. Peter replied just by shaking his head. "Well, I don't sleep much either." He shrugged and then motioned to him. "Hey, do you mind passing me that cogwheel shape by your side?" Peter looked around for it and handed over the strange device that Logan had asked him for. Without saying anything else, Logan continued to work on his new invention. "Pass me the green glowing circular orb?" he asked. "The one on your left, that spinning spiky thing." Logan asked once more. "And that upside-down looking you?" Now that beast crystal to your right." He continued to ask for different tools, and Peter did as he asked. He handed them to him. "Finally finished," Logan said, and turned to Peter. "You were a great help. You didn't ask me any questions and didn't keep me distracted from my work, Peter. Now it's my turn to help you." Logan opened up the files which displayed information about the student named Pio Blank on the screen. While the file was open, Logan would ask a series of questions, to which Peter would answer. They continued this until Peter could remember every detail about Pio Blank by heart. The speed at which Peter memorized everything impressed Logan. It was like his memory was picture perfect. "Do you mind doing me another favor?" Logan asked with a small smile on his face. Peter hopped into the VR machine. Logan would communicate with him while he was connected. Right now, Logan wanted to see Peter's capabilities and strengths. Logan asked Peter to do a series of things, such as run as fast as he could, throw a punch as hard as he could, as well as dodge a bunch of incoming objects that were thrown at him inside the simulation. Eventually, with all the stats recorded, Logan had something else he wanted to try. "Peter, behind you a pair of weapons will appear. Use them however you wish against the NPC enemies." Suddenly, a pair of short blades appeared on the ground behind him, and at the same time, 8 different men all in a solid black color appeared. They didn't look like humans, but like blobs of ink instead. These were the NPCs that Logan had created to practice his fighting skills, and weren't part of the game he created. Using the 2 weapons and Peter's speed, he was able to deal with most of the enemies with ease, and Logan was impressed. Right now, both his strength and speed were nearly 4 times the level of an average human. Logan continued these sets of tests, and each time he would drop in a different weapon for Peter to use against the enemies. Right now, Logan had set the game to allow his body to react as it would do in real life, and what was more amazing than anything was the fact that Peter never seemed to get tired. He was able to fight just as well as he did from the start of the game to the end. Peter, while going through the entire process, was having fun. On the outside, he hadn't been able to test his strength. He was able to use it freely for the first time. Even if he was being used by Logan for his purposes, he didn't mind. The relationship between them was mostly give and take. Finally, the simulation had ended, and Peter exited the pod. After gathering all of Peter's stats, Logan concluded that Peter would make a great spy or assassin. He performed best with the short dual blades while using the weapons. He also never got tired and could run at great speeds. He also had a nearly perfect memory. And lastly, he also knew that they had the ability of transformation, being able to disguise himself as anyone he wanted. It was a shame that Peter was already on Quinn's team. If the case had been any different, then Logan would have loved to have invited him for his very own portal outing. While Logan was deep in thought, he heard a knock on the door, and to his utter surprise, it was Quinn and Fex. "What are you 2 doing back here so soon?" Logan asked. "What are you talking about?" Quinn replied. Logan quickly rushed to his computer to check the time. It was already the next day in the afternoon. Classes for the school day had already ended, and Fex, along with Quinn, had come to check up on Peter, as well as another reason. Without realizing it, Logan had been up the whole day with Peter. "What can I do for you?" Logan muttered as he rubbed his bloodshot red eyes. "You can sleep if you want," Quinn asked. "Yeah, you look nearly as dead as Peter," Fex added with a chuckle. "Well, I can decide that once you 2 let me know what you need. If you're here for Peter, I and him are doing great." "Actually," Quinn replied, "I was hoping we could use your VR capsule. I wanted you to add Fex's ability to the game for us." Now that everything had calmed down, Fex was finally able to keep well on his promise. He was planning to show Quinn how to fight the vampire way. Episode 217, Vampire Basics. The reason why the 2 boys decided to visit Logan right after their classes wasn't just to check up on Peter. A while ago, Fex had said that he would teach Quinn how to use the vampire style of martial arts that focused on using their hands and fists as weapons. At the time, Quinn didn't trust Fex too much, so he came up with the idea of allowing Logan to record Fex's ability and upload it to the game's private server. This way, Fex would not be able to control Quinn's body and make him attack his friends,
but he could use the ability inside the game to teach Quinn how to fight. At this point, the two of them had gotten a little closer, and Quinn felt that even if they were to do this outside of the game, Fex would bring no harm to his friends. There were multiple opportunities when Fex could have done this, but he always chose not to and had helped them out greatly. Of course, Quinn was still a little bit cautious, since he didn't even know Fex's reason for being at school. Another reason was that if they were to practice in the game, it would be away from the prying eyes. After hearing what Quinn wanted to do, Logan's eyes filled with a strange energy. "I suppose I still have some energy left in me," Logan said as he quickly hopped onto his computer. "Go on then, Quinn, you've done this before. Show him what to do." Just like Quinn had done before, Fex was placed into the fairly large glass tube. He was then told to use his ability in different ways, while the tube and computer would record how his ability worked. Watching from the outside, Quinn felt like it was strange how the tube and computer were able to accurately replicate the abilities in the game. The other thing that impressed him was the fact that Logan wasn't typing anything into his computer at all. He just had his hand pressed up against it. While this was happening, thousands of lines of code were being written. Quinn had seen Logan's ability a few times now, and had seen it use it in quite versatile ways, so he had concluded what it might be: the ability to communicate with machines, or more precisely, give life to machines. When Quinn was last in his room, he used the inspection skill on a couple of items that Quinn thought he should have been able to use, but when he picked them up, there was no reaction, nothing at all, and it seemed like the machine was broken. But without saying anything, Logan would touch the machine. It would light up and work once again. If his ability was to give life to the gadgets that he created, it was the perfect ability for Logan. With anyone else, it would be pretty useless, apart from bypassing doors and such. But for Logan, it allowed him to use his ability in so many different ways, just like he was doing with the games, and with the little spiders, they saw being used multiple times. "And we are done," Logan said as he opened his eyes and let go of the computer. "How will we play?" Quinn asked. "There's only one VR machine." "I thought of that beforehand," Logan said as he threw two very small, square-looking nanosticks in the air. Both Quinn and Fex caught them with ease by swiping their hands in the air. "Usually if you try putting anything into the VR capsules, it will just reject them for security reasons, but those have been blessed by me," Logan explained. "Just head to the back and pop them in. After that, when you log into the VR capsule, it will give you the option of which server to connect to. I've put both the shadow and string ability into the private server for you to use. Now get out of here and go play your little game." Before leaving the room, Quinn gave a few drops of blood to Peter and repeated the same command as before. Although Logan felt like there was no reason for the two of them to get into a fight, still, he didn't know if Peter's violent nature was being suppressed by Quinn's blood or not. As soon as the two boys left the room, Logan almost collapsed on his bed. He didn't sleep much, but every so often he would be burnt out. Peter looked at Logan in the room before looking at the VR capsule again. "Do you mind if I use the VR capsule?" Peter asked, but Logan was already asleep. "Whatever, it's just a game," Peter said as he climbed into the machine. "Logging in online. Please create your user ID." Quinn and Fex were now in the game's white lobby room. They had done as Logan instructed. And just like he said when they went to log into the game, it gave them the option to connect to the normal servers, or the private server Logan had created. Right now, they were in his private server. Fex was currently testing out his string ability, and he was amazed at how lifelike it felt. There were a few things that he wasn't able to do with the strings that he could do on the outside, but that was mainly when he tried combining some of his vampire skills with his abilities. After testing out his strings for a while, he was finally ready. "Okay, so the idea is, I will control your body using the strings. Now what you need to do is focus on the feeling of each movement. Every sequence of moves starts somewhere and ends somewhere. You need to put these things together like building blocks. Rather than me showing it to you, this is the best way I can teach you, because your body experiences it along with your muscles," Fex explained. "So are you ready?" Quinn was ready this time. Within the game, there was no chance for him to be hurt. He stood with his back facing towards Fex, and had his arms and legs spread out to make it easier for him. Just like he did with Aaron, Fex walked up to Quinn and inserted 12 different pieces of string into 12 different parts of his body. Unlike the real world, though, there was no pain involved. Fex did a few simple tests first, moving his body around. It felt unnatural to Quinn as he wanted to fight it, and he had the strength to resist it a little. Unlike Aaron, who was limited by her regular human strength, it was easy for Fex to force her to do what he wanted. "Calm down, will you?" Fex complained. "For this to work, you need to be in a sleep-like state. That way I can use your body how I like. You just need to pay attention with your mind." Quinn closed his eyes and tried relaxing his body. It took a while for him to allow his whole body to go limp, as he was afraid he would fall over if he did. But suddenly when he did, he felt a jolt in his legs. He didn't fall over, but instead, Fex had taken control of his legs. After getting past the weird feeling, the rest was now easy for Fex. He went ahead and did the same set of punches he did every day while he was training at school. Of course, there was a lot more to martial arts than just learning how to do the moves. It was important to know when to use them, what moves countered what, and so on. But at least it would allow Quinn to progress quicker. Quinn concentrated hard as Fex demonstrated the moves using his body. As his arms flew out from different angles, they were fast and stiff. At the same time, his body was always in a position where he could see an oncoming attack, while being able to block using his shoulder. After the set of punches was demonstrated to Quinn, Fex disconnected the strings and allowed him to practice them. Quinn was feeling fresh, so he didn't want to waste any time and started performing them. Quinn tried to combine the feelings of the punches, together with his muscle memory from being controlled by Fex, and it seemed to be working out well for him. Fex watched Quinn carefully as each move was performed nearly perfectly to how they were shown. "Looks like we have a fast learner," Fex said. Although the string method was able to help someone progress faster, it couldn't help them completely. In the end, it was down to the person. With Erin, she too had tried performing the moves nearly instantly, but not once was she successful. But here, it seemed like something had connected Quinn. "Quinn, am I just making my enemy stronger, or am I making a powerful friend in the future?" Fex thought. As Quinn didn't want to let go of this feeling, he continued to practice the punches Fex had taught him. He was slowly perfecting them. Then, all of a sudden, he heard a ding from the system. Episode 218, Zombie. Basic Vampire Martial Arts Unlocked Level 1. New tutorial videos available. The usual sound appeared, which indicated that Quinn was able to unlock something from the system. As he practiced the moves, he felt something strange happen. It was as if his body was still being guided by the strings, but it wasn't. The memory was so fresh in his head that his body was moving on its own, and after the last movement, the message had appeared. "Basic arts?" Quinn read. "Does this mean there are stronger vampire martial arts out there? Maybe Fex only taught me the basics on purpose, or maybe he only knows the basics." The second message was what interested Quinn more. The last time he had watched the tutorial videos, they helped him out greatly, teaching him the flash step and the hammer strike. The second tutorial video taught him how to combine moves. This time, the tutorial was unlocked when Quinn had learned the vampire martial arts, so perhaps there was a tutorial skill related to it. He quickly glanced over at Fex and chose not to watch the videos right now. Quinn was playing the complete beginner act when it came to vampire arts. If he was to demonstrate a skill that hadn't been taught, then it would only raise suspicion. "I think I got the basics down," Quinn said. "Is there anything else besides this?" Fex looked at Quinn again, still mesmerized by how quickly he had learned the fighting style. This was something he did day in and out as a child, and amongst others, and even then he was considered a genius. But if he was a genius, then what did that make Quinn, who had learned it in a few hours? Fex thought maybe Quinn already knew the arts and was lying for some reason, but thinking back to their first fight, it seemed impossible. He would have to be a first-class actor to fake punches that bad, and then do the same again while fighting against the teacher Leo. "Yes," Fex replied. "These are only the basics. I can perform at a level above what I showed you, obviously, but I honestly wouldn't be good enough to teach them to you. If you want to learn some more, you're better off getting a real teacher to show you." Part of what Fex had just said was a lie. It was true he most likely couldn't teach Quinn.
He tried that once before, and his explanations weren't the best. Still, whatever Fex could do with his own body, he could do using someone like a puppet. Even slightly better. There was a small fear inside Fex that if he kept teaching Quinn, he had to teach him the advanced vampire martial arts. Looking at Quinn's learning capability, he might defeat Fex easily, and Fex didn't know how to react to that. While the two of them were busy practicing inside the private server, they were unaware of what was happening elsewhere in the game. Zombie Pete winner. So, is it another hacker? This game has been going downhill these days. Someone watching the match had said, but that's his 50th win in a row. Surely the admins would have found out about him by now. I think he has a really good regenerative ability, no? I mean, it's in his name. Well, then how do you explain the extra strength or the crazy speed he has? Doesn't look like he's wearing any beast gear to me. A few people in the crowd were currently watching a particular student play the VR game. Each of them had lost the matches, but found the fights a little strange, so they opted to watch the next few games. But as they watched each game, the same strange thing continued to happen. New match has been found. A new game had started, and once again, the student they had their eye on was going up against a level 3 telekinesis user. The telekinesis user had several black balls attached around his chest, while his opponent had no weapons at all. Standing on the opposite side was Peter. He didn't look like his usual self, as he was slightly disguised by the avatar. Although he selected a pretty basic default design that had a randomly generated face with a few scraps of clothing. The fight had begun. Peter rushed forward. At the same time, the telekinesis user threw out the metallic balls using his ability to speed them up. Peter, however, was fast and was able to dodge most of the incoming attacks, and the few that he couldn't, he knocked away with his hand. However, the opponent was strong, and there were too many metallic balls floating in the air for Peter to dodge. When it came to fighting, Peter wasn't exactly the most skillful person. Eventually, one of the metallic balls came at great speed and managed to hit Peter in the center of his shin, smashing and breaking it in half, causing him to fall to the ground. The others could feel the pain just from watching Peter. Although the game only replicated a small amount of pain back to the user, they could imagine it must have hurt a lot. The telekinesis user calmly walked over to Peter, thinking it was all over. He had taken out one of his opponent's legs, and no movement would mean the end. However, the others watching from the stand knew it wasn't the end for Peter. They had all thought the same thing while fighting against Peter. Suddenly, after a few moments, Peter was able to stand up again, as if the attack had never hit his leg in the first place. He immediately ran towards his opponent. He was caught off guard, and in a panic, tried to fire all the metallic balls right at Peter. But his speed was impressive. Peter dodged the balls, and even though they were now chasing him, he was faster than the balls. Eventually, when he was close enough, Peter pounced on top of his opponent and widely swung his fists towards his head. There was no class and no style with Peter's attacks. It was like one of a wild animal. Winner, Zombie P. Each of the opponents Peter had gone against had witnessed his impressive regenerative abilities. It was that of a high-level ability user. Still, some people were suspicious, since Peter also seemed to have impressive strength and speed on top of his healing powers. As the game had ended just outside the VR pod, Logan was finally waking up from his nap. As he slowly opened his eyes and looked around the room, he noticed that Peter wasn't there. Upon closer inspection of the room, he noticed that the VR pod indicator light was on, showing that someone was currently using the game. "Peter!" Logan said as he rushed over to the computer and immediately logged in. It was as he thought. Peter had not logged into the private server to play, but instead had logged into the military servers. Quickly, Logan brought up a log of Peter's past games, hoping he hadn't done anything to stand out. After watching the highlights of Peter's last game, a slight smile appeared on his face. He, too, was currently witnessing the amazing regenerative abilities that he possessed. While joining the games, Peter hadn't selected any abilities, which meant the VR pod was able to record how Peter's body would react to such things in real life. Just like with Quinn. Because his body was able to perform the vampire abilities, the game allowed him to do it, rather than it being a part of his ability. Right now, the same thing had happened to Peter. These vampires are more interesting than I thought, Logan said. Still, there was now another problem on Logan's hands. He had already received a few emails from admins, asking to look into the user ID of Zombie P, making sure it wasn't a hacked player, since there had been a few complaints made online. I guess your fame online will be a short one, Peter. The world cannot learn of you just yet. With that, Logan forcefully disconnected Peter from the online world. However, it was a little too late, as some of Peter's amazing regenerative power videos had already been spread online. Meanwhile, in another military base, a certain group of boys had also managed to watch the videos that had been posted. Did you see? Sam asked. Yeah, looks like there will be a lot of interesting people at the intermilitary base event, Nate replied with a big smile. Episode 219, Hitting the Limit. Inside the training hall in one of the military bases, Nate and Sam were training. The second-year students had a lot more time compared to the other students. Hence, most of the time, second-year students would use their free time for practical training. They often went to other planets to support the base military in their endeavors. However, as of the moment, the second-year students were to remain at their bases for the time being, under the upcoming interbase military event. It was an event that required all of the 8 military bases to enter. It was a competition among the bases. The events varied from certain activities and games to straight-out fighting. The military bases would compete to see who had raised the best and strongest students. Moreover, the leaders and generals would often be rewarded greatly according to the acquired results. The event was important for the military bases and their leaders, since they would often get more funding and privileges based on the performance shown during their participation. Because of this, the second-year students, who were the main focus of the events, were practicing. This was for the reason that the second-year students often had more time to cultivate their abilities to higher levels. They were able to obtain more beast gear equipment and were more experienced overall. It was very rare for first years to compete in some of the minor events, as most of the slots for each activity would usually be taken up by a second-year student. Still, there were some cases when a first-year user might be suited for a particular activity. An example of this would be the Hack the Vault challenge. In this tournament, the team would have to make their way through numerous security devices and Sentinel, successfully making their way to the vault right at the end of the course. This didn't solely require strength, but rather a set of particular skills. The two of them were in the room. Sam was reading a level 6 ability book that was placed on the floor. Meanwhile, Nate observed his companion. Sam had his eyes closed for a while now, meditating. All the while, energy was flowing inside his body. He was trying the techniques that were written down in the book. The power began to rise from the pit of his stomach, but soon after, it became painful. All of a sudden, a burning sensation arose in his chest, promptly stopping him from what he was doing. "Don't push yourself, Sam. This might be your limit," Nate said. Sam looked at his friend's wristwatch, which was now displaying the number 7. Nate had grown so much stronger, and Sam was always behind him, so he wanted to catch up. Sam had done well in increasing his ability from level 4 to 5. He had saved up enough money to buy a level 6 wind ability book. Nevertheless, the problem that he had right now tortured many. Hence, he had reached his limit not long after. Just because one had a high-level ability book, it didn't entail their eligibility to earn it. Usually, humans have varying anatomy, mainly on the aspect that every one of their bodies produces different amounts of MC cells. The burning ache that Sam felt in his heart meant that he had reached his limit. Thus, pushing his body any further could be dangerous. Sam knew what this sensation meant, as it conveyed the state of his body. However, he still wanted to pursue the matter, even supposing that after several attempts, it seemed like his efforts were useless. He had abused the extent of strain that his body could bear, though it wasn't a complete loss, since he could still sell the book to others who would need it. However, optimistic Sam was regarding the issue. Nate could see that his friend was depressed. "Don't worry too much. There are plenty of people out there who are strong even without the use of abilities. Look at that Pure group, for example," Nate said with a cheery tone in his voice, trying to ease Sam's worries. "All we need to do is get you some good beast gear that suits your ability. Also, we can always work on your skills." Sam could tell that Nate was trying to cheer him up, so he didn't want to stay too depressed in front of him for too long. If there was one thing that could make him feel better, it was bringing his friend back down to his level. "So, about that new teacher, it seems like she's been picking on you during classes lately," Sam said, giggling away like a high school girl. Nate's face had gone bright red at this point, as he started to remember the small banter that he and Silver had. "That teacher is bonkers. She already made fun of my head, but she refuses to call me by my name and calls me Blockhead all the time. I even decided to shave the corners of my beautiful hair because of her. I also heard about how one of the other teachers confessed to her. The next day, he came into school with a black eye," Sam replied as he looked at his friend's new haircut. "I always wondered why you purposely matched up to your hair with your face's jawline." "I think this rounded look is a lot better for you," Sam replied. "You mean it?" Nate said as he enthusiastically grabbed Sam's hands. "I haven't seen her today, so maybe she will like this new haircut of mine as well." "You poor soul," Sam said while shaking his head. "You don't even realize you're already in too deep." "I wonder where she is," Nate said, looking around the room. Meanwhile, inside the school's IT room, Silver was currently standing above one of the school's staff members. The reflection from the screen displayed that his eyes had a slight red tint to them, meaning that he was under Silver's control. Right now she was searching for the school files regarding a student named Fex. So far there were no results. It was expected, especially since, if she was in Fex's shoes, she would have never used her real name in the human world. Still, she would try it even if there was a slim chance. After searching the military base's school files, she asked the man to check the other military bases one by one, and to her surprise, she did get a hint about his existence. "Oh, you stupid little boy," Silver said out loud. The file was found, and it seemed like Fex had used his real name. The reason why she was unable to find him so far was because he was located at Military Base 2. Although this was good news for her, it wasn't long until the interbase military event, and she would be able to make her move to bring Fex home. "Hopefully you haven't caused too much trouble yet."
Episode 220, Confronting Layla. It appeared like everyone was busy, dead set on doing their own thing. Because of this, Vorden found the situation a little boring. Before, he would often spend his spare time teaching Peter on how to use the Earth ability. If it wasn't something like that, then Vorden would be racking up his head, trying to figure out how to get out of a tough situation. It was as if he liked to keep his mind busy. If he was left on his own accord, there were only two people who he could talk to, although they seemed to be a bad influence on him. As of the moment, the uninteresting occurrences were transpiring. "Hey, do you think we can trust her?" Rayton shouted as he asked. "We knew something was up, and it looks like we were right, working for Pure. Who knows what she's already told them?" "They could be after Quinn," Syl said while continuing to rock back and forth. "Guys, will you all just calm down?" Vorden hollered, annoyed by his companion's complaints. "Syl, I know you're worried, but if Layla has done something, I think Pure would have done something by now. Yet no harm has come to him." With these words, Syl gradually slowed down the motion he had been doing. This was a sign that Syl was starting to calm down a little. Now, Vorden needed to deal with another person. The more riled up Rayton got, it would affect Syl to a similar level. Vorden's aim was always to keep Syl as calm as possible at any point in time. Syl can remove anyone from the chair if he wished to. Vorden always feared this. Although he wanted the best for Syl, if Syl ever did remain on the chair, what did that mean for both him and Rayton? "What about the next portal outing?" Rayton queried. "What if she plans to make her next move then? We need to find her real goal. Actually, scratch that. No risks. Just off with her we go." "Fine," Vorden replied, giving in to the idea. He knew firsthand that if he didn't do something, Rayton would continue down this path, and eventually he would get Syl worried. "Then I will go talk to Layla." A few moments passed. Vorden could be seen walking around the school aimlessly, searching for all the popular spots where the other students usually hang out at. Regrettably for him, he did not find any trace of Layla in the area. Who does Layla even hang around with? Vorden contemplated on the matter. As he reminisced, he thought of the two students who were the only people that he had seen Layla talk to. They were Quinn and Aaron.
Presently, with Aaron gone and Quinn consistently spending his time in the VR pod, it meant that Layla would most likely be in her room. Thus, Vorden went to the dorms to visit Layla. After a few minutes, he landed at his destination. Upon knocking on the door, a female student answered it. That was the first time Vorden had ever seen her. The most prominent feature of the lady was her short black hair, with a fringe that cascaded her face, nearly covering the entirety of her right eye. Her name was Sia, and she was the third person who occupied Aaron and Layla's room. "What do you want, Blondie?" Sia said with an irked tone in her voice, seemingly bothered by Vorden's appearance. "Is Layla there?" Vorden asked. "Are you her boyfriend?" Sia said as she scanned Vorden's body from head to toe. "I'm guessing you two had an argument or something, judging how she's been since yesterday. Or maybe it was the fact that she found out her best friends were terrorists, but she's not here." This was the explanation the school had given, that 8 students had been found with connections to the group known as Pure and were taken to the dungeon as a form of punishment. "She's not a terrorist," Vorden mumbled. He didn't know why, yet hearing Aaron's name trashed like that by a stranger who didn't know the truth of the whole situation really annoyed him. "Whatever, man. Look, if you want to find Layla, she's usually by the back of the building, sitting on the bench just underneath the large tree. She and Aaron often went there together." With that piece of information, Vorden left without saying another word. He was mostly polite. However, something about Sia just rubbed him the wrong way. "Oh, pretty boy," Sia shouted. "If you and Layla aren't an item, then feel free to pop a visit in my room any time," she said, winking at him as she closed the door. "Now that's my type," Rayton said. "Shut up," Vorden replied, as he went off to the location that Sia had informed him about. The sun had set, and the darkness encompassed the sky. Although it still wasn't very late, usually the sun would set after 7 in the evening. While walking to the location, Vorden felt that it would be strange to be seen anywhere in the area. It might be fine in the middle of the day, but at night was bizarre. As he turned the corner, he indeed saw someone sitting alone on a bench right underneath a tree. Vorden moved in closer. Eventually he reached the spot in front of her. It wasn't until the last moment that Layla lifted her head. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her face was a little swollen. There were signs indicating that she had been crying for most of the night. "Vorden, what do you want?" Layla asked in a rude tone. She had just lost her best friend, and the last person she wanted to see was standing right before her eyes. "I think we need to talk about whether or not I can trust you," Vorden asked. "This again?" Layla moaned. "Here, why should I care if you even trust me or not? Let's put it straight, Vorden. I and you are not friends, and we probably never will be, especially since you keep acting like this all the time." "Look, Layla, I need to know. I thought it was fine, but now that I know you're a part of Pure—" "So what?" Layla interrupted Vorden. "I was in Pure this whole time before everything started. The only difference now is that you guys know about it. That hasn't changed who I am, and let me ask you, aren't you going around accusing me all the time? But what about you? Why do you care so much about Quinn?" At this point, Layla had stood up from the bench and was starting to inch closer to Vorden. Accordingly, he continued to step back every time she took a step forward. It wasn't because he was scared of her, but because of the voices in his head. "If she takes one more step closer to us, Vorden, and you don't do anything about it, I swear," Rayton said, his tone a tad threatening. "Shut up!" Vorden shouted as he grabbed his head. "Layla, I need to trust you. If I can't trust you, then I'm afraid of what will happen to you." When Vorden spoke of these words, he wasn't saying them in his usual tone of voice. Layla picked up on this, since he had said it with such sincerity, and that frightened her a little. She knew something was up with Vorden, but wasn't sure what. Perhaps it was a drawback of his powerful ability, she thought. But what was happening to Vorden, and why was he so attached to Quinn? "Then tell me, Vorden, what can I do to prove I'm on your side?" she asked. Fortunately, Vorden had prepared an answer to this question. Hence, as he walked over to her, it was the only thing he could think of. "Let Quinn turn you into a vampire. That way, I know that you're on his side." Episode 221. Peter into Pio. Layla's anger bubbled at such a question. She wanted to shout and ask the same question. Why couldn't he do it as well? He could get turned too.
and yet despite wanting to ask such a question about why he couldn't do the same, she already knew the answer. It was the loss of Vorden's ability. He was already strong on his own and proved himself to be a good asset to the team. His skills were versatile, which was a great help to them on several occasions. While for her, it didn't mean much. Her powers were quite weak, only being a level 2. She had even bought a level 3 ability book before, hoping to improve her powers, but there was no such luck. She was one of the unfortunate souls who, even with money, wasn't able to increase the strength of her ability. She was stuck at level 2. This was her bottleneck. "I want to go to Vorden, but it's too risky right now," she replied. At first, when Layla had met Quinn, she wanted him to turn her. It was her escape from her time at the Pure base. Day in and out, they would constantly show videos and have classes and training related to their goal. Then, when she could finally relax, she took her time reading fantasy stories of the old. Often in the books, it would talk of a vampire sweeping a girl away from all her problems and taking them to a new world, away from everything. After meeting Quinn, this was what had attracted her, but at the same time, she couldn't forget about the reality of why she was at the base in the first place. Her mind kept straying away and reminded her that she needed to stick to the cause. So she had planned to inform Pure of her findings, a way to make their members stronger without using abilities. However, as she grew closer to Quinn, she was afraid of what would happen to him if she revealed Pure about his identity. There was always the chance that Pure wouldn't agree to it. Sometimes the organization's actions even confused her with how they worked and what they deemed okay. In a way, beast weapons they used were just like abilities, with those more powerful than others. Did Pure distribute them equally to their followers? Yet they deemed this okay. But when she saw what happened with Peter, second thoughts were running through her head. If Layla were to do those things, then she didn't know how she would face her family. She wasn't very close to them, but her mother was all she knew, and all she had right now. "If I go off the radar, stop reporting to Pure, and choose to be by Quinn's side, they could run an investigation. They might think at first that what happened to me was the same as everyone else, but they would quickly find out I'm still fine. They would then look into me, send higher-ups, and then Quinn would be in even more trouble," Layla explained. "When the time is right, I promise I will be by Quinn's side." Although she had said this, she still wasn't sure herself. When it came between choosing Pure over Quinn right now, she would still choose Pure, where her family was, and now Aaron as well. After hearing her explanation, it seemed Layla had made a lot of sense. She could be lying about the whole thing, but Vorden didn't know how Pure worked. Right now, everything was fine, so he wouldn't want to stir the pot anymore. "It's not just about Pure," Vorden replied. "You're too weak to help, and it seems like you will cause more problems for us in the future than help. At least you might be of some use to us if you're turned." These last words Vorden spoke were the biggest hit to Layla. She knew this. Her whole life she felt like this, even within the Pure organization. She wasn't any help to her mother, she wasn't any help to her friends, and she couldn't even help much when her friend needed her. "Vorden, can I ask?" she shouted and focused her thoughts elsewhere. "How did you know I was here?" This area she was in right now was a place where she and Aaron would often hang out. Nobody came around that place oftenly, so she was surprised when Vorden found her. "Your roommate told me," Vorden shouted back as he walked away. "Roommate, Sia? How would she know? I'm surprised she paid attention to me and Aaron. She was always off doing her own thing. Maybe that is sweeter than she looks." The next day had arrived, and it had now been a couple of days since the whole event with True Dream was over and done with. The school no longer searched for the missing students. After doing a sweep of the school, it looked like none of the students had seen Peter or Aaron. In the end, they deemed that the video that had been sent must have been true, and they were too late. Things were starting to get back to normal. With this, Logan had made preparations for today. It was the day the student named P.O. Blank would return. With the help of Leo, they were able to gain access to the portal room once again. The security surrounding the place wasn't on high alert now, and being a sergeant, Leo had privileges to use the room as he wished. Sometimes the sergeants would visit other planets to brush up their skills in hunting beasts on the portals, or maybe even visit a few family and friends.
Leo was able to sneak Peter into the room, and with him, several of Logan's mechanical little spiders. After that, Leo left the room, and it was all down to Peter. "You ready?" Logan asked. Everything had been prepared beforehand. The wristwatch had been altered to indicate the pulse of a living person, along with the level 4 ability, and Logan had also made a few adjustments in the other rooms that he still hadn't informed the others about. With Logan's ability and the use of his spiders, he didn't personally have to be anywhere to make adjustments. Logan was able to freely control the metallic spiders however he wished. Using his computer, he was also able to monitor and hear everything that was going on in those rooms. If the spiders were ever spotted, they had a certain pattern on them that made them just look like any other spider. From time to time, people would attempt to splatter them, but Logan would try his best to scurry them away before that happened. At the moment, even Peter's clothing had looked roughed up to indicate he was either traveling through the desert or even going from shelter to shelter at the time until he had found his way back. With everything set and done, Logan pressed a key on his keyboard. At the same time, in a different location, in the school's security office, a signal was detected. "There has been a signal activated from one of the portals," a man said. "Send word to anyone nearby immediately." It didn't take long for the 2 guards by the door to enter the portal room and find Pio. Haley soon came along with Faye to check who had made the signal. The main reason why the generals were called was just in case it was a beast that had managed to enter through the portals. "That's one of the missing students!" Faye shouted as soon as she saw Peter. She had recognized him since she had dealt with their case files. She had looked at the 5 students who had supposedly died that day over and over again. "Quick! Haley takes him to the medical facility. We need to give him a full health checkup. This is the first bit of good news we have had in quite a while." Right inside Logan's room, Quinn and the entire group were standing with a smile, which soon turned into one of horror as they heard those words. Episode 222, Unlocking the Code. "Hey, when have I ever messed up?" Logan complained. "It's pretty obvious that as soon as they find a student who has been missing for a while and comes back in tattered clothes from a planet that had suffered a Dalki attack, the first thing they would do is take him to the medical facility." It was something the others hadn't thought about. They had all been too busy and focused on their problems. They didn't think this through. All they could do right now was believe in Logan's words and trust him to have a good escape plan. As they took Peter to the medical facility, Haley went ahead and ran a general check on Peter's condition. There wasn't much she needed to do, as technology had come quite a way, and she noticed he didn't have any physical wounds on his body. This meant there was no need for her to personally use her ability to heal anything externally. She hooked Peter up to a large, tube-like machine, while also placing several little of what appeared to be white stickers all over his body. The machine would show his internals and display his insides, as well as see if there was something wrong with any of his organs, including his heart. It further looked into the details of his blood pressure and all sorts of vitals. And everything could be done with the single use of the machine. This was where Logan's ability had come to its advantage. Logan was able to fake a sickness and enter the medical facility beforehand. During this time, he had touched every machine available there. While doing so, he had taken control of the machines, making them feel alive. He could now give them commands, and they would follow them whenever he wanted to. The others sat there nervously, as Haley would continue to jot down information on her little tablet now and then. She would look at the screen and then go back to her tablet. "It looks like you're in perfect condition," Haley said as Peter lifted him outside of the machine. "Now I just need to ask you a few questions." Once again the others got a little worried, but as she asked him questions, Peter had answered everything perfectly. Hearing this, Logan nodded his head proudly, but the others weren't too sure. The problem was, Peter had answered them all too perfectly, answering almost immediately and in a robot-like voice. Haley continued with her questions, while a soldier stood by her side, noting down everything. She had even asked about what had happened to him before this point. Logan had come up with a backstory that was plausible according to the situation. It detailed how the Dalki had attacked their group and he had run away, luckily escaping the fiasco. The only problem was that all his equipment had been left behind, and he had no clue where he was. He traveled through the desert for many days, managing to feed himself using the survival skills the school had taught him, eventually reaching a shelter. The problem was, it was the wrong shelter. The shelter only had teleporters that linked to other planets, and none back to Earth or the military base, but he found out the shelter he had come from wasn't too far. He stayed until he regained his strength and purchased a map, leading him to the original shelter, and eventually returned to the military base. Once the questioning was over, Haley left Peter to be with the soldier, guarding him as he rested, while she went off to report to Nathan. "So, how is the boy?" Nathan asked. "Thankfully, he seems to be in perfect condition health-wise, but—" Haley hesitated. "But what?" Nathan replied. "It seems like his mind isn't all there. Sometimes his response was quite rigid, and there seemed to be a lack of emotion. Pio didn't have any of these signs before. Although this could be due to the trauma of being attacked by the Dalki. Perhaps he will come around in the future." "That's great news," Nathan said. "As long as the student is fine, it'll be okay. We can inform his parents about the good news for now. They don't need to know about the rest until later. There is no use worrying them over nothing, if he is to return to normal soon. Have him rejoin classes tomorrow." "But sir," Haley complained, "don't you think it's too soon to send him out again? He just came back." "You might be right about that. Inform the student and let him decide. If he wishes to go, then let him." "As you wish, sir," Haley said before returning. As Haley left the room, Nathan went to pick up the files on his desk. As he read through them one by one, he felt like pulling his hair out. His thought process often clashed with the military's current way. But this time, he thought it was too much. "An orange portal outing? What are they thinking?" Nathan said. It seemed like Peter's disguise had worked, and they had bought Logan's plan. Quinn didn't quite know how he did it, but he knew it was something only he could do. With the tension now gone, it did seem like their group finally had no more problems to deal with. There was still the matter with Duke, but now with Peter gone, there was no direction. They would just have to wait for him to make his next move against Vorden and slip up somewhere. It was late that night, and the others had left the room to go to sleep. Just before they left the room, Fex had spotted something on Logan's workbench. It was a square-shaped portable teleporter. While the others were busy saying their goodbyes while friendly chatting with each other, Fex decided to move closer to have a look. The workbench wasn't your usual type of workbench. There were several tools designed there just for Logan's use. There were even several computer screens just above the workbench. Right now, it looked like he had the square teleport device hooked up via some cables leading upward to the computer screen. On the screen above was a random list of numbers, spanning long rows and rows of different sequences of numbers. The machine was going through different sequences at an alarming rate, and each time, the number would blink red and go on to the next sequence. "He can't be trying to crack the thing, can he? I thought these things were meant to be unbreakable." But Fex wasn't so naive. Perhaps the vampires thought the devices were pretty secure, but after witnessing what Logan was able to do time and time again, he thought maybe there was a chance Logan would be able to crack the code. "This is bad," Fex thought. The square portable teleporters were different from the round ones the Earthlings used. They were a lot more advanced. The circular teleporters were set to go one destination only, while the square ones worked more like a teleport station. An access code needed to be put in, and depending on which access code was used, it would teleport you to the correct station. This was how Fex was able to arrive on Earth, through a similar type of teleporter. The problem was that there were two types of square teleporters, with each slightly different in design. On the top where the code was to be entered, it could either be green or red. Green meant it can be used to travel to any teleport station. This included the ones on other planets, not just Earth. The one inside Logan's room had a red panel on top. Similar to the circle portals, they had one destination and one destination only. It was back to the place where Fex had come from. He had realized this before, but thought nothing much of it, because without the access code, Logan would never be able to use the teleporter. But looking at the screen, Fex didn't know when, but soon, he would have access to the teleporter. Episode 223, A New Team. As everyone headed back to their rooms, Fex managed to pull Quinn to the side just before they were about to part ways. After all, Fex and Quinn's rooms were on the opposite ends of the hall. "Just a little warning to you, Quinn.
The device that Logan has been tinkering around with on his workbench, it's a portal leading back home. Before he discovers the access code and its destination, you need to do everything you can to stop him. Otherwise, the two of us will be discovered, and we will be in big trouble." Fex left after warning Quinn before he could even ask any questions. "What was that all about?" Quinn murmured. He then decided to carefully think about what Fex had said. The device on his workbench was the teleportation device that had been created by Richard Eno. Quinn knew of this fact only thanks to the system's inspection skill, and then later had informed Logan. By home, there could only be one place Fex was talking about. It was where the vampires came from. Still unsure whether or not that was somewhere on Earth or another planet, but most likely from the hints given out so far, it seemed like somewhere along the way. Between when the system's creator was a vampire and the vampires now, they had moved from the Earth and relocated to another planet, or at least a place hidden from the human eye. He understood that he needed to stop Logan before he figured it out. The only thing Quinn didn't understand was why Fex seemed so concerned. If Logan was to travel through the portal, why would he get in trouble? Quinn then thought of his first meeting with Fex. He mentioned something along the lines that he wasn't meant to be here. Is that the reason why Fex hadn't acted against Quinn? If he was to be found out then, he would be in trouble as well. And based on what he said just now, he had confirmed it. If this was all true, then Quinn didn't need to worry about Fex. "If what you are thinking is along those lines, then I'm afraid the situation is worse," the system said. "Based on the boy's young age and at the same time, his great skill, it would be wise to assume he holds a high position in one of the vampire families. If he is not here on orders, then they will send others on his trail to retrieve him. We need to be careful." All of this meant one thing. It was another reminder for Quinn to get stronger quickly. The next day, the first-year students were called into the assembly hall for a meeting once again. It was a little bit of a surprise, but they assumed it either had something to do with the next portal outing that was to be held this weekend, or the intermilitary base event in a couple of weeks. As Vorden lined up next to Quinn, the two of them looked around the room and eventually spotted Peter. Peter had been asked whether he wanted a break before joining the school again. They even asked him if he wanted to take part in the next outing. They had expected him to say no, but to their surprise, Peter had insisted to be taken on board, claiming that he wanted to gain more experience as soon as possible to prevent such a thing from happening to him again. The real reason, though, was because Quinn had asked him to. It was important for Quinn to keep Peter as close as possible to him. While Vorden was looking around the room, his eyes had managed to catch the female student, Sia. She was standing right by Layla, which was expected since the two of them were roommates. Vorden thought about the girl's strange words, and just then their eyes met. Sia noticed this and blew over a kiss towards Vorden. Seeing this, Vorden quickly turned away. "What is wrong with that girl? No class at all. Nothing like Aaron," Vorden quietly complained. "You prefer that lame ice girl to her? What is wrong with you?" Rayton said. Nathan walked onto the stage. It was the first time many of the first-year students had seen him. Usually, a general would hardly ever talk to the students, unless it was something important. This made the students fidget and slightly worry. "Okay, I'm not one for speeches, so let's get to the point," Nathan said. "The portal outing on the weekend. I'm here to tell you all that it won't be like usual. This year the military has decided to expand their operation and get more aggressive in planetary explorations," Nathan explained. "So, what does that mean for you guys? Well, instead of the normal green portal, you guys get to jump ahead and explore an orange portal instead." Hearing the news, the students suddenly broke into gossip. "An orange portal this soon? I thought they only did that with the second years. What if we run into high-level beasts? Why would they do this to us, especially after the Dalki attack?" "Silence!" Nathan shouted as he slammed his fist down onto the podium. Nathan rarely got angry, but he knew he had to calm down the crowd before it got out of control. The other factor was that he didn't think this was the right decision. It was too early for them, and they could seriously hurt themselves, but his boss Paul had ordered it, and he had to follow. "Don't worry, there will be 2 sergeants sent out with you on this journey. Leo, head of the beast weapon class, and Faye are 2 of our strongest generals, so even if you do run into high-level beasts, they will help you. I will now let Faye explain how the portal outing will work for all of you." Faye then took over and walked to the podium. By the time she had arrived, Nathan had already left the hall. He had already done everything he needed to do. An orange portal outing is different from the green portal outing you did before. The green outing is focused on competition between each group, but the orange outings focus on working together. Each class will travel together in groups of 50. The main goal is exploration. Portal planets have yet to be fully explored. Each class will head in a different direction, but we shall remain close to each other. You will remain in your teams of 5 while traveling in the larger group of 50. Each team will be given a certain device that would be used to survey the land and map out the terrain. The data recorded will be used to automatically create a world map and other maps for future use on the planet. More details will be explained once the devices have been given to you. It will also go into depth about how points will be distributed per team. For those of you who lost members on the last trip and a few new faces, please fill in those groups lacking members. If all teams are filled, please come to me. I will randomly assign you to a group. Please do this now, Faye commanded. The hall of students quickly shifted around, with everyone getting into the same groups they were in before. Quinn, Vorden, and Layla remained in one group. Technically, Peter and Aaron had left their group, so there were 2 spaces left vacant. Peter, now known as Pio, had decided to come over to join Quinn's group. This had been the plan all along. "So what do we do about the 5th person?" Vorden inquired. As Quinn looked around the room, he noticed once again that Fex was all on his own. During his time at school, he hadn't spent time with anyone else other than Quinn and the others, and due to the low level indicated on his watch, the other teams that were taking in people avoided eye contact with him. Seeing this, Quinn shouted, "Fex, come join us over here." Episode 224, an addition. Others thought Quinn's move wasn't right this time. They were sure that Fex was hiding something, but at the same time they weren't surprised. Recently, Quinn and Fex had been hanging out with each other more often, so an occurrence as such was expected. "Perhaps this is an instance of keeping your friends close, but your enemies closer," Vorden said as quietly as possible. Right now, he was standing next to Layla. Thus he had said those words loud enough just for her to hear, even slightly leaning his body towards her ear. As Layla looked up, she could see Vorden staring down at her. After meeting his gaze, she knew that the comment was being directed at her. There was the urge inside her to retaliate and say something back, but after their last conversation, she just felt defeated. All of a sudden, Fex came rushing over towards the others. The group didn't know what to say. They hadn't attempted to make a conversation with him because they were afraid they might say something that would give Quinn away. After all, they were aware of the awkward situation he was in, so they would just allow Quinn to deal with it. "I guess you guys realized how lame your group is," Fex said, his tone indicating that he was proud of himself. "So you immediately needed me to boost it up a level. Well, if you insist." Upon hearing that, an awkward smile made its way to Quinn's face. He merely wanted to be close to Fex, hoping he would eventually learn more about the vampire world. After what happened on the last portal outing, he became incredibly worried. Although Quinn had gotten stronger, he still wasn't strong enough to deal with the weakest of the Dalki. Also, he couldn't imagine how powerful the vampires, who were coming after Fex, would be. Accordingly, one thing was simple. He needed to get strong faster. There were only 2 days left before the next portal outing. As he thought about ways to boost his strength, there were a few things that came to his mind. One, he still hadn't studied the new tutorial videos that had been unlocked after learning the vampire martial arts. Adding more variety to his attack skills would always come in handy. Another way for Quinn to get stronger was to obtain more skill points. There were several shadow skills he had yet to unlock. However, to get stat points, he needed to level up his current shadow abilities. And the final way to get stronger was to increase his stats. He could level up, but the amount of EXP required for the next level up would increase significantly. By just playing the game, he wouldn't be able to get a measly dent in it. He could go around challenging random people. Nevertheless, while the others thought he was a level 1 and with the school on alert, that wouldn't be on the list of his best ideas. Still, there was another way that he could utilize to increase his stats and strength. It was unique to him, and that was by obtaining the blood of as many different people as possible. When Quinn saw how useful Fex's charm ability was, he felt like there might be a way for him to quickly do this. However, when he had tried this method on a few students as he passed the halls, it was unsuccessful for the most part. To the few that they were successful on, Quinn could only remove their memory, yet was unable to command them to move. This meant that it wasn't much use unless he could find a student that would fit the criteria of the skill. If he wanted to go through with this plan, he would need more stat points in his charm skill, which just led him back to the original problem. Are there any other ways to get blood? As Quinn thought about this, the image of the city hospital suddenly popped into his head again. Still, he would have a problem with the cameras. For now, he would just have to focus on upgrading his shadow abilities, along with learning the tutorial videos. While everyone was huddled up in their groups, there seemed to be 3 stray students that had walked up to the front of the assembly hall, going straight to stand by Faye's side. As she looked into the crowd of people, she started to look at each of the groups. Every single one of them was already filled with 5 people. "You over there," Faye said, pointing to one student and then to the next from another group. "You there, and you." She surveyed the room one more time, and her eye had managed to capture Vorden, who was just at the back. Faye had seen his face on documents more times than she would have liked, so she decided to let his group with the remaining student. "And you can head to those at the back," she said. The others were too preoccupied with their conversations, busy talking about what they might expect to find in an orange portal planet. Vorden was the one with the most knowledge in the group, and he was saying how it varied from place to place. The orange portal was amidst 2 stages. Once the whole planet had been explored, they would use the information that they had gathered to update its status to green or red. Although it was usually a task that would take a few months to accomplish, it was unlikely they would be able to get much done. Just then a voice echoed loudly within the hall. "Hello?" Sia said as she entered the circle. She then turned her head towards Vorden and started to wave her hand in front of the young man's face. "You!" Vorden replied, shocked that he saw Sia. "What are you doing here? Look, I'm not interested." "Well, that's a shame, but it looks like you're stuck with me," Sia replied. She then glanced at Layla and gave her a wave too. Meanwhile, Quinn became curious about what was happening, so he decided to inquire, "What do you mean?" "Sergeant Faye has asked me to join your team. You see, the team I was in before, well, it turns out that 3 of them were part of Pure, so the 2 of us had no other groups to go to. That is the reason why Faye told me to go with you guys," Sia explained. This was unexpected and a little bit annoying, Quinn thought, as he prevented his emotion from showing. Right now, everyone in their team knew of each other's abilities. However, Sia knew nothing. She didn't know that Layla was part of Pure, Quinn and Fex were vampires, and Peter's identity. If she was to join the team, it would only slow them down. Sia then looked at each of the members. "So I'm already acquainted with the haughty and puppy eyes over there," she said, referring to both Vorden and Layla. "But what about the rest of you?" She gave them an intense stare, and it seemed like they were a very strange bunch for the young lady. Then she pointed at each one of them as she continued to provide them with nicknames. "Average Joe over there," pointing to Quinn. "Dead Eyes," pointing to Peter. And when she got to Fex, she paused slightly. As of the moment, he had turned on his charm and was trying to draw her in as much as possible. First impressions were always important to him, and he wanted to make a good one. "Go on, then," Fex said. "Compliment me on my good looks." "Arrogant young master type," she said. This surprised Fex greatly. Although his charm might not have completely persuaded her, it should have had some effect, though it seemed there was none. Sia looked defeated and appeared like she didn't want to be in the group at all, not realizing that they felt the same way, especially after her words. "Well, we better get to introducing everyone then. If we have to work as a team, I guess the first thing we need to know is about everyone's abilities, right?" Sia asked. Episode 225, Support Abilities. When the question asking about their abilities arose, everyone in the circle was a bit hesitant to answer. After all, it was an awkward question due to it being quite personal. It was as if you were revealing your weakness to another person. However, at the same time, it should be a given to know your teammates' abilities. Although the main problem was that the school still didn't know about Quinn's ability. As for Peter, they assumed that he still had his duplication ability, the one that he most recently copied from someone else. "I don't have an ability," Quinn quickly answered, all the while he lifted up his wristwatch to show Sia that he was a level 1. After seeing this, she quickly ignored him and moved on to the next person. Quinn was fine with this, since this expedition would be quite different. The whole class would be traveling together for the Orange Portal expedition. Thus, he would have to hide his abilities from the rest of the class. Hiding them from one more person wouldn't hurt. "I already know Layla's, and most people learned about that pretty boy after the event with the second years in the assembly hall. That means I just need to know yours," Sia said as she looked at Peter. Peter then gave Sia a rather uncordial glance, since he wasn't in a great mood. What annoyed him wasn't Sia's attitude towards him, but her disregard for Quinn, his master. "I can show you firsthand if you want," Peter said, raising his fist. "Peter!" Quinn snapped. So Peter immediately put his fist down and went back to his master's side. "What the hell was that all about?" Sia asked in bewilderment. She knew her teasing could piss off some people at times. Hence, because of this, she was usually quite cold at gauging people's snapping points and when to stop. Still, Peter's outburst seemed a little abrupt to her. "Don't you think you should tell us your ability first before asking for ours?" Vorden questioned. "Well, my ability will be a little hard to explain, so why don't I just show you?" Sia looked at all the people in the group. At first, she would have tried using her ability against Peter. However, judging by how he acted, she didn't want to do that now. Out of all the people in the group, there seemed to be one target that stood out as the weakest. As Sia lifted her hand, smoke gradually appeared on top of her palms. The smoke was colored in the shade of blue that the skies had. It started to form a certain shape. Its body was similarly hued to the smoke. After a brief window, a pointed blade emerged on one end of the fully formed thin rod. The final product was a short spear, spanning half of Sia's height, made of animate smoke. Without warning, she looked towards her target and threw the spear. It flew through the air and managed to hit Quinn dead in the chest. The spear had permeated his body, a part of it protruding on his back. The others couldn't believe that Quinn had just been attacked right in front of their eyes. "Quinn!" Layla shouted. "Are you okay?" When the spear had made contact with Quinn, he felt no pain. Although he could feel the object piercing him, it didn't seem to have inflicted any physical damage. No bruises, scratches, or holes where blood could trickle. Still, there was definitely an effect. Part of his energy felt like it was being absorbed by the weapon. It was a similar feeling to when he was out in the sun, only a lot weaker. Finally, the notification sound was heard. "Ding! You have been affected by Spirit Spear. All stats have been reduced by 10%. The sensation that Quinn had was confirmed by the system message. Peter was outraged. He had a strong urge to lash out at Sia, but suddenly he could feel an intense amount of pressure burning the side of his body. It was Quinn. "What did you do to me?" Quinn said, his anger evident in his voice that became a bit deeper. The others had never seen Quinn like this before, so they were stunned. Meanwhile, filled with rage, Quinn started to walk toward Sia. Right now, Quinn was unsure what Sia's skill was. All he knew was it had reduced his stats by 10%. If this was a permanent effect, then he would have lost a lot of hard work. "Is this guy really a level 1? Sia thought, as she looked into the anger that was swimming in Quinn's eyes. She wasn't sure if she imagined it or not, but she thought she could see the color of his eyes slowly starting to turn red. "Hey, Quinn, relax," Vex said, as he jumped in between the two of them, before Quinn could even act. He then leaned forward and whispered to Quinn, making sure his body and head were blocking Sia from seeing him. "Quinn, your eyes, they're red. You need to control your anger and calm down," Vex advised. However, as Quinn thought about how hard he had worked to gather those stat points, and them going away just like that, his anger started to boil again. "Spirit Spear has worn off. Stats have returned to normal." The spear that impaled his chest slowly dissipated into thin air, and the energy seemed to return to his body. At the same time, his mind was suddenly cleared along with his anger. Hey, did you really think I would hurt you in front of all these teachers and students? It looks like I've joined a team of crazy people, Sia complained. A support ability? Vorden said. Sia simply nodded as a response to Vorden's query. The reason Vorden hadn't reacted the same way as the others was because he had seen this type of ability before. I'm guessing that it's the spirit drain ability, am I correct? Vorden inquired further. It allows the user to form spirit weapons in their mind. When this spirit hits its target, it can either act as a buff or debuff. There are different types of spirit abilities. If this is spirit drain, then this acts as a debuff on the user. I don't know the finer details about it, though. Thank you, Sia said. I knew someone on this team would have a brain. As he said, when my ability hits, it is able to debuff the target for 5 seconds, and then the effect wears off. The good thing about this is that the spears can also stack up. In that time frame, the more spears impaled into a target's body, the heavier the debuff. Because I'm only a level 3, though, the amount of time the spear lasts is only 3 seconds, and the distance I can throw the spear is quite short. The others didn't want to admit it, but having Sia on the team would be a great addition. Support-type abilities were greatly sought after. The problem was that they were also very unpopular. Usually, support abilities required one to work with the team. Without them, they were pretty much useless. Sia's spears didn't inflict much damage to its target. It would only drain their energy and stats, meaning that while she was using her spears, it would be best if someone else dealt with the target. For this reason, many people tend to overlook this ability whenever they're about to pick, since it was hard to be defenseless on a battlefield. Although there were the plus sides, if one was to select a support ability, it meant that they would easily be able to join a faction in the future. Anyway, it looks like this group won't amount to much, Sia uttered. So why don't we just meet up on the day of the portal outing? There's no point training together within the 2 days left prior to the expedition. But, ahead of arguing her case, Quinn interrupted Layla's speech. I agree. Why don't we all do our own thing before the portal outing? It's been a tiring week, and I think some of us can do with some rest, Quinn said. Before the others could even say anything, Sia was already walking off. The assembly had ended, and students were told that, until the portal outing, they would have the next 2 days off. This was to make up for the weekend that they would, most often than not, utilize to rest. The idea was also to allow the students to focus on teamwork. It was a free period. Still, the teachers encouraged the students to ask them for help and guidance. Nevertheless, Quinn had his own ideas and plans ahead of the expedition. While everyone was busy doing their own business, Quinn had arrived at the VR gaming room. With the nanostick that had been given to him, he no longer needed to bug Logan. Accordingly, he headed to his room in order to use the private servers. Now, let's see what you got. Tutorial video for skill Phantom Hit has begun. Episode 226, Phantom Punch. The VR room was the best place to practice, and now that he had access to Logan's private server, it meant Quinn could also practice his shadow abilities freely. If there was no way for him to get blood at the moment, then that meant he would have to focus on learning more skills. The first thing Quinn was going to do was have a look at the new tutorial video he had unlocked after learning the vampire martial arts. Phantom Punch Tutorial was the name of the video. It made sense that the new skill was somehow related to a punch, since vampire martial art mainly focused on using hands. Hello there, the blond man in a cheery voice said in the video. Once again, the blond man was in a martial arts hall with wooden floors and such. Quinn started wondering about the location of the place. Was it on Earth, like the system AI said, or maybe another place? The identity of the blond man remained a mystery, too. If only Quinn could trust Fex enough, he would try to find a way to show what the blond man looked like to Fex. Maybe he would have an answer. It seems like you are progressing quite well. Unfortunately, my talents never seem to fit in well with the vampire martial arts, and I thought you two might stray from this path. But just in case, I decided to include this video if the user ever decided to learn it. In my opinion, this is one of the most useful skills to have. But just a little warning, this skill seems to work better with beings with a high level of intelligence, namely humanoid creatures. When testing this against a beast, it has little to no effect. This piece of information disappointed Quinn a little. He was just about to go on an orange portal outing where plenty of beasts reside. Still, the skill would be useful. Dalki, vampires, and humans all fell into the humanoid category, and lately, it seemed like Quinn was going to be attacked by them a lot more than beasts these days. To perform this skill based on the system stats, you will need at least 15 points of agility and 10 points of charm. These are the minimum requirements. Now, as you increase your points into charm and agility, this skill will work even better. This is a skill that evolves with your stats, not by continuous usage. This sounded a little confusing at first, but Quinn seemed to understand. After using the blood swipe multiple times, it had eventually evolved. This was the same with blood spray and also the shadow skills. It seemed like whatever skills were related to the charm stat would evolve, or become more powerful as the stat related was increased, such as his daze and influence skills. This skill will be a tricky one to show, so you will have to listen to my explanation very carefully, the blond man said. The man then brought out a human mannequin that was made of foam. He blasted out, throwing his fist, just touching the mannequin ever so slightly. The set of moves and punches he had used was the same that he and Fex had learned. Now, I'm going to chat a little bit just for the video and show you how the skill will look. The blond man took a deep breath and then suddenly threw out a bolt of punch lightning fast towards the head. It was a perfect hit. Bang! The sound of the impact was heard, but looking at the video, there was no such mark on the mannequin's head. Upon taking a closer look, instead of a marking on the head, there was a fist mark on the body instead. But I was sure I saw him aim for the head. When did he hit the body? Quinn thought. As I said before, this is just a demonstration of what the skill looks like, and not me using the skill. This is a phantom punch. While in a fight, you will aim your punch in a certain direction to start. Before the first movement is made, your charm skill will take slight control of the user's mind. To them, an image will appear and make it look like the punch has continued heading in the initial direction. But in fact, this will be a phantom punch. While the user is dodging or trying to block it, the real blow will come from somewhere else. This skill works even better if you have high enough agility. You will be able to perform several phantom punches at once, confusing your opponent. But be careful. Just like with daze, it has a chance of not working well. This is why I recommend you to increase your charm points when possible. What I just did was not the real phantom punch. Instead, I decided to just change the direction of my punch at such a speed that the video was unable to capture it. I'm pretty amazing, right? After hearing this line, it reminded Quinn a little bit of Fex. He started wondering whether all vampires were really like this, arrogant and big-headed. The phantom punch can only be used against real opponents, so there is no way for me to show you through the video. After the initial video explanation was over, as usual, there were a few more videos that broke down the action slowly, bit by bit. Quinn began to watch the videos. The first video explained the feeling while using the charm ability on your opponent. He explained it by saying it should feel similar to when Quinn would use the daze skill. He should gather that feeling again and try to focus it through his eyes. Then, using his strong will and the image in his head, he would be able to project a fist outward. This in turn would allow the opponent to see the same thing. The next set of videos explained the hard part. It was the combination of the two. After hearing the explanation, Quinn didn't think it would be too hard, but just practicing it, not using it against an opponent, he found out it was extremely difficult. It was similar to someone learning the piano. One part of the brain needed to focus and do a certain action, while the other part needed to do a different action. The problem was that it was the same arm that was meant to be doing the action. If he projected thoughts to target the head and tried punching below, as soon as he thought too much about hitting the head, his fist would automatically hit upward. Still, Quinn wasn't the type to give up. If there was one thing he was good at, it was that he was able to repeat an action repeatedly. He never got bored of doing the same thing over. As he repeated the move several times, he could slowly separate his thoughts and actions into two separate things. He had now lost count of how many punches he had performed. The good thing, though, was he didn't feel tired at all because of the game. However, it did have a huge impact on his mind. He didn't know whether it was because he was in the game or trying to split his thought into two, but he would often get headaches as he pictured himself using the charm ability while forcing the energy outward from his eyes. Surprisingly, in the middle of his practice, a notification screen popped up.
It wasn't something he was expecting.
Your dedication has paid off. You have pushed your charm skill to the limit several times. Charm stat +1. Charm 13. It was the first time a stat point had increased without him leveling up or consuming blood. The system was clear that it was a fact that Quinn had continuously pushed himself while trying to learn the skill. However, this was a bigger deal than he thought. Maybe there was another way to increase his stats. If the others worked in the same way, if Quinn went out and constantly ran until he tired himself out, would his stamina increase? And was this the same for other stats? What if he continuously lifted weights? Would his strength increase as well? The only problem with this method would be time. It was a lot easier to take a blood sample from someone and increase his strength. In a situation like this, where he couldn't do that, maybe it was a good idea to look into it. Quinn had done enough practice for now, and he felt like he had done as much as he could. And yet, he still didn't have the skill in his system, like the flash step and hammer strike. Certain combination skills didn't appear in the system, like blood hammer and using blood swipe with his shadow. But since this skill was taught by the system, maybe it would have displayed. Right now, there was only one thing he could do. Just as the system had said, if he wanted to practice and learn how to use it, he would need to use it on a real opponent. Switching servers. Blood Evolver is online. Matchmaking in progress. Opponent found. Let's do this. Episode 227, Perfecting a Skill. There were quite a lot of people in the world that had an interest in technology. If one could not make it in the world using their abilities, the only real avenue and sector that had a lot of potential that anyone with enough effort and determination could tap into was the realm of research and technology. There were myriads of abilities that could help you work better in this field, but nothing could compare to the greatness of the human mind when it came to creative thinking and engineering, which led to the creation of these fields. Unfortunately for Nate, he was not one of these people, but I knew quite a lot of people who had knowledge in this field. Nate had gotten one of these said people to set up a system in which he would get notified when the Blood Evolver was online. Recently, he had also added the new user Zombie P to that list as well. He was unable to see the person's game last time, but now he didn't want to miss out on them. While Nate was relaxing with his best friend Sam, as usual, he received a notification. Nate immediately headed off towards the capsule. Right now, both he and Sam were watching their favorite contender. "Hey, I think you're obsessed with this guy," Sam said in a concerning voice. "It's just that this person's growth never seems to slow down. I've grown myself over time, but I'm just wondering where his limits are," Nate explained. Quinn had been matched up with another level 4 user, but unlike the ones he fought against previously. This user was also wearing beast gear around his chest. Since the first expedition had already happened with each of the military bases, it was expected that players of the game would now more likely have at least some level of beast gear. The match had begun, and Quinn followed his usual routine of rushing forward and fighting head-on. Oftentimes he would be the aggressor in fights, causing the enemy to slightly panic in the middle of the battle, and this time was no different. Seeing a target running towards him, the user paced both his hands together and shot out a hydro pump of water. The stream of water was strong and fast, but still, due to the distance, Quinn could easily avoid it, but instead of outright avoiding the attack, he waited till the last second and performed the flash step to avoid the attack. The water user, seeing this, changed his attack slightly. Instead of a large stream of powerful water, he decided to shoot out smaller, fast streams of water that came out like bullets. Once again, though, Quinn used the flash step to avoid the next set of shots. Quinn only had enough stamina to perform 3 flash steps in one game, so he had already used up over half his strength, and his body was tied. Still, he continued moving, and then before the user could use his water bullets again, Quinn performed his 3rd flash step, appearing behind the user. As he turned his head around, Quinn made sure to look him in the eyes, just as the video tutorial had said. He activated his charm the same way when he used the daze skill. Now all he needed to do was project the thought strongly, using his mind of aiming to punch the head, while the real punch would come from below. Everything was going perfect so far, and he could imagine hitting the person in the head. Then his fist made contact, but instead of receiving feedback from hitting the body,
the punch had been blocked with the other user's hand, which was guarding his face. "No, I thought I did it perfectly. Why did my attack go for the head?" Quinn thought. Quinn previously thought he had perfected the phantom punch, but using it with no opponent and using it against a real opponent were two different things. With the pressure to perform perfectly, and with the enemy standing in front of him, his concentration lagged at some point, so his attack failed. With one of his other hands, the water user blasted a stream, hitting Quinn right in the stomach, sending him onto the floor. Due to his usage of flash step multiple times in a fight, he was tired, and his movements were a little sluggish. It also seemed like the beast equipment had given his opponent some extra strength. A blow from Quinn was more powerful than from a normal person, yet he was able to block it perfectly. Quinn quickly got up from the ground and attacked again, but unfortunately the result was same. Quinn ended up on the ground once again. "What is he doing?" Nate said. "Why isn't he using his red aura skills, or the hammer strike? Why did he waste all his energy using that fancy footwork at the beginning? Even then, why a punch to the head without using any feints or tricks to confuse the enemy?" Nate was thoroughly confused as to why the person he had watched improving each time he played a match and fought against someone had seemingly made no progress at all in this fight. He seemed to be suffering a setback. Eventually, the match had ended, and Quinn unsurprisingly lost. Nate was speechless. He thought he was the only person who had beaten the Blood Evolver before, and the one he knew now was a lot stronger than before. Nate wanted him to remain undefeated until their rematch. If the Blood Evolver had lost in a grand duel or something, he wouldn't be so upset, but he had lost against a simple level 4 water user. During the match, Quinn felt something near to the end of the battle he had felt earlier while practicing. "Matchmaking is in progress." Once again, Quinn went into the next match. Nate stayed and watched carefully, but it seemed to be nearly an exact copy of the last game. After watching 4 matches, the Blood Evolver had lost 4 times in a row. Nate wasn't the only one who had been watching Quinn's matches. There were a few others who had become fans as well, and they were nearly just as disappointed as him with the results they were seeing right now. "Does this mean that he was just a hacker?" a spectator said. "I guess so. They probably patched the game so he can't use his red aura skills anymore. Without them, it's clear that he's just average when it comes to hand-to-hand combat," another one commented. This was the logical conclusion the others had come to. No one would usually lose a match without giving it everything they got, and in the last 4 games, Quinn didn't use a single skill other than the flash step and the failed phantom punch. "Come on, Nate, let's go. We need to practice, man. We're just wasting time here," Sam said. "You go ahead. I'll catch up and head offline when he goes offline." Sam could see the disappointment on Nate's face. It was as if he had just watched his favorite superhero lose to a villain in a fight. The only thing he could do now was give him some space. After losing 5 matches in a row, the only person that kept on watching Blood Evolver's matches was Nate. He didn't know why, but he felt that there had to be a reason for all the strange actions that Blood Evolver did in the past matches. The reason for his thinking was the fact that Quinn had lost every game doing the same thing. Only an idiot would do the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. Even if he was now unable to use the red aura anymore, it didn't make any sense. As the next match started, Quinn now looked more confident than he did before. He knew he was incredibly close. His opponent was a female. The ability for now was unknown, as the inspection skill didn't work in-game. Quinn rushed forward as usual, but this time, no attacks were aimed at him. When this happened, it usually meant the person he was going up against had a transformation or hardening ability, the perfect opponent for the Phantom Strike. Quinn lifted his fist and aimed for the woman's head. As she saw the punch, a large spike appeared on her face. If Quinn was to carry on moving forward, then the spike would go right through his hand. She could see the punch rushing forward and about to go through the spike. A smile appeared on her face, but suddenly she felt pain in her stomach as she keeled over. "Phantom punch skill successfully learned." The fist hadn't hit her head, but struck her stomach instead. This time, Quinn went for a blow to the stomach. A spike was formed where the punch would make contact, but then sharp pain assaulted the woman on the side of her head. Quinn continued using the phantom punch in this fashion, successfully landing hit after hit, while on the outside, Nate, who was watching the entire thing, was deeply confused. All he could see was Quinn's opponent forming spikes and blocking the attacks in the wrong places. It was clear where the punches were coming from, so why was she constantly blocking in the wrong place? The match had finally ended, and Quinn had been declared the winner, but Nate was even more confused now. However, after watching the Blood Evolver's next 3 games, and each one of them coming out in a victory in the same fashion, goosebumps started to appear all over his body. The hairs on his forearms were now standing up. He still didn't understand what was going on, but it was painfully obvious that all of these were done on purpose. Who is this monster? Episode 228, Upgrading the Shadow. Once the system had confirmed Quinn that he had learned Phantom Punch, everything got a lot easier from then onwards. Instead of concentrating on the feeling like he did before, now all he had to do was think about the skill, and his mind would automatically do the work for him. It was one of the other perks of having the system. No longer would he fail sometimes while trying to create the punch. It would now work 100% of the time. This was the same as when he learned the Crescent Blood Kick as well. This didn't mean it would work successfully on his opponent 100% of the time, though. It was just that he was now able to perform the skill successfully every time. In the next matches Quinn played, while using the skill he had learned quite a bit about how the skill worked. Just like the system had said, there were some opponents the skill was less effective against. Quinn couldn't figure out why, as it didn't seem to be linked with the user's ability level. Most likely it was more to do with their mental ability. For some of the opponents he faced, it seemed like they were only partly tricked. On their end, they would see the Phantom Punch, but it would disappear before it made a contact. While for those with weaker minds, it felt like they could feel the Phantom Punch hitting them. Still, even a slight phantom image gave Quinn a huge advantage. The constant use of the punches on top of his speed made his opponents feel like they were fighting against someone with extra hands. Now he understood why the blonde man had said the skill would improve as he improved both his agility stat along with his charm stat. 180 of 400 EXP. After defeating the 5 opponents, Quinn had obtained 10 experience points from each of them. It wasn't his goal, but a bonus along the way of learning the new skill. He also got 10 points for completing his daily quests, drinking 2 liters of water daily along with avoiding the sun for 8 hours. But still, out of everything so far, the quickest way to level up was defeating beasts. Quinn would need to use this to his advantage when fighting on the other planet. There was also a chance for him to level up even quicker, since the system had stated that by fighting along with Peter, he would gain the experience of Peter's skills as well. With hours of practice and the many matches Quinn had played, he didn't realize the time, and the VR pod machines shut off. They usually turned off an hour before curfew time, and his disconnection from the game was a clear sign. While on his way back to his room, Quinn wondered, "Only 1 day to go for the portal outing. What is the next best step to get stronger?" In his mind, Quinn split up his skills into 4 different categories. He had his blood abilities, such as Blood Swipe, Blood Spray, Blood Bank, and so on. These skills could be upgraded by using them multiple times. He then had his charm skills, Daze, Influence, and now Phantom Punch. The next section he counted was his fighting skills, such as Flash Step, Hammer Strike, as well as Blood Hammer and Phantom Punch, although the last 2 skills were a combination of the other sections. Finally, his ability skills, the Shadow skills. After looking at all his skills, Quinn decided to focus on the Shadow skills. There were currently still 4 Shadow skills grayed out in the system that required him to use skill points to unlock. The only way Quinn knew to get skill points was to upgrade the level of his current Shadow skills. It worked the same way as his blood skills. The more he used them, eventually it would level up. This was the best option for Quinn while in the game. The next day had arrived, and as the group agreed, everyone was currently doing their own thing. Everyone was kind of pleased that they had decided to do this. At first, Quinn was a little bit worried about Peter. But when he asked what Peter was planning to do, Peter was already heading off to Logan's room with a bunch of sandwiches held in his arms. It seemed like the two were getting on well enough that Quinn no longer needed to use his blood. While heading to the game room, he noticed Fex too had decided to come along. There wasn't much for him to do in the game, after all. When Quinn entered the game, he decided to watch a couple of Fex's matches. It came to him as a surprise that Fex seemed to be playing online rather than using the private server, because just like Quinn, they were both unable to use their abilities inside the game. After watching a couple of games, he could see that Fex was able to beat his opponents without using his blood skills or string abilities. He purely used his body and martial arts to overpower his opponents. During the second match, Fex had meant something quite skillfully, and for the second time, Quinn had seen him use an improvement of the martial arts that were taught to him. The first time was during the match against Leo. Seeing this just reminded Quinn again that he needed to get stronger. Quinn backed out of the game and joined the private server, where he was able to use his shadow abilities freely. Shadow Void! The first thing Quinn activated was Shadow Void. Soon, the room, instead of white, was now covered in purple, shifting shadows above. Quinn planned to level up his level 1 shadow skills first. Since they were lower levels, they would require lesser usage to level up. Currently, the shadow skills were level 1. Shadow Control and Shadow Void. For each level up of skill, Quinn gained 10 stat points. Right now, he was aiming for the skill in his system that costs the most amount of skill points. The skill is known as Shadow Eater, costs a total of 50 points. He repeated the process of activating the skills as many times as he could, and due to it being in the game and the lobby, he didn't run out of MC points. Eventually, Shadow Void leveled up to level 2. Quinn could now decide the size of the Shadow Void, and depending on which, it would either cost far more or far fewer points. The other skills that leveled up were his Shadow Cloak, which was now level 3, along with his Shadow Equip, which was level 3 as well. The time used to cast these skills was incredibly fast, and it seemed like the Cloak skill now used more shadows to hide him, making it even harder for him to be seen by those with good perception. Unfortunately, the only skill that hadn't leveled up for him was his Shadow Control skill, the most useful and powerful skill in his arsenal. The skill allowed him to combine it with his Blood Swipe, as well as block incoming attacks. But it seemed like the skill could only be used on an opponent, hence it was void in the game. There was some good news, though. When leveling up the skill from level 2 to level 3, the number of skill points given to him increased. Instead of 10 per level up, he was given 15, giving him a total of 30 skill points. But it still wasn't enough for him to unlock the skill Shadow Eater. The day had come to an end, and Quinn would have to be satisfied with improving his current shadow skills and learning the Phantom Punch for now. Finally, the day had arrived. It was the weekend, and all the first-year students were told to gather inside the portal room once again. It was time to go through the orange portal. Episode 229, Scanning for Points. Presently, the first-year students were biding their time inside the canteen. Every one of them was seated in their groups within their classes. Meanwhile, their respective homeroom teachers were standing at the end of the long table. On this expedition, each teacher would be traveling with a group of 50 students. 2 of the generals, Faye and Leo, would be taking charge of the expedition. Only, they would be moving slightly ahead of the whole group. Soon the classes were called one by one into the portal room. Finally, Dell's class was called, so all of the students belonging to that group began to prepare their things ahead of going through the portal. Standing at the front was Dell. The portal, glowing with orange light, illuminated his figure. Although this time, Dell looked different compared to his usual self. Usually when teaching a class, he would be wearing the standard uniform that the teachers wore. This time the uniform could hardly be seen beneath the beast gear clothing that he donned. The thing was, the armor he was wearing didn't look like a beast gear at all. It rather looked more like a mage outfit. From head to toe, it looked like he was dressed in robes, but if inspected closer, certain accessories could be seen around his wrists and legs. Furthermore, instead of a weapon, a shield was mounted on his back. Before giving his speech to the students, he decided to survey the whole group. He could feel the sweat dripping from his forehead, thinking, "I can't believe that the school is doing this. Why do homeroom teachers have to go along with them? These kids don't even know what could be on the other end. If they did, they would be just as nervous as me." All these fearful thoughts were running through Dell's head. In the past, he had done an orange portal expedition.
Because of that, he was aware that the results of the expedition could turn out for the worse. It was like flipping a coin. In some places, it would be a walk in the park, while other times it would feel like they had been sent to hell. In the fear of being sent inside the portal once more, he elected to become a teacher, but it seemed as if fate was toying with him. "All the groups present, please raise their orange scanning devices," Dell said, his voice loudly resounding within the hall. As Dell asked, the representative of each group showed themselves. For Quinn's group, it was Peter. Once again, he was in charge of carrying the group's supplies, and this included the scanner. The only difference this time was that Peter had volunteered to help his master. It also made sense, since Peter was fairly sturdy and had a lot of strength. There were advantages such as his unlimited stamina, so he wouldn't get exhausted that easily by carrying heavy objects. "I will now explain and show you how the scanner works. I will only explain once, so listen up," Dell said, as he raised the scanner for everyone to see. "The scanner is fairly simple to use. You will only need to point it at an object. You can see that on the screen you can select the area or item that you want to scan. Once you confirm, the scanner will do the rest for you. Simple, right? So remember, don't mess it up," Dell said in a slightly annoyed voice. A student raised his hand, but Dell decided to completely ignore him as he continued with his explanation. "The scanner can be used to scan almost anything: buildings, beasts, plants, water, and so on. It will try its best to break down the information it has received and display it on the screen for you, although this is not the goal of the expedition." Dell halted his speech, heaving a sigh before resuming. His irritation was starting to get the best of him. "What you students need to do is look for things on the planet which have never been scanned before, and this includes beasts. In your teams, each newly scanned object will earn you points. If the item has been scanned before, you will receive no points. Now for the most crucial part. There is quite a range on these scanners. Before engaging in combat, it will scan every beast that is within your vision. The most useful thing about these scanners is that, even if they have never seen a beast before, it will be able to tell you what level the beast is at." After the explanation with the scanners was over, Dell went on to tell them how the expedition would work between the classes. Each class, together with their homeroom teacher, would be sent off to a certain area. When they reached their assigned space, the class would stay there for a while, allowing every one of the students to scan the area thoroughly. If they were to run into a beast with a tier higher than intermediate, they were advised to fall back and tell the teacher immediately. The homeroom teacher would then inform the generals, who would come to their aid as soon as possible. In total, there were 10 classes. Hence, Faye and Leo would stay in the center of these classes so they could respond to each of their calls of distress as quickly as they could. As soon as Dell's lecture was finished, the groups began making their final preparations. While Quinn was looking around, he noticed that Logan was already tinkering around with the scanner, no doubt making adjustments to the scanner's system. It wouldn't surprise Quinn if Logan was able to change the readings to allow his team to get the top score. All of a sudden, he felt a soft touch on his shoulder, interrupting his observations. "Hey, do you need one of these if we're going outside?" Feck said as he waved a strange object in front of Quinn. It looked like a flask made out of silver. The only difference was that, on the facade of the flask, a skull that had 2 sharp fangs on the upper jaw was displayed. It was a strange design for Quinn. Looking at it closely, Quinn realized that the design was utterly similar to the one that the book had, the one that had given him his powers. "What's that?" Quinn asked, without really thinking about what he had just said. He was unsure whether this was common knowledge among the vampires or not. "This is a special flask that allows us to hold the blood inside. If you used a normal flask, the blood would spoil in a few days. However, this one is especially used within the circle of vampires to keep blood fresh. Well, that is, as long as it remained inside the flask. By the way, every vampire is given one," Fex explained. "If you're going to another planet with beasts as its main population, then it's best to bring one of these with you. We'll be gone for a week, and I don't want to be turning into a bloodsucker." After hearing those words, a specific memory came flooding back to Quinn's mind. It was related to the time when he did turn into a bloodsucker. Feck seemed to not rely on blood as much as Quinn. Perhaps it was because he was closer to the next evolution. But for Quinn, if he didn't receive blood within 2 days, he would turn into a bloodsucker. Thankfully, though, Quinn now had the blood bank. That, in a way, acted the same way as the flask. Still, even last time, Quinn had used up his blood bank in a fight, and eventually was starving for blood. On this occasion, there were others to rely on. Though it was unlikely that their group would be split again, there was always the chance. But if vampires were required to carry around such a flask, was the blood bank also a unique skill amongst the system, one that other vampires didn't have? It had saved him so many times in the past. If Quinn could, he would have tried leveling up as fast as he could, but after many battles, it still hadn't been done. "So, do you have a spare one of these?" Quinn asked as he eyed the flask. "Of course, that's why I came over. If you didn't have the basic ring, I didn't think you would have the flask either." Fex then pulled out a similarly styled flask from the inside of his shirt and handed it straight over to Quinn. After spending some time with Fex, Quinn really couldn't say that he was a bad guy. He did grow on him with time. "Maybe during this trip I can finally ask about his shadow powers," Fex thought. Yet for some reason, while contemplating the matter, he felt guilty. He didn't know why it was the case. Finally, Dell had begun to call each group into the portal. As usual, each member had to hold on to each other's shoulders as they passed through the portal. Quinn's group was called up, and Vorden took the role of being in front. "I'll go behind the pretty boy," Sia insisted as she grabbed onto Vorden's shoulders. Behind her was Layla, and then Quinn, Fex, and Peter at the back. The group took a step forward as they prepared for what was to come in their orange portal expedition. Episode 230, A Forest Out There. While going through the portal, the group made sure to hold on to the person in front of them tightly. Last time it wouldn't have been so much of a big deal if they were to disconnect and let go. Although this might have caused them to split up, they were guaranteed to teleport somewhere safe in the shelter, but this time was different. Shelters were often incomplete, and sometimes not all of the spawn areas had been marked yet, so they could be chucked deep into beast territory and be there on their own. The fear could be felt in Sia's shoulders as Layla gripped on tightly, while Sia slid down her hands towards a certain place on Vorden's body. She inched closer and closer and went down lower. If they weren't in the middle of being warped, he would have turned around and pushed her, but Vorden wasn't that cruel, and Rayton wasn't complaining about what was happening one bit. Finally, the distorted space ended, and white light could be seen up ahead. When the white light vanished, a bright blinding light flashed in their eyes. Finally, when their eyesight slowly returned, the first thing they could see was green. Lots of green. More specifically, giant green trees. "Please step aside to allow the other students to arrive," a loud voice said as he pointed to his side. Just like last time, they had arrived in one of the areas that had been circled off. When they looked at the person commanding them, he hardly looked any older than them. Most likely a recruit who had just graduated and decided to stay with the army. The group went over to where the man pointed, and it seemed there were other groups of students standing by the side, waiting as well. Several soldiers were checking and coordinating with them, making sure they stayed in place and didn't wander off. "It's a lot better organized than our last trip," Layla said. "Of course it would be," Sia replied. "A green portal planet is practically safe. You would have to be a moron to be killed on one of those. But here, an orange planet can be a huge risk, so they have to be extra careful." Sia's words rubbed the group in the wrong way. They had been involved in the Dalki attack, which was devastating to them. They still had a deep scar in their minds. Although the students knew of what happened, they weren't informed which group of students had encountered the Dalki. Many of them thought it was only Ben's group that met them and died. While standing off to the side, Quinn was able to take a good look at the shelter they were in. The planet and the shelter itself were vastly different from the one before. The first thing Quinn did was pop up his trusty umbrella to protect him from the sun, but this time it didn't do much to make him feel better. Looking around, everything looked green. Giant trees, bushes, vines, and even plants that Quinn had never seen before. They were now in what Quinn would call a forest. This was why Quinn's body still felt extremely sluggish. The place was humid, hot, and sticky, and it looked like he wasn't the only one being affected, as everyone around was sweating heavily as well. But Peter seemed fine. At this point, he started thinking Peter might have gotten a better class than himself, but then he remembered
Peter digging into human flesh, and he was fine with dining on blood for now. The shelter itself was vastly different as well. In a way, it looked incomplete. Most of it seemed to be made from some type of wood and mud, although the architecture was impressive. They had managed to build upon the large trees, incorporating them into their shelter. There were stiff, large bridges made from wood and spiraling staircases that would lead you from floor to floor and tree to tree. The ground floor, where they were standing at the moment, was mostly empty and only had certain areas that had been marked out, where the teleportation spots would take you. Upon looking upward, Quinn could see residential houses and some market shops, although nowhere near the amount compared before. But the thing that surprised him the most was just how many residential houses there were in an orange portal like this one. Quinn even saw children playing on the bridges above. Layla could see the surprised look on Quinn's face. "This is one of the cheapest places for people to live in," Layla explained. "This is a 5-tier city, so it doesn't have any walls to protect the citizens. Hence, they are open to attack. The soldiers will do their best to protect them, but because this planet is still in the middle of exploration, their focus isn't so much on the shelters. The citizens aren't required to pay tax on an orange planet, so those who can't live on Earth and can't even make a living on a green portal planet end up here. Of course, red portal planets are just too dangerous in the first place, and only the strongest of military shelters and factions can survive there." Quinn started having strange thoughts after hearing this from Layla. If it was true, those who couldn't afford a place to live on Earth had no choice but to be here. Then why didn't Quinn end up in one of these places like these kids? When his parents had died, a government official had come over and explained to him that they would look after him until he was 16 and provide him with an apartment. So why didn't these kids get the same type of treatment? Now that he thought about it further, it was also strange when he had received the book that gave him his vampire abilities at age 10. They were so keen on trying to keep things for themselves, so why did they allow Quinn to have the book? At first he thought it was because the book was useless, but now he was having second thoughts about the whole thing. Thinking back, he didn't know his parents all that well, and they didn't leave much behind other than the book. How did they even get the book in the first place? "System, do you know how my parents obtained the book?" Quinn asked. "I'm afraid I am not able to answer that question for you at this time, but in the future, if the right moment occurs, I will be able to answer you." It seemed like there was a link between Quinn's parents and the book after all. However, the system wasn't willing to share this information with him, not until he unlocked a certain condition, as explained before. While Quinn was deep in thought, he noticed that a group of travelers had arrived at the shelter. One of the higher-ups in the military went forward to greet them, and they both seemed to respect each other well. After a brief chat, the traveler handed the man something before heading off, back into a part of the forest where they had come from. "They look strong," Fex said with a grin on his face. "That's because they are," Vorton replied. "To be able to travel through a planet alone where the level of beasts is unknown with just 5 of them, they have to be confident in their skills." "What were they doing at the military shelter?" Quinn asked. "Most likely sharing information," Vorton replied. "You see, on an orange portal planet, there is more than one shelter. Different factions, including the military, usually set up a base here. Exploring a planet is a collective effort, and once they finish scanning their parts, every shelter share information with each other. This saves time so the different shelters aren't exploring parts of the planet that have been explored already." The students were now being led along to an open space, and while doing so, they could see the people from the shelter and children come out from above. They looked down on the new students, peeking over from the bridge. All of the first-year students were once again lined up in rows with the homeroom teachers at the front, while Faye and Leo stood in the middle of all the classes. They had come to an open area of the man-made forest. The trees had been rooted and dug out, and the ground flattened. Most of what they were standing on was mud. They could also see several paths from the circle, open area leading deeper into the forest. "All right, everyone, each class shall now explore a different path," Faye said. "I hope you listen to your homeroom teachers well. The scanners will not activate until your teachers say so don't try to get ahead of yourselves. You will continue to follow the path, and your teachers will tell you when you are in an unexplored area. Remember to always stay on your guard and have your scanners by your side."
My last warning to you all, you will encounter beasts on this trip. At what level, I do not know. I wish you all luck, Faye shouted. The students saluted the two sergeants before heading down their paths. I wonder what beasts we will run into, Quinn thought, excitedly thinking about the experience points. Episode 231, for Aaron. The homeroom teacher Dell took the lead down one of the paths. The pathway they walked on seemed quite wide and well flattened. It was clear the path was man-made, and it looked like large vehicles would come through this way from time to time. Because the path was originally meant for large vehicles, the students weren't bunched up in a single file, but were able to spread out and take in the scenery around them. Fex, who was walking by Quinn's side, took in a deep breath of fresh air. Now this is what I call different. He had a huge grin on his face as he looked around the large greenery surrounding them. While the two of them were walking, Quinn took this as his chance to ask him a few questions. Fex had already made up his mind that Quinn had always been on Earth, a vampire who hadn't been back home, so he thought it was only natural to show some interest. So, back home, there isn't anything like this? Quinn asked, adding the word home, trying to make it sound natural. Nah. Compared to Earth and these planets with all the bright colors, our home has nothing, Fex moaned. While relocating, they had decided to choose a mostly dark place, and they also needed an atmosphere that they could still live in. They had found the perfect place for vampires, but I don't know why, but it always felt strange to me. The words that Fex spoke confirmed a few things to Quinn. The vampires were indeed no longer on Earth like they were when the blonde man was a vampire. At some point, they had relocated to a different planet. Now, Quinn was even more confused about how his parents had managed to get the book. Don't worry, if you and I ever return to the place, I'll give you a grand tour, Fex replied. So Quinn, you asked me a question, now let me ask you one. Where do you get your shadow ability? Hearing these words, Quinn thought back to how the system had mentioned not to tell anyone about the shadow ability because it was something important to the vampires. Just tell them you don't have permission to tell. That shall be enough for now, the system said. I'm afraid I don't have permission from my leader to tell you that, Quinn answered. Fex clicked his tongue and placed his hands behind his head. Figured as much, but the shadow ability is cool. As they continued to walk down the path, they noticed there were plenty of plants that looked strange. At the very least, they didn't resemble anything back on Earth. One plant was shaped like an S and was the same size as the human body. There were several light blue ring-like patterns on it. Upon seeing this, the other students pulled out their scanners trying to gather information. But just like Faye had said, the scanners currently weren't working. They seemed to all be linked to a device that the homeroom teacher had. Only when he activated his device would the other students be able to use their scanners. Although others couldn't get any information from it, someone else could. Quinn walked up to the plant to see if he could. There was one skill that he had that might work. Inspection, blue-ringed growth plant. A plant that can be used to greatly enhance the pleasure in the groin area for both the female and male parts. Hey, Quinn, what's up with your face, man? Vorden asked, looking at Quinn, who seemed flustered for some reason. Is it the heat? If you need a break, we can start walking at the back of the group. No, don't worry, I'm fine, Quinn replied as he quickly moved on. As they walked, Quinn decided to use his inspection skill on every new thing he saw. It was a great chance for him to level it up once again. There were still times when the inspection skill was unable to give him information, but while on the Red Portal planet, it was a lifesaver. It even allowed him to get the shadow ability that was locked away in the storage unit. Quinn had tried repeatedly using the inspection skill on a basic item such as a pen, but after about 1,000 tries and no result, it seemed that the inspection skill needed to be used on new items to be able to level up once more. The pathway came to an end, and now the mud had turned into thick, heavy leaves and short green plants. Students' pace had slowed down. Now, with every step they took, they had to be careful when putting their foot down. Several roots were hidden underneath the leaves, and once in a while, a student would be caught in place. "A beast!" a student cried. "A beast has me wrapped around the leg!" The students' teammates who were nearby quickly jumped back and drew their weapons. But after a while, the student calmed down and looked up at his friends. He was too embarrassed to say what had occurred. "Sorry,"
False alarm, it was just a tree root, the student said, chuckling away nervously. One of the students in his group slapped him on the back of the head, and they moved forward. This should be a good spot, Dell said as he placed his large shield onto the floor. They were now in an open area. There weren't as many trees and vines. It allowed them to see from all directions. Students are not to travel more than 200 meters from this spot. If you do, your scanner will notify you, indicating they will no longer work, Dell explained. For each new plant discovered, you will receive 5 points. For each new beast discovery, 20 points. Please remember this is not a hunting trial. There's no need for you to kill beasts. However, anything intermediate level and below, you may try your best to go against them if you wish, but any kills will not be awarded points. Still, you can keep the crystal for future use as well. All right, your scanners are on. At the same time, each of the scanners made a ding sound, and the students rushed off in different directions, all apart from Quinn's group. Heh, what are you doing? Sia complained. Let's go, don't you want a good grade? Before, it was always Erin, trying to get good grades, but without her, it felt different. Let's do this, Layla said. Let's get to the top for Erin. Quinn liked that idea. He rushed off into a section of his own along with Peter and the rest. They had split up a bit, and when they found something interesting, they would shout out to Peter to come over and scan the item. Over here! Layla shouted, as she spotted an odd plant that resembled an octopus. Peter rushed over. Even with his bag, his speed was great. He could see the plant using the scanner, and now all he needed to do was press the red button on the scanner to start the process. Suddenly, he felt something crash into his side, pushing him down to the ground. Pfft, too slow, the student said. That was on purpose, Layla complained, seeing that Peter was barged over. The student then quickly took out his scanner and pressed the red button. After waiting a few moments, a ding sound was heard. If the plant hadn't been scanned before, and their team was successful in obtaining points, there would be a ding, which sounds similar to cash being withdrawn. If the item had already been scanned, a big red X would appear on the scanner, with an error sound instead. This meant that the plant the student had just scanned was a new discovery, and they had obtained 5 points. As Peter slowly got up from the ground, he walked over to the student. Episode 232, From Behind. As Peter walked over to the student, the boy carefully started to analyze just who was walking towards him. The first thing he did was look at the person's watch, noticing that he was a level 3 user. The one that had barged into Peter was also a level 3 ability user, but slightly higher, going into the 3.4 range, meaning he not only had the power of a level 3 ability, but the skills to go with it. Still, the levels felt too close. If the two were to fight, and Peter's ability was an offensive ability, there was no telling who would win or not. Because of the fierce look in Peter's eye, he immediately backed out. That was until 4 more students had arrived and were now standing by his side. There was 1 girl in the group along with the original student, and 3 boys. Come on, Pio, let's just ignore these guys. We're just wasting our time with this trash, and we can always go and get more points, Layla said, quite loudly so the others could hear. You, the pretty girl, stay. The boy who had given the command was pointing at Layla. On his wrist displayed the number 5.2. Seeing this, Layla knew straight away why the boy was arrogant. Layla decided to ignore this and started to walk off while pulling Peter by his sleeve. I said stay, the boy shouted. The distance between the two parties was around 15 meters, but the boy seemed to have closed the distance at an instant speed and had already made a fist aiming towards Layla. But Peter was not a slowpoke himself and noticed the punch, managing to lift his arm, blocking the attack in the dead center of his forearm, between the wrist and elbow. The boy could feel the impact and even heard the crack sound it made. Although the blow wasn't strong enough to snap the bone and pierce the skin, he knew he had fractured Peter's arm. Peter didn't feel any pain, and nor did he cry. The boy hesitated for a moment, but then he saw Peter's hand reaching out to him. He ran to where he was before. Looking at Peter's arm, Layla could see it was starting to swell, but soon it would heal, so she wasn't worried about him. She was more worried about what he would do. It had been a while now, and the others had already noticed the changes in Peter's behavior. so in the end, Quinn decided to tell them the truth. That this was due to his involvement that brought Peter's aggressive nature. As the boy was about to say some clever remark, Quinn and the others had arrived, including both Vorden and Sia. The first thing Quinn had noticed was also Peter's arm. "Peter, who did this to you?" Quinn asked in annoyance. Just from the direction Peter was looking, Quinn could tell which one it was. Peter wouldn't stop staring at him. "Do you think you can just hurt our teammate in the middle of an assessment?" Quinn asked. "Quinn, you know you can't fight using your full strength. Let's just leave it be," Layla said. Sia, watching the whole thing, thought Quinn was crazy. Was he trying to have a go at the other team? Of course, it made sense that one would be angry if they were to injure a teammate, but Quinn was a level 1. What could he do? Most of the time, low levels were completely afraid of anyone above them. "I guess he will earn his place," Sia thought to herself. "Hey, Umbrella Boy, why are you the leader?" As the boy said that, he looked at Quinn's wristwatch and blurted out a laugh. "You should be down on your knees begging for me to show you mercy, boy." Quinn had a fake smile on his face, hiding the anger behind it. "Why would I beg with someone weaker than me?" At that point, the boy was too aggravated. He was already annoyed at the fact that a level 1 even tried to talk back to him. The boy used his super speed powers to launch off his feet at amazing speed, going straight for Quinn. "You should have just said sorry," Sia said, watching from behind. The speed was impressive, and was even faster than Quinn at top speed, but there was one skill where speed meant nothing. He looked into the boy's eyes. "Day's skill successful?" Quinn had used the skill at the right time, making the boy stop right in front of him. "You broke my friend's arm, and so it's only right I break yours," Quinn said, as he grabbed and pulled one arm forward while slamming his fist down on the forearm. Quinn had tried his best to contain his strength when dealing with the blow, but it was still too strong with his gauntlets equipped. Unlike Peter, the bone had snapped and pierced the skin. Howls of pain were heard immediately. His friends were shocked. They didn't know what happened, but it looked like the boy had stopped just in front of Quinn and let him hit. Was he too cocky, they thought? Maybe because it was a level 1, he was trying to give Quinn a chance, not realizing he had some strength or weak ability. As soon as they saw their friend injured, though, each of them drew their weapons and prepared their ability, while Quinn's group had done the same. But Vorden wasn't too happy about the current situation. For right now, he hadn't copied any useful ability he could use. Sia was a little nervous, since this was the last outcome she had expected, but right now she was on Quinn's team and would help her team out if a fight was to break out. The two groups looked like they were ready to clash. Before they even got the chance, a loud bang was heard. When they looked over in the direction, they could see that Dell had placed his large shield down, hitting it to the ground. The two groups were only around 50 meters from the outskirts. The scream was so loud that it had caught Dell's attention, and he immediately came rushing over after checking there were no beasts around. "Enough!" he shouted. "This event is about working together. Although it is a competition, this is only to encourage you to work harder rather than slack off. You are not to fight against each other." Dell then looked at the boy's arm, which had been broken. "Take him to the center. I'll try to see if there is anyone with a healing ability that can help him out. As for you guys," Dell said, pointing at Quinn and the others. He still hadn't forgotten both Vorden's and Quinn's faces. They were the two students who had made him risk his life in the redo portal world. "For severely harming another team's teammate, you shall be deducted 50 points for whatever total score you receive on today's assessment." "But they attacked us first," Layla complained. "I see no injuries on any of your party members," Dell replied. When they went to look at Peter, they found out it was true. Peter's arm had already healed, and it didn't look like he had even been hit. With that, the group was to take their punishment and carry on with the task. "Come on, we need to be more aggressive if we still want to come out on top while we're already at a disadvantage," Quinn said. The team nodded and got to work again. The group was 50 points behind now, which was the same as them finding 10 plants. That one argument over a single plant had cost the team a lot. But Sia tried not to smile. How could these guys be crazy enough to think that they could come back from a deficit like that? However, crazy wasn't bad. Sia liked crazy. Although there was still one thing she couldn't understand. It seemed like everyone in the group was listening to Quinn's orders. Not only that, but when he was being aggressive with the other team, not a single one of them had stepped in. Was it 'cause they knew what the result was going to be? She thought. No, it can't be. I'm probably just overthinking it. Episode 233, Battle for Points. The battle for points was fierce as students continued to run around the area, scanning every item in sight. "Damn, this has been scanned already," a student complained. "Yes, there's another one here that's 2 now," another yelled out. Some of the weaker groups decided to stay together as they went around. Although this stopped other teams from snatching points from them, their progress was relatively slower than those who roamed alone. The stronger groups decided it would be best to split up. This way they were able to cover a wider range, while the other groups decided to do a mixture of something in between. Even though the group thought that Dell was being harsh in his punishment, it wasn't truly the case. He had planned to do something similar beforehand, but wasn't quite sure how to do it until the incident gave him an excuse. Quinn's group had an extra person, so they were at an advantage compared to others. But since there was only one scanner, it was hard to say how much influence an extra member could give. But after seeing Vorden and Quinn's faces once more, his emotions got the better of him as a teacher, and he decided to give them quite a setback. Out of the strategies implemented by different groups, to catch up to the others, Quinn's group decided to do a mixture of the two. They decided that they would travel around in pairs. Quinn and Peter, Layla and Vorden, and lastly, Fex and Sia. In the beginning there was some disagreement about the pairings, but eventually they agreed on this setup. At the end of the day, it would be better for Peter to be with Quinn, and Vorden refused to team up with Sia, so that left him with Layla and Fex, with Sia, to make the relative strength of each group about the same. It was important for them to have one strong member with a support-type member. Although Layla and Sia could have gone together if they were to confront a beast, or a similar situation happened with Peter, there wasn't much that they could do. The group had already split up, and while everyone was off looking for some new items to discover, Quinn noticed something peculiar. There were 10 groups, yet nearly every group had a single member that acted as a type of mule, a person designated to carry their belongings. After a closer inspection, he also noticed that these mules were people who had the lowest levels in their group. Nevertheless, they would still wander off and look around, as instructed by their team. Wouldn't this be the perfect chance? Quinn thought. Right now they weren't in school, and many of the students had separated from each other. If he was to take a sample of their blood and mind control them afterwards to forget what had happened, no one would ever know what he had done. It was the perfect crime in such a perfect situation. "Pio, over here!" Sia shouted. Peter then dashed off in the direction that Sia had yelled, but Quinn didn't follow. Instead, he set his eyes on a target. A lone female student had been designated to carry her team's luggage. She seemed to be disheartened by the whole thing and was searching through the trees and vines with a crestfallen face. It was obvious that she didn't feel like she was doing anything substantial, or that she was even a part of the team. She bent down to look at a certain plant behind the tree. When she lifted her head again, Quinn was standing in front of her. He didn't say much because he needed to act as quickly as possible. Although they were covered by the trees and vines, there was always a chance that someone could see him. Quinn grabbed her hand as fast as he could and made a small scratch on her palm. Her blood was now on the tip of his gauntlet. After placing it on his tongue, the system message appeared. Blood type A positive consumed. Strength 20. Quinn was disappointed a little since he was hoping to obtain O-type blood to increase his charm stat. Right now his selection was limited. He had to choose low-level students with lackluster abilities who most likely had a weak mind too. But if his charm skills eventually increased, the pool of people to choose from would also increase directly proportional to his charm skills. Influence skill activated. The girl's eyes started to glow slightly red, a clear indication that his skill was active. Quinn informed the girl to forget about the event that just occurred. Nothing strange had happened. To her, it would feel as if she had forgotten what she was about to do. Before ending the spell, Quinn placed some of his saliva over the small cut, allowing it to heal instantly, before heading back towards the center as he continued his exploration. While the others were busy calling out to Peter and looking for new things, Quinn was looking around to see if he could spot any other strays that weren't with their group, and was also in a well-hidden area, as if they were hiding their shame and embarrassment to the others due to being designated as a luggage-carrying mule. Eventually, Quinn managed to find 2 more students, and he used the same tactic as before, getting him another 2 stat points. Quinn managed to get another blood type O, increasing his charm points to 14, while also obtaining another blood type A, increasing his strength. Faye and Leo were standing together at the starting point where all the groups had split off. They stood there, silently. Leo didn't talk much, and Faye didn't know how to speak with him. Suddenly, a beeping sound was heard from their watches, indicating that one of the teams had asked for help. "I'll get to it," Faye said as she stormed off at lightning speed in the direction of one of the paths. Faye was meant to be the first one to respond, since her ability was super speed, but she felt even more obliged to act due to the awkward situation between her and Leo. Leo stood there, taking in the fresh smell around him, but it was quickly disturbed as another beep reverberated from his watch. "Another one?" Leo said. "Is this planet more dangerous than we thought? I hope there aren't any more calls," Leo said as he ran in a different direction from where Faye had gone. He had hoped that perhaps the teachers were only being trigger-happy, sending out a signal prematurely. It was always better for them to be on the cautious side when it came to these things, but the fact that 2 signals were sent out at the same time concerned Leo. The group had managed to obtain 25 points in total. They also discovered and scanned a peculiar type of rock mineral in the mix. Still, they were vastly behind the others, and their weighted points at the end of everything would be -25. What they were doing at this moment wasn't working, and they needed a change of plan. The quickest way for them to earn points would be to find beasts, but right now there didn't seem to be any beasts in the area, as not a single group of students had encountered one just yet. But once they moved away from this area at Dell's command, which was when Quinn and his group would change their focus, the weaker groups wouldn't dare to risk it by going up against such things. Ding, ding, ding. Just then, a few meters away from Quinn, one of the scanners had made 3 dings, a sound that he hadn't heard yet. Dell didn't even bother explaining to the students the meaning of the dings, but they soon found out what the sounds meant. The scanner pointed at what looked like a boulder that was stuck in the ground. The top part could be seen, and it had several areas of green moss growing over it. But after the student had finished scanning the unique object, he took a few steps backward. Panic was evident on his face. "A beast!" he shouted. "I found a beast!" Episode 234, New Kill. The student's teammates had gathered around the excited student to see what he was babbling on about. While a few others took a step back, Dell was watching carefully with his hand placed just above his communicator, ready to call one of the sergeants at any time. However, there were a few students who moved forward. These tended to be the stronger ones, or those that enjoyed the battle aspect more. Even though they would no longer obtain any points from scanning the beast, they could still kill it and obtain the beast's crystal. One of the students who was moving closer turned out to be Quinn. The system granted him a special bonus when he first killed a beast, though this beast has never been seen by humans before. Perhaps being the first person to kill such a beast would also grant him additional points. The idea that perhaps the system would reward him even further than this drove him to have a keen interest. Still, he stood a few steps away from the results everyone was waiting for. The team that had discovered the beast gathered around the scanner, which displayed basic information about the beasts, and after reading one line, they were excited. It was a basic tier beast. Keeping this secret to themselves, they immediately dashed forward. If it was an intermediate tier beast, the group might have been a little cautious, but a basic tier was easy pickings for a team of 5. Seeing the team of 5, Quinn was upset about how hesitant he had been. But he couldn't act right now in front of these people. It wasn't worth it, but maybe there was something he could do. The beast that the group was chasing looked like an ordinary boulder that was stuck in the ground. It was nearly impossible to tell the difference between the boulders that had been there covered in moss and a beast. Even now, as the students charged towards the thing, there was no reaction from the beast. It still looked like a boulder. Seeing this, an idea came to Quinn's mind. He ran aside the students who were captivated by what was happening and entered a different part of the forest. "What's he doing?" Fex thought as he saw Quinn dart off to the side. Fex, too, decided to go off and keep an eye on what Quinn was trying to do. "Come on, guys, we can't waste time just watching this thing. Let's carry on looking around," Vorden said. The other groups felt the same way, while others decided to stay and watch what a beast would look like on the planet they were on. The student's hand who was leading the charge turned into a brick-like substance, while the other students behind also drew their weapons and had their abilities readied. The student at the front slammed his fist into the boulder. A loud impact was heard, but there was no reaction. The ones from behind had also decided to use their attacks on the strange boulder-like beast, but the same had happened, and it seemed like the shell was nearly impossible to break. "Is this thing a beast?" the student asked. "I understand if it has a hard shell, but then why isn't it doing anything when I attack it?" Seeing that the so-called beast was doing nothing and not wanting to waste any more time, the students continued to scan around for other things. However, there were some more students who tried hurting the beast, hoping to get the crystal, but there was no such luck. They felt like if they took the time, they perhaps could have figured out how to deal with the beast. But to put in so much effort to only get a basic crystal in return didn't make much sense to them. While everyone else had now lost interest in the beast, Quinn had not. He went through the forest using his inspection skill on every boulder-type thing he could see. Most of them were just that, regular boulders, but then he had finally achieved a result. Basic tier beast, boulder snail. A beast that has an incredibly hard outer shell. The beast will only move in rain. Quinn had traveled quite a distance away from the others, a little too much that he was now properly out of the zone. If he was to use his team's scanner, it would register that he was out of the area Dell had mentioned. Right now, he was only focused on one thing, unaware that the others were unable to defeat the beast. Quinn thought he was under a time frame. He wanted to be the first person to kill the beast. After hearing about the description, he had an idea. Quinn stopped just in front of the boulder and readied himself. He looked around him just in case. Even though he was out of the area the students were supposed to be in, he was unsure if there might have been a stray. "Doesn't look like anyone's around," Quinn said. He was unaware that he was being watched by Fex. Using strings as he walked between trees in the air, he made his movements silently, and now he was carefully watching Quinn from above. Quinn stomped his foot onto the ground, raised the energy inside him, and pulled back his arm as he let his other fist outward at the same time. He activated his skill Blood Spray to create his still most powerful strike, Blood Hammer. If he couldn't damage the outside, then he would go for an attack that hurt the inside. As his fist hit the shell, the powerful impact caused a loud bang. It sounded like someone had shot off a bullet in the middle of the forest. The beast had a large crack in the boulder, and black liquid was slowly dripping out from it. "Was that the hammer strike?" Fex said as he watched in shock. "But I thought he was a complete beginner." "No, he is a complete beginner." The hammer strike was an advanced move that was only usually taught to students after they understood the basics of martial arts. But after teaching Quinn, Fex decided to not teach him anything else. Yet, here he had just witnessed Quinn perform a skill beyond the basic martial arts, just like the flash step. So he really must have a teacher then. Maybe they're the one that taught him the shadow ability as well? I need to find out more, Fex thought. Basic beast has been killed. 50 EXP gained. First time killing boulder snail. 100 bonus EXP gained. You are the first person to kill a boulder snail. 5,000 bonus EXP gained. Looks like I made it in time, Quinn said. After looking at the results of being the first person to kill such a beast, he was even happier with the decision he made. Now, the loud sound that erupted from the impact of the blood hammer on the beast's shell had echoed throughout the forest. Even the students who were 200 meters or so could hear it, but they chose to ignore it since the sound was a distance away. It wasn't their concern. But the sound had traveled a good distance. Within its chambers, a large figure dwelling deep inside a cave awoke. Bloodshot red eyes flared open as it made its move towards the sound. Episode 235, Too High to Handle. A stab with her rapier,
Faye jumped back to avoid the black blood that would spurt out from the beast. Then a quick change of her weapons that couldn't be followed by regular human eyes. She had changed to a sword. She swirled around and struck the snake-like beast from the tail up, slicing its body in half. "Was that all of them?" Faye said in an annoyed voice as she looked at the shy female teacher. "Yes," the teacher replied as she bowed her head in shame. After the distress call was received from one of the groups, Faye came at full speed towards the area. It seemed like the students had encountered a group of intermediate-tier beasts. The snake-like creature hung above the trees. When the students entered the area to explore, they had dropped down. The female teacher was frightened, and before even confirming what level of beasts they were, she had asked for help. When Faye arrived, she was annoyed. She could tell just from a glance that these beasts weren't above the intermediate level, and as the students, including the teacher herself, engaged in combat, she could as well. But once the distress signal was already called, it meant Faye had to check it out no matter what, and while she was here, she felt like she should quickly help the students deal with the situation. An intermediate beast could be dealt with by a group of 5, but it would still be a hard task and distract them from their goal. Looking at the teacher, Faye was about to give her a scolding. Just then, a ding sound was heard, and her watch lit up again. "Another one! I swear if this is the same thing, I will be having a word with all the first-year teachers when I get back." With those words said in anger, she left the site. The teacher felt like fate was on her side and had stopped her from getting a scolding as she wiped the sweat from her forehead. 5,330 out of 400 EXP. You are now level 13. 2 stat points have been gained. 4,930 out of 800 XP. You are now level 14. 2 stat points have been gained. 4,130 of 1,600 EXP. You are now level 15. 2 stat points have been gained. 2,530 out of 3,200 EXP points. For defeating the new type of beast, Quinn had gained a bonus of 5,000 points, which had leveled him up a total of 3 times, and now he also had 6 free stat points to play with. This was the result of being the first to kill an undiscovered beast, and it was only the basic tier. So far, the system had always rewarded Quinn more when killing beasts of a higher tier. Although he did receive less EXP for killing a basic tier beast after evolving, similar to how he obtained no EXP from fighting low-level students. If this was to continue, as Quinn leveled up, he would not only have to look for higher-level opponents, but also higher-level beasts for EXP. Did this mean at some point Quinn would no longer receive EXP? There had to be a cap to these things, and once Quinn was strong enough, he would no longer be able to obtain EXP even from the strongest of enemies. But Quinn could never imagine that happening. For now, he thought it was best if he was to keep these stat points in reserve. The stat points automatically add up when he consumes blood, especially O-type. Quinn would have to immediately choose what the stat would go into before progressing. However, it wasn't the same when leveling up. The stat could be saved, and just underneath his status screen, a number would appear, displaying how many stat points he could use. Quinn wanted to place the stat points into his charm skill. It was more beneficial for him to increase this skill, so he could get more blood in the future. But right now, there wasn't anyone else traveling on their own, and it would be hard for him to not be caught. Still, the Orange Portal planet was a dangerous place, and Quinn didn't know when he might need to use his other stats for dangerous situations. Before leaving the area, Quinn managed to shove his hand into the small crack he had made. The shell now seemed a lot softer and was easier to break. Since the beast was dead, the crystal inside was no longer powering its defensive capabilities. After swirling his hand around inside the beast, he eventually felt a solid object and pulled the crystal out, even though it was only a basic tier crystal. Quinn was already thinking about what type of armor the crystal could be used for. It had a good defense, after all, so it would be best made into either a defensive item or a piece of armor. The crystal was stored in his system inventory. Quinn had returned to his group, and he could see Fex by Sia's side as well. He had managed to leave just after seeing Quinn kill the beast, and did not see what Quinn had done with the crystal after. As Quinn walked past him and went to join up with Peter, Fex did his best to look as unsuspicious as possible. He started whistling away while looking through the trees. "Did you do something wrong?" Sia asked. She could tell that Fex was acting strange ever since he returned. Hearing this caused Fex to jolt back a bit.
No, I'm just getting bored. Why would I have anything to hide? Maybe you have something to hide, and that's why you're accusing me of having something to hide, Fex replied.
You know, that's a classic line by someone who's been caught, Sia replied as she walked off, already uninterested in whatever Fex was trying to hide. It had been over an hour now, and the group had a total of 60 points. They had finally recovered from their deficit. They were unable to see where they were, as none of the groups knew each other's scores. But they had a rough idea from watching, and with the 50-point deduction, they wouldn't be surprised if they were still in the last place. Now when students were scanning items with the scanner, it would constantly come up with an error. 15 minutes had passed, and there wasn't a single sound indicating the students had found something. The only beast that was found was the strange boulder beast as well.
I guess it's time for us to move on, Dell said.
A larger device was tied around his waist, which looked like a larger version of the scanner the students had. After pressing several buttons on his scanner, a sound was heard, and suddenly none of the students were able to scan anything at the moment.
All right, students, everyone gather up in the center. It's time for us to move on to the next area, Dell shouted.
As the students started to walk over to Dell, loud, low sounds could be heard, and vibration could be felt underneath their feet. "What is that?" a student said, worried as the loud sounds were consistent. It was clear that something large was coming towards them, and it wasn't human. The loud sounds started to get louder, and now they could hear trees crashing into the ground. Every student was looking in the direction from where the sound was coming. 2 of the trees closest to the open part of the forest were knocked down, and now they could see what was making all that noise. A large beast stood on all fours and had a long neck. There was no fur, and it resembled something similar to a dinosaur. Even the size was something similar to what they would have imagined. The only difference was on its back. It seemed to have a large flower bud. It completely covered it from its neck to its tail. The students picked up their scanners and immediately started to scan the beast. The size wasn't always the indicator of strength. Quickly, they realized their scanners had been turned off by Dell, and they were unable to tell the level of the beast. But for Quinn, it was different. Advanced Tier Beast Florosaur, unable to obtain further information. Episode 236, A Teacher's Duty. "Guys, we have to run," Quinn said in a serious tone. They didn't know why, but Quinn was shocked after seeing the beast. Perhaps it was his vampire senses telling him this was a strong beast, Vorden thought. But it wasn't the case. Fex stood unaware of the danger in front of them. Some vampires were able to sense how dangerous a beast was, but Fex's senses still weren't at that level yet. So to him, it just looked like any other beast, only this one was a little larger. After finding out it was an advanced tier beast, Quinn didn't even think about the possibility of trying to defeat it because of its experience points. Last time, he almost died fighting against an intermediate beast. There was no way for Quinn to tell how strong the intermediate beast he fought against was. Some were stronger than others, but whenever there was a jump up in the level of beast tiers, there was a definite strength difference. He didn't have the confidence to defeat it, and not while hiding his abilities. Even though Fex was by his side, who had supposedly killed 10 advanced tier beasts. Fex had the same problem as Quinn. He too was unable to reveal himself in front of this many people. However, if Fex honestly did know the level of the beast, even he would have been frightened. Fex, like Quinn, faced an intermediate beast and barely made it out alive. He wasn't strong enough to easily deal with one, and not while hiding his powers. The students were also frightened, mostly because of the size of the beast. It came out of the forest and stopped right in front of them, and was now glaring at everyone. The beast was a little larger than a 2-floor house, while its long neck stretched out, causing a shadow to be cast over the students at the front. Seeing the beast, Dell nervously took the larger scanner from his side. His hands were shaking as he pointed it at the creature, and after a few seconds, his fears were confirmed. It was an advanced level beast. Dell was never much of a fighter, and his ability also didn't support that fact. Immediately, he started tapping his wristwatch, sending out a distress signal. He was unaware of how many times he had pressed the button. Dell just wanted one of the sergeants to appear in front of them now. Out of all the students, Quinn was the first to take a step away, trying to get a head start on the other students, but the sound of his steps caused the leaves to ruffle, and the creature's head turned and immediately looked at Quinn. "Maybe moving isn't a good idea," Layla said. Yeah, while it's not being aggressive, let's not do anything, Quinn replied. Del had felt the same way, which was why he hadn't shouted at the students to run away or retreat. The sudden movements could frighten the beasts. Most beasts were hostile towards humans, but the higher tiers seemed to have more intelligence, and some would leave humans alone. Although that didn't stop the humans from hunting them for their crystals. Del was hoping that the students at least knew this basic knowledge and wouldn't try attacking the beast, giving them all the best chance for survival. The bud on the beast's back slowly started to open up, revealing a pink center. Out of the pink center, 6 vines rose in the air before dropping down and falling to the beast's side. The vines seemed to be alive and being controlled by the beast. Although the beast wasn't moving, the vines were stretching out from the buds as if there was no end in sight. One of the vines had reached the student closest to the beast. The end of the vine was slightly larger and looked similar to the head of the beast itself, but was still green in color. Right now, the head of the vine was floating directly about in front of the student. His heart was beating loudly, and he now had his eyes closed, hoping that if he couldn't see the beast, it would somehow calm down his nerves. After waiting a while, nothing happened. The student eventually opened his eyes. At that moment, the head of the vine opened up and attached itself to the student. Using both hands, he grabbed onto the vine and tried to pull as hard as he could, but it was no use. The suction and stickiness of the vine were too strong, and he couldn't break free. The vine lifted the student high into the air and towards the beast's mouth. As it opened up its mouth, several sharp teeth could be seen, and the beast took a bite that caused nearly half of the student's body to disappear. "Everyone run! It's a hostile advanced tier beast!" Del shouted as he ran into a random part of the forest. Most of the students decided to follow where Del had gone. It was an instinct for students when in time of need to rely on adults, especially since Del was their teacher and was meant to be there for their guidance. The beast continued to use its vines to grab the students closest, and as they screamed in pain and cried out for their teacher's help. Del closed his eyes and tried to ignore them. "If I go back and try to save them now, we could all die. This is the right thing to do," he told himself. The students who had gotten a head start had managed to create a distance between them and the beast. The beast still hadn't moved and was busy eating the students. It caught. However, while Del was running blindly through the forest, he was aware of a great problem. The distress signal sent from the watch was only a signal sent to the sergeants. As stated before, the GPS tracker and other features of the watch didn't work well, or not at all, on other planets. Even the scanner could only work with the technology of the master scanner that Del had. The system was designed in a way that when a signal was sent, the sergeants could tell which team was signaling them. They would then head over in that direction. If Leo or Faye was to head there now, they would have no clue where Del or the other students had gone. But right now, they had no choice. Suddenly, the loud sound of the footsteps could be heard coming in their direction once again. The beast was on the move and had finished its snack. Quinn's group was quite fast and was just behind Del. Peter had picked up Layla and held her in his hands, while surprisingly, Sia was able to keep up with them. Fex and Quinn were not traveling at full speed, as they made sure to stay behind Del, unaware that Del had no plan. The students at the back could hear the booming footsteps getting louder and louder. In the end, the temptation got the better of them. They turned around and were caught by one of the vines. Some of the students were a bit smarter in their movements and would travel in between trees, making it harder for the beast to catch them. Still, it did nothing to slow down the main beast's body, as it would continue to bulldoze its way through the trees. When Del had made it past another tree, they had finally come out to an open area. A small vertical wall with vines on could be seen, most likely the side of a mountain. Del thought about attempting to climb it, but would take some time for them to scale, and the beast would catch up to them by then. The open area was quite large. To the left and right there were 2 paths, but they were slightly slanted going uphill, and Del didn't like their chances of outrunning the beast. "We have no choice. We have to turn and fight," Del shouted. The 40 or so students knew the seriousness of the situation. They turned around facing the forest, which they had just exited from, and prepared their weapons and abilities. A few moments later, and the beast came crashing through, with trees flying off to the side. "If we want to live, I might have to fight with everything I've got," Quinn said. Episode 237, The Power of Support. Blood was dripping from the beast's mouth. It was quite a shocking sight for both Fex and Quinn. They also consumed blood, but this wasn't the same. One of the students' intestines could be seen dangling from the side of the beast's mouth, and this was too much, even for them. The vines continued to hover around the beast's side as if they were alive like snakes, while the main body of the beast charged straight ahead into the students. Like a whip, the vines were used to knock the students who were closest to it. It caused quite a deep cut amongst the student's body that had been hit. They felt like they had been hit with a sword. The attack was so fast and sharp that it even felt like one. Some of the students that saw their friends hurt started to rush towards them. "No, don't!" Dell shouted. Dell had propped his shield up and dug it into the ground while staying behind. His ability wasn't that great, so all he could do was stay at the back, near the mountain wall. "Healers and support-type abilities, come and stay behind me. We don't want you to get hurt," Dell commanded. "Anyone who uses a beast weapon as their main attack, come closer to me now." They did as their teacher told them to. Right now, the element abilities were busy distracting the beast, aiming for the attack against the legs, while other students would try their best to block the vines. The one using beast weapons as their main attack went to Dell while he was placing his hand on each item. "I wonder what he's doing," Quinn thought as he went over to take a closer look. "My ability allows me to double the strength and durability of any beast weapon for a limited time. We need to defeat the beast before time runs out," Quinn overheard Dell said. Hearing this, Quinn too lined up waiting for the teacher. Those who had their equipment improved went to join in the fight with the other students. There was a mixture of people. Some were scared. Some felt like they had no choice but to fight, and a few of them enjoyed the thrill of a fight and couldn't help themselves but join in. Quinn was the last to line up, and eventually it got to his turn. "Boy, there's no point wasting this on you," Dell said. "Will you even get in a fight? Besides, I can only use my ability so many times in a day, it would be a waste on you." These words had angered Quinn. If he was going to use his vampire abilities, he thought he might be able to help out greatly just using his beast weapons. With all the students attacking the beast at once, it would be hard for them to tell where the bulk of the damage had come from. "What about you?" Quinn said. "Why are you allowed to hide back here, while the others are attacking and defending? Is this shield just for show?" "Yeah, you try to be a smart-ass," Dell replied. "As you can see, I'm here protecting all the students behind me." As Quinn looked at the students behind Dell, he could see many of them with fear and shock on their faces. A few even had tears in their eyes as they saw their friends get hurt. "I have to help him," a woman cried as she went running forward, but her friend quickly pulled her back towards their group. "Don't! I know you want to try to save him, but if you get hurt, we can't save anyone," another female replied. Out of all the students in Dell's class, her ability worked more like a buff, increasing the overall strength of a student, but still, it would be better than leaving them out there. About 8 of the students had been attacked by the vine-like whip. It seemed like the beast had stopped eating students while there were many around attacking it. Still, the wounds on these students were quite bad, and the 2 of them were unable to move. After hearing what Dell said, Quinn didn't want to help out, but after seeing the sad look on the faces of the others, he knew he had to do something. "Pio, come!" Quinn shouted as he dashed off towards the fallen students on the ground. "Is he going to try to save them?" a student asked. "No, he's only a level 1. He must just be an idiot." Peter wasn't the only one that was following Quinn. Right now on his other side, Fex was running closely behind him as well. "I'll cover you while you do whatever you want to do, but you will owe me one after this," Fex said with a wink. As the 3 boys got closer to the beast, the vines started to head towards them, slashing out at an incredible speed. The first one was towards Peter, who attempted to grab the vine, but it was just too fast. It had slipped through and sliced the palm of his hands quite deep. As usual, there was no pain, and his hand was already starting to heal. Now on the other side, another vine was coming towards them, and this time it was Fex's turn. Fex was a vampire and was unable to use his ability just like Quinn. However, there was a clear advantage of Fex's ability over others. When using his string ability, it was almost invisible to the human eye. As the vine came towards him, spread both his hands out and slashed it downward, cutting the head of the vine right off. However, just like with Peter, the vine seemed to have an incredible recovery speed, and right now the head was starting to form out of the cut cells by Fex.
Quinn placed his finger into the student's blood around the chest. It was too far away for the other students to see the finer details, and everyone else was busy fighting the beast. Quickly shifting his hand into his mouth, he quickly picked up the student and rushed back to the others. AB blood type consumed, stamina 18. Quinn repeated this process with the other students who had been hit. In total, he managed to save 5 students, and at the same time consume their blood, while the others had been flung away or were too deep fighting in the carnage for Quinn to get the chance to consume their blood. All in all, Quinn had gotten stronger. Strength 23, agility 19, stamina 18, charm 16. Vex didn't let Quinn's strange habits go unnoticed. Even if he did enjoy the taste of blood greatly like some vampires did, to do so in the middle of a battle was a bit crazy. While Quinn was busy looking at his stats and the two by his side were busy dealing with the vines, a third vine had already set its sight on Quinn. When the two had looked at each other, the vine had set its target. It reached out as far as it could to grab onto Quinn, but he wasn't as nimble. He moved back and saw the vine would soon catch up. Just as the vine was about to reach Quinn, its movements suddenly slowed, and Quinn was able to create a distance between the two. He looked around, seeing what possibly could have been the cause. That's when he noticed the strange, ghost-like spear, half of its body inside an elephant. "The spirit spear?" Quinn said confusingly. Upon looking back, he could see Sia had decided to help out by using her spear. Episode 238, Berserk Mode. Thanks to Sia's spear, the beast had slowed down just enough for Quinn to move out of the way, avoiding the vine whip. Vex and Peter had also now resorted to dodging after they found out the incredible growth speed of the vines. However, the fact that the beast was slowed down didn't go unnoticed. A second spear was thrown and had landed in the same spot on the beast's legs. The effect of 2 spears had stacked, and now the beast was 20% slower than it usually would have been, and also 20% weaker. The students took advantage of this temporary weakness. Their attacks, which were bouncing off the beast, are now damaging it, and the vines that were troubling slowed down. Still, the beast was strong, and even at 80% of its strength, it was able to fend off the attacks from 40 different students. Sia threw her spirit spears at the beast. At most, though, she was only able to stack up 2 spears. Whenever she would throw a third spear into the beast, the first one would have already lasted for 5 seconds and disappear. Her ability was perfect for situations like this. The beast was a big target, and other than its vines, its main body wasn't too fast unless it was running in a straight line. If she was to go up against other beasts, even some intermediate beasts, it might have been harder for her to use her ability, but right now she was one of the most important people when it came to taking down this creature. "If only we could make it even weaker," Dell said. At that moment, a blonde stood by Sia's side, and in his hand he too had a spirit spear. "Looks like you have quite a good ability there," Vorden said as he threw the spear into the beast's leg. With Vorden and Sia using their spirit spears, the beast had now lost 40% of its overall strength. It was nearly half of what it used to be. The students were now doing even better than before, and even the ones whose weapons had been reinforced by Dell were working. Quinn no longer felt the need for him or Vex to get involved when fighting the beast. The students that had been brought back to Quinn were getting treatment from the support students. Now that the beast's movements had slowed, they had joined the battle and went to support their teammates using buffs and other skills. The only one that remained in position with a smile on his face was Dell. "This is brilliant. It looks like these students might be able to take down an advanced beast after all. I might even get a promotion for this," Dell thought excitedly. Looking at him, Quinn felt like he could read his teacher like an open book, especially after their earlier interaction. He got the sense that Dell was quite a selfish person, and he was right. Even now, although the situation had gotten better, it wasn't perfect. Students still ended up dying, but all Dell could think about was himself. After a good 15 minutes of constant attacks from most of the students, other than Quinn, Vex decided to lay low. Even Peter and Layla were actively helping. The beast now looked heavily injured. It lifted its front 2 feet into the air and slammed them onto the ground. The mass weight of the beast caused the ground to shake around the students a little. It also served as a reminder to the other student that this beast was still mighty strong. The beast repeatedly did this action as it roared and screamed. At the same time, the vines that were coming off from the bud on its back swung more widely. "What is this? Have the spears worn off, or something?" a student said. But looking at the beast, the spears from Vorden and Sia remained. They continued to attack the beast. Although at this point, Sia was feeling incredibly drained along with Vorden. They had been using their abilities nonstop, and didn't know how much longer they could last. The beast used its long head and looked back into the forest. The next moment, it started running back from where it came from. The students who stood behind the beast rolled and dived out of the way in fear of getting trampled on. "Should we chase it? If it's running away, doesn't that mean it's nearly dead?" a student asked. Quinn also had the same thought. If the beast was injured and the others weren't going to chase it, then maybe he could. Killing an advanced beast would gain him an enormous amount of EXP points. "Nobody should chase the beast," Dell shouted. "Some advanced-type beasts and above have something called a berserker mode. Once injured to a certain point, if the beast feels like it's stuck in a corner, it will activate its berserker mode, sometimes increasing its strength several times." After hearing Dell's explanation, Quinn had second thoughts about chasing the beast. He was reminded of the beast's strength before the debuff from Vorden and Sia. On top of that, 40 students were fighting it at once. If a single person was given the task to deal with the advanced beast, Quinn couldn't imagine anyone coping. All of the vines would be free to attack you, along with the main body of the beast. Even if it didn't have a berserker mode, Quinn didn't like his chances of beating the beast alone. He would have to let go of this one. When the beast dashed towards the forest, and a minute had passed without it returning, they knew that they had achieved a victory. Cheers and congratulations were shouted out between friends and classmates. They had managed to survive such an intense ordeal. Many of the students had gone up to those who had put themselves on the front line, congratulating them for being brave and attacking the beast from the beginning. This included Dell, who had come over. It was no surprise. Quinn, after all, had contributed nothing to chase away. The other students deserved the praise. But then, a female with light pink hair stepped in front of Quinn and bowed down to him. As she lifted her head, her eyes were filled with tears. "Thank you so much for saving my friend," the pink-haired girl said. After that, she hurried off to join her teammates. The thanks should have made Quinn feel good, but it didn't. It had made Quinn feel bad instead. Originally, he had only gone out there not to save the students, but because he saw it as an opportunity to take their blood. Just like Dell, his reactions were because of selfish reasons, not because he was trying to be a hero. He didn't deserve the praise. When the students had all settled down, they decided to have a minute of silence, out of respect for the students that had been lost. But they couldn't spend much time because they were in a serious situation right now. The beast had chased the group quite a distance away from their original location. Not only that, but Dell had no clue where they were or how to get back. While running away, he had headed in a random direction and didn't take a note. There were no maps for the planet, since the place was still undiscovered. "What do we do now?" a student asked Dell. Leo had arrived at the camp where the distress signal had come from. Before arriving here, he had dealt with 2 more incidents from other camps. It was clear that this planet was still quite active with beasts. Still, it was too early to tell whether it was worthy of the decision to make it a red portal planet. If there was only a few advanced tier beasts, then they got rid of them. Then they could give the planet a green grade. For the first time, though, after arriving at the location of a distress call, there were no students around. Leo started to hunt around for clues when the sounds of large, heavy footsteps could be heard heading in his direction. "Now what do we have here?" Leo said. Episode 239. Where are we? The sound of the footsteps could be heard loud and clear. Leo was able to see the energy as each foot was placed on the ground. He activated his ability a little more, and now his vision was even wider than most people could see with their own eyes. It didn't matter how many trees or obstacles were blocking his path. Whatever was heading towards him, he would be able to see it clearly, and that he did. A large flame of red energy seemed to be spiraling in his direction. The energy of the beast seemed to be getting wilder on the outside, but upon looking closer, towards the core of the beast's crystal, Leo could see the energy was being more condensed.
The flames of aura were entering the crystal, while the leftovers were sparkling on the outside. This was what happened when a beast was just about to go into berserker mode. Soon the condensed energy would explode, and the power of the beast would temporarily increase. "If it gets to that point, it might be a little bit inconvenient," Leo moaned as he drew out his trusty sword. There was no need for Leo to move from the spot he was in. The beast was already coming towards him, so he waited. Finally, the beast had arrived, barging itself through, knocking the trees down in its path. Unfortunately, Leo was unable to see that the beast itself was injured from the battle with the students. His ability allowed him to see the outline of the beast and the things around him, but he wasn't able to see the finer details. If the beast was nearly dead, he could tell from their aura, but this one still had plenty of life. Immediately 6 lines of red energy came whipping out at Leo. Focusing his mind, he waited until all paths of the red energy crossed each other. In that moment, he took a single swing of his blade. The 6 vines that had come out at him had all been sliced off. Leo could see that the energy was still flowing through the vines as they started to regrow. But what he was more concerned about was the energy building up in the beast's body. Ignoring the vines and looking at the head of the beast, it was quite large and a distance away. "Well, I don't want to go all the way up there," Leo said. He placed his sword in his sheath and prepared himself. When he was sure where his target was going to be, with a single movement, he drew all of his energy out and pulled the blade out of the sheath as fast as he could. The line of energy was thin and white, but the beast had no time to react, and it had completely passed through its neck. A few moments later, the beast's neck slid from its head and fell to the ground. Its body then shortly followed after. "I guess you can't regenerate your head," said Leo. After defeating the beast, he didn't stop for a moment, not even to extract the crystal core from its body. He didn't have much time to investigate the area before, and the beast had suddenly attacked him. But during the fight, he had spotted something while looking at the beast's aura from his position. In the distance, there were dead bodies of the students. They no longer produced a flame of aura, but a little leftover essence was visible on their bodies a few hours later. Right now, the students were a priority, and if they had run into similar beasts to the one he had just faced, he feared the worst for the students. Back where the others were, just by the mountainside wall, Dell and a few of the other students were discussing their next plan. Dell had called over the main helpers and the strongest-ranked students for their advice. In Dell's class, there weren't many strong students. There were a couple of level 6 students and a few level 5, but that was it for the class. Vorden was considered one of the strongest students despite his level, but he had not been invited to the group meeting hosted by Dell. This was because Dell still bore a grudge against Vorden, and after what Quinn had said, he now hated their whole group. "Maybe we should head back where the beast came out from," a student suggested. "If we follow the trail of broken-down trees, then maybe we can find out our way back." "That won't work," Dell replied. "The forest is large, and if that beast lives there, then there are likely to be many trees and paths that have been created by the beast, and those similar to it. If we follow one of those paths, we might even be leading ourselves to be dinner for another beast." "Well, you suggest something," another student said, their tone sharp, rather annoyed at the situation. Even though they felt like so far Dell had been useless at everything. Still, Dell was of a higher rank than them, not just as a teacher, but in the military as well, and they needed to show him some respect. He could also be the deciding factor on their grades, so the students bit down their tongues and moved on. But that didn't change the fact of how useless he had been. "I think we should go up, on one of the side paths of the mountain," Dell suggested. "If we go up high, then we can see the forest from above. We should be able to see where the area we started from was, and if we can't see that, we will be able to spot the shelter." It wasn't a bad idea, but after encountering such a dangerous beast, the idea of going further into the unknown was frightening for them. Still, with the only other idea already shot down by the teacher, what choice did they have? The students were told to inform the others of the plan, as each group made sure they had their supplies, and started to head out. "This is so stupid," Sia complained. "We should at least stay here for a while and wait. Maybe another group or the sergeant will come and find us. If you're lost, you're meant to stay still." "Well, I think we're just climbing the mountain to see where we are. Then we'll probably head back down," Layla explained. "I still think we should wait a little bit before doing anything.
Sia replied. Although I don't like Dell, Vorden said, maybe for these guys staying in one place isn't a good idea. Look at their faces. Now they are moving and it's making them forget about what happened. They might think if they stay there, other beasts will come and attack them, maybe even the same one. But as we move, at least we are working towards our goal.
Okay, pretty boy, you convinced me, Sia replied. Let's go. Episode 240, Purple Grass. The group couldn't decide which side of the mountain they wanted to take. There was the option of sending half the group on one side too, but after seeing how effective they were as a single unit against a powerful beast, they felt that it was best to keep everyone together in one powerful group in case something similar happened again. They started to travel up the left side of the mountain. Dell had made the decision and was ordering the group around, but he wasn't the one that stood in front of the group. Instead, some of the stronger groups had their frontliner. Dell had made some type of excuse, claiming that he was the only one able to use the communicator to contact the sergeants. What if he disappeared? If that happened, then the sergeants would have no clue where they were. But this was a lie. The sergeants didn't have a clue where Dell's class was. They only knew that they had sent out a distress signal. The scanners had been turned on. They would still record points and work as long as they were within a 200-meter radius of Dell, even though the scanners still provided each student with points for their team. There was no fierce competition anymore. The group decided to stay closer, and no one was venturing far away from their team or far from the whole group. While scanning new items, the scanner would still do the same, but the sense of competition was no longer there. The reason why Dell had turned the scanners back on was because they were good tools for finding out what was around them, whether there were dangerous plants or precious ores. But the primary function of the scanners for Dell was to detect beasts and their levels, while those beasts were still far away from the group. If they came across another beast, and it was far too powerful for their group to handle, Dell didn't even dare to imagine the number of casualties and the number of remaining students that would be able to come back with them to the military camp. The group slowly progressed, and eventually the slope started to level out. They could still see the large wall and the ground behind them, so they found it a little strange. Usually, any mountains had a lot of ridges with leveled and inclined ground, so this mountain seemed strange. The open field was long and still very green, like most of the forest so far. With plants here and there, there was a lot more open space. They were higher in elevation now, but they were still unable to see the top of the mountain from below. One of the more curious students went over to the edge and looked down. Even though they could still see the part of the forest where they made their last stand against that beast previously, they were unable to see where they had started from the beginning of the shelter. Depending on which direction Dell had run from the camp, the only way for them to see the shelter or where they once came from was to climb to a high point, so they could see the area around them from a bird's-eye view. But the slightly inclined ground looked like it could go on for miles, and the only way left to get higher up the mountain was to scale it using their hands and feet. But that wouldn't be a possible option for their group. The students started to walk around to see if there were any other options to scale the mountain, or if they could see the shelter from the edges of the mountain. Maybe it's best if we just head back down. Going up the mountain might be more dangerous than roaming around down there, Layla said. I agree, but also it doesn't look like Dell knows what he's doing, Vorden replied. Dell was currently just standing in the middle, looking up at the mountain to his right and down the sloped path from where they had come from. In the middle of their exploration, though, 3 clear and distinctive dings were suddenly heard. The students all turned to where the sound came from, as it indicated that a beast had been discovered by the scanner. But looking at the student whose scanner went off, it looked like there was nothing, even around him. What did you discover? Dell said as he walked over to the student. The student pointed at a purple blade of grass on the floor. While walking up the slope, there were patches of grass here and there. Most of the grass was green in color, but once in a while they could see some stalks of purple grass colored. Nearly all of the students decided to ignore it, as it seemed like an odd thing with nothing strange about it, but when they started getting bored in their exploration. This particular student decided to give it a scan anyway to relieve some of his boredom. But to his surprise, the scanner said he wasn't holding a plant, but a beast. When Dell snatched the scanner from the student, a dark expression appeared on his face.
An intermediate beast, this little thing? How can that be possible?
The purple shade of grass was the same size as all the other pieces of grass. It seemed impossible for there to be a beast crystal inside. The students were not actively looking at the grass around them, but now they noticed that there were a few single strands of purple grass every so often from the grasses surrounding them. A few drops of water from the sky started to land on the ground and onto the faces of the students. "Is it going to rain?" Layla asked. "That's just great. We might have to try to find some cover." But Quinn was interested in the beast. If it was another new type and he found a way to defeat it before anyone else, he would gain a large amount of EXP once again. He bent down and looked closer at the blade of grass. "Inspect. Intermediate beast. Dumping bait beast. The top of the beast's head can often seem like a blade of grass, while most of its body remained underground. The beast cannot move, but when the rain comes it will sprout from underneath." After reading the message, it started raining heavily. Just like with the boulder snails from before, it seemed that the beast was also active in the rain, and right now they were experiencing their first bit of rain since coming to the place. Quinn immediately started to look around him and noticed many of the students were looking at the purple blade of grass. There were nearly as many blades of grass as the students. In a way, it seemed that a small army of intermediate beasts was about to pop out from under the ground. Perhaps this would be even more troublesome than the advanced tier beasts. As a single raindrop fell on the purple shade of grass, it suddenly shook, and the ground started to vibrate as well. "What the hell is going on here?" Fex said. "Guys, get away from the purple grass!" Quinn shouted to his teammates. "Let's head back down the slope." As Quinn said these words, a 2-meter-tall purple plant appeared behind him. Its body was as thick as a tree, and its head was as wide as a car. On top of its head was the strand of grass that could barely be seen on top of the giant plant-like beast. "Quinn!" Layla shouted as a plant dived down. But it was too late. The large plant had swallowed Quinn. Episode 241, A Strange Item. Chaos erupted on the side slope of the mountain, once the raindrops touched the top of the beast's head. It had sent them a signal informing them to rise to the surface. The beast was tall and wide, and to top it off, they were fast and nimble as well. Most of the students were still tired from the fight with the advanced-tiered beast earlier. Most of their MC cells were used, and they hadn't had enough time to recover. Their instinct told them to run, seeing the beasts rising from underneath the ground. However, the beasts were too fast. As if it was a snake, the plants opened their mouths wide and sometimes consumed more than one student at a time, and one of these students was Quinn. "We have to get him out of there," Vorden shouted as he looked around at the other students. "Damn it, why isn't there someone with high-level abilities in this class?" Dell's class was considered one of the weakest classes, and they had gotten significantly weaker after Aaron had left. Vorden was hoping at one point he could come across one of the other classes and copy one of their abilities. One of the downsides to Vorden's ability was the fact that he would have to wait 24 hours before storing a new ability. At most, with the help of Rayton and Syl, he could store 3 at a time. Because of this, Vorden was cautious about whose ability he copied. Right now, it didn't seem like anyone's ability was doing well against the plants. "He's already dead. Let's just get out of here," Sia complained. "No, he's not dead," Peter replied. "I can tell." Although Sia had no clue what Peter meant by this, the others realized that there must be some type of link between the two. That could also be the explanation as to why Peter wasn't going mad right now after witnessing Quinn's death. "I'll go get him," Fex said. The others were surprised by his words. They knew Quinn and Fex weren't close enough, but obviously from Fex's words. He was genuinely concerned about Quinn. But the question was, when did the two of them become so close? But Fex could tell the seriousness of the situation. He was the only one along with Quinn who hadn't done much during the fight against the advanced tier beast, so he had plenty of energy. Fex ran and leaped up into the air, but in the blink of an eye, the plant swayed its large body to the side and struck Fex at an incredible speed, who was still in midair, slamming him back to the side of the mountain. Maybe jumping straight forward wasn't such a good idea. The pain wreaking havoc on Fex's body wasn't too bad, but he was still a little dazed. After he pulled himself together, he saw the plant coming towards him across the floor with its mouth wide open.
When he finally managed to get up, the plant was already coming for him, streaking across the floor with its mouth wide open, ready to devour him. There was no panic on Fex's face, just a slight smile. "Eat me then, you piece of—" Then he was gone, swallowed by the beast plant. It lifted its whole body and raised its head, making sure that whatever it managed to consume would go straight down. The others stayed there watching the plant for a few seconds, hoping that Fex had some sort of plan. There was a lot of popular news established by media centers about some miraculous escape after being swallowed by a beast. It was reported that those people killed their way out of the beast's body, but after watching for a while and seeing no result, the situation couldn't be more obvious. "Run!" Vorden shouted. "That's all we can do. If Peter says Quinn is safe, then we just have to believe him." Vorden, along with Layla, was the first to take their advice. Layla was a little behind Vorden, so she had a head start. Seeing this, Vorden decided he didn't have time to be picky about what abilities he had. If he touched Layla, then at least he would have something to protect himself while fighting. Thinking about this, he ran faster, straight for Layla. He then reached out and grabbed her hand. "Hey, what are you doing?" Layla complained, but she quickly stopped complaining as another beast plant headed straight for the two of them. She held out her hand, hoping to slow it down a little bit. As Vorden turned, he threw one of the spirit spears, and it pierced straight through the beast's head. But it wasn't enough, and the beast was quick to retaliate, swallowing the two in an instant. "What are you doing?" Sia shouted. She too had rushed off, hoping to run away, but she quickly stopped as she noticed there were also several plants behind them. Some groups were still dealing with them, but none of them were successful. The only group that seemed to be doing well was the group led by Teacher Dell. He had taken his large shield with him and was holding it up with his back against the mountain wall. With only one possible angle of attack, Dell and a few other students were able to block most of the incoming attacks from the plants, and since the plants weren't able to move from their original position, at most, the group had to block attacks from 3 incoming plant beasts. "Let's get over there," she shouted. "It's the safest place. With my ability, we can make it." At this point, she was tugging on Peter's uniform, but he stayed there, still looking at one of the plants. "If Quinn is somewhere else, then I need to go with him," Peter replied. "Screw you," she shouted in anger. "If you want to die, then go die yourself." With a single step, Sia cried out. She turned around and suddenly realized that everything around her was pitch black. Then, a few seconds later, she could feel herself falling. The whole group had now been swallowed by different beet plants. Fex and Quinn, Layla and Vorden, and finally, Peter and Sia. A few of the other students had been swallowed. A few were also knocked off the side of the cliff, while the majority somehow managed to make it near Dell, even though they felt weak. With Dell mostly blocking the plant beasts, the students were able to use their attacks to fight against them. They continued fighting till the rain finally stopped. The moment the rain stopped, all the beasts went into hibernation. They returned underground and turned into beautiful stalks of purple grasses once more. Amazingly, soil started to form over the purple grasses, and in the blink of an eye, the mountain returned to its original state. It was as if nothing had happened. "Is it over?" a student asked, huffing and panting. He felt as if he would collapse from exhaustion at any moment. "I think so," Dell replied. "I think these beasts reacted to the rain. They seemed to appear and disappear at the same time as the rain appeared and vanished. Luckily for us, in a place like this, the downpour might be strong, but it doesn't last for long. However, we don't know when the next downpour will be." "What should we do now, and what about the others?" another asked. Dell looked around, and he could see there wasn't much blood. Also, during his studies, he discovered that plant-type beasts weren't mostly carnivores. The fact that these plants probably didn't have the acid necessary to digest meat meant that the students were still probably alive. "I hate to say this, but they're probably already dead," Dell lied. "It's best if we head back down to where we were. If we carry on going upward, then there might be even more dangerous beasts." Some of the students were annoyed by Dell's suggestion. They had made this suggestion earlier and even said the same thing to Dell, informing him about the possible danger up ahead. Still, he decided to progress anyway, and now he was saying traveling upwards was a bad idea. Before heading back down the slope, a student spotted another person walking up. As they saw who it was, a huge smile appeared on their faces. "Sergeant Leo!" the student shouted. Even Dell was delighted. There wasn't much that needed to be said, as Leo agreed that he would take them back to the shelter for now. But before doing so, Leo asked the other students to investigate the area. Just as the students were about to head down the slope, Leo started to walk over to a strange object. A certain item was giving off energy, similar to that of a beast weapon. He had arrived by the wall of the mountain and picked up the cold, solid object. "Do you mind telling me what it looks like?" Leo asked Dell, who wouldn't leave his side. "It appears to be some type of metal flask, although it has some strange design on it. It looks like a beast's head with fangs. Maybe it's one of the items that the students dropped during the struggle," Dell answered. "I'm wondering, what is so important that it needs to be kept in a special type of beast equipment?" Leo thought to himself.
Episode 242, A Place of Darkness. The last thing Quinn could remember was Layla shouting his name. Then, in a blink of an eye, they were swallowed. What came afterwards was darkness. His body was continuously being swirled around, throwing him off balance, and it didn't give him a moment to balance himself, nor use any of his abilities. Everything was happening so quickly, but during the whole process, he didn't feel any pain. When he finally reached the bottom, Quinn felt his body continuously sinking. It felt like he had been dropped into a watery quagmire. He tried moving his hands, using all the strength he could muster, but it seemed ineffective. If anything, it was making him sink quicker. His legs were the first thing to pass through, and as they did, he felt a free range of motion. They weren't hitting or placed against anything, but they felt like he was in midair, kicking them back and forth. Still, he was unable to feel anything. If the plant swallowed me and now I'm falling, doesn't that mean I'm falling into another part of the mountain or underneath the planet? Quinn thought. The height of his fall worried him the most. His arms had now gone through the strange substance, and now only the top of his head remained. Just like with his legs, his hands were able to move freely, but now he started worrying. If Quinn was right, then once his head would fall through, his whole body would be falling. He was strong, and he had a sturdy body as a vampire, but what was he falling into? Lava? Spikes? Or into a pit of beasts? His abilities couldn't possibly save him from that. Quinn's mind madly spun as he thought about his next course of action. He activated his shadow ability and covered his body thinly. It worked and slowed down the sinking process. But this was a mere stopgap, not a solution to the problem. But of course, this stopgap should give him enough time to think. Suddenly, a voice reverberated out of nowhere. "What the hell is this?" a boy yelled as his voice echoed out. "It can't be. Is that Fex's voice?" Quinn thought. The space was narrow, and if Fex was coming from above, it meant that there was only one place where Fex could land. Bang! The force and Fex's weight struck Quinn's head and managed to push him through the last bit of strange substance. As Quinn's body floated through the air, he thought back to how the last thing he ever saw might have just been Fex's backside knocking him down as he fell to his death. "That arse!" Quinn shouted. Looking around him, even though he was in the dark, his pupils widened enough, letting in more light. He could see nearly just as well as outside. His guess seemed right, and he was falling from the ceiling. The good news was there didn't seem to be anything below that would do much damage. The bad news was he was falling from about 20 meters in height, and the ground was coming closer to him as the seconds went by. All he could do was brace himself for impact as he curled up into a ball. At the same time, a shield of shadow was created in front of him. The shadow was the first part to touch the ground, and Quinn followed shortly. It had worked. The shadow had slowed down the momentum of his fall. Quinn went inside and fused with the shadow. "You are useful," Quinn said as he took the shadow away, but at that moment. The speed had returned, and Quinn's body was slammed into the ground as hard as he would have if he hadn't used the shadow. In his haste, Quinn had forgotten that the shadow didn't actually slow things down, but only slowed down the time while he was touching the shadow. Once he traveled through the shadow, or once it was taken away, the object would continue to travel at the speed it previously did, before passing through the shadow or being one with it. Covered in rubble from the walls of the cave, Quinn stood up and discovered that not a lot of damage was done to him. He felt sore in all sorts of places, but his body was sturdier than before. It also didn't seem like any of his bones had broken from the fall. Just then, he could see Fex falling through the sky nearly at the same spot. "Quinn, catch me!" Fex shouted.
still remembering how Fex had shoved him down under here. Quinn chose not to help. If the fall didn't kill him, it wouldn't kill Fex. Fex looked around, but the walls were too far away from him, and there was nothing nearby to attach his strings to slow down the momentum of his fall. Stepping to the side at the last moment, Quinn allowed Fex to land headfirst into the same spot as him. Unlike Quinn, Fex immediately stood up after crashing, rubbing the back of his neck. "You could have at least caught me, man. What was that all about?" Fex continued to dust himself off, and then looked around the place they were currently in. They seemed to be in a large, empty cavern. Several large holes or tunnels seemed to lead to different paths. Looking above them, they saw the plant hanging from the ceiling that had swallowed them whole. When Fex started to pat himself down, he noticed something strange. "Oh no, my flask! It must have fallen out when that giant plant hit me," Fex said angrily. "Do you want the one you gave to me?" Quinn offered. After all, it was never his in the first place, and he still had his blood bank to rely on. "No, I can't," Fex replied. "I know I'm not big on rules and stuff, but that was a gift, and I can't take back gifts. Besides, my reliance on blood is a lot less than most people. It is already at that of a vampire noble. Don't worry about me." It was true that Fex never seemed to be as interested in blood as Quinn did. Even when a student would bleed slightly, Quinn would get this tingling feeling all over his body, and his eyes would naturally be drawn to the bloodied area. But Fex never felt the same way. Quinn would keep it for now, and if Fex needed it. Quinn would still be by his side anyway. Over at different sections underneath the mountain, the others were experiencing the same thing that Fex and Quinn had gone through. Layla and Vorden were both being slowly sucked down, while their faces were pressed up against each other. This is all your fault for grabbing me," Layla shouted. Vorden even felt some of the spit from her lips land on his face, due to how close they were. "Did your parents never teach you how to speak without spreading spittle everywhere? And you would have been eaten anyway, so don't blame me," Vorden shouted back. As the two fell from the plant into the large cave, Layla used her ability to slow her down from falling at a fast speed. Vorden also used the same ability and achieved the same result, so they managed to get down onto the floor safely. They discovered that they were in a large cavern with several entrances, holes, and tunnels all around the cavern walls. However, there seemed to be no one else with them. "Great, looks like I'm stuck with a psycho, as if there could be a worse pairing than this," Layla thought. In another section of the cavern, the last pairing was of Sia and Peter. The two of them fell through the strange substance at the same time, and as they were falling through the air, Sia noticed that Peter's expression didn't have any trace of fear. Does he have a plan on how to land safely? If not, how could he be so calm? She felt like she had no choice but to grab him. A fall from this height could kill a student, and at best, it could still break a few bones. Sia didn't have any beast gear on her, and her ability would do nothing to slow the descent. Sia grabbed onto Peter's back tightly. As they got closer to the floor, she was waiting for him to reveal his ability. She still had no idea what it was. The group had asked Peter to keep it that way while in front of the teachers. Students, apart from those that knew Pio, wouldn't know, but teachers had files on every student. No, it can't be, Sia thought, and a few seconds later, Peter crashed dead into the ground. Sia was hurt, but Peter managed to break most of her fall. But as she opened her eyes and looked at her comrade next to her, she could see that all of his limbs were mangled and broken. Episode 243, Problem Gone. What do we do now? Layla asked. Vorden and Layla were now stuck together in the cavern. There were multiple paths around them, but no way to tell which ones led up or down. Seeing this, Layla didn't have an idea about what to do. Now you're speaking to me? Vorden said. I thought it was my fault that the two of us are here, but when it comes to finding a way out, you come to me for help. Layla stomped her foot onto the ground and took a few steps away. She wanted to storm off and head down one of the paths randomly, but only after taking a few steps, her hands started shaking and her legs started shivering. The thought of seeing beasts, like the ones they had seen so far being down here, frightened her. When she was training at Pure, their main goal wasn't facing beasts, but humans. As an agent, her tasks and training dealt with infiltration, sabotage,
and a plethora of other skills. Of course, no amount of training could prepare a child for the real thing. Since coming to this school, she had seen more death than she would have liked, and it was starting to take a toll on her body and mind, more so now that her friend she would often comfort had gone. "Why are you still having a go at me?" Layla snapped. "I told you before, you're useless. You were useless before and even more now. At least back then you were Quinn's blood bank, but right now I can fill that role, so honestly, what use is there for you?" "Stop saying the same thing over and over again." Layla was at breaking point and had enough. She no longer wanted to take this type of abuse from Vorden. Without thinking clearly, she lifted a nearby rock and swung it towards Vorden. It was an unexpected attack from Layla, so Vorden was late in his reactions and managed to dodge the small fist-sized rock. The rock grazed his cheek slightly. It caused a surface cut, revealing a trickle of blood. However, the first attack didn't stop there. Layla kept swinging the rocks towards Vorden. As they were hurled towards him, Vorden did the same, repelling them away using the same ability, but also making sure not to throw attacks back. She continued forward, screaming at the top of her lungs. The sound echoed through the cavern. "Wow," Rayton said, laughing. "It looks like you finally broke her. I thought I was the cruel one. You know how to annoy someone when you want to. At least I just give them a beating, but this Vorden, this is just pure evil." Vorden knew Rayton was just trying to annoy him by being sarcastic. The problem was, it was working. Had Vorden gone too far? At this point, he had been trying to split Layla and Quinn apart. Still, without saying too much directly to Layla, it wasn't for him or Quinn. He was doing it for her. "What's that noise?" Syl said, as he stood up from his usual crouched position. The screams from Layla seemed to be so loud that they even reached Syl, who would usually ignore most things. However, Vorden was too distracted deflecting the projectiles coming towards him to give Syl a reply. As Syl started walking over towards the chair, Rayton smiled and stepped to the side. "Now this will be good to see," he said. Syl placed his hand on Vorden's shoulder, who was in the chair. Now they both had access to what was going on outside. Syl could see and feel what Vorden was doing. "It looks like you need some help. Swap with me," Syl said. "Syl, I can handle it," Vorden replied carefully. "Swap with me," Syl said, his grip tightening on Vorden's shoulder. Knowing that he had no choice, Vorden reluctantly left the seat. Back outside, 4 stones were now being directed towards Vorden's body. So far he had been taking a step back, deflecting them as they came at him, but suddenly he stood there completely still. As he raised his hands, all of the stones stopped mid-air for a moment. Then, at the same time, the 4 stones were repelled away with even greater force. Layla could tell from the sound they had made when hitting the walls around him. "Why are you attacking me?" Syl asked. Layla had noticed the sudden change in Vorden's attitude. She had seen this happen a few times before. At the canteen, while they were fighting in the desert, and now again. Her sudden attacks stopped. "If you are trying to hurt me, then you are against me," Syl said as he lifted both hands and used incredible force to push Layla's body back. Right now, Syl was combining the MC points in Sia's level 4 ability along with Layla's level 2 ability. His telekinesis powers were that of a level 6. Layla couldn't stop the powerful attack. The next moment, she was flung against the wall. The back of her head swung back into a piece of rock, and her vision quickly went to black as she passed out on the floor. "The problem has been dealt with," Syl said with a smile. In another part of the cavern, 2 more students seemed to be stuck together, dealing with their problems. Sia was taken aback at the sight of Peter's legs all mangled. They were utterly broken, and it looked like part of the bone had splintered through parts of the skin. She turned her head away, unable to look at the sight any longer. "Stay here, I will go look for help," Sia said in a panic. "You know, if you didn't hold on to me, the fall wouldn't have been as bad," Peter replied in a calm voice. Sia found it strange. It seemed like Peter wasn't affected by this whole ordeal, but she couldn't bear to look at him. Instead, she started to look around the area to see if there was anything she could find. Just like the caverns, the others were stuck in. There were multiple holes and paths to choose from, not knowing which way was the out or would lead them to the surface.
Sia walked up to the entrances, which were a little away from where they had landed. She wanted to see if she could hear anything coming from down the tunnels. Perhaps some would be filled by beasts, but the others had also been swallowed, and just maybe they weren't too far from them. She tilted her head, with her ear faced forward towards the entrance, seeing if she could hear the slightest sound. "I think we should go this way," a voice said, stood right behind her. Sia was startled, and out of instinct, she turned and threw her fist, hitting Peter right in the jaw, before taking a few steps to the side. It hadn't hurt Peter, but slightly moved his head to the side. A small mark could also be seen across his cheek. "Pio, but how? Your legs were all mangled just a few seconds ago." "Apologize now," Peter demanded. "What, for the punch?" Sia asked. "No way! How the hell is that my fault? You snuck up on me when I thought you couldn't move, in a dark and creepy cave with possible beasts. Anyone's reaction could have been the same." "Still, should you not apologize if you hit someone, or am I mistaken?" said Peter. "You're weird. Why did I get stuck with you? I think you should be a bit nicer to me. After all, if we run into anything down here, then we will be relying on my ability a lot more than yours." Sia still didn't know Peter's ability, but she had a guess. His watch indicated he was a level 4, and if he managed to recover from an injury like that, most likely his ability was a healing one or a regenerative one. The only thing she couldn't quite put her finger on was the healing speed. She had never met a healer or seen a regenerative ability that could allow someone to recover that fast. They would be at level 8 to do such a thing. Still, this meant it was clear his ability wasn't a combat one, while Sia's wasn't either. She was sure of her hand-to-hand combat skills over the frail Pio. As she took a step forward, hoping to head into the other side of the cave where the other entrances were, Peter suddenly blocked her path. Wasn't he at least 5 meters away? How did he get here so fast? She thought. "If you don't apologize to me, and you are going to have a problem, a serious problem." "Whatever," Sia said, as she tried to walk past Peter. At this moment, she felt something grasp around her throat. When she looked down, she could see a hand, and it was linked to Pio. "What are you doing?" Sia just managed to let out. Just then, footsteps could be heard coming from one of the tunnels. It was unclear which one, as the echo made it hard to pinpoint the sound. "Now, Pio, I don't think we should be treating our fellow students like that, do you?" the short boy said as he took a bite from one of his favorite sandwiches. Episode 244, Strange Crystals. As the short-haired boy entered the room, not only did Peter recognize him, but it seemed like Sia did too. For some reason, at the sight of the boy, Peter's grip around Sia's neck had loosened. At this moment, she took the opportunity and tried to knock Peter's hand away, using her full force, slamming it against Peter's forearm, but in doing so, she realized it had the same effect as moving a rock that weighed a ton. There seemed to be no effect or movement. "I think it will be best if you put her down, Pio. Annoying as she may be, it might cause us more problems in the future," Logan said as he took a final bite of his sandwich. That was the last one." At that moment, Logan didn't look like his regular self. Apart from his head that was on display, he had his full bodysuit on from the neck down. He had no idea what he would meet down there, hence he was always prepared for the worst. Still, Logan was quite popular around the school, even if he didn't know it himself. The few appearances he made on the last outing, and during the school's events every once in a while, had caught the attention of other students, including Sia. Although Sia was wondering about the connection between Logan and Pio, right now she just wanted to get away from Pio. Using her ability, she stabbed a spear into Peter's belly. Not just one, but 3. Due to how close she was to him, she was able to stick in multiple spears, one after the other. When the first one entered Peter's body, his movements slowed down, allowing her to put in 2 more. Once again, using all her force, she tried to whack Peter's hand away. Still, it felt like she was pounding her hand against solid rock, but this time with the help of her ability to weaken Peter. Her attack was a success. She finally managed to knock his hand away and broke free. Not knowing where to run to, she decided to head into one of the many tunnels. If another student had arrived and had no relation to the person named Pio, then maybe she would have bolted towards Logan, but seeing that the two of them had some type of a relationship, she didn't want to risk it. The cave was dark, and it was hard for her to see, but each of the tunnels gave off a little reflection of light. There was always the chance that the small amount of light could be radiating from a beast, or it could be a raw crystal. Because of this, as Sia ran, she also had to be careful about her footing, not being able to see where or what she was taking steps into. It was a cave, and they were deep underground. With the floors being uneven and traveling in the dark, Sia was being naturally cautious. "This is a pain. I wish I bought some type of light with me or something," Sia complained. The group did have emergency equipment and rations, such as torches and so on, but they were all with Peter. Taking another step forward, her foot seemed to be lodged between something. She quickly managed to pull it, but it had greatly slowed her down. "This is such a pain in the arse. Whatever I have to deal with, he will too," Sia thought. "Why did you run?" Logan said. 3, 2, 1. As Logan finished counting down, Peter was already in front of Sia. Somehow the difficult pathway that she had taken was easily navigated by him. There was no torch in his hand, no light source. So how did Peter manage to catch up with her so fast? Peter decided to wait until the spirit spears had disappeared before chasing Sia. Not only that, but just like Quinn, Peter also had the advantage of seeing in the dark. For him, it was as if the cave was lit up, so he had no problem deciding on the quickest path to take. When he found her, he heard Logan shouting, "Pio!" When Peter turned around, he could see Logan holding his hand out, but there was a round and strange bright green light getting larger with every second on his hand. It was Logan's hand blaster, and Peter had seen what it could do before when it was fired against Fex. Someone stronger than both, him and Quinn. Perhaps even his regeneration abilities wouldn't be able to keep up with this. "You stop running, will you?" Logan complained while looking at Sia. While the blaster was held against Peter, he decided to let the thing go. He wasn't stupid and could always find a way to get Sia later. "What are you doing down here?" Peter asked. At this point, Sia was unsure of what to do. The entrance to another tunnel wasn't too far away, but it seemed like Logan was able to control Peter just like Quinn. She still didn't understand how Peter managed to catch up to her so fast, so her only option was to stay by Logan's side. She scuttled along until she was behind Logan. Logan then tapped something on the side of his suit, which brightened up the area around him with green lights. The pieces on Logan's equipment were illuminating a small 5-meter radius around them. "I adjusted the scanner the school gave us to increase its radius. I had to power it with my beast crystals. I don't get any points for doing that, but to me it was well worth it," said Logan. "That's when I discovered that there seemed to be a strange tunnel underground, but they didn't quite look natural, so I decided to investigate. I never thought anyone else would be down here, so it was a nice surprise to see you." "Do you know the way out?" Sia asked. Realizing from what Logan said, he should have a wide area mapped out using his scanner. "No," Logan replied. Although this was a lie. He knew they would ask to lead him out of here, but Logan had discovered something on his scanner that he had to check out before leaving. Somewhere inside the large cave, Fex and Quinn had decided to walk down one of the tunnels. While inside the tunnel, the connection between Peter seemed to be lost. It had happened ever since he went underground. Quinn thought that it might have something to do with the distance between the two at the moment, as he didn't know that Peter and the others were underground as well. Thinking that help would never arrive, they decided to just leave it up to fate and pick the tunnel with the biggest entrance. As they walked down the tunnel, they noticed that the walls were surrounded by thin blue crystals that gave off a slight glow to them. Not enough to light up the whole area, but one could follow the small light source quite easily. "What are these?" Quinn asked, looking at the small crystals. They resemble something similar to beast crystals, but Quinn thought the only way to obtain beast crystals was by killing a beast. "I don't know," Fex replied. "I was going to ask you the same thing." But curiosity had gotten the better of him, and Quinn decided to place his hand on top of the crystal. At first, he was planning to use his inspection skill, but there was no need, since the system had automatically given him a message. "Basic tier crystal. Would you like to store it in your system?" The shock from the message was quite immense. At school, they had been taught that the beast crystals could only be obtained from beasts. This was why the human race had been sending hunting parties to slay the beasts, even though there was a chance of death. Some crystals could be used to create powerful weapons, even more powerful than their modern equipment. But right here, crystals were hanging freely on the wall around him, and it wasn't just one crystal. There seemed to be hundreds of crystals through the tunnel they had just walked. If Quinn was to think about all the other tunnels as well, there would be at least 1,000 down here. With Fex keeping an eye over his back, Quinn was unable to store it in his system. However, he did pull the crystal out and placed it in his trouser pocket for later. "It might be something important," Quinn said. Fex just shrugged his shoulders, uninterested in the small crystal, and carried on walking ahead. Finally, they reached the end of the tunnel. After exiting the tunnel, the small discovery Quinn had made was nothing compared to this. Episode 245, Dalki or Vampires. The two boys froze for a moment once they exited the tunnel. Looking at what lay in front of their eyes, they paused for a moment. Somehow it didn't feel like they were underground. "Hey, can you see what I'm seeing right now, man?" Fex asked. "If you're talking about those buildings right in front of us, then of course I can," Quinn replied. Exiting the tunnel, it seemed like they'd arrived at what looked like a type of town. They couldn't measure how large the entire place was. Buildings stretched out far and wide, and it was comparably as large as any one of the shelters they've seen before. If they were to give a rough estimate, it looked like a few thousand people could live in such an establishment. The ceiling seemed to be unreachable. Although they could see the peak, it felt like there was no way to reach it. Their gaze moved on towards the tallest building that stood in the center of the place. It was a round, tower-like structure that was tall and high, but it hardly touched the ceiling. If one wished to even touch the ceiling, they would have to build a similar-sized building and place it on top of the already existing tower. Although a town underneath a mountain was surprising to them, it didn't seem impossible. There were rumors of such shelters being built on other planets, where the temperatures could reach extreme levels at different times of the year. Underground shelters were the only answer to such uninhabitable places. And so the reason why both of them were shocked was for a different reason entirely. The two of them could already observe that the design and materials used to create the buildings were different. One of the main features was the solid black material it was made from. Instead of brick, cement, or metal, it was a different kind, a special black substance that was more stable and stronger as the primary material of all the buildings. The substance was said to be just as strong as galthrium. Although the place looked abandoned and was void of people, the buildings were a different matter. The structures looked perfectly fine and hadn't deteriorated a single bit. The only semblance of the passage of time of abandonment was a layer of dust or rock-like substance from the ceiling that coated the top of everything. And finally, the design. Although the substance was strong, it wasn't as flexible and nimble as galthrium. This meant that the edges weren't smoothed out, giving a slight rocky look. After looking at the buildings, both of them concluded that the structures built in front of them were not made by humans. This was the reason why both of them were in shock. "They're Dalki structures," Quinn muttered. This was a huge discovery. The humans had only built a shelter and classified the place as an orange portal because they thought that they had discovered the planet first. There were rare cases like this when the two opponents were trying to take control of a planet at the same time. If the two groups were to meet, regardless if there was a treaty signed or not, a fight would break out until one side was annihilated. As Fex heard these words come out of Quinn's mouth, though, there was confusion on his face. What are you on about?" Flex replied. "These aren't Dalki structures. They're vampire structures." Hearing these words equally shocked Quinn. He was almost positive these were Dalki structures. He had seen them in his lessons and on the news time and time again. "The boy is right," the system replied. "These resemble the structures that were built in my time." The system didn't answer any of the questions Quinn had right now, and only confused him even more. "Fex, have you ever seen Dalki structures?" Quinn asked. There was one possibility, Quinn thought. Perhaps the two structures were similar, and Quinn himself was being confused. Maybe there was something that he couldn't spot. Actually, no, I'll be honest. Maybe you know more about the Dalki because you live on Earth, but we weren't taught about them. I've never seen a Dalki either, only heard them being mentioned from time to time by one of the elders. From Fex's answer, there seemed to be a couple of possibilities. The fact that the Dalki and vampires use the same material, perhaps their technologies are on par with each other, and it would make sense why their structures looked similar. The strange black substance that humans were never able to figure out how to use properly, so they stuck using galthrium over it. The other possibility was somehow the Dalki and vampires were linked together, but this seemed even more far-fetched, especially since Fex didn't even really know what a Dalki was. "Well, do you know why the vampire and Dalki structures look so similar?" Quinn asked, hoping to find an answer. "Also, if it is a vampire structure, why did they build one here underground?" "They do? Well, that's strange. To be honest, I'm not the best person to ask. When it comes to vampires, I'm young. I'm sure the elders or others will know the answer to your question, or maybe even a better student. I never paid attention in class," Fex said, laughing nervously. "For your second question, I don't know either. It looks like this place has been here for a while. Maybe it was one of the planets the vampires used before, moving to another. It would make sense why it was built underground in the first place as well." "What about you, System? Did the Dalki exist during your time?" Quinn asked in his head. "The Dalki did not exist while I was still active," the System replied. Quinn made a small note in his head about how the System replied. It seemed the choice of words it had used was oddly specific, but he knew if he pressed further, the System would just give his usual resistance. "There is one thing we can do," Quinn said. "Why don't we check out some of the buildings? Maybe there will be something inside which will tell us if it was the Dalkis who made this or the vampires. I'm especially interested to see what they would have in that tower structure." "Hey, it looks like you read my mind," Fex replied with a chuckle. The two of them walked through the strange building structures, and the more they started to walk, the more it looked like a town. There were streets with buildings lined up on both sides. If you followed the streets far enough, it would eventually lead them to one of the tunnels they had come through. Looking at the walls, it looked like several tunnels led to the town. The two of them had entered some of the first few houses, but they seemed to be void of any items whatsoever. There weren't even beds inside, but it was clear that they were normal family structures. As Quinn entered the place, he could imagine a family living here, with all the different rooms, but while looking at the place, he just wondered what happened here. They entered a few more buildings on their way, but they couldn't find anything. Eventually, they decided to no longer enter the small buildings, as it seemed to be a waste of time. If they were going to find anything, it would be in the tower structure near the middle. For the first time, as they got closer to the tower, it looked like some of the buildings had been destroyed, as if they had taken part in a battle. The top had crumbled to the ground, and some structures no longer existed. Seeing this worried Fex a little. He knew how tough the material was, and if something was able to destroy that, they needed to have some level of strength. They continued to walk down the street. They still had some distance to cover, but the tower could be seen directly in front of them. Just then, they heard a sound of growling from the sides. "Where is that sound coming from?" Quinn said. They could both hear the growling clearly, but it seemed like there were several of them, and if he was right, they were currently surrounded. "I guess it's time to call on some extra help." Fex touched his ear and pulled on his dangling earring. Suddenly, in the palm of his hand, the earring started to glow until eventually it started to change its shape, forming what looked like a cross between a bull and a bat. "Ham here at your service," the bull said excitedly as it flew in a circle. Episode 246, Grinding Time. It had been a while since Fex had last used Ham, and he was starting to miss his little companion. Anybody could see Ham. He didn't have any special skills that allowed him to turn invisible or hide his presence, but he was able to transform. If the students saw a flying, bull-like creature, it would have immediately caused alarm bells to ring, and there would be a hunt for a beast inside of school. This was why Fex had also kept him hidden as an earring, but right now they were underground. It was unlikely any other students would be down here, and even if they were, it wouldn't be so strange to see a beast flying around on a beast planet. All Fex would have to do was pretend he didn't know his companion and later meet up with him again. Finally, I get to spread my wings about, Ham cheered. Quinn had so many questions he wanted to ask Fex right now. He was curious about the little beast and wondered if it had been with Fex the whole time, what it could do, and if every vampire was able to get some type of companion. The problem was, Quinn was unable to tell what was the norm with vampires and what wasn't. He could ask the system, but it wasn't the right time. Can you sense what's around us? Fex asked. Ham closed its eyes, allowing it to concentrate. I think some beasts are surrounding us, Ham replied. We know that, Fex shouted. We wanted to know how many and how strong. If you aren't going to help, then you were better off on my ear as a fashion accessory. Ham responded to the complaints by pulling out its fairly large and fat tongue. This place is disturbing the flow of my powers. Ham then started to look around where they were. Wait, are we back home? You are useless, Fex said. While in the earring, Ham was able to see everything that was going outside. As long as he was paying attention, and him saying this made it clear that he wasn't. While the two of them were busy arguing, the creatures that were busy growling away at them from the dark and behind the crumbled buildings revealed themselves. The two boys were surrounded by what looked like strange, dog-like creatures. There were more than 20, and possibly even more in hiding. The dogs had no fur, but displayed a slight tint of red on their skin. Their tongues were out, dangling from their mouth, a bit longer than regular dogs and a little pointed. However, the most creepy thing about them was that they didn't have eyes. The long tongue with their teeth showing, but nothing where their eyes were meant to be, was quite the frightening sight. Inspect. Although Ham was unable to give them the information they wanted, the same couldn't be said for Quinn. Basic tier beast, furry hound. A beast who is blind but has sensitive hearing. It can locate its enemy's position even with the quietest of footsteps. It will often use its long tongue for attacks. The tongue is stronger than most. Seeing this information put a smile on Quinn's face. If it was an intermediate tier beast or higher, Quinn didn't know what to do. Now he only had one thought on its mind. It's grinding time. Now unafraid of the beasts, Quinn wanted to get a kill before Fex, just in case no one had killed the beast before. Immediately, Quinn lifted his leg, ready to perform the crescent roundhouse blood kick. Wait, Quinn! We don't know how strong they are yet. It might be best if we just run, Fex shouted out, but it was too late. Quinn had finished his motion, and the attack had already left his leg. The distance between him and the beast wasn't great, but Quinn chose to use the blood kick to try to finish the beast in one strike. Hearing the attack through the air, the dog prepared to jump away, but it was too slow, and as it turned, its body was sliced in half. 10 EXP gained. First time killing beast, furry hound, 100 bonus EXP gained. 2640 of 3200 XP. Quinn had received the bonus points for killing a new creature, but he did not obtain any more bonus points. It was expected, since the beast was in some type of establishment. They likely had contact with something else that had killed it before. Thinking about this, he felt lucky that he even got the first kill bonus on the rock beast above ground. Seeing how easy Quinn dealt with the beast, Fex decided to step it up a gear as well. Ham above! Fex shouted, and immediately Ham flew up in the sky. Fex then leapt in the air and attached one of his strings to the ring around Ham's nose. As Ham rose into the air, so did Fex, and now he could see the hounds in the area below. Have you gained some weight? You haven't just been pigging out, have you? Ham complained as he struggled to lift the young master. Shut up, you've just gotten weaker. From above, Fex was easily able to see his targets. As he detached himself and started swirling down, he precisely knew where to throw out his pieces of string. Hard-earn. As the strings fell, power surging through him left his body and was inserted into the strings, now making them just as hard and sharp as a sword. When Fex landed, the strings went down with him, slicing the hounds to pieces. 5 of the hounds were killed in an instant. Quinn continued to battle it out with the hounds. While doing so, he was cautious about using his blood abilities. They were underground, and there was no telling when they would get out of here. He didn't want a similar situation happening like last time. So instead, Quinn stuck to the basics, attacking with both the basic vampire and human martial arts. His stats that entered into strength and his immediate tier equipment was enough to allow him to easily deal with the beasts. One of the dogs swung its head out, wrapping its tongue around Quinn's gauntlet. It tried to pull using its strength, but when Quinn didn't move an inch, the dog looked slightly confused. Then he pulled his arm with all his might, and the dog's tongue was completely dislodged from its mouth. The sight looked cruel, but they had been the first to attack. Finally, all the hounds in the area were defeated. Fex had defeated 15 of them, while Quinn had 8. There seemed to be more, but after seeing many of their kind defeated, they quickly rushed off. Comparing the two numbers, Quinn could tell that he still wasn't quite at Fex level, but with improvements in his shadow ability and others, he could tell he wasn't far off. 2720 of 3200 EXP. After defeating the dogs, Quinn decided to collect the crystals. Fex didn't look too bothered. Basic tier crystals weren't worth his time, but Quinn still thought they might come in handy in creating a weapon from the system. "Boss, you're not planning to head to that tower, are you?" Ham said as it flew up in the air. With its little hoof, it started to rub its nose. Pulling Fex up using the ring had gotten his nose a little sore. "Yeah, we wanted to find out a few things. Maybe a map or something is telling us the way out of here. Why, what's wrong?" Fex said. "I think there might be danger there," Ham replied. "I thought you said you can't sense anything down here," Fex asked, annoyed. "I can't, but something in my gut is telling me." While Ham and Fex were busy talking, a notification screen appeared directly in front of Quinn. 5 EXP shared. It was a message that he had never received before, and he found it strange that it came up while he had done nothing. Reading the message carefully made Quinn think back to what the system had mentioned. Quinn would gain EXP as long as Peter had killed something and was nearby. Episode 247, Blast Away. Without thinking about it, Peter and Sia followed Logan around while they were inside the cavern. It felt normal to be led by him. Sia didn't know why. Maybe it was the tone of his voice that shined with confidence, or perhaps because he was the only light source that she could depend on. In a way, he was her savior in more ways than the one while down here. She also still had the fear that if she left Logan's side, Pio might lash out at her any second now. She hadn't done much, but there had been several instances where she had angered him. At first, she didn't think it would be a big deal. Even though her ability was a support type, she was able to handle her own, many times against those around a similar level to her, but something about Pio frightened her. With all this going on, she is now even too afraid to ask for the torches that were placed in Pio's bag. She thought once he brought them out for himself, she could ask, but he never did. Logan continued to walk confidently, leading the way. He knew exactly where he wanted to go, as he picked one of the tunnels without checking the others. When the scanner stopped working while he was coming down here, he used his trusty memory. Hence, he is familiar with his destination now. It wasn't a hard decision for him anyway. All the tunnels on one side would lead to other rooms like this one, while all the other tunnels lead to the same place. He wore the suit, and he had even had it protecting his head while walking through the tunnel. While traveling, their group also discovered the same type of blue crystals embedded into the wall. Naturally, Logan decided to take one for research, but he already had an idea of what it was just by looking at it. Peter didn't care for it, and Sia, although interested, had a lot more concerns on her mind right now. After exiting the tunnel, they too could see the magnificent sight of the strange town, and although it came as a surprise to the other two, Logan had already expected this. It was exactly what had come up on the scanner. Before even thinking about going up and getting out of here, he needed to visit this place. How could he pass the opportunity to do some research on some Dalki architecture? The blue crystals seemed to be randomly scattered through the city, lighting up certain building and wall areas. It wasn't enough to be called a light source, but allowed Sia to see the outline of a few buildings. The one visible place was the tower that stood in the center, like a beaming torch in the middle. It had the most amount of crystal on the very top, illuminating it in the dark. No, doesn't this mean the Dalki were here before us? Sia looked like she was about to collapse onto the floor.
"We need help. We need to call the sergeant somehow. This looks like a whole town. What if this is an army base?"
"Relax," Logan replied. "Although my scanner doesn't work down here, when I checked from above, there didn't seem to be any type of civilization living here, although there were other things." Sia wanted to question what Logan meant by other things, but she already knew the answer and thought it would just be foolish. He was talking about beasts. Without saying anything to the others, Logan started to walk down the path onto the street. Peter also decided to follow without saying anything. The two of them walked in the middle of the street, fearlessly. While looking at their backs, Sia couldn't help but think they were crazy. However, as Logan walked away, so did the light source that was surrounding her. The darkness around started to creep in. It felt suffocating, and she couldn't help but think something was watching her.
"What was that?"
Sia thought, as she quickly turned her head towards the noise. Although she couldn't see anything, the sound of something scurrying off in a certain direction could be heard. She couldn't take it anymore and run towards Logan. After checking a few buildings, Logan concluded that there was nothing of worth from the buildings around him. However, while using his scanner from above, he could see all the building structures and things around it, but he was unable to see what was inside the tower. This, of course, made Logan even more curious. As they got closer to the tower, Logan transformed his robotic arms into 2 round blasters.
"What was that? Did you see something?" Sia asked.
"While scanning this area earlier, I found that the beasts seem to be concentrated around the tower. Strange, right? Low-level beasts don't usually have a form of high intelligence. They hunt, sleep, and eat. Sometimes they do this in packs and might have a type of territory, but this seems oddly specific. In a place as large as this, and with many beasts, usually they would be several territories and maybe several packs. So why are they all centered around the tower, as if they were guarding it or gathering around it for some reason?" Sia had disregarded most of what Logan had said. The only thing she had heard was they were heading into an area where beasts lived, and she was wondering if she had made the right decision to follow the two in the first place. As they continued to walk down the street, suddenly, Peter ran straight off to the side, into one of the buildings. This sudden movement surprised Logan, since he was yet to see anything. He had gone into the darkness, and the others were unable to see him. Logan did have night vision equipment built into his helmet to help him see, but it was grainy and didn't allow him to see far ahead. A few moments later, and Peter returned, holding what looked like a dog in his hand. Black blood splattered over him, and the dog was carried, lifeless. "They've been following us," Peter said, "and more are coming." It didn't take long after Peter's warning, because Logan and even Sia could now see several dogs in view. Without hesitation, both Logan and Sia started to attack the dogs. She threw out spears, slowing the ones jumping towards her and leaping out of the way, while Logan was able to fire out beams of energy that knocked the dogs away, finishing them in one blast. Logan's blasters were effective when it came to basic tier beasts, but things at a much higher level, or the Dalki, would pretty much be non-effective. The suit itself was made from beast gear mixed in with technological parts. His blasters and the energy coming out from them were not made from beast gear. It had the same effect as explosions of the past. The problem was, the Dalki and higher-tier beasts had a resistance to this. Seeing that they were lower-tier beasts, Logan didn't hold back, blasting his beams of energy at every one of them. Soon they realized there wasn't much for Peter and Sia to do. Peter had managed to defeat a couple more, but Logan would blast most of them away before they even got close. Eventually, the beasts stopped leaping through the air, and Logan stopped using his blasters. There was a limited supply of energy, and if they stopped attacking, then Logan would do the same. However, something strange occurred. They had managed to kill around 30 different dogs in total. Both Peter and Logan could see there were still plenty around them. Still, they didn't run away, but stood there at the edge of the street next to the buildings, growling. "Why aren't they attacking?" Sia asked. "That is something I would like to know the answer to as well," Logan replied. On closer inspection, it seemed like the dogs were no longer looking at them. Instead, they were facing the street, looking out towards the tower in front of them. "They are shaking," Peter said. "The beasts, I can tell they're scared." From the street, the sounds of footsteps could be heard. Whatever was coming towards them was frightening the beasts even more, because with each footstep, it looked like the beasts were pulling back slightly. Even Logan, a level 8 user who was defeating each of the beasts in one go, didn't have the same effect. Finally, the figure was starting to come into view. From out of the shadow, a dark outline could be seen. It had a human outline shape, but it was still hard to make out. Still, Logan was sure of one thing. It was clear it wasn't human. It was a beast. For the first time during the drip, Logan started to sweat heavily in his suit. If a beast had a humanoid figure, it meant one thing. The opponent they were about to face was at least at the king tier. Episode 248, Calming Song. After collecting the beast crystals from the defeated hounds, Quinn suddenly received a message about obtaining EXP. He had figured out that the EXP he just gained must have been from Peter. It was the only thing that made sense, and would also explain why the system had used the word share. This meant one thing. Peter was close. He didn't know how or why Peter was down here as well, but if he had to guess, Peter probably chose to come down here to follow him. It was strange, though, even though the system was able to pick up the EXP points from Peter, Quinn was still unable to sense Peter's presence like he could when he was above ground. "What's wrong?" Fex asked as he could see Quinn was deep in thought. Quinn wanted to go searching for Peter. He didn't know how far away he needed to be for the system to pick up the EXP, but the fact that he got experience points in the first place meant right now he was fighting other beasts. "I think I might have spotted a strange-looking building over in that direction," said Quinn. "Do you mind if we check it out first before going to the tower?" Fex shrugged his shoulders and replied, "Hey, it's not like we know how to get out of this place anyway." Both of their eyesights were as good as each other. Nearly all vampires could see as well. The only thing that improved as they grew stronger was their senses. Perhaps a stronger vampire would be able to sense energy in a specific direction, but in terms of how far or well they could see in the dark, it was near all the same. Looking in the direction that Quinn had pointed to, Fex could see nothing that looked out of the ordinary. Still, Fex was curious why the sudden change in direction. As they were closer to the tower, the area around it wasn't as wide. If Quinn was to go in a circle, perhaps he can spot them. Without his senses, there was no way to tell which direction to go in. As Quinn was thinking about it, another message appeared. 5 EXP shared. The message just confirmed that Peter was still in combat. Peter was strong, but if he was surrounded by multiple basic tier beasts, like they were just moments ago, he wouldn't get out of it unscratched. Even with his super healing, it would mean he would eventually have to consume human flesh once again, so Quinn picked a random direction and headed off. Slowly, Layla's eyes started to open. Her vision was blurry at first, but what stood out to her was the pain in the back of her head. She instinctively placed her hand, and the stinging was worse. Looking at her hand, dried particles of blood had rubbed off onto it. It was hard to see in the dark, but she knew from the feeling. "Are you okay?" Vorden asked. As she looked up, her vision had returned, and she could see the person who had put her in this situation standing right next to her. "Get away from me!" Layla said in a panic. She pushed her feet off the floor against her, and once again her head had banged into the wall. Vorden did as asked and slowly backed away, seeing that she was panicked. She had already been hurt, and Vorden didn't want to cause any more pain. "Calm down, I'm not going to hurt you," Vorden said. The sound of sobbing could be heard. Layla had planted her head between her knees and let out all the emotions away. "Why do you behave like this to me?" she cried. Seeing Layla like this, Vorden felt a sudden ache in his heart. He never wanted her to get hurt. "I'm sorry," Vorden said. The sobbing started to stop, and Layla began to get a grip on her emotions. It seemed like Vorden was back to his usual self. The air around him that she noticed in the past was no longer there, but she knew it could flick like a switch. It was as if he was bipolar. Seeing that Vorden was okay now, and she didn't want to step on his toes, she thought maybe she could find out the reason. It wasn't normal to be like this, and at the Pure Base, she had seen cases similar to him. It was going to be hard for her. Her hands couldn't stop trembling as someone far more powerful than her standing right in front of her. A wrong move or a word could end her life, and she felt like it.
Vorden, are you okay? Sometimes it seems like you suddenly change. I want to believe you when you say you don't mean to hurt me, but when I end up like this—"
As Layla spoke, her voice was shaky. She tried her best to hide it, but Vorden could feel the fear. Lately, the changes happening to Vorden had become more frequent. In the past, he remained in control most of the time, but there were plenty of times recently when he needed to rely on others for help. And now, for the first time in a while, Syl was actively asking for a seat. As these changes happened, it was expected that people would start to notice. The worst thought in his mind was the possibility of one of the others taking control of the seat. They didn't have the social skills that Vorden possessed to keep up his image. If they took over, he wouldn't know what to do. "When I first met Quinn, I knew he was different," Vorden replied. "Perhaps for the same reasons you were attracted to him, I was too. He was plain, a level 1 user, but had this look in his eyes that said he still had a fight in him, not like the others. Of course, at the time, I didn't know he was a vampire. In my old school, there were quite a few Quinns. They were the same. They still had hope, still had a fight in them. But eventually they were broken down and beaten, submitted to the system just like everyone else. It was rare to see someone make it into military school without already being broken. You could even see it with Peter. I was sick of it, sick of everything, and decided if I could at least save one person, it would be enough for me. Maybe I could show Quinn that even as a level 1 user, not everyone treated you the same, and you could make it through in the world. Then I got wrapped up in all this vampire business." It was a good explanation, and Layla could tell there was some truth behind Vorden's words, but she could also tell that he was missing out on some key points and details. The question was, why, though? "What does that have to do with me, though? Can't we both get along with Quinn?" Layla asked. "Are you jealous or something?" "Not me," Vorden mumbled, too quiet for Layla to hear. "I haven't exactly had the best of experiences since coming here," Vorden replied. "I was tied up and beaten by the second years, shoved to a red portal planet, and now stuck here. I think it's normal to be a bit unstable after what we have been through." As Vorden finished what he was saying, he took a step forward. Layla reacted by shuffling her knees closer to herself, curling into a ball. The sight of this reminded him of Syl, and in a sweet, calming voice, he did what he usually did without thinking about it. Vorden started to sing. "It will be okay. I will make your worries go away. I am by your side. I will always be kind." As she listened to the soft, angelic voice, without realizing it, Vorden was already next to her once again. Her hands had stopped trembling. "What was that?" she asked. "An ability?" Vorden started to laugh. "It was a song my mother used to sing to me to calm me down." He gently lifted his hand and touched her head, bringing it down and closer to his chest. All his movements were so soft as he inspected the wound. It was a side of Vorden she had never seen before. "I like this, Vorden," Layla said. Episode 249, Buy Me Time. This was the first time that Logan had ever felt panic. Due to him having night vision in the helmet he was wearing, he could see the beast before it came into view. Peter could as well, but was unaware of the magnitude of horror they were about to face. Perhaps Peter didn't study as well at school and thought it was just a regular beast, or when he had evolved everything about him changed. Right now, it didn't look like he could feel fear like the others. Beasts were separated into different tiers. The tiers were based on the crystals that were embedded in their body. The more powerful the crystal, the higher the tier of the beast. This, however, didn't always mean they were stronger. Depending on the beast's structure or abilities, sometimes in rare cases, some were more difficult to deal with. This was unlikely the case, because a higher-tier beast can draw more power from the crystal. Basic tier, intermediate tier, advanced tier, and right now, they were about to face something that was at least at king tier level. There were levels above this, including the highest level ever given, the demon tier. Throughout history, whenever a beast that had a humanoid shape was discovered, it would at least be at the king tier level or above. There were still beasts that were at this level that didn't have a humanoid shape, but a humanoid-type beast has never been lower than a king tier. Knowing that he would need everyone's help, Logan immediately changed one of his blaster's shapes, slightly allowing it to be more narrow. The armor shifted at a fantastic speed, and when it had finished transforming, Logan quickly fired 3 blasts into the buildings around them. The shots weren't energy blasts like before. Instead, these were sticky light balls.
They allowed a considerable amount of light to be shown and would easily stick onto whatever object they hit. There were two reasons for Logan doing this. One was to allow them to see their opponent more easily. If a creature came from the dark, their eyes and senses should be adjusted to the environment down here. He had to even the playing field, and it would also allow Sia to help them. The second reason was related to the first. The sticky lights had been shot in a triangle formation around them, one to the left, one to the right, and one slightly behind, where the king-tier beast was standing. This lit up the entire street. Although the dogs couldn't see the strange light, they could feel it and were frightened away. What Logan hoped for was that the light source would hurt or blind the king-tier beast's sensitive eyes, but it seemed to have no effect as it continued to walk forward. "What is that thing?" Sia said, trembling. Now that there was a light source, Sia could see what Logan could see, and she knew straight away the danger of the beast. "Should we run?" she asked, looking for an answer from Logan, who seemed to be the only one acting. "Run? There is no point in running. The moment we turn our back, we will die," Peter said. Hearing this, Logan realized Peter was perhaps more aware of the situation than he had thought. He knew there was nothing they could do. The beast slowly continued to walk towards the group, and by now, all of the dogs in the area had already scurried away. Now not only could the beast's outer shape be seen, but all of its details were in view. Although it had an outer human shape, it was a bit on the larger end. It stood around 8 feet tall. Its body was twisted and strange, as if it was made of mud and rocks. The muscle structure of the creature was outlined with plant roots, while the rest just looked like a mound of mud. What was frightening about it, though, was in the upper mound part of its body. Several human skeletons could be seen half sunken in its body and half sticking out. A skull, a rib cage, and other parts as well. It was as if the beast had been made from all the parts around it. Finally, on its 2 long arms, there were no fingers. Instead, they were long and sharp like a blade. From the forearm downward, it looked like the mud tree-like material changed into a harder substance. The blades shined green in color like a hard jade. "Sia! Pio!" Logan shouted. "Buy me some time!" Logan was unprepared to meet something like this down here. He thought that if the school was prepared to send some students to an orange portal planet, they would have at least sent them to one where at most the advanced tier-level beasts had been reported to be seen. There was no point attacking the beast with his current blasters. It would do nothing. What Logan needed to do was get his most powerful weapon and suit on, but it would take some time. His suit started to break down into little spiders. They were eventually all scattered on the floor. From the ground up, they started to rebuild a different type of suit right in front of him. "Come on, faster, you guys," Logan said. "I know you usually do your best, but right now, I need you more than ever." The unconfirmed king-tier beast continued to slowly walk as if it was a king taking a stroll through its kingdom. Peter could see Logan's spiders building something and knew their best chance of survival right now was relying on him. If they wanted to live, they needed to do what was asked of them. Sia could see Peter was about to move forward and shouted, "No, wait! The thing still hasn't attacked us yet. Maybe if we don't attack it, it will just walk past us." Peter took a look at the beast. It had now stopped walking forward and stood in the middle of the street. It placed one of its bladed hands in front of the other and scraped them against each other. A slight screeching sound could be heard as the beast continued this process. "No," Peter said. "It already considers us intruders. It will keep attacking us until we're gone, I can tell." With those words said, Peter threw his bag to the ground and dashed forward. It was at an incredible speed that Peter had not displayed until this point, and it was a surprise to him. This was because Quinn had gotten stronger, and in return, Peter's stats had increased. Usually, Peter would do his best to hide his abilities. The speed he was running at right now was not possible for a human who wasn't wearing any beast gear or didn't have any ability. But it wasn't the time to hide their powers. It was a matter of life and death. Although Sia was frightened, she wasn't stupid. She too got into position, dashing towards one of the sides of the building. While doing so, she threw out her spirit spears. "Please hit," she prayed. If the beast was indeed a king tier, then there wasn't much chance that her spears would hit the target. However, the beast stood there and allowed the spears to be lodged into the upper part of its body. "Is it going easy on us?" she thought. At the same time, she wondered what Peter was planning to do. He held no beast weapons and only had his regenerative ability. He would be killed in a matter of moments. When Peter was in range, the beast swung down its blade hand. Using all his strength, Peter swung both his fists together like a tennis racket. "This is it," Sia said. "No human has the strength to match a beast with their bare hands." As the hands met with the side of the blade, the power was surprisingly equal. The blades were knocked away, but Peter hadn't budged. "What is going on? Who is this person?" Sia said, surprised. The beast was confused. While fighting, it would purposely match its strength based on the opponent in front of it. It was sure it had gauged Peter well. What it didn't account for was the spirit spears in its body. Adjusting its power, it swung its blade faster and stronger with its other hand. Peter was unable to do anything. All he could see now was the dark black ceiling above. Peter's legs had been cleanly cut off. Episode 250. Heroes arrive at the last second. The fear in Sia's heart grew even more, as for a moment she felt like she had tricked herself, when she saw how Pio was somehow able to match the strength of the beast. She didn't know how, she didn't know why, but she felt like maybe they had a chance to get out of here alive. However, the beast was simply toying with them. The next attack from the beast was a lot faster than the previous one, and now Peter's legs had been completely detached from his body. It was a strange sight to see as the beast was towering over Peter. Although his bladed hands were long, it seemed like the roots that were attached to the hard part of the creature could extend and retract. It was hard for her to confirm her theory. Science seemed to happen in an instant, and she was still trying to get over the shock. Even with her sprint spear inside the beast, it had little to no effect. She felt like her attacks were useless. The beast then walked forward, ignoring Peter on the ground. Sia then noticed that its body seemed to be facing in a certain direction. It had chosen its next target. It was looking at Logan. The suit's creation was almost done. It was mostly silver in color, matching that of the spiders. Unlike the previous one, which was quite large and bulky, looking almost mech-light. This one suited Logan's body shape and stature more. Only the last part remained, which was the head. Logan saw the beast coming towards him and decided to quickly place his body into the suit. He planned on allowing the spiders to complete the final part. On the top of his hands were 2 circular rings. Around the edge of the rings were small, little metallic claws that looked similar to a tooth. "It's still not active," said Logan, looking at the circular rings. "The suit needs to be complete before I can do anything. Just a few more seconds." Taking another step, the beast suddenly felt something grabbing onto its leg. As it looked down, it could see the opponent that it had already defeated. Peter continued to grasp at the tree-trunk-like leg as hard as he could. Once again, the beast looked down. This time it lifted its arm and started to extend above its head. Sia realized that she was indeed not imagining things. The beast could retract and extend its limbs. As the beast swung downward, Sia squinted. She couldn't watch anymore. Still, she needed to. When she opened her eyes once again, Peter's arm had been removed from his body. "Peter!" Logan said. The suit of armor had been completed. The suit was mostly silver in color, and the top helmet part covering the head was a single pane of glass, going from the chin up to the top of the head. The chest was plated in a green metal, while the 2 circles on the top of his hands were also outlined in green. "This won't be enough," Logan predicted after witnessing the fight between Peter and the beast. He had seen Peter fight in the VR game, and he could gauge his strength. There was still one more thing Logan needed. A weapon. A strange, square-like device was attached to Logan's belt. He chucked the strange object on the floor, and it suddenly expanded into what looked like a large chest. Logan quickly grabbed some crystals from the chest. "Others might think this is a waste, but our lives are on the line." After taking out the crystals, the device returned to its original size, and a robotic spider jumped up, returning it around his waist. After placing the 2 crystals in his hand, the green-like circles started to glow. A female robotic voice sounded inside his head. 2 intermediate-tier crystals detected. An energy weapon is being generated. "Still needs more time. Looks like it needs more time than I had previously predicted. That or the worry inside me is making me feel like this is taking forever," Logan said. The beast was now only a few meters away from Logan's position. The problem was, now that he knew the beast was able to extend its limbs, it was hard for him to gauge its true attack range distance. After analyzing his opponent, Logan felt like this suit was the best against it,
but he was beginning to have second thoughts about whether or not he had made the right decision. The suit he used most of the time was equally balanced when it came to power, defense, and speed. The suit he had formed now focused on attack power. After seeing what the creature looked like, he thought it was the best option. With a small body frame and arms for weapons, he wanted to fight fire with fire. However, now that he knew it had some range, perhaps something speed-oriented would have been better. The other problem was that the suit was pretty useless when it came to defense, and right now his weapon hadn't even finished forming. Just as Logan was planning to dash towards it, a familiar voice shouted from behind the beast. "Hey, if you want to forget about me, you have to make sure you've killed me first," Peter shouted. As Sia turned her head to look at who was shouting, she was amazed. She rubbed her eyes a few times just to make sure she wasn't hallucinating. It was Pio. He was standing on his 2 feet, and his arm was regenerated. She knew he had impressive regenerative abilities, but this was something out of this world. Inhuman, almost. As Peter stood there, she noticed he had his hand over his belly. His regenerative powers were impressive, but he had used too much energy, and for the first time, he felt hungry. He started having second thoughts. If he was to get this severely injured once more, then maybe he wouldn't be able to regenerate anymore. The beast turned and looked at Peter, tilting its body slightly to the side. It seemed confused. Its interest piqued, and once again he started to walk towards Peter. Although Peter had regenerated, he hadn't suddenly gotten stronger. If he was to face the creature again, it would be the same outcome. As Peter saw it heading towards him, he was trying to decide what to do. Should I go for its legs? Maybe it's too fast. Maybe I should run and attack. Just because its attack speed is fast doesn't mean its legs are fast. However, as Peter had finished that thought, the roots in its legs contracted, then pushed off the ground, propelling it forward like some type of spring. It was now directly in Peter's face in a matter of seconds. It swung its arm out, and Peter could see the blade. With his reaction speed, he was able to react to the attack, but he could tell that he was a little bit too late, and the blade this time would chop his head off. "If only I was a little bit faster!" Peter shouted. A fraction of a second was all he needed. He continued to duck down with all his might, and as he did, the sound of an object swinging fast through the air was heard. "My head! It's all right, it's still on me," Peter thought. Looking at the beast, spirit spears could be seen plunging deep into its body. Sia, who had been watching from the side, was deeply confused. She looked closely at the spears that were inside the beast. They looked identical to her own. The only problem was that she wasn't the one who had thrown them. Those spirit spears hadn't come from her, which meant they could have only come from one person. She had seen the same thing happen before. "They say heroes always arrive at the last second," Vorden said with a smile as he appeared out from one of the buildings with Layla standing by his side. Episode 251, The Real Hero. "Your family member, Peter Race White, is getting hungry." Seeing this message brought back bad memories for Quinn. No longer did Quinn need to be fed. The only situation where he did was if he had been too injured, needing a new energy source to power his regenerative abilities. Quinn no longer got the EXP shared message, and he started to fear the worst. He and Fex had been walking around in a circle-like area and had covered almost half of the distance while walking around. It seemed like luck wasn't on his side, and he had chosen the wrong direction. "Hey man, aren't we just walking in circles?" Fex complained. "The thing I see, I think it keeps moving," Quinn yelled back, lying about the situation. They were too far in, around one direction. If they were to turn around and head back, it would only take longer, but he was worried about what was happening, so he started to pick up the pace. After the first attack on Peter, the beast stood there, slightly confused, not following up with a second attack. Using this opportunity, he quickly shifted over and backed away from the creature. It didn't seem interested in following him, but this time with the spears that were stuck inside it. While doing this, he chose to head in the opposite direction of Vorden and Layla. They were both using long-range skills, and it wouldn't be good if the beast got close to them. Coming from the side of one of the buildings, both of them had quickly assessed the situation. Seeing a humanoid creature, they knew the others were in danger, and when they saw Peter trying to confront the thing, they didn't have much time to think and needed to act straight away. "Layla, go check up on Logan and see if there's anything you can do to help," Vorden said. "It looks like Logan is preparing something, and right now, he's the strongest one here.
Vorden still had not gotten the chance to gather many abilities. If he were to gauge himself, he was at one of his weakest moments right now. Sia's support ability was at level 4, and Layla's telekinesis ability was at level 2. Using Rayton, he could power that up to level 6. Unfortunately, there was no way for him to get Peter's ability due to his cells being different. He could go up to Logan, and it would be a huge power boost. He wouldn't know how to use the ability, but at least he could combine his amount of MC cells into one. The problem with that was that it required Sill's help. Without Quinn here, Sill seemed disinterested in the whole event. The only other time he would come out was when the body would seem to be in danger. Looking at the creature in front of him, they would die before even finding out they were in danger. Not only that, but Peter needed Vorden's help. Based on the last attack, he had only come out alive by the skin of his teeth. "Vorden, we need to fight together," Layla replied. "This time, I'm not trying to be rude, but your attacks would do nothing, and would only get in the way. I'm afraid I'm only a little better than you in this situation. We need Logan," Vorden replied. Gritting her teeth at hearing that she was weak once again, she ran off towards Logan. "Do you need any help?" she asked. "Energy weapon creation at 50%. "I'm sorry, but there isn't much you or I can do. We just have to wait a little longer," Logan replied. Again, Layla had heard those words. There was nothing she could do, and it was true, while there were 2 spirit spears inside it. The beast tried to swing its hand mid-air. It realized that for some reason its attack wasn't as fast as it usually would be. It continued to swing its arm downward. Then the spirit blade's time ran out. As it swung its hand down, it felt and looked faster than all of the attacks. Now that its speed had returned to normal, it looked up at Peter, ready to finish him off once again. It prepared its legs, ready to spring into action once again, but just before it was about to set off, Vorden threw another one of the spirit spears, landing right in the back of the beast's legs. Another spear came out again. This time, the beast got out from his leading downward position and moved to avoid the spear. "It looks like he figured it out," Vorden said. "This is the problem with high-level beasts." Now the beast was looking in Vorden's direction. "No, if they get rid of him, then I will have no support," said Peter. "I have to fight." Readying himself, he rushed forward. The beast continued to ignore Peter, though, and it seemed like he was going to deal with the biggest annoyance first, which was Vorden. As it turned its back, something strange happened. As it looked down, another spirit spear was stuck in its body. The beast was sure it was keeping an eye on the other boy, so where did the spear come from? "Pretty boy, you owe me a date after this one," Sia shouted. She had come out from the side of the house and was now standing in the street. She wasn't confident that the attack would be able to land at the distance she was at, so she decided to come closer. Although she was scared, her mind was screwed on straight. If they wanted to live, they would all need to do their part. Before the beast could choose its target, Peter was already upon him and had thrown a fist against his solid body. The beast shifted from his position a few inches back. "Did it not hurt him? How are we meant to kill this thing?" Peter said, as the beast went for the attack. 2 spirit spears were thrown from both sides. The beast moved instinctively, avoiding the spears now. Although none of the spears hit, it would stop the beast from being able to land an attack on Peter. The 2 continued to do this, while the whole situation was going on, even with the beast's large body. The beast was able to avoid all of the spears thrown by the 2. It was starting to grow tired, though, and without the others realizing it, it was inching its way towards one of them, storing the power in its legs until it got close enough. It managed to avoid more of the spears, then quickly contracting the roots of one of its legs, it sprung forward to the side. It didn't go for Vorden or Peter. It went for Sia. "Damn, why didn't I think of this?" Vorden said, and slapped a hand over his face, annoyed at himself. It was a simple rule when fighting. In a situation like this, it would get rid of the weakest and most annoying one first. Their distractions had only worked so well, so far thanks to both of them throwing the spears. Now, with it coming straight towards her, the spear she had been throwing finally managed to hit. However, it was useless. 1 or 2 spears weren't going to do much in helping her fight against such a thing. She didn't have the crazy amount of experience Vorden did, and the reaction and speed in Peter's head. "If I'm going to die, I'm going to curse and look at what kills me right in the face," Sia shouted. As its bladed claw was about to reach out and stab her in the face, they were stopped mid-air in its tracks, inches away from her face. They say heroes arrive at the last second, Fex said, with his hands twitching, holding the strings using all of his strength. Lame, Vorden muttered. Doesn't he know I already said that? At first, she thought that Fex had saved her, but on closer inspection, a strange purple shadow substance could be seen around it. Episode 252, A Special Question. The blade had been stopped. If it had moved any further, it would have pierced her skull, almost showing no resistance. Sia once again could live to see what would happen in the next few moments, still unsure if she would live past today. However, what she was surprised about was who exactly had come to save her. From the corner of her eye, she could see a black-hair boy, pulling and twitching off to the side. What was his name again, Fex? Sia thought. Wasn't he a level 1? But she didn't stay long to find out. While the beast was stuck in a place, she quickly ran off to where Layla and Logan were standing. As the beast saw its bladed arm being wrapped around by a strange shadow substance, while also being pulled by the strings, I wondered which one was affecting it more. For some reason, even though it was using all its strength, it was unable to move its arm forward to kill its target. It was something it had never experienced before. A whisper was suddenly heard in Peter's ear. "Go join the others," Quinn said. "You've fought enough, and if you get hurt again, who knows if you will survive." Peter looked to his side and saw Quinn standing there. He had already equipped all of his beast gear equipment before coming over ready for a battle. Still, even he and Fex were unprepared for what they were facing. There was no joy on his face. It was dead serious, and Quinn was fully concentrating. "If you are in trouble, I won't hesitate to sacrifice myself," Peter said as he walked off to where the others were. Before leaving, Peter turned once again. "Quinn, it's strong." Looking at the beast, still curious about its movements, Quinn replied, "I know." "New quest received. Defeat the king of the underground city. King Tyr Beast Lickmorn. The town has been left behind, and in its empty place the beasts began to take over. Amongst the many, eventually a single creature took over, calming the seat and the title of the king. The others do his bidding as he protects the treasure located in the tower. Quest reward question." Peter didn't need to say anything. As soon as Quinn saw the strange beast, the system had immediately activated a quest for him. It had been quite a while since the system automatically gave him a task. Usually, it would appear when he faced a strong opponent of some sort. This also happened when he faced Leo. He found it strange that nothing had come up for the advanced tier beast. But it was probably because the system didn't deem it as special enough for the planet they were on. What interested Quinn about this strange quest was, for the first time, it seemed to inform a little bit about how the creature came to be. Is it because of the area we are in? Maybe it is related to the vampires and not the Dalki after all. The information also revealed that it had been acting as a guard for the tower. If such a strong beast was guarding it and had stayed underground, Quinn couldn't even begin to imagine what it was trying to protect. Lastly, the quest reward for defeating the beast. Even when going against Leo, there was a clear quest reward and an instant level up. For some reason, though, this one was hidden. He didn't know why, but the fact that it was hidden only got him curious. The real problem was, though, could they beat it? A king-tier beast. He started to think back about all the students going up against the advanced-tier beasts, and even with 50 of them, they were unable to kill such a thing. The ones that were left to fight were Fex, Vorden, himself, and Logan, but it seemed like Logan was still busy with something else. Sia was out of it and would no longer be of any use. The difference between this fight and the one earlier was that Fex and Quinn were willing to display their full powers. Sia could always be hypnotized for later, and even if she couldn't. All their lives were more important than one. The beast was no longer curious about the strange shadow in strings, and pulled its arm back out of the shadow. Seeing this, Quinn quickly returned it to himself. There was one great advantage to them being underground. Quinn's shadow powers were stronger, even with the artificial light source from Logan. Just being in a darker environment increased the distance of his shadows. It was only because of this that he was able to use it a distance away from himself. As the beast moved its hand, Fex, for the first time, felt its enormous strength. "What? He wasn't this strong before, was he?" Fex said, as his hand started to ache holding on to the strings. "Does this mean Quinn's shadow was doing most of the work?" He could no longer hold on, and it was just the waist. It seemed like the beast was moving just fine with or without his strings. I need to help them, Vorden said. Vorden was now standing by the other side. The 5 of them went to hide behind a building, out of the street and out of the way of what was about to go down. 70% of energy weapon has been created. Whatever Logan was doing, it looked like it still wasn't ready yet, and he couldn't join the fight. Logan, do you mind if I touch you? Vorden asked. Even if you copy my ability, it's not like the others, Logan explained. You won't be able to get a clear grasp, and the ability itself is pretty useless, honestly. It was only because I was able to implement it with my brain that I was able to come up with a use. Not saying you don't have brains, of course, but you understand. Logan, stop rambling and trust me. Noticing that Vorden was trustworthy and had come with ideas so far, Logan decided to put a little bit of faith in him. Part of the suit that was covering the arm shifted upward as the suit broke down into hundreds of little spiders, and they did a handshake. With that, Vorden started to move. He didn't go onto the street like the others thought he would. Instead, he went through the buildings, down the side, looking for the perfect spot. His aim was never to use Logan's ability, but only the MC cells that came with it. He had already used a large amount, throwing out spears constantly. Still, with Logan's level 8 ability, he had to have a large amount. Not only that, but if he could get Rayton or Syl to fight, they would be able to combine the other abilities, making a spirit spear above a level 8 ability. The level 4s didn't do much, but surely this would have an effect. The only problem was that the beast was now cautious against the spears, so Vorden wanted to get in the perfect location, waiting for the right time. Sometimes, when the ability level was higher, it would also consume more MC points with each use of the ability. There was no time for testing, and no second chances against a foe like this. "This is crazy," Sia shouted. "Why are the 2 level 1s, the weakest in our team, out there fighting? Are they idiots? Are they trying to get themselves killed?" she yelled. Suddenly, a hand came towards her face, and the right side of her cheek stung. When she looked at the person who had slapped her, she could see Layla was the one who had done it. "It's because of those idiots that you're even alive," Layla shouted. "Layla, what do you mean?" Sia asked, holding her face. As Sia looked closely, she could see a dark purple shadow emitting from Quinn's back. "Those 2 level 1s are the strongest level 1s you will ever see." Episode 253, Teamwork. The beast was cautious about the 2 opponents. I didn't know why, but it felt like they were different from the ones before. The presence emitting from these 2 was similar to the boy it had thought before. Still, it wasn't entirely the same. Although he had an expressionless face, Fex was worried. There were 2 main reasons for this. They were going up against a king-tier beast. Fex struggled to fight an advanced-tier beast on his own. He wasn't yet at the point he could deal with a king-tier. If only I had a puppet, maybe we would have better chances, he thought. This was the second problem. His ability, his family training, mostly focused on using a puppet as a fighting tool. Of course, they trained their bodies and strengths, but only the full potential and fighting power of the Sanguine's family would come out when they were using a puppet. He had finally found the perfect person, Erin, but now that she was gone, there was no one else that interested him, or he felt like would be the right fit. As they stood there, Fex moved his fingers slightly as he threw out a needle with a string attached. It was so thin it couldn't be seen by the human eye. Once the string was attached to the beast's leg, he would pull with his strength, and the 2 of them would go in for the attack. However, before the string had even reached the beast, it threw its bladed hand down, cutting the invisible piece of string. Fex gulped at this sight. "That's not normal. That string is nearly as hard as steel. It shouldn't be that easy to break. My strings are useless against this guy. With no puppet and his sharp blades, I can't do anything, so I can only rely on my vampire abilities." Fex knew that none of his mind control and charm-like abilities would work on such a powerful creature, which meant they would have to deal with it the old-fashioned way. He looked at Quinn, who stood to his right, with his shadow shifting protecting him. It seemed like Quinn didn't quite know what to do either. "Ah!" Fex shouted as he charged in. "Quinn, I'll attack and you cover me with the shadow." Although Quinn didn't agree with the plan, it was already too late, as Fex charged in. In Fex's mind, he was the faster, more skillful fighter of the 2. All he needed was Quinn to use the shadow, to block the attacks he couldn't see, and he was hoping that would be enough. While charging forward, Fex threw out blood swipes. Seeing this beast, they swung its hand blades. At such an incredible speed, it looked like it had managed to create its wind strike pressure that clashed with the blood swipes. Quinn followed closely behind, and it was a good thing he did, as the beast continued to swing its arms about, causing a flurry of swipes. From behind Fex, a few more blood swipes had followed. He didn't need to ask where they had come from. "It looks like you're a better backup than I thought," Fex said. Using the shadow, Quinn blocked some of the attacks, while also using the blood swipe of his own. The two of them continued to attack while pushing forward. It took the two of them using their blood swipes, including Quinn using his shadow, to match the speed of attacks coming from the king-tier beast, and currently they were at a stalemate. Watching from the side, Sia's mouth was left wide open. "What? Who are these guys? Their abilities? Do they look the same? And how are they able to go toe-to-toe with a king-tier beast?" Layla didn't say anything back, as it was pointless as her memory would soon be wiped off. Although they were able to match the power and speed of the king-tier's attacks, they couldn't keep this up forever. In a way, using the blood-type attack drained their life force, and they would eventually run out of energy. But the same couldn't be said for it. Not only that, but Quinn's MC points were deteriorating fast. He tried using the shadow to block as little as possible. With every block, the shadow would get damaged, causing him to use up his MC. The attacks were just too powerful. Knowing this, the two of them pushed forward. "Quinn, charge in!" Feck shouted. "Blood shield!" A wide barrier of blood was lifted from the ground, blocking the incoming attacks. Quinn didn't hesitate and went off to the side. Windwalk activated. Using his extra speed from his intermediate boots, he tried charging in from the side. Blood crescent kick. It was too risky to get in close. It would notice Quinn by then. Even with the attacks coming towards it, it did nothing to block them. The two attacks had landed on the beast, yet not a mark was left on it. "That was one of my most powerful attacks." There was only one thing left for Quinn to try. One of the beast's arms extended outward, aiming straight for him. Flash step! The blow was avoided, and the blood hammer was in preparation. A normal hammer strike was likely to do nothing against a beast like this. He needed his most powerful strike to hurt the beast. In the middle of his preparation for the strike, the tree root extended arm had turned around and extended, following Quinn's position. After a few motions of the blood hammer, he needed to cancel it and avoid the blow. His shadow would move too slow, so he only had one option. Flash step! Quinn tried to execute the flash step, but for the first time he was too slow. Tilting his head to the side and kicking his feet off the ground, he managed to block the attack using his shoulder. The blade pierced through him easily, and now he was attached to the beast via its extended root arm. 60 of 80 HP. Although Fex wanted to help Quinn, he knew it would be a waste, and there was an opportunity to strike. Fex, using his great speed, had managed to get within striking distance of the beast. An uppercut fist encased in blood was aiming towards the beast's belly. It was an attack Quinn had never seen before. It was also the strongest attack that Fex had, combining his martial arts with his vampire skills. "You damn tree fell!" he shouted as he plunged his fist right into the center of its belly. Vibrations and pressure of wind came out from the attack, and the beast moved a foot back as it slightly curved and arched its back forward. "Yes, they got an attack in!" Layla cheered. "No," Logan said. "It's too early to celebrate." The beast stood upright and lifted its arm that was attached to Quinn. The two were lifted high, a few meters up in the air, as it used a strong force, slamming him down into one of the buildings off to the side. The building crumbled down on top of Quinn's body as he was thrown down. "Quinn!" Feck shouted. The attack was a powerful one, and even he wasn't sure if he would have made it out alive. Still, there wasn't much chance for him to worry. The beast retracted its arm from the fallen building and now was focused on Fex. The attacks coming towards him were at close range, and it took every bit of energy and skill for Fex to dodge all the blows. With each strike, he managed to avoid most of the attacks. Still, the edge of the beast's bladed arm scratched Fex. These weren't shallow cuts either. Some of them were quite deep. "He's fast, but not fast enough," Layla said. From the crumbled building off to the side, one of the larger slabs of walls was pushed to the side. The dust started to settle, and Quinn could be seen underneath it, covered in wounds and blood. Most of his bones had been broken, and it was painful to even lift his body.
12 of 80 HP. Blood bank activate.
He had no choice and needed to use the blood bank to heal most of the serious wounds. As his body started to recover, he watched Fex amazingly dodge the beast's fast attacks. Using his imagination, Quinn pictured himself in Fex's situation. He would have been dead by now with his speed. The fight continued, and a pool of blood could be seen underneath his 2 feet. The wounds were taking a toll on him as he started to slow down. In the middle of the fight, Fex started to lose hope. Even if he was faster, more skillful, it meant nothing. His strongest attack was unable to hurt the beast. For a king-tier beast to do anything, they would need at least an advanced-tier weapon, and even then it would unluckily be able to do much damage. "Am I going to die because of this ugly monster?" Fex thought. Quinn felt the same way. His intermediate-tier gauntlets just weren't going to be enough to hurt the king-tier's body. Fex continued to dodge. In the middle of his thoughts, a strange green beam of light could be seen from his side. "Duck!" Instinctively, Fex reacted to the words and ducked his body. The green beam of light carried on moving forward and went straight through the beast's body. "Energy weapon has been completed." "Looks like it was a success," Logan said. For the first time during the fight, black blood was trickling down from the wound.
Episode 254, A New Level of... For the first time since the fight had started, the king-tier beast had finally bled. Just when Fex felt like all was lost, a strange green energy of light came out and plunged into the beast's upper body, although Fex was unaware of what had happened. Quinn, who had emerged from the rubble, managed to catch everything with his own 2 eyes. Quinn was still injured, his wounds were worse than usual, and even with the use of the blood bank, his body would take a while to heal. He had used the blood bank completely, and it was empty. It had brought him up to 62 of 80 of his HP. Healing this much would allow him to continue in the fight. He also had the flask that was given to him by Fex, but looking out how badly Fex was injured, he hesitated using it. He was debating whether the blood in the flask should be used on Fex instead. It was his own after all, and he didn't have a blood bank. That was clear after looking at how damaged his body was during the fight. As Fex's legs were wobbling and his speed was slowing down, from the side came a short man who was in a silver and green suit. "Logan," Quinn thought. But his suit looked different from the others he had seen. There were beams of energy shaped like sharp daggers on top of his arms. They looked similar to an ancient weapon known as a katar. "Engage! Maximum system output," Logan said as he thrust his fist forward. The katar-like weapon suddenly grew longer. The green energy extended and went right through the beast's solid body. "Fex, I'm going to need your help," Logan said as he pulled out the energy blade from the beast. Logan knew this wasn't going to be enough. Suddenly, the beast's attention was on Logan, the person who had injured him. All Fex wanted to do right now was rest, but looking at Logan, he knew they couldn't rely on him. The beast went in for an attack from above, and Logan went to block with the energy blade, but when Fex looked at them both, it looked like watching a tortoise and hare race against each other. They now had the power and the weapon to injure the beast, but not the speed. Logan was too slow. Seeing this, using his last bit of energy, Fex pivoted and shifted himself using all his strength to dash forward. With his shoulder in front, he barged Logan out of the way, allowing him to avoid the strike. The blade kept going down, and although it didn't hit its original target, it still managed to hit Fex between his neck and shoulder. "Kill the damn thing!" Fex screamed, as more blood was dripping down his arm. "Energy blade, maximum output!" Logan shouted, and at the same time, one of the energy blades seemed to respond. It grew twice in size, and Logan slashed down with all his strength. It went through the beast's side, and the sound of something falling to the ground was heard. The green jade-like arm had been detached from its body, and black blood was now pouring out from the wound. "What is that?" Sia asked, amazed at what was happening. "I've never seen a weapon like that before. If he had stuff that was so effective, why doesn't everyone use it?" On the other hand, Layla, who was standing next to her, didn't have the same look of amazement on her face. Her forehead was wrinkled, as she was in deep concern. The green blade that had just been used had fizzled out, and now Logan only carried one on his arm. "I thought this was the case," Layla said. "I've seen one of these before, or to be more precise, I learned about this before. It's another way to use the beast crystal that was discontinued by the military." "Discontinued, but why?" Sia asked.
As you can see, by using crystals as a form of raw energy, one can create something called an energy blade. The problem is that all of its energy is coming from the crystal, and it needs a constant output to support it. Using the raw energy rather than mixing it with other materials creates a more powerful weapon. But this means two things. First, the weapon isn't permanent. Once all the energy from the crystal has been used, the weapon will disappear. This also means that the weapon's strength will vary depending on how much energy is used in the attack. Because of these reasons, the military decided that it was much more practical to use the crystal core to create beast weapons rather than energy weapons. Energy weapons were fine for the low-end use when using a basic tier or intermediate crystal, but anything above would be a waste. For someone like Logan, intermediate crystals weren't too hard for him to come by. He could just purchase them online on the marketplace. The problem was anything above that. Past the advanced tier crystal, there weren't many people who sold them. This was true for the advanced tier crystals. Instead, people would post requests, asking others to obtain a specific type of crystal for them. The problem was that Fex had not anticipated needing more than 2 intermediate crystals on a trip like this. It wasn't exactly something people freely carried around with them either. "It looks like the attack was a success," Logan said. With the black blood dripping from the beast's wound, it retreated for the first time, leaping back. Fex wanted to chase after the thing, but when he took a step forward, his wound seemed to have gotten the better of him. He went down to one knee, stopping himself from collapsing on the floor. "I'm more hurt than I thought." There was no point for Logan to chase it either. The energy blade was just a blade of energy. Unlike traditional beast gear, it didn't give any extra stats to the user, and the suit he was wearing didn't either. If he was to chase the beast, he wouldn't catch up to the thing in a million years. Suddenly, the beast's wound started to bleed less. It looked like some vine-like structures were starting to cover over the wound. Next, from the wound, a little stump was starting to grow. "Am I imagining things, or is that thing getting smaller?" Layla asked, still looking from the side of the street. "You're right," Peter replied, his hand still hovering over his stomach. At the same time, he was looking at Sia in a slightly different way. "I never got an order not to hurt her today, right?" Peter thought. The group wasn't imagining things. As the stump started to grow, it looked like it was forming another hand. At the same time, the beast was getting smaller in size, as if he was taking his mass from one area and placing it in another. When it was all done, the beast once again had 2 bladed limbs that shined like jade. Only now, it was roughly the same height as a regular human. "Looks like we're going to have to go for round 2, Fex groaned out as he lifted himself off the ground. He knew that without his help, Logan wouldn't be able to do much. He was their attacker, their damage dealer, and he needed to protect him if they wanted to kill the beast. "Why don't you lie back down?" a voice said from his side, as he felt a hand touch his shoulder. "Quinn? But how?" Fex asked. Vampires had supernatural healing abilities, but for serious life-threatening wounds, the use of blood would be needed. If the wound was bad, but not life-threatening, they would eventually heal up, but get hungry in the process. But what was strange about Quinn was how quick he had healed. Did he use the flask? Quinn's body had healed. He wasn't quite at full health, but he was able to fight once again. "We can talk about that later," Quinn replied while handing the flask back to Fex. "Take it, heal up." "I guess my guess was wrong," Fex thought. It was tempting for Fex, but in the end, he refused again. "No, Quinn, not to be rude, but you're too slow to go against something like this, and there might be another way for us to get out of this mess if I don't use it. You keep it." What Fex had said was correct. Quinn knew that with his speed, he would hit left and right by the beast. His shadow was strong, but not quick enough to catch up. "Don't worry about that," Quinn said as he walked forward. "Are you sure you would like to add all 6 points to agility?" "Points added. 26 plus 4 agility." Before trying to hand over the flask to Fex, Quinn had taken a tiny drop of blood, giving him 1 more point in agility. Then, using the remaining points from leveling up, he decided to put everything in one area. Finally, there were also the intermediate boots he was wearing, which brought his total agility up to 30. Also, burning him up to a new level of speed, the speed was similar to a vampire noble. Episode 255, A Different Person. When Quinn said these words, Fex felt his confidence. He wanted to say he was crazy for trying to take on such a monster when he could barely dodge its attacks.
But for some reason, with his tone of voice and the air around him, it felt like something in Quinn had changed compared to him a few moments ago. "Who are you, really? Is this the difference between the Punishers and the rest of us?" So far, Fex had multiple guesses about who Quinn was, but all of them seemed to be missing the mark. Everything just didn't go together yet. Still, Fex went off to the side and leaned up against the building wall. Ham, who had been flying and hovering in the air for most of the time, came swooping down. "Ham, if I don't come back from this, I want you to go back to the others. Don't stay here," Fex ordered.
"What do you mean?" Ham replied. "I know the wounds are bad, but you should eventually heal from this, right?"
As Ham said those words, he started to look at the wounds. Although they would take a while to fully heal, it was obvious if the healing process had started or not, as the bleeding should have already stopped. But from the multiple cuts that were mainly on his upper body and arms, blood was still seeping out.
"Master, are you doing this on purpose?"
Fex didn't reply, but it was clear that this was his answer. Ham wanted to complain. He had been with Fex since he could remember, but he had to do whatever Fex told him.
"And what about the other vampire? If I return, do you want me to inform them about him?" Ham asked.
While at the school, Fex's state of mind had changed a lot. At first, he wanted to get close to Quinn as a scapegoat if his family ever came to get him. He still had that in his plans, but during their short time together, they had done many things, and Fex had honestly never had a more interesting and fun time with someone. "Leave it. What Quinn does is none of our business," Fex replied. Both Logan and Quinn now stood a few meters apart from the smaller version of the king-tiered beast that they were up against. "Logan, I want you to stay behind me. When I give the call, I want you to attack with all that you have," Quinn said. For the first time, Quinn seemed to be taking the leadership role, something that Logan had done previously. Still, Logan wasn't complaining. He didn't know what Quinn had up his sleeve, but he had known him long enough to trust him. Quinn's shadow before was continuously shifting around his body. Usually, he did these series of actions as a form of protection for himself. Of course, he only did something like this when there was a fight. This time, he had the shadow in a ball-like shape hovering above his shoulder. Against the king-tiered beast, it was useless to use as a defensive measure. Its attacks were too fast for him to move the shadow in the right position. If it couldn't be used for defense, then it was better off being used as an attack. The beast had waited long enough, instead of charging in as it usually did. It decided to swing out its bladed arm and stretch it out from the side. Right now, Quinn was standing directly in front of Logan. With this attack, it was clear that its target was Logan. Even if he did trust Quinn, just to be sure, Logan raised the energy blade, knowing his suit wouldn't be able to handle an attack. "You're not the only one that can do something like that." Quinn threw a blood swipe and then grabbed it quickly with his shadow. He had made his shadow scythe. He swung it down from above, hoping to hammer it down before it reached Logan. Knowing the strength of the previous blood swipe, the beast chose to ignore it and continued with its attack. The blood swipe from before would have shattered and not even affected the path of its attack, only slowing it down a little. Bang! Like a hammer coming down on a nail. The scythe managed to knock the tree root arm, pinning it to the ground. "That attack wasn't that strong last time," Fex said, seeing this. It hadn't been too long since they fought. In that amount of time, Quinn had leveled up a few times as well as gained a few samples of blood from others. I just... Sia was at a loss for words. She had experienced too many surprises with this group so far. They were all monsters. "Can you do something like that?" Sia asked Layla. So far she seemed to be the only normal one in the group, but she remembered that she had thought the same about Quinn, thinking he was normal, and after being proven wrong, she felt like it could happen again. "As I said, they saved your life earlier. These guys are amazing." As she said those words, she too wished she would be able to take part in the fight, rather than stand by the side. Seeing that the beast was targeting Logan and not him, Quinn knew he needed to do something. Windwalk activated. Activating his boots, he dashed forward and traveled at a speed that had never been achieved by him before. In an instant, he had nearly covered the entire distance, and was now directly in front of the beast. Punching the beast as hard as it could in the stomach, Quinn was hoping to make some sort of impact, but it didn't even budge. As its other hand retracted back, it started swinging away, attacking him in the same way as it did with Fex. Only the result this time was different. Every strike was avoided. When Fex faced the beast, he was able to avoid the critical blows, but he would still suffer some hits here and there.
With Quinn, it was different. He was able to avoid each of the strikes cleanly, not getting a scratch on him. This speed, did he hide his strength? Just how? Fex was now even more confused than before. Nothing made sense to him right now. Why fake being hurt? Why risk being attacked by such a strong beast, and how only moments ago Quinn was unable to avoid the strike? But at this moment he was able to perfectly evade every strike. His speed even surpassed Fex's at this moment. When improving Quinn's stats, each time it went up by 10, there was a significant improvement, and even he could feel this. From 18 to 19 in a stat point, although there was a difference, it was barely noticeable, but going from 19 to 20, the change could be felt and was tremendous. Being able to just dodge the attacks wasn't going to be enough. Whenever an opening appeared, Quinn tried his best to throw out a punch, but the beast's reflexes were just as fast as its attacks, being able to easily block Quinn's attacks or even move out of the way. Bloodhammer was still the strongest skill in Quinn's arsenal, but it took quite a long time to perform. However, the hammer strike, with his increased speed, could be performed fast enough. He just needed to know how to land the attack. While dodging the attacks, Quinn thought hard. The other problem was his stamina. He wouldn't be able to keep up. Then, an idea hit him while looking at the beast's movements. Right now, he was facing a humanoid-type beast. Not only that, but it had some level of intelligence as well. With this in mind, Quinn threw out a punch from above. Using his speed, he threw out one after another. The first attack was blocked, and when the beast saw the second one, it twisted its body slightly to avoid the blow. Then, something strange happened. It had blocked one punch and dodged the other, yet a third hand had come out and hit the beast right on its temple of its rounded head. From the outside, the others were just as confused as the beast, because to them, it looked like the beast had moved into Quinn's attack. "Looks like the Phantom Punch is a success," said Quinn with a smile. Episode 256, A Noble Sacrifice. Deeply confused by what just happened, the others thought it must have been a mistake on the beast's part. Perhaps Logan's attack had hurt it more than they thought, and now its movements weren't as swift as before. The only one who knew what happened was Quinn himself. He used the Phantom Punch. This was an attack that would only work on humanoid creatures with a certain level of intelligence. Quinn wasn't so sure if it would work, but it was obvious that it worked, and was incredibly useful in the battle. Those with high intelligence wouldn't be tricked by the Phantom Punch. At the same time, beasts whose intelligence was far too low wouldn't even recognize the trick in the first place. This was the reason why the Phantom Punch wouldn't work on most beasts. However, it seemed like the beast in front of him was perfect for the Phantom Punch. The level of intelligence was enough for it to be tricked, but not high enough to recognize that it was being tricked. The standoff between the two continued, with Quinn avoiding most of the blows cleanly, and whenever an opening revealed itself, Quinn would throw multiple punches, mixing in a Phantom Punch in between. Once again, another blow landed, this time on the beast's neck, just above its chest. Again? Is the beast starting to slow down? Sia thought. But watching closely, Fex could see that the beast hadn't slowed down at all. Its movements were still as fast as ever, so what was happening? It was simply incomprehensible. Eventually, the tide was starting to turn. As Quinn continued with the fight, he started to be the aggressor more often, hiding his phantom punches in between the ordinary jabs. The outsiders felt as if the beast was the one on the defensive, and that it was delivering itself onto the path of Quinn's attacks. It would constantly dodge and lean onto Quinn's fists. Then, instead of dodging, the beast decided to block the upcoming attack. Lifting its arms, it covered its rounded head, but with its movements. Quinn took the opportunity to send a blow to its stomach. At this point, Fex finally understood what was happening. It's got to be the Phantom Punch. I can't think of anything else. He's mixing it with the ordinary jabs and hooks. But who taught him the Phantom Punch, and when? He was in school with me, or could it be that the other vampire is teaching him in the school again? Even with all these points, and even if Quinn did have a teacher that was in the school, it didn't explain the crazy amount of time it had taken him to learn such a skill. Now, Fex was frightened. Before, it was amazing, but every time he saw Quinn get stronger, a strange feeling overcame him. He was sure he was always stronger than him. Now he couldn't say for sure. It was as if he was looking at two different people. The punches continued to descend like a waterfall, and now it looked like the beast was getting bullied. The monster that they were all afraid of,
a few moments ago, was getting punched left and right by Quinn.
"I was wrong," Sia said. "I can't believe I thought he was useless. I'm sorry, Layla. I now understand why you got mad."
As Layla watched Quinn, even she hadn't expected something like this from him. Although the tides had turned in the fight, with Quinn being able to attack the beast several times. It did not affect it whatsoever. The blows didn't leave any wounds or marks, and it had barely moved from its original position due to Quinn's attacks.
"It must be doing something,"
Quinn thought. Otherwise, why would the beast attempt to block the attacks? Still, he wasn't doing enough damage, and if he continued like this, his stamina would run out before the beast.
"Looks like I have to use the hammer strike after all," Quinn thought.
There was still a problem, though. The hammer strike may be quicker than the blood hammer, but it was still far too slow for the beast. Another phantom punch was delivered to the stomach. As the beast went to block the attack, a flash step was performed, and Quinn was now standing directly behind the beast. The movements of the hammer strike had started, and the beast attempted to turn around. As it did, its movements slowed down, and its feet got stuck in the place where it was standing. It hadn't noticed that during the fight, Quinn had moved his shadow down to the beast's feet. Holding it in place, the plan was never to keep the beast there. He knew it wouldn't hold it back long enough, but it was enough time for him to perform the hammer strike. Placing his foot down, he pulled one arm back and snapped the other one out, hitting the beast right in the center. For the first time, it lifted into the air, and when it landed, the beast stumbled, struggling to stand on its 2 feet.
"Logan, get ready!" Quinn shouted.
"Maximum output!" Logan shouted, and his final guitar-like weapon doubled in size. The beast was now recovering. It was about to lift itself off the floor. The attack was effective, but not good enough. Afraid that it might move and avoid the decisive blow, Quinn reacted fast. "Shadow Void!" A bubble-like space was created in an instant. It was the same as the Shadow Void from before, but this one was a lot smaller. It also didn't encase Quinn and Logan, but only went around the beast. This would stop the beast from running away and would buy them a little bit of time. "Attack now!" Quinn ordered. Logan was slightly confused as what was going on. After all, Quinn was displaying several different skills that he had never seen before. After seeing how he fought the beast so far, he decided to listen and swung down at the bubble-like space where he last saw the beast. At the same time, Quinn prepared himself. He planned on canceling Shadow Void to allow Logan's attack to land on the beast. "Cancel Shadow!" While in the middle of canceling the skill, the Shadow Void had broken itself. This was also an expected result. Logan continued to lunge forward with his large energy guitar. But he noticed something strange. In the short amount of time it was in the Shadow Void, its appearance had completely changed. The green roots that covered and formed the muscle structure of the beast were now glowing slightly red. It looked as if all of the roots were flowing with energy. They were pulsating, and something could be seen flowing throughout its body. "Did I wait too long?" Vorden said as he watched from a window up high, in a building nearby. He was still waiting for the perfect opportunity, so he never threw the spirit spear. It was too hard for him to find that opportunity, since both Quinn and the beast were just too fast for him to see. But right now, Vorden could tell what had happened to the beast. It was now in rage mode, something only beasts at a higher tier could do. When they feel danger or their life was jeopardized, a beast could go into rage mode. With this, the maximum amount of energy from the crystal inside them would pump around their body. Beasts rarely went into this mode, due to the fact they could only go into it once, if all the energy from the crystal was used up while in rage mode. They would die and no longer exist. It was a move only used in desperate times. The other problem was, if a beast was killed while it was in rage mode, the crystal obtained from it would be useless. Travelers would often try their best to defeat the beast before it entered rage mode. It was clear, though, a beast in rage mode was a lot stronger. Even with his help and the new and improved Quinn, Vorden was unsure if they could beat it. The guitar continued to thrust forward. Seeing this, the beast knocked the weapon away, shattering it, as its attack collided against the weapon. Lifting its legs out, it extended like a fast piston, hitting Logan in the stomach. Logan was flung back in the air and was thrown several feet down the street. As he was chucked through the air, several of the spiders that made up the suit seemed to fall onto the ground as well. They had been damaged, beyond what they were capable of withstanding, and could no longer be used.
Why does the world want us all dead? Layla said.
Fex, seeing this, was now sure. He had made the right decision. He had been suppressing it this whole time, but with the blood loss, his lust had grown to the maximum. Purposely not healing himself, Fex had done this as a last resort, and it was time to use it. Slowly his body was starting to change, his muscles were bulging, his skin shrinking, and his hair was falling off from the top of his head. Ham flew away from his master, looking back at what Fex had become. He had a sad look on his face.
So you did transform.
Episode 257, Last Hit. Vorden had the best view of what was going on down below. The two girls, along with Peter, were at the opposite end of the street, hiding between two buildings. Their heads were tilted around the side. It was quite a distance from the fight, but still close enough so they could see everything. Vorden himself was in a building, but was on the 4th floor, looking out from a window. One of the light balls that Logan had shot out earlier was hanging from the very top of the same building. He carefully watched what was going on. He needed to see and wait for the right moment to strike. At one point, when Logan had attacked the beast, he thought that was the right time. He and Rayton had switched places, and Rayton was ready to throw the spirit spear. Just before doing so, Rayton informed Vorden about something. With the use of MC cells from both Logan and Sia, Vorden right now had one of the strongest support abilities out there. What they found out was, now with a higher level of support ability came more options. Sia's ability limited her to creating only one spear at a time. This limit was still there, even with the increase in power, but there were a couple of differences. More MC cells could be put into the spirit spear, creating a more powerful spear. How long or what the effects were, they couldn't tell until the spear was thrown. Once they obtained this information, Vorden felt like it was best to create a stronger spear, one as strong as possible. They might only have one chance at this. The more powerful the attack when using an ability, the more MC cells it would use. As he continued to watch from above, his heart started to sink. A strange feeling came over him, while beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. The beast had gone into rage mode, but that wasn't the reason Vorden was worried. It was because there was something else down there with them that had brought back bad memories. Fex, who was leaning up against one of the buildings, was no longer there, or at least was no longer himself. Instead, the sight of what was known as a bloodsucker was there instead. It looked nearly identical to the time he had faced Quinn back on the Red Portal planet. There were a few differences, but the horrifying creature brought back memories. That day, Syl had saved his life, fighting against the bloodsucker, and in his place, Ian was killed. When Quinn was the beast, there was no telling friend from foe. Vorden had kept silent so far, not wanting to reveal his position to the beast, but as he saw the bloodsucker moving towards Quinn, he needed to shout out. "Quinn, behind you!" Vorden shouted. Quinn had his eyes dead set ahead, looking at the beast. He was also concerned about Logan, who had been hit, but hearing the worry in Vorden's voice, he knew it was urgent. As he turned his head, he could see a bald, muscle-bound creature. The claws on its hands had widened. If it wasn't for the clothes that it was wearing, Quinn would never have known it was Fex. "What is that?" Quinn said. "Is it some type of vampire transformation?" As he looked into Fex's eyes, there was no longer any white in them. It was completely black. No emotion was felt by them. "Is he even still sane?" "Don't you remember?" the system said. "He has turned into a bloodsucker." After hearing the system say those words, Quinn briefly remembered when he hadn't consumed blood for a few days, his transformation had begun. A message appeared before his mind went to black, saying his transformation into a bloodsucker had been completed. "Did he do this willingly?" Quinn asked. "Perhaps for a vampire to turn into a bloodsucker, they must have an immense amount of thirst," the system explained. "My guess is, when he was wounded by the beast, he suppressed his healing abilities, allowing the blood to continue to drain from his body. When enough blood had poured out, he allowed his body to heal, using the last bit of his energy. Once the healing process was completed and his powers had been used, his thirst was at its maximum. It's a risky thing to do if you allow too much blood to leave your body and your wounds weren't able to heal, then it could be life-threatening. I'm surprised this young boy knew how to do such a thing. Vampires aren't often taught this, since a bloodsucker doesn't even see its kind as a friend, which would suggest he is an important figure, perhaps the son of one of the vampire's heads." Although the explanation was interesting for Quinn, he didn't have much time to think about it. Right now he was stuck between the two of them. On one side was the raged king-tier beast, and the other a bloodsucker. Quinn didn't know which one was more troublesome. When Quinn turned into a bloodsucker, all his stats were doubled, but his health decreased, and he was unable to use his vampire skills. He looked to his left, he looked to his right, waiting for one of them to make their first movement. At the same time, the bloodsucker and beast dashed forward. "Damn it, Shadow Cloak!" Quinn said. From his feet, the shadow rose, and suddenly Quinn had vanished from their sight. However, it didn't seem like either one of them was interested in him. As Quinn hurried to escape from the area, the two of them clashed in the center of the street. The bloodsucker swiped its claw, while the beast threw out its balded arm. As the two clashed, the power between the two of them was so strong, it looked as if ripples were being created in the air. At first, Quinn wanted to go check up on Logan and pull him off to the side to see if he was okay. But when he looked at where Logan was last seen, he was no longer there. Peter had already dragged his body from the street and brought him over to the two girls, although they didn't have to do much. Logan had already removed the helmet part of his suit. His mouth had blood trickling down from the side. The miniature robotic spiders were working away, patching him up here and there. They could fix the external wounds, but not the internal ones. It was clear Logan could no longer fight. Instead of going over to where the others were, while the other two were busy fighting, Quinn decided to stay quite close to the fight. He was learning a lot from the fight. While watching, their speed was so great, Quinn couldn't keep up. To the others, they were nearly unable to see anything, apart from once in a while, when there would be a standoff of power. As the fight continued, Quinn was able to see each attack made by the two of them. Although they looked wild and random, as attacks came rushing out from both of them, it looked like it wasn't the case at all. A lot of Fex's original martial arts moves were still involved, and the beast, too, was picking its spots carefully, making it tricky for Fex to get a clean strike in. One thing was clear, though. If Quinn was to fight either one of them the way he was now, he would be dead in an instant. Still, he chose to stay close, since learning from the fight wasn't the only reason. In the back of his mind, there was one thing he kept thinking about: the quest. The reward of the quest would help him grow in the future. Not only did Quinn want the experience points for killing the king-tier beast, but he also wanted the quest reward. Most likely, if Quinn wasn't the one to deal the finishing blow, it wouldn't count the quest as completed. While the beast was in its rage mode, there was only one attack that could do any type of damage, and that was the blood hammer. The only question was how. How would he get the last hit? Episode 258, Friend from Foe. The fight continued between the bloodsucker and the king-tier beast. At first, when the two of them fought, it looked fairly even between them. Neither one of them was getting significantly hurt by the other. This was good for Fex. When a vampire turns into a bloodsucker, their health, or in Quinn's case HP, decreases. Their wounds would also no longer heal. It was a starved state for vampires, a mode that allowed them to grow stronger to consume blood, but also acted as a double-edged sword. However, slowly one of them was starting to get an edge, and it looked like it was the bloodsucker. Quinn was starting to notice that the power and the speed of the king-tier beast were finally starting to slow down. The beast had been in combat with multiple opponents, and multiple times, so it made sense to Quinn, but this wasn't the reason why. It had an inhuman amount of stamina, and could continue to fight the students for hours on end. The reason why it was starting to slow down and weaken was because of its rage mode. Simply put, the crystal inside was drawing out more power than it could generate, and now the beast was slowly dying. Not understanding what was happening, Quinn felt like this was his chance to attack. Whatever happened, he needed to get that last hit. He had used most of his MC points during the fight, and right now, the only skill he could use was the Shadow Cloak, which he used to hide his presence. Quinn planned to inch closer and closer and try to get behind the king-tier beast. While it was distracted fighting, Quinn would prepare the blood hammer and perform a flash step, dashing him forward just before delivering the punch. Trying to implement his strategy, he slowly started to creep towards the fight. On the street, Quinn and the others were stationed on the side of Fex, while the beast was on the other side, which led towards the tower. The fight was still hectic, and the two would span the whole width of the street. The king-tier beast threw one of its arms out, and the bloodsucker managed to grab it. Using its increased strength, it yanked the arm as hard as it could, ripping it from the beast's shoulder. Black blood once again squirted out from the wound. Quinn had seen this before, when Logan had done the same thing. Soon the beast would heal, but this was Quinn's chance. Running forward and around the two, he wanted to get behind the fight. As he took a step to the side, suddenly a large claw-like fist came out towards him. The fist was briefly stopped by the shadow, and when he looked at where it had come from, it was from the bloodsucker. It could sense where I was even with the shadow cloak on, Quinn thought. Luckily I already thought that something like this might happen, and prepared my shadow just in case. Quinn quickly stepped back and went to his position before. It looked like Fex really could no longer differentiate between friend and foe. Now there was another problem on Quinn's hands. The attack from the bloodsucker, although it was blocked by the shadow, would be the last one. For now, Quinn's MC points had reached 0. 0 of 100 MC. He couldn't complain, though. Due to being underground, he was able to use the shadow more often than he usually could. It seemed like his powers and the amount of MC points taken to use the skills had lessened while down here. Yes, he could no longer use his shadow cloak, but against these two there was no point using it anyway. They could both sense his presence with or without the shadow cloak. The only thing was, now the others could see him as well. When Quinn had disappeared, they thought he perhaps had left the scene. They never imagined he was still close to the fight. "Quinn, what are you doing? Leave it to the two monsters," Vorden said from above. "Does your friend have some type of pride or something?" Sia said. "The only reason I can think of him staying is that he wants to be the one to kill the beast." Layla agreed with Sia for once. She didn't know the reason why Quinn had chosen to stay. Was he worried about Fex? Or was it something else? The beast had done the same, as last time after its arm had been ripped out. It wanted to take a few steps back and start to recover, but the bloodsucker wasn't going to let it go. When the beast dashed backwards, the bloodsucker chased it. Before, its other opponents had been too slow. It didn't expect something to be able to match it in speed down here. With a swipe to its chest, the red roots were split open, and the black blood squirted out once again. "It has to be dead. I need to get that last hit." Obsessed with getting the quest reward for killing the thing, Quinn dashed forward. When he got close to the two of them, the bloodsucker turned around. The beast behind it looked like it was barely standing. "Come on! Come at me, Fex!" Quinn shouted as he threw out his leg, performing a vertical slice of red aura. Seeing this, the bloodsucker leaped in the air, and it looked like it would close the distance between the two with one jump. "Quinn!" Layla said worriedly. Peter was already on the move. He dashed out, hoping to take the attack in Quinn's place. However, they were too far, and he would never make it in time. The others expected Quinn to attempt to dodge, but instead, he started to go through the motion of the hammer strike, timing everything perfectly when the bloodsucker jumped. Just when it was about to land, Quinn performed a flash step. Avoiding the attack, he appeared in front of the king-tier beast. "Bloodhammer!" The beast was already weak, and using all the strength he could, he snapped back his arm and with the punch, released the power of the level 2 blood spray, performing a bloodhammer. A loud, shotgun-like sound echoed through the underground town. Carefully, Quinn had hit the same spot where the bloodsucker had clawed out the roots, protecting its upper body. Unlike before, the attack seemed to go through. "Did he do it?" Layla thought. Peter had stopped running, and a smile appeared on his face. He could tell Quinn had done it because he felt stronger. "Quest completed. Defeat the king-tier beast." Multiple notification screens appeared at the same time, but Quinn didn't have much time to read all of them. While celebrating his victory, a strong fist came out from the side, hitting him on the body and flinging him through the air. Looking down, Quinn could see the bloodsucker's ugly face. Episode 259. Another big one. "That hit! It came from Fex! Was I too greedy this time?" Quinn said. "It's not usually like me to be like that." While having these thoughts, he quickly realized something. He wasn't dead. Surely a full-on hit from Fex would have killed him, but the reality was it hadn't. Quinn had hardly been hurt at all. 50 of 95 HP. Using his blood bank, he was able to heal most of his wounds and recover around 60 of his HP points. That meant the attack had only taken a little over 10 when hit. Opening his eyes, Quinn could see the bloodsucker in front of him again. He had been chucked into the air and sent back, but it wasn't too far, as the blow had significantly weakened, and now he knew why. Looking at Fex, a large, thick blue spirit spear was stuck inside the bloodsucker. It was hard to even call it a spear, as it seemed to be around the same thickness as an adult human. It looked more like a column that would hold up buildings. "Quinn, I can't produce another one like that. Finish him now if you can," a voice was heard shouting from down the street. Looking behind the bloodsucker, Quinn could see Vorden running towards him. The spear had come from him, waiting for the right moment to throw the spear into the king-tier beast. It looked like it would never happen, and eventually the beast had already died, but Vorden was glad he had held out. After Quinn's attack, he could see what was going to happen, and threw out the large spirit spear into Fex. It was thanks to this that the blow was significantly reduced in terms of power and speed. Still, Vorden knew he needed to continue, and to act fast. After throwing out the larger spirit spear, he was unable to produce it again. Because of this, Rayton switched places back with Vorden and ran out, hoping to support Quinn. He could only throw the regular spears now, but it was better than nothing. "Kill Fex?" Quinn said. No, he couldn't do that. It was only because of him that they were able to kill the king-tier beast in the first place. They could have quite possibly died there today. It wasn't fair for them to hurt their savior. "What do you want to do?" a voice said next to Quinn's right. Peter had now joined them as well. Vorden was standing to the right of the bloodsucker, while Quinn and Peter were standing on the other side of the street. Logan was still hurt and patching himself up with the help of the two girls next to one of the buildings, staying out of trouble. While watching what was going on, the girls started to hear a few voices from somewhere. "So, just a little further ahead and the beast you encountered before should be here?" a confident young voice said. "Yes, sir. Every time we wanted to go explore the tower, the beast would come out and stop us. This happened several times while trying to make our way towards the tower, no matter which direction we came from. It seems to be protecting something," a female voice said. "Unfortunately, each time we faced the beast, although we were able to come out with our lives, we were unable to defeat it." "I would agree with your prediction," the confident voice replied. "You were right to not report this to the other shelters, as well as the military shelter. Hopefully that treasure can do well for our faction." "So, what do you think about that loud bang we heard a few moments ago? Do you think this place was discovered by others?" another male's voice asked. "That's why we're heading there now." Layla and Sia could hear the group. Soon they could see where the conversation was coming from. Down the street, a group of travelers was walking together. It was easy to spot them, since each of them had a sticky light patch on them. It worked similar to a torch, only it didn't need to be held and could just be stuck on top of their armor. It also glowed the surrounding area rather than just one direction. It allowed the area around the person to be bathed in light. "Don't they look kind of familiar?" Sia thought. The girls didn't come running out. Just because they saw things that looked like humans didn't mean they were. "Yeah, back at the shelter," Layla replied. They were the group of travelers who had reported to the military, updating them about the exploration. Judging by the conversation they had just overheard, it looked like they hadn't exactly been truthful with their report either. Layla wanted to move from their position. They weren't inside a particular building, but were just between two buildings down an alleyway. She still wasn't sure about these people. If they could lie to the military, perhaps they would also happily silence them for being down here and knowing about this place as well. The problem was Logan. He still looked like he couldn't move. While she was thinking about what to do, it was too late to do anything anyway. "Over there," a female voice said. "It looks like there are other people here. Heck, they're kids, aren't they?" The group quickly rushed over to the students and was shocked at the state. The students looked quite young. After seeing their uniform, they quickly figured out where they were from, the military. Something must have happened, the group thought. They were a group of 5. All of them had beast gear covering their bodies. The female was the first to approach them, named Lily, who also had a bow on her back. Only hers looked a level higher than what Layla had. Then there were a couple of bald twins. None of them held a weapon in their hand, but their legs were covered in thick boots, while the rest of their legs had light armor. It was a strange sight. They were called Rock and Pock. There was another man who seemed to be staying by the youngest-looking person's side. He had a shield on his back, with a sword sheathed at his waist. The man looked a little older than the others. It was as if he had been assigned to look after the whole team, but after listening to them for a while. Layla quickly figured out that he wasn't the leader. It was the young man standing next to them. The young man had brown, wavy hair that was tied up in a ponytail. His weapon of choice was a spear, placed on his back. It was as long as him, in length. The most noticeable thing about him was the air around him. It was full of confidence, and one had a look of experience. When Layla looked at him, she was reminded of Leo. "I'm the leader, Andre," the young man said. "What happened here? Did you guys get attacked?" "Quinn, move!" Vorden shouted. As Andre asked the question, he heard voices coming down the street. When the group looked in the direction from where the voices were coming, they saw 3 other students fighting against a strange creature. "Is that the beast you guys encountered before Andy?" Andre asked. "No, sir. That's something else. I've never seen that before," the older man, Andy, replied. "It doesn't matter. They're in trouble and we need to slay the beast." Loud footsteps could be heard in the shadows, where the team had come from. A figure slowly came out of the darkness. "Another beast, and it looks like a strong one! Turn around!" Sia exclaimed in a panic. But the group of travelers didn't look panicked at all. The strange beast looked like a lion, and was the same size as one. Its muscles could be seen as well, but on its bottom half, instead of a single tail, it carried several, each with a small flame at the end. The lion approached Andre's side and started to lick him in the face. "A tame beast?" Layla said. "That's right," Lily replied. "You guys don't have to worry about a thing. We will get rid of that beast for you. You see, our leader here is from one of the big 4 families." Episode 260, The Bree Family. Andre, the leader of the group, had a beast by his side, and he could very well control it, which meant that he belonged to the Bree family. This family wasn't any regular family, because they were one of the big 4. But Layla couldn't recognize Andre. Although apart from the leaders, anyone from the big 4 wasn't recognizable unless they had a bad reputation. The Bree family was a bit unique compared to the other strong families and original families out there. Their ability had always existed, only it wasn't as threatening as the others. Before Earth started the exploration of beast planets, the Bree family were only able to tame one thing, the current animals on Earth. It was only after the exploration that their true power came to light. Beasts from other planets were a lot stronger than animals back on Earth. Depending on their level and control of the ability, it allowed them to tame higher and lower-level beasts. It would also affect the number of beasts they could control at one time as well. Their power was borrowed power, in a way. They weren't the ones that did the actual fighting, or this is what others would think. It was the general thought between the public, or those that had never seen a Bree before. The Brees were incredibly talented when it came to fighting, but while taming a stronger beast, one would have to show it was stronger than what it was trying to tame. There would be cases where this wasn't needed, but for the higher levels, it was a different story. With their incredible fighting skills and strong beasts, they were able to work together, creating a powerful force, and eventually climbed up the ladder to be a part of the Big 4. Just relying on others' powers wasn't enough to make it at the leader's table. The group of travelers was already gone. Lily, the archer, had decided to stay behind to keep a close eye on the students, just in case any other beasts appeared. Layla wanted to say something, as she was sure Quinn didn't want Fex to be hurt, and was trying to come up with a way to save him, but she couldn't think of a good explanation, and they had already gone. "Don't worry, my friends are strong," Lily said with a smile, trying to comfort the students. She thought they must have had such a terrible experience, fighting down here in the dark. "That's what I'm worried about," Layla thought, "because my friends are strong as well." With all 3 of the boys standing around the bloodsucker, it was confused about who to target. Suddenly, it started to sniff into the air like some type of hound. "What's it doing?" Peter asked. Quinn thought the same thing, but that's when he realized what a bloodsucker was. It was a starved vampire. It was unable to consume the blood of Peter and Quinn, so the only one there it would be interested in was Vorden. "Vorden, run!" Quinn shouted, as he tried to dash to his side. But the larger spirit's spear had worn off, and at most, Vorden was able to produce 2 more spears, slowing down the beast by 20%. Even with this reduction, it was still a lot faster than Quinn, and he would never be able to reach Vorden's side in time. Seeing the bloodsucker heading toward him gave him bad memories once again, and he had frozen in place. Vorden hadn't felt fear like this in a long time. "Syl, we need you!" Vorden shouted. Trying to think quickly on his feet, Quinn took out the flask. He was hoping if he popped open the lid, the smell of blood would allow it to change its target. However, even before Quinn was able to do that, a strange lion-like beast had jumped in between Vorden and the bloodsucker. As it pounced towards the bloodsucker, the flames on its tails grew brighter. The two of them clashed in the center, claw against paw, and surprisingly, it was outpowered and pushed back. It was chucked to the ground and rolled on the floor, before quickly picking itself up and growling loudly at the creature. "Looks like you're going to need my help with this one, Cookie." The young man Andre held out his spear and stood by his lion's side. "This is not the same beast we encountered before," Andy said. The others had now come and joined their leader in battle. "This beast is stronger than Cookie. Not only that, but it seems to be stronger than the king-tier beasts we had met earlier." When Andy and his group of companions came down to fight against the king-tier beast, they weren't strong enough to force it into a rage mode. This is why they believed the bloodsucker was more powerful than the king-tier beast. When both of them were fighting at their full power, they were even. The two bald twins had appeared, one by Vorden's side and the other by Peter's side. "You guys did well to survive against such a thing," one of them said. "But you can now leave it to us," the other said, ending the first one's sentence. "We will take you back to your friends. Follow us quickly, as we must help our leader to fight." The twins were insistent, and before they could even reply, they were already trying to pull both Vorden and Peter out of the fighting area. While being pulled along, Vorden was moving his head around the area. "Where's Quinn? Wasn't he on the other side? If he's hiding, he must have a reason," Vorden thought. However, when one of the twins tried to pull Peter, they were suddenly stopped. The twin yanked again, and it felt like he was trying to move a large boulder. "What are you doing? Why won't you move? If you stay here, you will be killed." Peter then looked back in a certain direction. He waited a while before replying. "Okay, but don't touch me, or I might bite your hand off." The twins started wondering about who this student was. They had come to save their lives, and he was threatening them, although he wanted to snap back. He knew they were only students, and they must have gone through a lot, which was why Peter had responded the way he did. The two boys were taken out of the area, and now Andre and Andy felt like they could fight with no worry. The bloodsucker went towards the two in front of its eyes. It hadn't been injured much, but it was still starving from blood, as spit started dripping from its mouth. The first to move out of the two was Andy. He jumped forward with his large shield and braced himself for an attack. Slowly, parts of the shield seemed to cover themselves in reinforced earth. The core and metal part of the shield could be seen, but now the shield was twice the size, and the outside was covered in parts of the earth. The attack hit against the shield, breaking most of the earth away, but the shield was still perfectly intact. Still, the power of the strike caused Andy to slightly tumble himself, nearly falling to the ground, but a hand was placed on his back, stabilizing him. "I'm here," Andre said. Instead of charging forward, the bloodsucker could sense a slight vibration in the air and moved back. After a few moments, 2 slices of wind went past. "How did he know it was coming?" one of the twins said. They had returned after escorting the kids to Lily and used their wind abilities to throw out a kick and slice of wind. "It looks like this beast has some level of intelligence," Andre said as he jumped up onto Andy's shoulder, before running on top of his shield and jumping right on the edge towards the beast. From the side, Cookie, the lion beast, pounced once again. The flames this time on its tail were, even more, brighter than before, and when they clashed, neither one of them fell back. The bloodsucker seemed to be slightly stronger, but Andre wanted it held there for a moment. As he thrust his spear forward, he was able to hit the creature right between the ribs. Fex began to scream in pain as the pointy object was jammed into him. Usually, his tough muscles would be able to form some type of protection, but seeing how easily it penetrated him meant the weapon was one of a high level. Andre left the spear and was ready to hit it further, digging it into the creature, trying to cause a serious wound, but the second he let go, a large red area came from the side. He didn't know what it was, but he could sense its power, and leant back narrowly, avoiding the strike. "Get away from my friend!" a strange robotic and deep voice was heard, as the group turned to look at the speaker. All they could see was a human figure dressed in a black suit, wearing a demon mask that was covering its bottom jaw, while its eyes were white and shaped like a demon. Episode 261, An Increase in Power. After completing the quest successfully, Quinn didn't get much time to check the rewards or see what he obtained. There was a problem with Fex, and shortly after the travelers appeared as well. It seemed like the group was in trouble. Soon after seeing the travelers, he knew instantly how they would react after seeing Fex. It was hard for them to even explain the situation, since Fex was currently attacking them. However, Quinn felt like he had a way to solve their current issue, only he didn't have much time to act. During the fight with the king-tier beast, he hadn't done this because they needed Fex in his bloodsucker form, but Quinn still had the flask that Fex had gifted him. Once he drank the blood from the flask, it should be enough for his body to turn to normal. Right now, these travelers that were trying to help were just getting in the way. Hiding in the shadows, Quinn started to think about his next move. What he didn't expect to happen was that the small group of travelers would be able to overpower the bloodsucker. After seeing him get stabbed in the ribs and howling in pain, Quinn had enough. "I need to do something," Quinn thought. Although he didn't know what rewards he had received from the quest, there were two standout things he knew he had gotten without reading the system messages. The first was his level. Level 18, 10,730 of 25,600 EXP, 6 free stat points. With each level, a large amount of EXP was required to level up, and by defeating one beast, Quinn was able to level up 3 more times. At the higher levels, it would usually take a huge amount of time for one to level up. But Quinn was fighting beasts several levels above what he was capable of. It was something the system had never expected. Before jumping in to help Fex, Quinn had made the quick decision to put all of his points into the charm stat. 22 charm points. This unlocked the next tier in his charm, and Quinn could tell that it would be different when he used it next. When fighting against humans or those like them, he knew the best stat to increase was the charm stat. His Phantom Punch had proven effective, and he also had the Daze and Influence skills. His speed was already great, although he could increase his strength based on the last fight. It was useless, unless he had the beast gear to go hand in hand with it. This left the stamina and charm stat. For now, other than not being able to use the flash step freely, Quinn hadn't run into any problems with his stamina. He still would have liked to increase both, but it made more sense to pour the points into his charm stat for this confrontation that was about to happen. With no time to lose, Quinn needed to reveal himself from the shadows, targeting his blood swipe at the leader Andre. When the blood swipe left his hands, he noticed that it was a lot more powerful than before. This confirmed one of the other messages that Quinn had received. All blood-related skills have increased by 1. Blood swipe level 3. Blood spray level 3. Crescent kick level 2. Blood bank level 2. This was a huge improvement in power. It took a long time for him to level up his skills, and Quinn was wondering if his blood bank would ever level up, and it finally did. Although it wasn't much use right now, because it was empty. "Why did you attack me? We're trying to get rid of this beast," Andre said, annoyed at the strange figure. It was clear the person who had attacked him was human, so he didn't want to lash out immediately, and decided to break down into peaceful negotiations. There wasn't much time for chit-chat, though, since Fex had pulled out the spear in his side and threw it onto the ground. It swiped at Andre next to him again, but Andy was already by his side to block the attack with his shield once more. The two twins were now coming up from behind and threw out 2 wind kicks, forming a sharp slice from the tip of their boots. A few moments later, they could feel something running past them at an incredible speed. Quinn no longer had any MC points to use his shadow, so he could only rely on his blood skills for this one. Catching up to the twins' attacks, Quinn threw a quick kick from the side. Blood crescent kick! A large red aura immediately consumed the twins' attacks, and they dashed into the darkness. Annoyed at this, the twins ran forward. "Stop getting!" one of the twins said. "In our way!" the other finished the other's sentence. Making sure to make eye contact with one of them, Quinn activated his Daze skill. Daze successful. One of the twins immediately stopped as they felt a chill run down their spine. They didn't know what it was, but it was as if their bodies were being controlled.
The other ran forward, unaware of what was happening to the other. Throwing out a fast punch, the twin was prepared to block the attack, lifting his two arms in an X-like shape, but the attack never came. Suddenly, he felt a heavy fist in his stomach. "Blood spray!" At the same time as the punch was released, Quinn used his blood spray at close range, sending one of them flying back. By now, the other had been released from the daze, and came charging forward, hoping to help out his brother. A kick was released at an amazing speed. Using the power of the wind behind his kick, rather than releasing it as an attack at the end, he was able to speed up his attack considerably. Seeing this, Quinn decided to match him toe-to-toe, throwing out a kick of his own just as fast. The two legs clashed mid-air as both of their shins struck each other. "Who is this person?" the twin thought. "He's just as fast as me, and I have beast gear on as well as using my wind abilities. The gear he's wearing doesn't look like it's made from high-level beasts, so what could it be?" While in the middle of this thought, he could see a flurry of fists coming towards him. He had knocked away the first one, and attempted to block the second, moving his head to the side. Once again, just like with his brother, the attack that was meant to come had never come, and a fist came out from a different direction altogether, hitting him right on the head and knocking him down to the ground. With this attack, Quinn decided to not use his blood spray. 22 of 95 HP. Using the spray with his punches once in a while, and the blood swipe would continuously lower his HP. It was the big downside of using the blood abilities. Still, with the phantom punch, other than his mind feeling more tired as he used it, he had another skill he could rely on. Both Andy and Andre, including the beast, were busy with Fex, but from the corner of their eyes, they could see that the strange figure had easily dealt with two of their men. This surprised Andre. The two Quinn had dealt with weren't weak. They were strong and had gone on countless Orange Planet expeditions. They even survived and escaped a confrontation with a king-tier beast. It was why Andre wasn't worried about them and continued to deal with the bloodsucker, but he had never expected this. Looking at Andre's fight against Fex, Quinn could tell he was strong. All three of them were evenly matched against him. Even with Quinn's speed increase and power increase, he wasn't as strong as Fex in his current form. With the little HP he currently had, on top of no longer having any MC points to use his shadow ability, Quinn didn't want to do anything stupid like confront Andre and Andy. He quickly popped the lid of the flask, and straight away he was able to smell the sweet aroma of blood coming from it. "I hope this works," Quinn said, and just like that, Fex turned his head, catching the same smell as Quinn. Now, this was the hard part. Immediately, Quinn started to run off in the direction of the tower, and Fex chased after him. Both of them ran down the street into the darkness. Both of them were now invisible, since they were no longer in the sticky lights that Logan had shot on the street. "Should we chase after the two of them, sir?" Andy asked. Looking at the two, Andre found it strange. It didn't seem like the creature was following the strange masked man like he was his master. Instead, it looked like he was trying to kill him. "Leave them be. We have to go back and check up on the students," Andre replied. Quinn started running at full speed, activating his windwalk boots, but he knew it would be useless with the great speed of the bloodsucker. The only thing he could do was run into buildings to slow Fex down. While Quinn was able to navigate smoothly through them, Fex would bang into several items, or use his brute force to smash into them. "This should be far enough," Quinn thought. In one of the abandoned buildings, there was an empty large room. He quickly placed the flask on the floor and ran aside. He was still unsure if Fex would continue chasing after him or go after the flask. When Fex reached the flask on the floor, he immediately picked it up, using its clawed hands. He shook the flask and poured the contents into his mouth without allowing a drop of it to touch the floor. Once the flask was empty, the bloodsucker started to sway, as if he was drunk and was about to collapse on the floor, and soon after, he did. While looking at the body from a distance, it looked like the body was starting to shrink. "Well, I'm glad that's over with," Quinn said. While Fex was busy going back to his regular self, Quinn looked out the window and at the tower. It now was only a few buildings away. "I wonder what's in there."
Episode 262, Part 2 of the Quest. Andre and Andy decided to not chase the strange creature and went over to check up on the twins. They were no longer on the floor in pain. Their armor had managed to take most of the damage, but still, the strikes and attacks they received were powerful enough to knock the two of them down. "Who was that guy?" one of the twins said as he accepted Andre's hand to stand up from the ground. "I'm not sure. I haven't seen that ability before either," Andre replied. "Most likely an original that's on this planet or an independent traveler." "What? Was it that strong that we hadn't seen it before?" the other twin replied. It was their job to know who was on the orange portal planet with them. After all, they would be working together and exchanging information while on the planet. They were sure that other than the military, they held the second highest position of power as one of the big four on this planet. There were other shelters around, but these two were the most renowned, and where most civilians would take refuge due to their reputation. "Hey, I think you better come and take a look at this," Andy shouted to the others. The three of them prodded along, and when their eyes made contact with what Andy was looking at, the two twins nearly keeled over from the shock. That's the king-tiered beast we fought against before," the twins shouted. They had fought several times against the king beast as a team without Andre, so they knew the strength of the beast. They couldn't believe that what had caused them so much trouble was now dead on the ground. "What do you think happened?" Andy asked. Andre then knelt beside the beast and started fleshing out certain parts of the beast's cadaver. They knew what he was doing. He was looking for the beast's crystal. Only after fleshing out several different areas of the body with his small dagger did he finally find the crystal. It was located where the human heart would be, slightly to the left of the middle of the chest. The extracted crystal didn't look common at all. It was clearer and wasn't as murky and cloudy as lower-tiered crystals. But there was something far different in this crystal. It was the fact that it didn't radiate any light at all. Usually, an extracted beast crystal would give off a glow. It would pulsate with energy, as if the crystal was a living being. However, the crystal in Andre's hands didn't give off any light at all. "I'm surprised. There's still a crystal inside? How come it wasn't extracted?" one of the twins said. "Perhaps it was killed recently," Andy replied. "Also, the fact that there is no glow would suggest that the beast has gone into a type of rage mode." Hearing this, the twins gulped. They remembered how tough and frightening it was to fight this beast without it going into a type of rage mode. To be honest, the two felt lucky to be alive fighting against such a beast. "Perhaps the creature and the strange man from before were the ones that killed it?" Andy said. "They were the only ones here at the time." "No," Andre replied. "There were others here as well." While saying this, Andre looked in the direction of Vorden and the others. When they had arrived, it seemed like they were in combat with the strange creature. "They were here before us, and they might have seen something. They might have some answers for us." On the cold floor of an abandoned building, Fex could be seen lying on the floor. Snoring sounds would occasionally come out of his mouth, as well as some nasal sounds that indicated he was in deep sleep. Quinn didn't want to wake him up. He had gone far and beyond for the safety of others. It was a risky move he had pulled, turning into a bloodsucker, and he wasn't sure he could have done such a selfless act himself. "Maybe vampires aren't as bad as you say," Quinn said to the system. "The boy I am not worried about," the system replied. "Just like with humans, not every human is bad. But right now the situation you are in is. This is because of those at the top, and sadly, the same could be said for the vampires." Thankfully, Quinn was able to hide his identity using the costume and mask Logan had created for him. Also, Fex was unrecognizable as the bloodsucker. He had his uniform on, but in the fight with the king-tiered beast, it was badly damaged and had been rendered unrecognizable. The travelers looked like they were trying to help Vorden and Peter. Once Fex woke up, Quinn would go and meet up with them before they left the cave. But before all of that, there was still one thing he wanted to check out before leaving: the tower. There were a few reasons for this, and it was because of a few things the system had granted him after completing his last quest. Finally, with Fex sleeping away, Quinn had a chance to look at all the rewards other than the EXP and the blood ability increase he had received. With the increase in blood skills, all his attacks related to blood skills had gotten stronger, but the most impressive of them all was the blood bank. It was now able to store double the amount of blood at 200 milliliters. 10 ml of blood restored 5 HP, which meant that his blood bank was filled to the brim. It would allow Quinn to restore 100 points of HP. This was one of his most important skills, as it often gave him a second chance during fights. Quest reward, unlock one ability skill. It seemed to be related to the shadow skill. Quinn was now able to unlock any of his remaining shadow skills. Still, there were 5 skills he was still unable to unlock. But one of these skills costs a total of 50 skill points to unlock, named Shadow Eater.
With only 30 skill points, he was unable to unlock the skill before, but now he could.
New skill, Shadow Eater unlocked. He would look at the details of the skill later. With every new skill, Quinn needed to master it first before using it in a fight. Now wasn't the time. Besides, there were a few more notifications the system had given him. He was a bit upset when he found out that he wasn't able to grab the king-tiered beast crystal, but in return, it seemed like the system had given him something else. Small blood crystal 1 obtained. That is a very rare item. Although you have no use for it now, I suggest you store it in your system for safekeeping, the system stated, refusing to elaborate. But hearing the system say such a thing was precious, it still placed a smile on Quinn's face. The last 2 notifications were the strangest, as they weren't rewards for completing the quest. Instead, they were new quests altogether. Quest, reach level 20 for next evolution. Reward, next evolution vampire noble. Additional rewards will be revealed once rank has been reached. Quinn had suspected that the next stage of his evolution process would be when he reached level 20, and the system seemed to have confirmed it. It seemed to have appeared now because Quinn was very close to achieving that level, now being level 18. When he asked about Fex, he remembered the system saying that Fex was somewhere between a vampire and a vampire noble. Not quite at the stage yet. Did this mean that he was now stronger, or just as strong as Fex? It was clear that there were some differences in terms of certain abilities and skills, but Quinn didn't believe his shadow ability was any weaker than Fex's string ability. Finally, the last notification. Quest, part 1 of 2. The king has been defeated, and now the tower is left unprotected. Search the tower and discover what treasure it was trying to protect. Suddenly, he heard someone groaning behind him. It looked like Fex was waking up. What the hell happened? Fex said, looking around at where he was. He then looked down and noticed the flask on the floor. Images of his transformation into Bloodsucker appeared in his head, and he remembered everything that happened. You saved me? Fex said. Come on, I can explain while we're making our way over, Quinn replied. Over where? To the tower. Episode 263. Just go to the toilet. The group of travelers had regrouped and were heading toward the students. Lily had been watching the fight carefully and wanted to join in, but she knew her duty was to stay by the students' side in case anything happened. There weren't many strong creatures in the underground tunnels, other than the hounds and the king-tier beast. They hadn't run into anything else down here. Still, that didn't mean there was nothing. Also, the group didn't know how strong the students they were protecting were. As she saw the 2 twins walking over groggily, she rushed over to their side. Are you both all right? I saw what happened. Who was that guy? She asked as she gave her shoulder to one of the bald twins. That's what we want to know as well, Andre replied. You students, your uniform, I assume you are from one of the military bases out on an outing. 2nd year, right? We're 1st years, Sia replied, going over to the traveler's side. She still hadn't grown fond of the others, especially since Pio had tried to kill her not too long ago and she didn't know why, but she had the strangest feeling that he was weirdly looking at her. Every so often her eyes would meet his. When this usually happens, one would find the whole thing awkward and turn their head, but when it happened with her and Pio, he would continue to stare at her as if he was picturing something. It gave her shivers, and she was a lot more trusting of the new travelers. It's a good thing we came in time, then, Andy replied. What is the military thinking sending in 1st years? Have the times gotten that desperate? Well, if you look at the structures around us, perhaps, Andre said. I wanted to ask you guys, what happened? The king-tier beast on the ground. Did you see what happened to it? And do you know what that other creature was? And last of all, what about the strange demon-masked man? Peter, Vorden, and Layla wanted to keep their mouths shut. They were tired from the battle and worried that if they were to explain things now, they might let something slip up. On the other hand, saying nothing would make them seem suspicious. The others looked in Vorden's direction. He was usually the best when it came to such things. They all nodded, confirming that he would be the one to come up with the story, but as he was about to speak, Sia chimed in. That king-tier beast, it was killed by... Sia had seen who had delivered the last blow, although Fex was the strange creature that had mostly injured it. She had seen that it was Quinn who had killed it. It was killed by me. Another voice interrupted before Sia was able to finish her sentence. Logan, are you okay? Layla asked. I'll live, Logan replied. His wounds on the outside had healed up from the little robots,
but his ribs still hurt a little as he breathed in. He then walked over to the travelers and lifted his wristwatch, revealing that he was a level 8.
It took everything I had with the help of my friends here, but we were finally able to kill the king-tier beast. Right after, that strange creature had appeared and had taken me out of the fight, leaving the others to fight for themselves. As for the strange person who appeared at the end, your guess is as good as ours. He only appeared when you guys saw him as well.
Andre started to think about Logan's words. They were convincing, and the power level on his watch was even more convincing. But what had convinced him more than anything was the strong, round, circular contraption that was on the top of his hands. He noticed straight away that they were used to create energy weapons. With the use of an energy weapon, what Logan had said would be quite achievable, especially as a level 8 ability user. Also, it was hard to imagine why the students would even lie in this type of situation when they had seen firsthand that the creature was trying to kill them. On the other hand, there was also Sia. She didn't know who the masked man was while the others did, but what she did know was that Fex was the one who had turned into a monster, and Quinn was nowhere to be seen after killing the king tier. She wasn't completely stupid. Quinn had been using the red aura attacks, and the masked man had done the same. Most likely Quinn was trying to protect Fex. The question was, if Logan was lying and covering for them, it meant he also knew about all the secrets this group had and were hiding. Should I tell the travelers the truth? Sia thought. It was a hard one for her, but in the end, after looking at Logan, she decided not to. It was her way of returning the favor. Not only had she actually been saved by Quinn, but she had also been saved by Logan earlier. But with this, they were even. If anything else came up, she wouldn't hesitate to tell the others, but for now, she would keep the secret. Okay, I've decided then, Andre said. Let's take them back to the shelter. Their teachers must be worried about them. But what about the tower? Andy replied. The tower can wait. It will still be here after we return the students. Besides, I feel like we have made a mistake by not informing the military about what was down here. Now the lives of students and perhaps others have been harmed when we could have prevented it. Andy looked annoyed. They had been fighting for days, trying to defeat the king-tier beast and find out what was down here. If it was some unknown powerful Dalki technology and the military got their hands on something powerful, it could ruin the balance of the leader's table. Looking at the injured students, he felt like Andre was right. His leader was always right, even if he was too kind sometimes. The students and the group of travelers started to head out of the small town. While doing so, Vorden and Layla would constantly look around, hoping to find Quinn and Fex, coming out at some point. But after several minutes of walking, they were nowhere to be seen. I hope you bring me a nice souvenir to work on from that tower, Quinn, Logan thought. He didn't think Quinn was dead. Something was telling him that Quinn was also interested in the strange tower, and he hoped Quinn would discover its secrets and bring back something for him to work on. While Logan was deep in thought, he felt a slight nudge to his side. Logan, I don't think I can hold it in for much longer, Peter said, as he held his hand on his stomach. What? If you want to go to the toilet, just go. It's too dark here anyway. Nobody will see anything, Logan replied. No, it's not that. Hearing those words, Logan knew straight away what Peter meant. He was hungry. Episode 264, Blood Brothers. Before heading off to the tower, Quinn made sure of two things. The first thing was that his MC points were fully restored. Fex had been out for a while, so they only needed to wait a little longer before starting their journey again. The second thing was that he was fully equipped with all his equipment. Of course, that included his suit, which was made by Logan. He wore this as normal, all apart from the head, only allowing his eyes to come through. The suit was easily adjustable, and Quinn could quickly lift the hood to cover the top of his head at any time. That's why it wasn't a problem for him if he wanted to hide his identity from others. The reason for him doing this was that he no longer had his blood bank. His second chance. In all of his fights so far, he had always relied on the blood bank to help him in his time of need. There was no more blood in the flask. Fex had consumed all of it, and in doing so, it looked like his wounds were healing too. The armor that Logan created gave him some additional defense. Although it wasn't much, every little increment would help, and this was his reason for putting it on. They were about to head to the tower, and if the guard outside was that strong, Quinn feared that perhaps there was an even stronger guard inside.
If that was the case, he wouldn't even bother fighting and would abandon the quest. No matter how curious he was, or how good the reward for the quest was, it wasn't worth his life. "Are you all ready, then?" Quinn asked Vex. While they were waiting for both Vex's wounds to heal and Quinn's MC points to return, Vex was troubled in his thoughts. This whole time, he was thinking about Quinn. "Quinn, wait!" Vex said as he rushed over and bowed down on one knee with his fist on the floor. "Whoa, what's this all about?" Quinn asked, shocked by Vex's actions. "I have to do this, please. Quinn, you saved my life. I remember everything that happened while I was the bloodsucker. When those travelers came and found me, you were already safe. The king-tier beast was dead, and the only thing that was trying to kill you all was me. I knew it was a risk to turn into that thing, but it was the only thing I could think of at the time. When you saw that I was hurt, even though you were safe, you risked your life. You fought against those travelers and risked me chasing after you. Finally, you used the flask that I had given you to save me." After saying these words, Vex punched the ground in anger. Quinn didn't quite understand this action, but he was sure it was because he was angry at himself. This whole time, he had been getting closer to Quinn for one reason, to save his own back. If he was ever to be found out by his clan, then Vex's idea was to turn Quinn in as one of the shadow users. With this information, the leader, his father, would lessen the punishment for running into the human world without permission. While Quinn had never thought about abandoning him, he had even risked his life going against a group that was able to outmatch him, even as a bloodsucker. Vex no longer cared about how he was able to do it, or why he seemed to keep growing stronger. He had just had this feeling of guilt over his heart that he wanted to get rid of. "I know I've said this before, but seriously, if there is anything you need help with, don't hesitate to ask. I'm on your side, Quinn." Quinn didn't know what to say. These actions seemed out of the blue to him. Someone who had never been serious since the day he had met him was suddenly being very serious. At the time, Quinn had only done what he felt was right. Vex had risked his life to save the whole group. What right did he have to die by the hand of strangers? Still, seeing him like this, Quinn didn't know why, but he naturally walked over to Vex and extended his hand. Vex, in return, naturally took it and lifted himself. "We're blood brothers from now on," Vex said with a smile. "We may not be related by blood, but I will treat you as a part of my family." "And I will do the same," Quinn said with a smile. The two of them then headed off for the tower, and while on their way, they were both cautious with their footsteps. Then again, Quinn was a little less worried than Vex seemed to be. Judging by the text of the quest from earlier and the information it had given him, the quest indicated that the strongest beast outside of the tower was King Tyr. If the information was correct, it meant that there was nothing stronger than the King Tyr beast outside the tower. Still, that also meant there was the possibility of them running into advanced or intermediate tier beasts. Although they would be able to do something since they're together, with no blood and no humans around, it would be risky to go into battle after battle. After slowly creeping their way towards the tower, by going through buildings rather than going down the open street towards the tower, it seemed like they hadn't seen a single beast on their way there. This included the hounds they had first seen when they arrived. Is it the strange crystals from the top of the tower, or did the other beasts stay away from this place because of the King Tyr beast? Quinn thought. Finally, they had arrived at the location of the tower. The street finally ended, and now there was a large empty ring of space surrounding the tower. The circle had several paths leading towards other streets surrounded by buildings, but nothing apart from the tower stood alone in the center. The crystals shone brightly at the top and gave off a slightly blue hue to the area below it. They looked at the houses and then at each other. It looked quite beautiful and peaceful, Quinn thought. He could see some advantages to living in a place like this, despite it being away from the sunlight. Maybe I'm becoming more like a vampire if I think a place like this is nice to live in, he thought. "We can take some time to explore if you're worried," Vex said, as he saw Quinn admiring the tower. "What do you mean?" Quinn replied. "I just thought you might be worried. The others would leave with those travelers. More than likely, they already know of an exit. I asked my little Ham to follow them from above. Once he knows where the exit is, he'll come and find me." "Ham, is that the little flying bull from earlier?" Quinn was quite interested in the companion, wondering if he was able to get something like that himself. "Yeah, good name, right?" Ignoring Vex's last words, Quinn continued to walk up to the tower.
There was a single large double door with an arched entrance. The door was engraved with strange patterns, all of which Quinn had seen in images before while learning about the Dalki architecture. But right now he wasn't too sure if it was Dalki-related or vampire-related. In the middle of the door there was a crucial hole that seemed to go a few inches deep. "It's a lock," Feck said. "These doors, I've seen them in my castle before. They're impossible to open without some type of key or mechanism. Also, don't even think about trying to break it. Trust me, they're meant to even withstand attacks from the vampire leaders." "Doesn't that mean there's something important here?" Quinn asked. "Yeah, but I don't know what," Fex replied. Going up to the door, Quinn decided to try and give it a push using all his strength. He was half expecting it to do something, but as Fex had informed him, it didn't budge at all. It was hard to imagine Quinn had superpowers while watching him push the door. "I told you it was pointless, man. I hate to say it, but perhaps this was a wasted trip after all. Let's just rest somewhere nearby and wait for Ham, and then we can get out of here," Feck shouted. Just as Quinn was about to agree and head off, the system had something to say. "Don't give up yet," the system said. "Do you remember that red blood crystal you received from defeating the King-tier beast? Why don't you place that on the door and see what happens?" The system seemed to know more about this place than it was letting on. He took out the crystal from his inventory and placed it in the strange hole inside the door. Fex, upon seeing this, started wondering, what the heck is he doing? A few moments later, the sounds of mechanical locks being unlocked could be heard. The gears shifted and the door pulled inwards, opening a way up inside the tower. "Are you coming?" Quinn asked. Episode 265, A Split in Paths. Ham was up in the air while looking down at the fairly large town. It was slowly following the group of students, along with the travelers, to see where they were heading. It was high enough in the sky, so the light source on their beast gear was unable to reach Ham. Then again, with his eyesight, he was able to see them quite well in the dark anyway.
"I hope Master is all right,"
Ham said, sniffing and allowing the large snot from his nose to lift. He had been crying nearly the whole time, thinking about the possibility of Fex leaving him. He sniffed once, hoping to bring the snot back up from his nose. However, while doing so, he did it just a little too late, allowing a droplet to fall from above. Splat! A small drop of liquid fell on one of the bald twins' heads. "Is it raining here?" he said as he wiped the wet mark from his head. "You idiot, we're underground. Of course it isn't raining. There's probably a river above or condensation or something," the other twin said. As the group was walking, Logan and Peter made sure to stay at the back. However, Lily continued to stay behind the entire group as a type of guard in case anything appeared. Peter's pace was starting to slow a little as he was being more affected by his hunger. "Peter, how long can you hold out? Until we get outside, I might be able to do something by then," Logan whispered. Peter immediately looked up at Logan from his position. He didn't say anything. Instead, his eyes were starting to show a slight tint of red in them. "Okay, looks like you won't last that long." Looking around, Logan was trying to rack his brain for every option possible. Finally, the group had reached one of the tunnels that led out of the city from the streets. While looking at all the tunnels around them, Logan thought the place resembled an ant's nest, with many branching tunnels in the end, all leading to one destination. While walking through the tunnels, Logan had come up with an idea that perhaps would enable Peter to feed away from everyone. But before executing the idea, he needed to get some information. "So with all these tunnels, how do you guys know the way out?" Logan asked. "These tunnels are like a maze, and they either seem to loop with each other or all end up going back to the original town we just left from," Andy replied. "In the end, we never found an exit, so we decided to create our own. In one of the tunnels, we marked ourselves. When we noticed the blue crystal lights, we placed red lights by the tunnel we created ourselves that led up to the surface." With the answer to how to leave the place, Logan could now execute his plan. The other students, including Logan, had come down the tunnels via a strange, plant-like beast. Logan had scanned the place before coming down, so he knew there was a space between the surface and the ground they were currently on, and was prepared for it. But even Peter had broken his legs, dropping from such a height, and he had a stronger structure than a regular human. It was a sad thought, but some of the other students were consumed by the strange, plant-like beast. A few of them were most likely unable to make it and had fallen to their deaths. Unless they had an ability that could save them, this would be the case. All Logan needed to do was to make them split up with the others and search through the tunnels for one of these dead students that Peter could feed on. It wouldn't be too strange if the teachers found a student's corpse half-eaten. Beasts would do these types of things all the time. Finally, the group exited the tunnel and entered another larger section with several more tunnels. The second they entered the room, though, Peter loudly screamed as if he was in pain. It seemed too sudden. By Logan's predictions, they should have had more time. Looking around the room, though, he soon spotted the cause. His theory was right. Some students had fallen to their deaths after being consumed by the plant because there were a couple of students in front of them, their bodies mangled on the ground. The smell and sight of the students had caused a reaction inside him. If he hadn't seen them, then perhaps they would really have had more time. Not knowing what to do, Logan rushed towards Peter with his suit still on and picked him up from the ground. If it weren't for the suit he was wearing, Logan wouldn't have been able to even pick up Peter due to the size difference. While lifting him and placing him above his shoulder, Peter remained motionless in the same position, not even moving his hands. He just kept groaning. Right now he was using every bit of energy and was concentrating on not lashing out and going toward the students. But even more so, he didn't want to bite his friend Logan, who was carrying him right now. Logan kept running with Peter on his shoulder, picking a tunnel at random. "Wait, what are you doing?" Lily shouted, concerned for them. The others had already gone over to inspect the other students to see if they were still alive and if there was anything they could do. However, it was too late. Unaware of the commotion going on behind them, they only realized something was happening when Lily shouted out to them. "Wait!" Lily shouted out again, genuinely concerned for the two, so she decided to chase after them. Suddenly, Logan's hand had transformed into one of his blasters. He aimed it at the ceiling and blasted it away, causing the tunnel to crumble down, blocking the path between them. It wouldn't stop them, especially with their powers, but Logan wasn't hoping for that. He had analyzed their leader Andre, and he was quite a smart man. Hopefully, his seeing Logan do these actions would suggest that something was up, knowing they didn't want to be followed. With his cautious nature, he would suggest that they first go back and hand over the students before returning. And Logan was right. "We should go after them," Lily suggested. She was genuinely concerned for the students' safety, especially since she was the only one that heard one of the students make a strange noise before everything had happened. She couldn't help but wonder if they were related. "No," Andre replied. "Couldn't you see it? The other student caused the tunnel to collapse on purpose. For whatever reason, they wanted to split up. For now, it's best if we leave that mystery unsolved and head back to the base. The students must be scared out of their minds after seeing what they have seen today." The group continued to walk through the tunnels, while also instructing the students to look away from the dead bodies. Sia tried to stay strong, but continued to put her hand over her mouth and eyes as she caught glimpses of the bodies. But the others walked past them with more ease than she. Andre, seeing this, made a mental note. It was as if Vorden and Layla had seen death before. The normal reaction to such a thing would be similar to what Sia had done. "Why do you think they ran off?" Layla asked Vorden. "If I was to guess, it would have something to do with Peter again. Logan wouldn't put his neck out on the line like that for no reason." "Do you think Logan will be okay? What if Peter gets hungry again and tries to eat Logan?" Vorden couldn't help but chuckle at Layla's suggestion. "Impossible. Trust me, by now you should have been able to tell. Logan is not the one to worry about if the two of them get into a fight. It's Peter." Although that might have been the case before, Logan had used up several of his trump cards in the fight against the King-tier beast. He was also a bit injured from the battle, and lastly, Quinn had grown stronger from the fight. That meant Peter had to as well. Episode 266, A Tomb. Both Quinn and Fex were excited. They watched the double doors open inward slowly. Throughout Fex's life, he had seen these doors placed not only in his castle, but in the other vampire leaders' castles as well. Every time Fex would ask about what was behind these doors, they would tell him it was none of his business. This, of course, made Fex want to know more about what was behind the doors, but everything he did, he could never find a way to open one of them, and eventually gave up. Once the doors were fully opened, several torches lit up inside the tower,
as if leading the way for the two of them. "Come on, we have got to check this out," Fex said, already leading the way and walking forward onto the lit path. Quinn still possessed the blood crystal in his hand. To open the door, he had to insert the crystal inside, but when he took it out, he saw that the doors remained open. This was good for him, since he wanted to put the crystal to some other use, maybe in a weapon or something. Placing it back into his system, he quickly followed after Fex, who was already quite a distance away. After a single step into the tower, the system had popped up with another message. "You have entered a vampire tomb. Quest, explore the tower is now in progress." A vampire tomb? As in a dead vampire's grave? Quinn thought. "System, did you know what this was?" "I had my guesses, but I couldn't be so sure," the system replied. "Remember, in my time the only place we called home was Earth. I did not know about places outside of Earth. These are two things I should warn you about before you proceed. First, a vampire tomb doesn't necessarily mean a vampire is dead. A vampire can choose to go into eternal slumber, which is similar to death but not the same. If they are in quite a high position or of importance to people, one of these towers will be created for them. Eternal slumber means a vampire has chosen to go to sleep forever themselves. It's a permanent state, and there is only one way to be woken up from it, by consuming the blood of someone of the same family. They do not need to be related by blood, but only contain the same blood. An example of this is, if you were to go into eternal slumber, then Peter would be able to wake you up with his blood, as he is part of your family, but Fex's blood would be useless. "Are there usually guards in these types of places?" Quinn asked, still worried they might encounter something. "Usually, I would say not. Could you imagine asking someone to look over such a place, and for how long? They could be in the tower for a very long time. I would be bored out of my mind staying in such a dull place. My guess is two things. Either the vampire was a powerful one, and his magic was so great he was able to convince the king-tier beast to act as a guard. To keep it under its control for so long, it handed the blood crystal which you obtained after defeating the beast. My second guess would be that after the beast found the blood crystal, it was compelled to this area. Something was telling it that there was something powerful inside, and it didn't know how to use it. At the same time, it couldn't leave this place due to its curiosity of power." Both things sounded possible. What Quinn didn't want it to be was some ancient powerful vampire that had decided to go to sleep on another planet somewhere. At least there was no chance for Quinn to wake it up. He was human, and he was his family member. His blood couldn't be used to wake up any vampires. With this, Quinn decided to carry on forward. If this was a grave, then maybe just like pharaohs did in the past, they would bury themselves with their treasures. Excited by this prospect, he started to jog after Fex, who had gone quite a way ahead. After they both followed the torches down the path, it eventually led them to a large staircase leading upward. "If these stairs lead to the top, then it's going to be a painful walk," Fex said. They had no choice but to climb. It wasn't as hard as Quinn initially thought. The stairs were many, and if it was Quinn before he had turned into a vampire, he would have had to take several breaks. The two of them powered through the many stairs and didn't feel very tired. However, they did feel like the stairs would go on forever and were wondering when they would end. Finally, the stairs had leveled out onto a platform, and another large door could be seen. It was the same size as the one at the entrance, only this one didn't have a strange lock-like mechanism. Up ahead after the platform were even more stairs leading up, suggesting they hadn't reached the top yet. "Maybe we should check it out before we continue going up," Quinn suggested. "Wouldn't want to miss out on anything." "Agreed," Fex replied. With a strong push, the doors opened. They were heavy, but with the two of them, they were able to swing the door open. Just like when they opened the door below, torches around the room suddenly lit up. Instead of lighting up a path, this time the whole room was lit up. It was a fairly large square room, but at the same time it was completely bare. There was nothing inside the room apart from 5 podiums in the center of the room. Each podium had an item on it. They were pieces of armor, a chest piece, a leg piece, an arm piece, and a helmet. Lastly, on the final podium was a ring. The armor had a strange medieval design to it and didn't look like any of the beast gear Quinn had ever seen.
It looked almost like knightly armor, only with points and such at the end in red. If dragons existed, this is what Quinn would imagine armor being made from a red dragon would look like. "I can't believe it," Fex said. "This is ancient old vampire combat armor. I've only seen these things in books. Not even our castle has a set like this." Fex slowly walked over to the items, afraid that there might be traps around the room. While heading over to the podium, he carefully placed each foot, but found no such thing. The first podium he arrived at wasn't any of the pieces of armor. Instead, it was the ring.
"This looks like the one I'm wearing, but slightly different. Maybe you can wear this," Fex said, as he picked up the ring of the podium. In an instant, the room felt like it was starting to shake. "What did you do?" Quinn complained. "Nothing, I just picked up the ring. I was sure there were no traps." When Fex finished saying these words, a strange circular cylinder-like shape lifted from the podium and covered each of the items. The cylinder went all the way up to the ceiling of the room they were in. Once the cylinders were formed, the vibration stopped, and it didn't seem like anything else was going to happen. Looking at the strange metal cylinder, Fex gave it a knock a few times. "Damn it! There's no way we can get that equipment now. This material is the same thing the door down below is made from." Seeing what had happened, Quinn could only assume the other items were locked away once Fex had picked up the ring. Perhaps the same thing would have happened after touching any of the items. Maybe the vampire who slept here was giving them a choice. A reward for discovering the place, but rather than give them everything, he gifted them a single piece of his treasure. "Here," Fex said, as he threw the ring over to Quinn. He caught the ring in the air and took a look at it. "It's yours," Fex said. "I already have one, and I feel like an idiot for touching the ring before making sure everything was okay. If we were only allowed to take one item, then I might have picked the most stupid out of them all." "Inspect. A king-tier blocking ring. When used on a vampire, it will completely block the effects of sunlight, as long as the ring is worn." Seeing the description of the ring, Quinn realized Fex had made a mistake, thinking the ring was the same, because it wasn't. Fex's ring was an advanced level ring that was able to block out the sunlight for 3 hours at a time, and he would have to go back inside to allow it to recharge. But this ring had no such effect. It would allow Quinn to stay in the sun without getting any of the bad side effects as long as it was worn. There was no time limit. With this ring, the one weakness Quinn possessed had disappeared. A huge smile went over his face as he quickly placed the ring on. "I wonder what else is in this tower," he thought. Episode 267, The Top of the Tower. While Quinn was in deep thought about the message he had just received, standing by his side, Fex was now acting a little strange. He now had the time to properly analyze the weapon in front of him. "Have I seen something like this before?" Fex said out loud. "Maybe the first leader had something like this, but if that's true, what the hell is something like that doing here?" "You know what type of weapon this is, then?" Quinn asked. "Maybe. Honestly, I'm not sure. I think I saw one of the other vampire families carrying around something like this. But often, the families kept secrets from each other. Everyone would hide their power, and then when the king relinquished their seat, that was the time when everyone revealed their cards. Maybe one of the other leaders knows something more about this weapon, but at least out of all the kids around my age, I have never seen anything like this." Quinn was hoping he could get more information about the weapon in front of him. It seemed pretty obvious that it wanted to place the red blood crystal on the podium in front of him. Most likely, that would lower the barrier blocking the sword. The problem was that the system had declared that once the blood crystal was inserted, it would stay there permanently. The AI voice before had said that the stone was a precious item. "What exactly can a blood crystal be used for?" Quinn asked the system in his head. "I suppose I should tell you, you will have a tough decision ahead of you," the system said. "The blood crystal can be used as a beast crystal. They are used to either create armor or weapons. For certain reasons, these crystals are a lot rarer than beast crystals." "Are they stronger than beast weapons?" Quinn asked, as he was getting a little excited. "It's hard to say, honestly. The unique thing about a blood weapon is that it can evolve and grow stronger. However, depending on the crystal used, there is a limit to its growth and also its starting point. What you have right now in your hand is the lowest tier of blood crystals." An evolving weapon didn't sound too bad to Quinn, while others might be put off by wanting a straight-up powerful weapon. He didn't find it too troubling as it was similar to the situation he was already in. The idea of his weapon growing stronger while he did as well sounded nice. What put him off, though, was knowing that the crystal he held was the lowest type. He looked at the weapon behind the glass case once again, and it was like nothing he had seen before. He didn't need to ask this, as he was sure of the answer, but asked, just in case. "Is that a blood weapon?" "Yes," the system replied. "How powerful it is from looks alone, I cannot say." Quinn had two choices: to hand in the crystal, or use it to create his weapon. After thinking about it for a while, he had made his decision. There was another major problem if he was to keep the blood crystal, and that was finding someone to create a blood weapon for him. Someone he could trust to keep the secret, and someone who knew how to forge the crystals. Envisioning problems for the future, Quinn decided to hand in the crystal and take the sword instead. "Small blood crystal has been inserted." The room started to shake slightly once again, and the podium, along with the crystal, started to sink into the ground slowly. Eventually, the whole podium was back on the floor, and the vibrations had stopped. "Quest explore the tower complete." There was no reward for completing the quest, but he couldn't be upset about that for long, as he felt like he was about to get the best reward for coming to this place. A large smile appeared on Quinn's face as he rubbed his hands together, waiting to try out his new weapon. After standing there for a few moments, he quickly realized that nothing was happening. The glass covering the sword was still there. "Hey, I think you just got scammed out of your crystal," Feck said, looking at Quinn by his side. His face dropped after hearing those words, since he too thought the same. He started to bang on the glass frame, pounding his fist against it. "Hey, give me my sword! I gave you what you wanted, now it's my turn!" But there was no reply, and the room remained stagnant. Did it do nothing? Did I just lose my chance to create something great? After saying those words, Quinn realized that something was different. The whole energy and the space around them had changed. Somewhere else, underground at the same time, Logan was backing steadily away, holding out his blaster at Peter. He hadn't made any moves yet, but he could see his body slowly breathing in and out, not moving a step from his position. While continuing to back away at a snail's pace, a sudden sound was heard. The sound had indicated from around Logan's waist. Without needing to look, he knew where it had come from. It was his scanner. Using one of his hands, he picked up the scanner and immediately turned it on, and just like he thought, it was a success. For some reason, the scanner was online. After quickly scanning the tunnels around them, Logan found what he was looking for. In one of the tunnels to his right, not too far from here, were the bodies of some students who had met an unfortunate end after falling from above. "Yes, Peter, I think I can solve your problem." In Logan's excitement, he had placed both eyes on the scan only for a brief second. When he looked up, Peter was no longer standing where he was directly in front of him. Back in the strange tower, Quinn realized what was the change he was feeling. After inserting the blood crystal into the podium, it seemed like whatever was blocking out his senses before was no longer there. He could now clearly sense Peter. With this, shock had entered his heart. Sensing Peter now, he could feel a mix of emotions and feelings rush over his mind and body. "Damn it! Is this because of the fight from before?" Quinn said. "We have to hurry and get back to the others." The tower had been fully explored, and it didn't look like Quinn was going to get his weapon. With Peter like that, he was bound to be dangerous, so he decided to leave the tower, and Fex had no problem following. After the two exited the tower and started to head out of town, Fex turned around and looked at the tower one last time. "Bye-bye, tower. I guess there was nothing that special in there after all. I wonder what is behind my family doors then as well. I hope it's not the same boring stuff we found here." A process had begun when the blood crystal was inserted into the podium and went back into the floor. Slowly, strange mechanisms were at work behind the eyes of the two boys. The crystal was being heated to an incredible degree and was melting down. This process took some time, but when the right amount of heat was reached, a red blood liquid was formed and started slowly to filter down. The liquid flowed in one direction only, downward through a tube-like shape. It continued to go down until eventually it reached its destination. Like a sand timer, it started to drip down, and the sound of it hitting something could be heard. Once all of the blood liquid had dripped out, something started to change. In the top room tower, the large circular pattern on the floor started to shift. The outer ring moved to the right fist, while the inner ring moved to the left. The rings continued to move in different directions each time with a clicking sound. With one click, the outer circle ring would stop. With another, the inner circle would stop. This continued until eventually it reached the large circle in the center. The center circle started to rise from the floor, and it finally stopped when it reached a height a little larger than an average human. A few seconds later, the metal circle cylinder dropped quickly back down to the ground, and left in its place was a human figure. It was a handsome male figure, with pale white skin and dark black hair that seemed to go all the way down to the person's waist. The facial features were quite feminine, but what stood out most of all was the fact that he had no clothes on whatsoever, and he continued to stand in the room completely naked. Slowly, his eyes opened and a red glow could be seen.
"I wonder how long I've been asleep," the man said.
He turned his head to see if there were others around, but he could see no one in the room.
"I wonder who woke me up. That's a shame. I would have perhaps given him something as a reward."
Holding out his hand with his hand open, he faced it towards the weapon behind the glass. The weapon started to vibrate slightly, and soon the vibrations grew stronger. A strange force compelled it towards the man, and the weapon smashed through the glass and into the man's hand.
"Let's see if anything has changed in the outside world," the man said.
Episode 268, A Scam. When Logan turned back to look down the tunnel from where they came from, he had saw that no one had followed them. His plan that he made with his quick thinking had worked. Even with Peter on his shoulder, he never slowed down. He kept running down the tunnel until they eventually reached an open space that had a lot of different paths and tunnels for them to choose from. It was similar to one of the areas where they had just come from. The only difference with this open space was that there weren't any dead students littered about. "Let go of me!" Peter shouted, with his eyes now fully red and glowing in the dark. His mouth opened wide, revealing his teeth, which had grown sharper and larger. Logan felt the weight on his shoulder was about to shift. He could tell that something was up, and immediately threw Peter off his shoulder, slamming him onto the ground. The impact was rough since Logan didn't hold himself back. This was because he could feel the strength of Peter, and he knew that he couldn't hold back any of his power. If the two were to get into a scuffle over strength, Logan was sure he wouldn't win. Peter lifted his head and got a glimpse of Logan, who now had his blaster pointed toward him. In return, Peter gave out a type of a snarl and a deep, angry growl. "You're still in there, right, Peter?" said Logan. Hearing his name coming out of Logan's mouth calmed him down a little, but Peter suddenly started to seize. His body furiously shook as he thrashed around on the floor. While doing so, the glow in his eyes seemed to have significantly dimmed. Seeing Peter hurt himself like this, Logan couldn't help but feel sad. It was clear that Peter didn't enjoy this and didn't want to eat him. Instead, he was desperately fighting that primal urge. He started to wonder if he had made a mistake and should have allowed Peter to eat that girl they had first met. Looking for some kind of solution, Logan picked out and held out his altered hand scanner. He had made his alterations to the scanner given by the school. The one he had was able to cover a wider range, and it was what led him to find the underground town in the first place. If it just worked, then he would be able to scan the tunnels and find out where the other deceased students were located. Instead of walking through blindly and playing their chances, they would at least have some benchmark as to where they should go. But for some reason, ever since coming down underground, the scanner was useless. "Why won't you work?" Logan said, and Peter was now standing in front of him with his head facing down towards the ground. It was unknown whether he had recovered his sanity or if he had already been taken over by his hunger and primal urges. Meanwhile, on the other hand, after Quinn and Fex realized that there was nothing the two of them could do to retrieve their items, they decided to leave the room. They had tried attacking the strange cylinder and even tried to dig underneath the ground. However, the black substance that made up the whole tower was also incredibly strong, just as strong as Getherium. It would take nearly their entire strength to break apart small pieces of the tower, and understandably, it would take them a few days to make the slightest progress. If one day they discovered a way to easily break the metal cylinder or the black substance that surrounded the tower, then he could always return and grab the pieces of armor. As they left the room, they continued to ascend the stairs upwards, and at the same time, Fex couldn't stop apologizing to Quinn for being rash and picking up the ring, which caused them to lose their chances of retrieving the other items. He was unaware of how much of a good mood Quinn was in right now for receiving the ring. He no longer would have to look strange carrying an umbrella around with him beneath the scorching sun. Also, when fighting, he no longer needed to rely on the suit. But of course, Quinn was happy that he had the suit. Now it was being used more when he wanted to fight using it and hiding his abilities, rather than as a device to block out the sun. Finally, after a long walk, they reached a platform. It was the final platform. As they also noticed the ceiling above, several blue crystals protruded from beneath the ceiling as well. Upon seeing the crystals, Quinn's greed wanted him to take all the crystals and sell them when he got back, but it would have been difficult anyway unless he could fly to reach and pull out the crystals. It would also waste an incredible amount of time. On the final platform, there was another large, arch-shaped double door like the one before. It also had no lock, and all the two needed to do was push it open with their two hands. Just like every room they had entered before, the lights started to light up one by one, revealing what the room looked like. From the door to the center room was a large red carpet. It reached the center, where there was a very large circle on the ground. The pattern on the circle was similar to that on the door they had first seen. Only there didn't seem to be anywhere for the blood crystal to be put in. Past this was a red carpet on the other end of the circle, which continued forward until it eventually reached a large chair. "Who the hell was this vampire?" Fex said. "It seems like he might have had a hell of an ego. Did he think he was a king or something?" There was only one vampire king or queen, so Fex found it strange that a vampire, perhaps a remainder from the 13 families, or those stationed here, would create such a room. Looking at the large chair, or throne, it looked like only a person of significance would be allowed to sit in such a place. That was when Quinn spotted something while looking at the throne. Everything in the room was a disappointment so far, since there seemed to be nothing there of use, but just behind the chair, a little bit above, it looked like a clear glass pane, and inside was a large sword-like weapon. The sword didn't look regular, even though it was locked away behind a glass casing. It seemed to have several black chains wrapped around it, from the hilt up to the tip of the blade. Why would a sword need to be chained up when it isn't being held by anyone? Fex, too, had seen the sword and started to rush forward excitedly. After a few steps, he stopped himself as he was reminded of what had happened in the room before. "Quinn, how about you go for this one?" he said, smiling nervously. Quinn walked straight past the throne chair and continued to the glass encasement. While looking at the blade closer, he could tell it was a beast blade rather than just a regular sword. The handguard seemed to be quite scaly and rocky. It was red and had a pattern that matched the armor they had seen earlier. Between the handguard and the bladed part was a red gem. It looked very similar to the crystal that Quinn had obtained after defeating the king-tier beast. From the crystal, inside the sword, a single red line ran up the blade until the tip. It looked like a bar of some sort, but both the crystal and the red line running up the sword seemed to be void of any power. Placing his clawed gauntlet fingertips on the glass pane covering it, he started to use all his strength, hoping to make a scratch or an indentation. Just like with all of the materials they had discovered before in the tower, it was almost unbreakable for him. "I was going to tell you, but I thought you got the gist by now," Fex said, seeing Quinn attempt to break the glass. After giving up on the idea of getting the sword, Quinn was about to search the room to see if there was anything he had missed. He took a step back, and once again the room seemed to slightly vibrate. In front of the sword, a podium started to rise. It wasn't large, and it rose to about waist height, where Quinn was standing. The vibration stopped in the room, and so did the podium. On top, there was a diamond-shaped hole. Quinn looked at Fex to see if he had any clue what was going on. "Don't look at me," Fex replied. "I've been long lost about this place ever since we entered this tower." He was right. Quinn knew more about this tower than Fex, and that was only because the system had informed him that this was a vampire tomb. Still, Quinn had yet to see a casket. The tower didn't have many rooms. There was the ground floor, the middle-level floor, and the top floor. They couldn't miss anything, so where was the vampire being kept? Right now, though, Quinn was more concerned about the podium in front of him. As he gently ran his fingers over the top of the podium, another message appeared. "Would you like to insert your blood crystal? Once inserted, the blood crystal may not be removed. Yes? No?" "If I select yes, will it allow me to obtain the sword?" Episode 269, A Presence Too Strong. Just a second ago, Peter was there, right in front of Logan. It was only a brief moment, but after he checked his scanner, when he looked up, no one was there. He had disappeared entirely. Seeing something so dangerous as to potentially be anywhere in the room with him was starting to make even Logan nervous. He no longer had any sticky light balls to shoot out, and his suit only produced enough light for him to be able to see a few meters in front of him. Peter could see as clear as day down here. They were unfavorable odds, and Logan started to curse himself, thinking about how he ever got himself into this type of situation. Before he nearly did anything, in the past, he always thought of the probability of something happening, the risk he would put himself in before taking action. If the odds seemed against him, he would never take the risk. But when he saw Peter writhing in pain and the others there, Logan reacted on instinct, moving him out of the area. A sharp, sudden sound was heard to his right, and a blast was shot from his blaster in an instant. The explosion had only managed to hit the strange black material, which was as strong as always, causing no rubble or stone to break off, but leaving a peculiar smell from the blaster. "I don't want to hurt you, Peter. Suppose I hit you now before you've eaten anything. There's a good chance you can't heal," Logan said calmly. His voice was full of confidence, but inside his mind he was panicking a little, although Logan's reaction time wasn't beyond that of what a human being was capable of. He was still quite confident in his ability to hit something before it was able to move. Logan was pretty confident he would be able to hit nearly all the students at the school, apart from those with either high-level beast gear or speed-related abilities. But in the attack he just fired right now, he couldn't even see Peter or even an after image. "I guess you do suit up to be an assassin, but it isn't the time to test it on me," Logan said. As he said those words, groans could be heard once again in a specific direction. When Logan looked at where they were coming from, he could see Peter knelt on the floor, holding his stomach. "Logan, just leave me! I don't think it's safe! Go now!" Peter shouted. Ever since Peter had evolved into a white, his whole demeanor and attitude had changed. The others thought the old Peter was completely gone, lost, but that wasn't true at all. Peter still had feelings, he still had worries, and inside he was still scared as always. There were times when these old feelings and demeanor would show more than others, and one of these times was when he spent time with Logan. He didn't know why, but the others seemed to treat the new Peter differently compared to Logan. It felt like Logan didn't care what he was and never found it strange, the way the new Peter acted. While with the others he could always feel that they felt different, like the Peter they were talking to wasn't the same before. It hurt Peter inside, especially since he knew he was still the same person. One of these people whom he could tell felt this way was Quinn, someone who he considered close. He could see every time Quinn looked at him. It was different from the way he looked at Peter before. It wasn't in a bad way, but it was one of sadness. "Will I never be good enough?" Peter thought. He wasn't back then, and he wasn't now. The only person who he was not good enough for was Logan, and even now, Logan had tried to help him multiple times. If there was one person he would do everything in his power not to eat or hurt, it was Logan. For a moment, Peter was able to fight back his hunger, but in return, he could feel painful pangs in his body. As he looked up at where Logan was before, he could see he had already run off. "Good, you listened," Peter said. He wasn't hurt this time. Seeing Logan run off to save himself, he had already done enough. The pain continued, and Peter honestly wondered if he was going to die. Although he could have let the hunger take over and his body run wild, he wanted to remain in control of his body for as long as possible. Then the sound of footsteps was heard, echoing through, as if someone was running towards them through one of the tunnels. No, if it's another person, I'll attack them as soon as I see them," said Peter. "Stay away! Turn back!" Peter shouted down the tunnel. But the footsteps grew only louder as the person was getting closer. Then, in the darkness, a strange, relatively large object was seen flying through the air, coming towards him. While it was hard to see what it was, Peter knew. Or more to the point, his body knew as he leaped through the air and opened his jaw wide, grabbing the flying object with his mouth.
He immediately started to rip it apart with his 2 front teeth and claws, pinning it to the floor. Out of the tunnel, Logan appeared with a student on his back. He placed it on the floor and took a few steps back. "I know this might be disrespectful, but you are already dead. I promise I will find out who your family is and treat them well. They will live a life of happiness due to your help for as long as I am alive." The 2 boys continued to run through the town at breaking speed. On the way to the tower, they hadn't seen any high-level beasts. Quinn was now sure of it. There was nothing left underground that was stronger than the king-tier beast. With this thought in his head, he was able to freely run as fast as he could toward Peter. He was worried about what could happen, mostly since he was with the others, and worried about what would happen if the travelers were to find out and get involved. Following closely behind, Fex was struggling to keep up. "I was right. He has grown stronger at a crazy pace. He's a lot faster than me, and I can barely keep up anymore. But how? Nothing I can think of can make sense anymore. If I want to find out the truth, there's only one thing I can do. Ask. This time, though, I won't ask for someone else." Fex was always hesitant to ask Quinn this question, and before he didn't know why, but now he did. It was because he felt guilty. Thinking about asking the question in the back of his head, he knew he had an ulterior motive. It was as if he was trying to find some secret information to bring back to his family. Now he no longer cared and had decided, no matter what, he wouldn't tell anyone about Quinn. Right now he wanted to find out for himself, for his curiosity. Once they were out of this place, Fex wanted to find out secrets about Quinn. Suddenly, Quinn stopped in his tracks. He had completely slowed down and was no longer running at full speed. "What's wrong?" Fex asked. Truthfully, Fex was out of breath, but seeing that Quinn was fine, he tried his best to hide that he was tired. As soon as Quinn turned away, he would start panting. He still had his pride and didn't want to show that he was now weaker than his friend. There were 2 reasons why Quinn had stopped. The first was that Quinn felt that Peter was no longer hungry. The pain he was feeling up to this point had disappeared. Quinn found it hard to believe that Peter would have been able to eat someone in front of the travelers. He could tell they were strong. "Thank you, Logan," Quinn said under his breath. He didn't know why, but he had a hunch that if anyone could solve the problem, it would have been him. The second reason for stopping was that Quinn could sense and smell a familiar presence. It didn't take long, and soon Fex could smell who it was as well. "You always seem to be in interesting places, Quinn. I think I should start putting a tracker on you and follow you everywhere." A slightly older bald man came out of one of the buildings with his trusty blade by his side. "Ah, it's the teacher," Fex said and pointed. "You should show some respect, young boy. Right now I'm more than just your teacher, but your commanding officer," Leo said. "But I'm happy you're safe. I'm here to search for the remaining students. Your friends who were with you have already been escorted outside to the surface. They returned to the shelter with the rest of the students, and they informed me of this place." Just then Leo stopped mid-sentence. It was strange, and the other 2 were wondering what happened. Not only had he stopped mid-sentence, but Leo was utterly frozen. It was as if he wasn't even breathing anymore. "Quickly!" Leo shouted. "We must get out of here and run!" "What's wrong?" Quinn asked, genuinely concerned. His teacher had always been so composed. Even when going up against the Dalki, he never once ran away, but Quinn was sure of it. Leo had said, "we," which included himself. "There is something down here, something incredibly powerful. I can sense its aura. We have to leave now." Something powerful, Quinn thought. They had already killed the king-tier beast, so Leo couldn't be talking about that. And while exploring the whole place, they had found nothing, and Quinn was unable to sense anything. So what was this powerful being or thing Leo was talking about? Episode 270, Obtaining a Blood Crystal. Leo didn't have to ask the students twice. They both quickly followed Leo closely behind, as the 3 of them ran out of the town and into the tunnel, not once looking back. But his strange actions made Quinn wonder. It was the first time that he saw his teacher running away from a confrontation. Up to this point, his teacher had always been someone that seemed unreachable, a force too strong to even imagine its real strength. Even when facing the Dalki, he had never acted like this. Whatever it was, it must have been immensely strong to frighten him like that. But if something was that powerful down here, then why didn't Quinn or the others come across it? After thinking about the possibilities of what could have happened, one thing struck his mind. "No, it can't be. We looked around the whole tower." The tower they had just left was known as a vampire's tomb.
and judging by the site of the building and what was left behind, it was a powerful one. "Didn't you say a vampire would need the blood of one of its family members? It can't wake up, right?" Quinn asked the system, but it had chosen to remain silent. "Answer me!" Quinn snapped in his mind. This time he was insistent and wanted an answer. "Sorry," the system replied. "I was just thinking about the possibilities, but perhaps there was a chance we did wake it up." "But how?" Quinn replied. "The only thing I can think of is the blood crystal. Remember how I said a blood crystal was quite rare? Well, that's because a blood crystal is harvested from a vampire's body itself. Just like how the beasts contain a crystal inside their bodies, vampires do too. Creating weapons from these things became a taboo. It was a practice that quickly became outlawed. The blood crystals weren't illegal, but intentionally harvesting one from a body was. Of course, we don't entirely know what is inside the blood crystal, but the first part of the process to use it as a raw material to create a weapon is to melt the crystal down. At the right temperature, the crystal will start melting and turning into a blood-like substance. I'm afraid there is a chance that when you inserted the crystal into the podium, it might have started that process and woken up whatever vampire was deep in its sleep." "Why didn't you say something earlier then?" Quinn complained. "I thought the same as you at the time, that the crystal would help you get the weapon. You see, when a vampire goes into eternal slumber, it does so out of its own choice. In a way, it is a vampire saying it is done with the current world and is moving on. However, their bodies are usually kept at their family base or castle. This way, if they ever needed to call on those in times of need, they could. When I saw that there were no vampires in this area, or even any inside the tower, I assumed that the vampire must have chosen to pass on. Some tombs often set trials for their family members, with traps and tasks. Once these were completed, they would pass on their treasures to the next generation. I thought that this person was just doing the same." The three of them had finally left the town. They had gone through one of the tunnels into an open area with several different pathways. The look on Leo's face looked a lot better. Once he traveled through the tunnel, he no longer sensed the strange force. This was because of his ability. It was strong, but he could only see the area he was in. As soon as he entered the town, his view widened, and he could see everything. There was one thing that was troubling him greatly, though. The aura that he had sensed was the same as both Quinn and Fex. Still, Leo didn't want to take any chances in finding out whether this person was friendly or not. Just because they had the same aura as the two students didn't mean they were close. It was easy for Leo to select the path back, as he remembered which direction he had entered from, and he led the two students out. Finally, they were about to leave the strange city and everything that had been found behind. While traveling through the tunnel, it started to slightly tilt upward with no end in sight, and they were unsure how long it would take them to get out. While Quinn was still trying to digest everything he had been told earlier, he'd been thinking about the blood crystals, and now he had a few odd questions. If a family member is unable to kill a member, how would that person obtain a blood crystal in the first place? Quinn asked. That is an excellent question. Even though vampires and subspecies are unable to go against their creator, that still doesn't mean they are unable to break the rules. Just like with every family, they had their fair share of troublemakers. One could always ask another family to do the job for them, but it would leave a sour taste in the mouth and would often cause grudges between friends and such if this were to happen. As such, a special group was created, one outside of the 13 families. These were called the Punishers. Their duty was strictly to uphold the vampire laws that were created by the 13 vampire leaders and the king. They were separated from the others. They didn't make friends with any of the 13 and didn't interact with them other than to bring down harsh punishments. These Punishers, they must have been quite strong then, if they had to force these vampire families to follow the laws, Quinn said. Yes, very strong. When the system spoke these words, it seemed to drift off a little. Are they still around? Quinn asked, noticing the system acting strangely when speaking about them. Unfortunately, that is for you to find out some other time. Quinn had tried pressuring further, as he had done before. If the system gave in once, maybe it could give in again and tell him more information, but he was unsuccessful. The vampire world seemed complicated and strange. It also seemed to have a very long history that he knew nothing about. The system tried to reassure Quinn that it was unlikely that the blood crystal had woken the vampire from its slumber. Some of the events just didn't make sense. Why hand over a blood crystal to a beast if they planned to wake up at a later time? Were they just leaving everything to chance? Although what the system had said seemed possible, Quinn had a strange feeling that they had woken up the vampire. He knew Leo wasn't acting that way for no reason. This time, rather than wanting to find out about it, Quinn just wanted to get away from this place as soon as possible. Finally, the end of the tunnel could be seen, and daylight was shining through. Both Quinn and Fex never thought they would be happy to see the sun, but they truly were. As they both stepped outside, they lifted their arms, covering their eyes from the sensitivity, but also had huge smiles on their faces. Quinn seemed even happier than Fex as he started to jump up and down on the spot. "Are you that happy to be free?" Leo asked, hearing the sound of Quinn jumping up and down. Embarrassed and with a face flushed with red cheeks, Quinn replied, "Yeah, it's just nice to see the sun again." The reason why Quinn was more overjoyed than usual was that, for the first time in a while when stepping into the sun, he didn't feel sick. He didn't feel groggy or weak, and there was no system message. The ring had worked, and now Quinn could live the life he once had without any restrictions. The two boys continued to follow Leo back through the forest. There were still many beasts in the forest, but thanks to Leo's ability, they were able to avoid all of them and select the safest path heading back to the shelter. Eventually, they arrived where all the remaining students were. They were staying in the shelter, in the large open space on the ground. The other military staff were taking care of them. "Quinn!" Layla shouted as she got up and ran towards him. As soon as she reached him, she gave him a big old bear hug, squeezing him tightly. "I thought you might have died." "I told you had nothing to worry about," Vorden said, walking closely behind Layla. As she let Quinn go, Vorden gave Quinn a fist bump and also a pat on the shoulder. Looking around, Quinn was also happy to see that everyone in their team was alive, and it looked like Peter was okay. When his eyes met up with Logan's, a big thumbs up was given in his direction. "We need to do something about See You Later," Vorden whispered, as they both noticed she was continuously looking in their group's direction. She refused them and stayed with the other students. "All right, everyone," a soldier shouted. "It's time to gather up. Your Sergeant Leo has an important announcement to make." All the students had gathered in the open field on the shelter. Rest of the soldiers carried on doing what they were doing, but they seemed to be busier than ever before. It looked like they were in a rush or something. Looking around, many students were no longer with them. They had either died from the strange plants or underneath in the underground tunnels, or from the advanced tier beast from before. The students had a horrified look on their faces, and some of them didn't even know how to feel. They were sitting blankly trying to process the entire incident. Leo walked forward first. Faye and him stood in front of them. Leo took a few steps ahead and announced, "Attention, everyone! We have something important to tell you." Episode 271, Family vs. Military. A while before, Fex and Quinn had arrived at the shelter. All the students from the other classes had been told to return to the shelter as well. This was an order issued by Faye. Frequently, both Faye and Leo were being called out to help the other groups. It was clear that this wasn't a green portal planet, or at least not one that the first-year students could handle. After Leo had gone after Dell's class and it took longer than usual to return, Faye had decided to make the executive decision to call back all of the students to the shelter. The mission was an important one, and she knew her superiors wouldn't accept this as an excuse, especially after just one day. Instead, to minimize the risk, the plan was to go as one large group, while both Faye and Leo would guide them, rather than split them up via their homeroom classes. They would cover less ground this way, and the expedition would be a lot slower, but it would also be safer this way. Some of the students were annoyed. Sure, they ran into trouble now and again, but in the end, none of them died. Only the weak ones had been injured. They felt like it was better to get rid of the baggage they were carrying. Why not just allow the vulnerable students to return while the stronger ones continue to hunt? All the other classes had now returned, apart from Dell's, and Faye was starting to worry. "Where are you, Leo? If it's something you can't even handle, then we need to get off this place as soon as possible." "Hey, I see someone moving!" a student shouted. A person had stepped through the forest and was now standing on the open dark soil of the shelter. The first person to arrive was Leo, and behind him, all of the students started to follow. As the other group saw Dell's group, sounds of gasps and words of concern were heard. "What's happened to them? Do you think they ran into an advanced beast or something?" "Yeah, right, if they did, it would be a lot worse than this. You have to remember that Dell's class is one of the weakest classes of them all." What the student said wasn't wrong.
Dell's class was considered the weakest. With Aaron gone and the only strong one left being Vorden, it was hard for them to place the class above any of the others. Vorden's ability would only allow him to copy their strongest of another class. In the students' eyes, that only made them even, and they still had plenty of other strong students in their classes, apart from one person. Of course, they thought this way because they didn't know how Vorden's ability worked. Soon, the students regretted saying those words as the others started to realize something. At first, they thought that Dell's class had just been more injured than theirs. If they had encountered intermediate beasts and it took Leo a long time to get there, then it would make sense. But a little while after, they noticed that no more students were coming out of the forest. The current size of the class that appeared was a little less than half. "Where is everyone? What happened?" The students expressed their concern. Not for the other missing students, but they were more worried that if something got to them, they could be next. The students from Dell's class were taken in for further healing as well as to make an official report, while Faye and Leo were to discuss what was to happen next. "What happened to them?" Faye asked. "It looks like they went off trail due to an advanced tier beast," Leo explained. A look of horror appeared on Faye's face as their fears were confirmed. "Don't worry, I already dealt with it before even meeting up with the class. As for the remaining students, according to the teacher, Dell, they were all eaten, and there was no chance the students survived." The two of them looked over at where Dell was. He was currently barging his way through the injured students and going to the front of the queue. "Out of the way, don't you guys know how to respect your superiors and elders? It was only because of me that you guys managed to live in the first place. And this is how you treat me." Although Leo couldn't see his actions, hearing his words made him feel sick. "That man doesn't deserve to be a teacher," Leo said, clenching his fist. This should be fun, Faye thought. She knew Leo due to his feats during the war, but hadn't seen him in combat much. After hearing how easily he dealt with the Dalki, she knew the rumors had to be true. Any chance to watch someone so significant in combat was a good opportunity for her to learn, especially since she also primarily used a sword as her weapon. As Leo took another step forward, he suddenly stopped. Before anyone else, he could hear the sound of the leaves ruffling from behind. "Looks like we finally made it," Andy said as he appeared out of the forest. The group of travelers had arrived, but they weren't alone. They also brought back Vorden, Sia, Layla, Peter, and Logan. Inside the tunnels, Logan had managed to regroup quickly with the travelers. Once his scanner was working, committed his actions. He simply said that a beast was inside with them. Although Andre, the students were the military's problem, not his. "Looks like some more of Dell's class had arrived. Maybe they aren't dead after all, and we're just split up." Faye and Leo hadn't quite told the students what had happened to Dell's class. The students who had survived were still busy being interviewed and were away from the other students, so they still had yet to hear from the other students what happened. After the travelers and students had walked out of the trees and vines, what followed next started to cause alarm in the camp. The large lion-like beast came out as well. "Beast! Beast!" students shouted as they recognized the beast as a powerful-looking one, perhaps at the advanced level. "Calm down!" one of the commanders who was looking after the students shouted. "That beast will do us no harm. It belongs to the Bree family." After hearing that name, the students quickly began to calm down. By hearing the name, they felt safe, as the Brees were one of the Big Fours, and their powers were known quite wide. The ability to control beasts. Seeing the stripes on both Faye and Leo's sides, Andre knew straight away that they were the highest commanding officers in this shelter. He approached the two of them and saluted at them out of respect. Faye did the same back, but Leo had chosen not to do anything. "Leo, I know you can't see, but this is someone from the Bree family, and they just saluted you," Faye whispered. "Oh, I know, but one must earn respect. I do not know who this man is. I see no reason to show respect to someone just because they carry a certain name," Leo replied loudly, knowing that he could be heard. "I agree wholeheartedly," Andre replied, "which is why I chose to keep my name secret from most. Unfortunately, my ability is a dead giveaway. Anyway, I believe these students are yours?" Andre said as he opened up his palm, telling the students to go over to the other side. Sia had the biggest smile on her face as she ran forward, toward the shelter and the other students, while the others decided to remain, hoping to hear the conversation between these two powerhouses. "Thank you," Leo replied. "Would you mind telling me where you found them? Perhaps I will be able to search for others in the same area. You have done enough, so there is no need for you to go out of your way," Leo said.
Andre and Andy both looked at each other. They had suspected that something like this would happen, bringing back the students. In the end, they had already made their decision before coming here.
"There is something we must inform you about," Andy said as he stepped forward and handed over a scanner to Faye.
They revealed information that they had kept secret from the military, the fact that they had discovered an underground town. Not only that, but it seemed like it was made from a Dalki structure. They made excuses while explaining, stating that they knew the place was abandoned and had been taken over by beasts, which is why they decided not to inform or trouble the military with this information just yet. But both Faye and Leo knew there must have been a deeper reason for doing something like this.
"Leo, both Quinn and Fex, they're still down there," Vorden said.
Logan then handed over the altered scanner he had created to Faye as well. It displayed the information he had found. Most of the students who were taken by the plan seems to have passed away. There is still a chance that there are others, but I'm sure both Quinn and Fex are still alive, Logan explained. Standing by Leo's side, Faye was slowly boiling up at what she had just heard from the travelers. You... I can't believe you were hiding this from us. Do you know that if you had given this information to us beforehand, the students would never have been sent to a planet like this in the first place? Because of you, students died." Before she even knew it, her fist was already flying toward Andy's face. At the same time, she felt a slash going towards her arm. Images of her arm being sliced off were seen. Quickly pulling it back, she looked at her hand and could see it was still intact. "A vision?" she said.
"Don't be too rash," Leo said, but at the same time, he too had his hand on the hilt of his sword.
Vorden and the others were prepared for a clash between the travelers and the sergeants. They were ready to help Leo wherever they could. Other than helping them find an exit, the travelers hadn't helped them much. In the end, Quinn was the one who killed the beast. Also, they still remembered how much in debt they were to Leo for saving them from the Dalki. Every one of the students, including the other soldiers, silently watched from the sideline. They were too afraid to get involved. If they did, it could cause trouble, due to the relations one of the Big Four had with the military. Episode 272, The Winners of the Assessment. The pressure emitting from the two groups was immense. One wrong word or action might make the already fearsome looming presence break out and swallow them whole. In the case of someone like Peter and Vorden, they were able to handle the pressure that coiled around them. However, for Layla and even Logan, it felt like they were about to be consumed by the dangerous energy that was swirling around them. It was only waiting to be unleashed. Are they really going to clash? The students on the side asked one another, and some of them began to get anxious about a fight breaking out. It would be silly if they did, another student sneered, shaking their head. After all, this is such a small thing. No one would be willing to start a war between a few missing students. However, they were unaware of what Leo thought. He was a simple man. Rather than thinking about the bigger picture of what his actions would lead to, he thought it was best to do what was right in the current situation. As things came to him later, he would continue to deal with them. This was how he was always and continued to be. Right now, the people in front of him had put the students he was responsible for in danger. In the past, Leo was a different man, and he did think about things, perhaps too much, to the point where those around them suffered because of it.
"I won't let that happen again," Leo thought.
Although the others thought Leo wouldn't do something, Vorden managed to catch a glimpse of Leo's thoughts. He could see his fingers twitching slightly as he held the hilt.
He's ready to attack at any moment.
After sharing Leo's powers and interacting with him during theory classes, Vorden felt like he could understand him a bit more. He tried thinking of a way to perhaps calm Leo down. The world didn't need a civil war right now. In the past, there were several civil wars before True Dream came along. There were rumors that the Dalki were keeping an eye on the humans, ready to attack at their weakest point if something similar were to happen again. Perhaps the Dalki would attack even sooner than they predicted.
"Leo, when we were down there, there was an incredibly strong beast. For now I think Quinn and Fex are safe, but I don't know how long they will survive. They need help now," Vorden said.
After hearing these words, Leo's grip around his hilt weakened. It worked. He stood up straight and carried on walking past the group.
As he walked, he purposely barged into Andre's shoulder. "Hey, what do you think you're doing? Can't you at least show some respect? We saved your students. We didn't have to do that, and we could have kept the whole thing a secret," Andy shouted. Leo then pointed toward his eyes and opened them up. Where the pupils should have been black, it looked as if his entire eyeball was a tint of gray. There was no color. "I'm sorry, but I'm blind. You see, I didn't know he was standing there. Faye, I will leave it up to you to do what you want with these visitors of ours. Whatever you choose, I will back it up when we return to the base." With that, Leo continued to walk into the forest while also carefully stepping his feet over a large root going across the floor. "Nearly tripped over that one," he said, whistling away into the forest. "Blind my ass," Andy muttered under his breath. By this point, Faye had already calmed down. Doing or saying anything would be a waste of breath, so she decided to take a political stance instead, doing what was best for both pirates. "Thank you for informing us. Please, in the future, do inform us sooner. This way we can avoid any future problems." Andre bowed down to her before leaving with his group, with a sour taste in their mouths from what they had just experienced. While Vorden and the others were revealed, all they needed to do now was wait, hoping Fex and Quinn could return safely. While walking back to the others, Vorden thought about what just happened. When he first joined the military, it seemed like they didn't care about what happened to the weaker students. They allowed fights to go on without intervening, and it was almost as if the fights were encouraged to happen. Even with the whole Duke and Peter situation, it seemed like they were purposely trying to cause friction and division between those that were weaker and stronger in the school. This did happen in the outside world naturally, and in school before it. However, the divide never seemed to be as big as it was in the military school. After hearing not only Leo's reaction but Faye's reaction as well, to the students in distress and his own thoughts. Perhaps the whole military wasn't like this. Or there was also the option that it was more because of the ones that were in charge. Their connection seemed oddly close to the True Dream family, more than they should have been. After waiting for an hour, Leo finally returned, and this time he wasn't alone. By his side were both Fex and Quinn. Layla had run up to greet them, and the others were happy to see them as well. By now, all of the students from Dell's class had been checked. They were now allowed to spend time with the other classes, but news of what happened to the class while they were out started to spread, and the tension was felt in the air. The reality of how dangerous this expedition was finally hit them. Friends and students they had talked to a few hours ago in the morning were nowhere to be seen, and they would never be able to talk to them again. Leo and Faye were busy discussing what to do next. Although they were of the same rank, Faye never felt that way, and she decided she would agree with whatever Leo had decided. "I've made my decision," Leo said. "I'm going to cancel the expedition and return to the academy." "Are you sure?" Faye replied. "It's only been one day, and not much ground has been covered. Paul won't be happy with the decision. Can't we just travel as one group and protect the kids? Judging from what the travelers told us, the Dalkey settlement seems to be abandoned." "No," Leo replied immediately. "When I went down there I could sense it. There is still something there, and it's at least the power of a four-spiked Dalkey." Hearing this, Faye's eyes nearly popped out of her skull. A shiver was sent down her whole spine, and her hair was left standing on top of her arm. "We would need at least one of the generals here to try to deal with something like that, and even then, I don't think they would be much of a match," Leo explained. "I understand. If we explain this to Paul, they should understand. They might even remove every one of the planets and classify them as red portal planets until further notice," Faye replied. She had misinterpreted Leo's words. Leo had said there was something down there that had the same power as a four-spiked Dalkey, but she had taken this to mean there was a four-spiked Dalkey. Only Leo knew the truth, that the energy that was emitting from the being was similar to both Fex and Quinn. As Leo looked over at the two students, a thought soon planted itself in his head. "Is there an actual threat right underneath our noses that is probably far larger than the Dalkey?" All the students had been covered on the muddy open soil area of the shelter, which stood just before the forest. Leo had told all of them there would be an announcement to be made. "I'm sure by now you have all heard of this news that has happened in Dell's class. Because of this, we have decided to cancel the expedition and head back to the school," said Leo. After hearing the news, some of the students felt a weight lifted off their shoulders.
No longer were they in danger and had thoughts of meeting such things. The ones that were part of Dell's class were even more overjoyed. Still, this feeling of relief wasn't shared at all by everyone in the crowd. Those who had done well on the test so far and had run into no trouble started to voice their concern. "What?" a student complained as they looked around for support. "But it's only been one day. That doesn't make any sense. Why should they go back?" "Stop being so selfish," another shouted back at them. It seemed like two camps had emerged, those that wanted to leave and those that wanted to stay. "Enough!" Leo shouted in a loud, booming voice. His voice was projected so loudly that some of the students felt like their eardrums would shatter. They wondered how a man so small was able to produce such a loud sound. The chatter had stopped, but a single student still had his hand up.
"Yes, young one," Leo said.
"I don't mind having to go back early, but I do have a question. What does this mean for our assessment? Who got the top grade, and how will our scores be divided?" the student asked politely.
"Your grades will be decided by how well you have done so far. In the past, usually those that performed well on the first day would continue to perform well through the test. I know this might not be fair, but we will consider this based on your performance in future assessments and adjust your result accordingly. As for Dell's class, they will have an exemption due to the special circumstances they faced and will be tested at some other time. Now, I suppose that at these types of events, we always like to promote those who did their best so that other students know who to look up to as role models. I shall decide the winners right now then."
After hearing Leo say this, many of the students that had done well on the assessment so far were starting to get excited. They would straighten out their clothes and make sure their hair was ready, as they were to be called up to the front. Faye walked over to where Leo was standing and tried to hand him over a clipboard with the scores of all the students' points that they had received from the scanner. Instead of taking the clipboard, Leo pushed it away and shook his head.
"There's no need," Leo said,
and glanced towards the crowd of awaiting students.
"The winners are as follows. So will the following students please come to the front? Vorden Blade, Layla Monroe, Sia Green, P.O. Blank, Fex Seg, Logan Richardson, and finally, Quinn Talon."
Episode 273, Why Them? As soon as the names were called out and announced, an uproar began to erupt among the students. Why hadn't they been the ones to be called? The names were so unfamiliar to them. Apart from Vorden, the rest of the names that had been read were complete mysteries to the other students. Although Logan was a high-level user, he rarely ever visited the classes, so there weren't many that knew what he looked like apart from the ones that were in his class. But even the ones that were in Logan's team were confused as to why his name was called out and not theirs, especially since Logan had gone missing for most of the expedition. However, the students weren't the only ones that seemed confused by their names that had been called out, but so were Quinn and the others. They hardly had the time to scan anything, and even when Peter was underground, he didn't use the scanner because it didn't work while they were down there. "How did they get the top marks? Our group managed to scan around 15 different plants and 3 new beasts. Are they saying they scanned more than that?" a student complained with a frown. "They must have done that, otherwise why were they called up?" another replied. But for the students that were part of Dell's class, they knew that Quinn and the others didn't have much of an opportunity to do anything. Still, they decided to remain quiet. Many of them remembered Quinn's brave actions in saving some of the students from the advanced tier beasts and bringing them to their side. Even though there weren't any points awarded for this, they felt like whatever reward his group was going to get, they deserved it. However, there was one person in Dell's class that didn't feel the same way, and that was the teacher, Dell himself. He still felt a grudge towards these two, especially after what had happened while they were out. Dell was even surprised that the two of them were still alive. "That's impossible! There must be some type of mistake or some cheating going on," Dell remarked loudly. "Those students, I checked the scores on their scanner, and not only that, they had 50 points deducted from their team due to an incident that involved breaking one of my other pupils' arms." Dell then quickly looked around for the student who had suffered the arm break, but he was nowhere to be seen. He quickly realized that the student was one of the ones that had been killed on the expedition. Still, his words were just enough for the students to rile up their anger once again. "Hey, I think I recognize him. I always see him in Leo's class. They often spar with each other," a student said. Another student blinked and frowned. "Wait,
So are you saying that guy's like a teacher's pet? A suck-up? This is so unfair. There's no other way to explain this. It has to be favoritism. The group of students that were voicing their concerns started to grow, and now the ones that supported Quinn and the others were starting to take a step back as they quickly became the minority. Enough! Leo slammed his sheathed blade into the ground, and a small little vibration was felt on the ground. The students that have been called, please come to the front. If I hear another word from anyone... Leo didn't finish his sentence, but they knew he didn't have to. The students had been called and arrived at the front, but instead of looks of admiration and jealousy, they were all stared down with looks of hatred. Sia, who still didn't feel part of the group, was hating every bit of it. The only plus side to this whole thing was that they would come out of this assessment with a top grade, which would do well for her future. Seeing that the students' anger still hadn't been quelled, Faye herself decided to take some action, based on some information she had found out earlier. Listen up, all of you. There's a reason why these students here have been selected as the winners of today's event. She rummaged through the crate for scanners that had accumulated behind them until she found one in particular. This scanner here is from Logan, a student. At the time, each of these students had discovered something worth a lot more points than any beast or plant would ever be. After pressing a button on the scanner, a 3D holographic model appeared from the scanner. It showed a recreation of the town that Logan had managed to get on his scanner, the one he had made before entering the tunnels below. As you can all see, this right here is a Dalki base. It looks like they had arrived on this planet before us. This is the reason why we are leaving, not just because there are some powerful beasts on this planet. Everyone understood that. No longer did the students who were opposed to leaving complain that they, too, wanted to get off this planet as soon as possible. Memories and thoughts went back to situations they would often hear about on TV and the Internet. Cases of humans and Dalki interactions on other planets. When this happens, a fight would break out, and one side would be obliterated. The problem was that a single planet was never enough for either side to reignite the war once again. So one side would have to just grit their teeth and bear it.
If it weren't for these students discovering such a place, then perhaps none of us would be left standing,
Leo said. With no more complaints, the students willingly grabbed their belongings and were prepared to head back to the school once again. It now made sense to the students why the shelter seemed to be on such high alert. It was because the soldiers were getting ready to move out. After all their belongings had been gathered, several portals had been pulled out and placed on the ground. While looking around, Quinn noticed that the soldiers were busy gathering their things. The same couldn't be said for the civilians who lived in the treetop homes. They stood there with worried looks on their faces, peeking from above. "Why aren't they packing their things?" Quinn asked. "What do you mean? These people have nowhere to go," Layla replied. "They probably spent all the money they had to move here. Even if the military did allow them to use the teleporters and head back to Earth, they would only be made homeless with no shelter or way to earn credits." "But if the soldiers leave this place, then there will be no one to protect them from beast attacks," Quinn replied. Layla remained silent when Quinn said this, and Vorden simply placed his hand on his shoulder. They were both aware of the fate of these people. While Quinn was a little naive, the government had helped him when his parents disappeared, so why couldn't they help them as well, he thought. He thought this situation was stranger and stranger, but more than anything, he was deeply concerned for the people above. Not only were there adults present, but also children. While the students walked through the teleporters, a young girl who looked only around the age of 5 started to wave her hand goodbye to the students, unaware of what was happening. "This world needs to change. The people at the top need to come crumbling down, and when I'm strong enough, I'll come back for you," Quinn said, although he was aware that by that time it would probably be too late. Deep underground in the abandoned town, a strange man was still standing on the top floor, completely naked. He had been standing there for a while now as he waited for his body to wake up. He was unaware of how long he had been out. Still, it would take some time for his body's functions to return to what they once were.
"I don't know why it's a vampire's tradition to put one in one of those cylinders completely naked when one is to go into eternal sleep. They could at least allow for a set of clothes to be left behind," the man said, as he seemed deeply concerned by this matter. "I can't just go out and greet the people outside like this. They'll think I've gone mad, or madder might be the correct term." He said this as he began to laugh aloud at his own words. "Ha ha! Didn't I leave some basic treasure of mine behind? I believe it was a set of armor. However, Whoever entered the tower might have taken a vital piece. I did leave it there as a reward. Let's just hope they didn't choose the area that covers the crown jewels."
As the naked man walked down the spiraling staircase, he continued to pace himself sloppily while holding his chained sword in his right hand. Eventually, he had reached the platform where another room was located in the center part of the tower. When entering the room, he immediately saw that 5 metallic cylinders were present.
"Looks like someone took an item. Well, that's fine. They did wake me up after all."
As the man walked over to the podium, which wasn't encased in a metallic cylinder, as he looked down, he blinked and raised a brow.
"Now, out of all the items available for them to get, why on earth would they choose to take the ring?"
the man thought to himself, rather confused. Episode 274, The Return of a Legend, Part 1. Inside the dimly lit room, with the torches of flames flickering, the man stood there wondering why anyone would choose to take the ring. Out of all the items that he had left behind, it seemed strange. Any experienced vampire at first glance could tell that it was the weakest of the items that had been left, and even the least valuable.
Maybe it had been a mistake, the man thought.
Whatever it was, for now the man was thankful, since he needed a new set of clothing. Once, he changed and found the person who had woken him up. He would allow whoever had the ring to exchange it for something else, he thought. He then walked over to the other 5 podiums that were covered in the strange metal casing. As he placed his fingertips on the cold outside, in an instant they seemed to react and started to vibrate. Each one of them went back into the ground, revealing the pieces of armor that were once there. After strapping all the armor on, he was no longer naked. Although, through the gaps between certain parts, bare white skin could still be seen, as he was still wearing nothing underneath. The helmet allowed most of his face to be seen. It had 2 spiraling red horns on top, with a thin piece of metal that went down to the nose.
"This will have to do for now. Let's just hope I wasn't woken up in the middle of a war. Perhaps that's why the person left in a hurry after waking me up," the man thought.
He continued to go down the spiraling staircase, but he found everything a bit strange. If a war was going on, why wasn't he hearing anything outside? Soon, though, he had his answer. When stepping outside, he had expected one of 2 things. A parade of people would be there to welcome him back, or a big fight would be taking place. But he saw neither of those things. Instead, all that was left was an abandoned town. When stepping out, he could feel that there was no sign of any others like him in the area, just beasts. He didn't give up, though.
"Maybe my senses are yet to wake up,"
he told himself, as he continued to look around at the buildings nearby. He searched and searched, but there was nothing. A few beasts that sensed he was near scurried away, not wanting anything to do with the new presence. Finally, he came across something that looked a little interesting. It was a strange human-sized beast that looked like it had been killed not too long ago. The reason why he found it interesting, though, was that he could sense strange energy from it similar to his own.
Now why would a blood crystal have been left behind with a beast?
Seeing this, he felt the same energy as the beast. He thought that maybe his awakening was an accident. Somehow the blood crystal he had left behind with one of his family members had ended up in the hands of this beast. From the looks of the area, it had been abandoned long ago, but he still had no clue how long he had been asleep for. Someone might have killed the beast, taken the crystal, and then entered the tower, unaware of everything that was happening. That would also explain why they would choose to take the ring if they had no clue what the other items did.
"Perhaps my stinginess paid off in the end," he said, laughing to himself.
Before going into eternal sleep, his closest aide, Stephen, had asked him to leave behind certain treasures. They had also asked him to set up trials in the tower, but the man was too lazy for that. When picking out items, he chose the ones that he felt were the easiest to replace. Stephen was confused by his actions. If he was going into eternal sleep anyway, it would be best to leave his best equipment for those of the next generation. But once a cheapskate, always a cheapskate. Stephen couldn't change his nature. Thinking back on how it might be possible, there was also the chance that someone, not a part of his family, or a different species, had obtained the blood crystal. He was now glad he hadn't left out any powerful items. Otherwise, it could have caused trouble.
"Well, no use thinking about it now,"
the man said as he stretched his arms.
Before I choose to go back to sleep, I'm quite curious about what happened to everyone here, and I guess there's only one way to find out."
The man continued to walk out of the town into the tunnels. The sword was now wrapped around his back, using the chains to hold it onto his chest piece of armor. It seemed like he had picked a tunnel at random when walking. Still, after choosing one path, it carried on for a while until eventually sunlight could be seen at the end. A step was taken out of the tunnel and into the sunlight. The man was surrounded by nature, and the rays of sunlight shot through the trees and leaves. They were touching both the skin on his hands and the open area on his face. However, unlike Quinn and Fex, there was no reaction to the man.
"My skin's a little itchy. It would have been nice to have that ring. Otherwise, I might develop a rash of some sort,"
he complained as he scratched the front of his hand. "Ah!" A scream was suddenly heard coming from his right. Immediately, without thinking about it, he started to dash in the direction of the scream. Moving at an incredible speed, he was able to maneuver around, avoiding the trees and hitting the branches and vines that would block his path. Eventually, he could see a little girl just by a river, but she wasn't alone. A large snake, nearly 4 times the size of the girl, was on her body with its head held high, looking at her. The girl tried to back away, but there was nowhere left for her to go, as the river was behind her and the large black snake in front. The snake dashed with its head leading forward. With nothing else to do, the girl closed her eyes and screamed once more as she felt like her life was over. When no pain was felt, she decided to open her eyes again. The snake was no longer there. It had disappeared entirely, and instead, standing in its place was a man in strange red armor. Seeing the snake had gone, she collapsed onto the floor with her knees hitting the stony, hard ground. "I thought I was going to die," she said, crying.
"It's okay," the man said. "The big snake is gone and won't bother you anymore."
Looking at the girl, he noticed that there were a few cuts on her body. The worst wound was the one on her knee. It was severely scraped, and blood was being drawn from it. The man grabbed her leg and looked at it carefully.
"It looks quite bad, but I should be able to help you with that."
He then spat on both of his hands and started to rub them together. The girl started to cry even louder, seeing the man do these strange actions. "You're a weirdo! I'm going to be killed by a weirdo!" she cried.
No, don't worry. I'm not trying to do anything strange," he replied. "Trust me, my spit is like magic."
He then placed his spit-covered hands on top of the knee, holding it down. The girl felt no pain and waited a few moments, still unsure whether to trust the stranger or not. When the man let go of her knee, the wound had completely disappeared. Looking at it, she was amazed. "Thank you, sir. You must have the ability to heal," she said.
"Ability?"
the man replied, confused. "What's your name?" she asked.
"You can call me Arthur."
Just then, the smile that was on the girl's face only seconds ago dropped. She started pulling on Arthur's arm hard. "Arthur, me and you are friends, right?" Arthur nodded in response. "Then please, you have to help me. My family, everyone here is in trouble. The soldiers, they went away. I don't know why. But they left us all here, and shortly after there was an attack. At first, we managed to stop them, but after killing the first beasts, more started to come." As she spoke these words, she was struggling to breathe, gasping for air in between. Arthur could see this was tough for her. She looked extremely young, barely older than 5. He then picked her up with one hand and brought her close to his chest.
"Tell me where to go."
The girl pointed in a direction, and Arthur immediately moved. It wasn't as quick as before. However, the girl could still feel how fast he was moving, as a breeze similar to when one is riding a bike fast was felt on her face. Every so often, Arthur would stop and ask the girl for directions. She knew roughly where the area was, but wasn't sure, as she had been running away from the beast and had gotten slightly lost. "I'm so sorry, Arthur," the girl said. Sniffing his nose into the air, he could smell it.
"Don't worry, I know where they are."
A sweet smell entered his nose, a scent he remembered vividly. The smell of blood. Episode 275. The Return of the Legend, Part 2. Heading towards the direction of the sweat smell, it didn't take long for Arthur to finally reach the shelter. He paused for a second to assess the chaotic situation that was in front of his eyes, a sight he had seen too often, but was hoping not to see when he first woke up. There were multiple advanced-tier dinosaur plant beasts. They were the same ones that the group of students had encountered and had so much trouble dealing with. 3 in total, and all were using their vines to grab and pull the humans off of the platforms and bridges in the large trees above. They were making an effort to fend off the vines with the little beast equipment they had, and some were even using their weak abilities. But the group of humans was spread thin. There were around 200 of them in total, living in the trees. While the bulk was dealing with the vines, the others were dealing with snakes, wasp-like creatures, and even a few giant spiders. Many people had already died, and soon it looked like they would all perish.
"Stay here,"
Arthur said as he placed the girl down on the floor just behind a large tree. Before leaving, he touched the ground just underneath her feet.
"Don't worry, you will be safe if anything comes after you."
Dashing forward, he clenched his hand into a fist.
"You guys aren't worth using my sword on,"
Arthur said. At the same time, Arthur was relatively low on blood, so he didn't want to use any of his blood skills, so he opted to use his brute strength. Not once did he slow down, and now he was right next to the beast's back leg. Using the momentum, he threw his fist, slamming it into the creature's back right foot. A loud shockwave sound was heard, and an indent was made. The humans were above, fighting on the bridges and platforms. They were only able to see the upper bodies of the large, giant, dinosaur-like beasts. Then, abruptly, in the middle of their fighting, a loud bang was heard. A few seconds later, one of the beasts toppled over onto its side, and its enormous body slammed onto the ground. The weight of 90 tons hitting the ground was felt even high up in the trees as the leaves shook and fell. "What happened?" a woman shouted, who had a bandana across her forehead. She had been leading the group for a while now. It was only because of her quick decision-making that the group of people lasted as long as they did. "One of the beasts suddenly fell over. I don't know. Whatever it is, it has to be good news, right, Ruby?" a man replied as he knocked a vine away coming from another beast, not too far away from the first one. "Not necessarily. Maybe it's something even stronger, a beast more powerful taking them out. I'm starting to wonder just why the soldiers went up and left like that," Ruby replied. It was only seconds after the first large beast had fallen that the same thing happened again to the next one, and shortly after the third beast had fallen as well. Ruby quickly went over to the edge of the platform and peeked her head over. Not only had the beasts fallen, but they weren't even moving anymore. On closer inspection, she noticed she could see the smallest of wounds, one the size of a fist in a part of its neck. "Isn't that where the beast crystal is located?" she thought. If the beast crystal was removed, it wouldn't always result in the instant death of a beast. Still, it would get rid of the majority of its powers and eventually lead it to die. They had never encountered this type of creature before, so they had no clue where the crystal was located. But it was a good idea to target the crystal to weaken it. The strange thing about this type of action was that it was unusual for a beast to do this type of thing. Ruby looked to see if she could see what had defeated them. Whether they were friends or foes, she could see no one, and nothing. Having given up on finding what had possibly saved them, she decided to turn her attention to the rest of the platform, and other areas that were still being attacked. When she turned her head, she could see that most of the beasts had gone and been dealt with. A group of people had gathered around a single man and were gossiping and talking, no longer fighting. "What happened?" she asked as she walked over to the group of people. "This man, you won't believe it, but he saved us all," a man shouted with excitement as he called Ruby over. Ruby gulped as she was afraid that the others might be befriending someone who they soon might have to fight. When the crowd of people moved to allow Ruby to meet the man, she could finally see what had saved them. However, what she was looking at was nothing like she thought it would be. She only could think of one thing: handsome. At this point, Arthur had already killed the 3 advanced tier beasts along with the majority of the intermediate tier beasts on the platform and bridges. It didn't take long for the rest of the beasts to realize they were outmatched and started to run away. Right now, Arthur no longer had his helmet on. He had gotten a little hot from fighting and running about due to the helmet, and decided to take it off for now and hold it by his side. When the others saw his face, they thought it was one of a hero. How could someone this handsome exist and be this perfect? The world was cruel for bestowing upon those who already had good looks, strong abilities, and powers the opinions of others. He wished to talk to the people, hoping to find some answers from them about just what had happened on this planet. But he knew they had come just out of a challenging situation, and it would be a while before they could answer properly. His questions could wait. He was used to waiting. He had all the time in the world, but it wasn't the same for humans. Their time was limited. Ruby said as she bowed down, "Thank you for helping us. We are in your debt." "Ruby! Ruby!" An old woman came running out of one of the wooden houses on the platform. She had a worried look on her face as she called out to her. "What's wrong, Mother?" Ruby asked. "I'm sorry, it's Minnie. I don't know where she is. I looked everywhere for her," the old woman replied. "No, Minnie," Ruby said quietly, as it looked like she was about to collapse, but one of the men standing by her side managed to catch her just in time. "Don't worry, we'll find her. She's a clever girl and strong, just like her mother," said the man. Hearing these words, Arthur realized the girl he had met earlier looked quite similar to the older girl in front of him.
"Was this a little girl around the age of 6? She had curly black hair."
"That's right," Ruby said. Arthur then pointed to the muddy ground below. Cindy had come out of the trees once the beasts had disappeared. "I'm down here, guys," she said with a big smile on her face, waving above. "Minnie, watch out!" Ruby screamed at the top of her lungs. One of the beasts had still yet to leave the area. It was a human-sized black and yellow wasp-like creature, and it had set its sights on the little girl. Hovering from above, it came nose-diving down. The people, and Ruby, felt lost and helpless. They were just way too far away to do anything, and none of them had the power to stop what was just about to happen. The only one that didn't look worried, though, was Arthur. As the wasp creature got closer to Minnie, just underneath her feet, the shadow started to move like an ocean. When the wasp was inches away, a gigantic hand appeared from Minnie's shadows and grabbed the wasp, stopping it in its tracks. Arthur then held out his hand and said 2 words, "Shadow lock." The shadow dissipated, and with it, the wasp did too. Episode 276, A Strong Mind. As usual, the head general Paul had left on one of his expeditions. This meant that the 3 other generals were left to run the military base, including the school, while the others were away. Mike, the oldest and most experienced of the generals, was mainly in charge of running the base and other soldiers when this happened. This was a task usually for the head general, but because he was often away on other work, Mike would be put in charge. What this meant was the remaining 2 generals, Nathan, head of first years, and Duke, head of second years, were in charge of running the school. Inside his office, Nathan had his feet up on his desk and was lying back in his chair. It was the first time he felt this way in a while. With the first year on the outing, there wasn't much for him to do at the moment, and he could finally take a break. "I wish I had this much free time every day," Nathan said. Although he was still concerned about the students, the fact that Leo was with them eased him a little. He was one of the very few people who actually knew Leo's real strength. The probability of the students being on a high-risk planet was low, but even if they were, he was sure Leo could deal with it. Just then a loud knock was heard on his door. "Come in," Nathan shouted. The soldier quickly opened the door and had a panicked look all over his face. "Sir, it's Sergeant Leo. He has sent a message informing us that he will be coming back soon." "What?" Nathan said, jumping out of his chair. "It's only been 1 day." The man gulped before passing on the next bit of information. "That's not all, sir. I think you better take a look at the report he sent. It seems like the whole shelter will be evacuated from the place." Quickly, Nathan read the detailed report that had been written, and his eyes opened wide. If what was in the report was true, he couldn't fault Leo's decision-making. Inside the portal room in the school, multiple medical staff and military personnel were there waiting on standby due to Nathan's orders. The information from the integration at the shelter had been passed on. Most of the students had already been healed at the shelter, but this was just a precautionary measure. Nathan was also standing in the room, nervously tapping his foot away until finally the portal started to flicker. The first person to come through the portal was Leo, and eventually all the students began to follow from behind. The students were led to their class groups, where their teachers would round them up and wait for further instructions. When the last student exited the portal and everyone there had been confirmed present, Nathan gave the command. "Cut the link," Nathan ordered. 2 soldiers immediately ran up to the portal and pressed 2 buttons on either side of the portal. A few seconds later, the orange wavy-like color had disappeared. Looking at the portal through the circle, the other end of the wall could be seen. This was a necessary step to make sure that no beasts or other things would be able to follow them from behind and enter the base. The portal was then quickly taken away, off to the side.
It wouldn't be used for student activities, and would only be used once again when the portal color had been changed to red and for stronger soldiers to enter. The students didn't know what was going on, as they waited in the room for the next command. While doing so, Vorden had a heavy thought on his mind as he looked over in the direction of Sia.
"Hey, Quinn, we need to do something about Sia," Vorden whispered. "She saw your abilities, and not only that, but she also saw Fex transform into that thing. I don't know why she hasn't told anyone yet, but it's too risky for her to know."
Hearing this, Quinn couldn't agree more. It didn't matter why Sia was keeping it a secret. Unlike the others before, she wasn't a friend.
"Before you go,"
Vorden said, as he placed his hand outward and handed something over to Quinn. When looking at what he had just been given, Quinn noticed it looked identical to the earring that Fex was wearing, black in color and with a rectangular shape.
"It's that flying bull. It told me to hand it back to Fex. While you're talking to him, you can hand it back."
Quinn looked at the item and found it interesting that the bull was able to transform into a small piece of jewelry like this. It made him wonder if he would be able to get something like this. As he walked over to Fex and handed over the earring, he leaned over and started to whisper. He asked, "Hey, Fex, we were just speaking, but do you think you could use your skills on Sia to make her forget about the whole situation?"
"I don't think it will be a problem, but I'll be honest with you, it's a lot of information and a lot of things happen. It will be hard to fill in the blanks in her head if I do this. It might even cause her brain to be slightly damaged, removing so many events."
Quinn didn't like the sound of that. He despised the thought that he might have to harm people connected to his case in order to keep it hidden. Just because she had the fate of joining Quinn's team, she would now have to suffer for it. When someone did something wrong to him, like the time in the desert, he had no problems, but Sia hadn't directly tried to hurt him.
"What do you think?" Quinn asked, hoping for some guidance.
"If it was down to me, I would have removed her memories already. It's just too risky, Quinn. I know you by now, and maybe you feel bad for her, but if humans find out about us, then that means the vampires will also find out about us, and I'm more worried about them. They will kill and slaughter every person that knows of this secret to keep it hidden." What Fex said hit Quinn quite hard. Not only would they go after him, but Vorden, Peter, Layla, Aaron, and Leo. It would affect multiple people who had only helped him so far. Quinn clenched his fist, mumbling, "Sometimes we have to sacrifice a few to save many." He hated saying these words, but he needed to convince himself. It felt like what he was about to do right now was no different from what the military was doing. They hadn't even tried to save the people at the shelter they were at. But they had a choice, while Quinn felt like he did not. "Go ahead," Quinn said, as he gave the nod. Right now, Sia had departed from the others. She had promised herself that she would keep the others' secrets, but the main reason was that she didn't want to be involved with people like that. A group of students who had way too many secrets. It just smelt like trouble. She didn't like the military that much in the first place, so getting on their good side didn't mean much for her. If she could go through her life without ever having to interact with others again, then she would be happy. The problem was, she couldn't. While deep in thought about what her next move would be, she felt someone walking up from behind. "You," she said, a little startled as she moved back a bit. Still in her head were images of what the student had turned into. Although she was terrified, she quickly took a deep breath and calmed herself down. There was a high chance that Fex just had a transform ability that changed him into a type of muscular creature. Still, she remembered the power and loss of control Fex had back then, and it seemed like the bloodsucker was a lot more frightening than even the king-tier beast they had faced. "Don't worry, you won't be afraid of me any more," Fex said, as his eyes started to glow red. It was the usual thing, and something Fex had done plenty of times while in school. He just needed to wait for the typical response, as her eyes would start to grow dull and glow a slight red in return. Sia, seeing Fex's eyes change slightly, stepped back. "Hey, what are you trying to do to me?" she shouted. As she did this, a few of the students nearby turned their heads to look at what was going on. "Huh? Why isn't it working? Am I too tired? No, that can't be it," Fex thought. "Is her mind strong?" He didn't quite catch on to what was happening at first, since it was a feeling he wasn't used to, but it was clear that she was able to resist his powers. Seeing that now, others were paying attention to them. Fex quickly turned around. "Sorry, just forget about it," he said as he walked off back to the others. "Did you do it?" Quinn asked, unsure of what had just happened. "No," Fex replied. "She resisted it. It's the first time something like this has happened.
Isn't she only a level 4 ability user? Quinn thought. The influence skill relied on one's charm skill. Up to this point, Fex's charm had always been higher and stronger than Quinn's. Fex had used his ability on several students before, and that included level 4 ability users. He never thought of the possibility of his influence not working. The problem was, it didn't matter how strong the individual was with their abilities. It was all about how strong their minds were. There were some people Quinn could imagine the influence skill never working on, such as Logan, Vorden, and Leo. These people were too strong-willed. However, when looking at Sia, he didn't feel the same way. Wasn't she just an ordinary student? So why didn't Fex's influence work on her?
Episode 277, Upcoming Event. Hearing the shocking news that Fex had just failed, Quinn was busy pondering what to do. There was always the chance that something like this might happen. Perhaps a high level would see them, and they would be unable to deal with it in the usual way. This thought was always in the back of Quinn's mind. When he thought about it again and again, the ending that played out in his head was always the same. He would have to kill them. It was too risky to leave something open, and while he was still in military school, there was no chance to run away or escape. While looking at Sia, images started to flash through Quinn's mind of the possible ways he could do this, and a certain disturbing image entered his head. One of them was holding Sia in both hands with blood dripping from his mouth, and by her neck there were 2 puncture wounds. "Hey, why don't you try to clear her memory?" Fex said. This suggestion might have seemed out of the blue before, but right now, not so much. Fex had his reasons. After witnessing Quinn fight against the king-tier beast, he knew that his speed was already that of a vampire noble. Fex wasn't sure if Quinn had evolved and gone to the stage of vampire noble just yet, but there was still a chance his charm was stronger than his. Coincidentally, when Fex had made this suggestion, Quinn had thought the same thing. Were his current charm points higher than Fex's? He felt a great increase in speed once his points had reached above 30. If his charm skills didn't work against Sia, there was a good chance that it could still work once his charm skills had reached above 30. It could work, but if it doesn't... Before he could even make a decision, Nathan had already started to make an announcement. "Listen up, everyone," Nathan said as he raised his hand in the air. "There is no need for the students to stay here any longer. Feel free to head back to your rooms, and in the morning we shall inform you of your schedule next week. We might even send a message out tonight, so keep an eye out for it on your wristwatch. As for all homeroom teachers, I would like you to stay behind for now." As soon as Nathan said those words, the doors to the portal hall opened wide, and the students were heading back to their dorm rooms. They were tired, defeated, and wanted to forget about the experience they had gone through. By then, Sia was already gone. It was now night, and the curfew for the students to stay in their rooms was about to pass. For now, he would have to trust Layla to keep an eye on her until he met up with her the next day. All the students promptly left the room, and the teachers remained, along with the sergeants and Nathan. "First, I would like to tell you that the whole planet has been evacuated of military personnel for now. We will no longer be required to explore the planet, and a special ops unit will be sent in the future to figure out whether the Dalki have already inhabited the place or not," Nathan explained. "Wait, I don't understand," Dell said, a little frustrated. "I thought we all left because we knew the Dalki were there." "Our information sources say they might have been chased away, or even something else. The reason why I am saying this is that their base is still full of blue crystals. If the Dalki had taken over the planet already, they would have taken all the crystals with them already." Although Dell didn't have any wish to continue the mission alone, he thought they might still have a chance to complete it with Leo and Faye by his side. He knew what the military was like. He had been with them long enough. Because this expedition had been cancelled early, they would soon ask them to go on another one. If they had finished this one, they might have been good for a whole year. "This information would have been passed on to you all later on anyway," Nathan explained. "The real reason why I asked you to stay behind is the upcoming inter-military base event in 2 weeks." "What does that have to do with us?" a female teacher asked. "Usually all the second years take all the places, right?" "Yes, usually that is the case, but this year they have decided to do something different. There are a few strong first-year students from the other military bases that wish to take part in the event."
So this year, they have decided that each class must select at least one student for the 3 main events: Ranged Ability Tournament, Fighting Tournament, and Crafting Tournament. You all should have a list ready for me by the end of the week of who you think will participate. Paul has stated that this intermilitary tournament is an important event, so you must select your best. If your students do well, this will reflect well on you, and you will be rewarded for it. Not all of our positions are based on strength, and soon one of our oldest sergeants will be retiring. Does anyone have a list of the current rankings of students? Hearing what Nathan had just said, Dell started to have a slightly worried look on his face. Not only did the students think Dell's class was one of the weakest ones, but the teachers did as well, and Dell was aware of this. In his head, he was trying to think of just who to pick for the event. A soldier from the side walked up to Nathan and handed him over a tablet. On the tablet was a list of every first-year student with a score beside their name. "Well, well, this is a surprise," Nathan said. "It seems like Dell's class has the most top-ranked students currently." Hearing this, his jaw nearly dropped to the floor. He thought, then suddenly, how could it be? He started to remember what had happened. Leo had awarded the group with the most points for the outing. That group belonged to his class. Not only that, but in the last assessment, Quinn and his group didn't do too bad either, scoring around the mid-level. With top scores in one and middle scores in the other, it positioned Quinn's group and teammates relatively high on the current ranking. "I shall be expecting some good things from you," Nathan said as he looked at Dell. "Now go get some rest, everyone. I will update you with what is to happen tomorrow." At another military base, it seemed like the group of teachers were having a similar meeting. However, this one was a lot more formal. All the teachers had gathered in a meeting room. There were a total of 10 teachers, including the sergeant, who sat at the head of the table. One of the teachers sat upright, stiff and listening keenly to every word being said.
"Does everyone understand?"
A relatively large, fat man said at the front. "Yes, sir," Silver replied the quickest, and was the most responsive.
"Why can't you guys be more like her?" the man said. "Not only does she always look stunning in the morning, but she works hard, is responsive, and she's the new one. Keep this up."
The man then turned off the presentation as he left the meeting room. The other teachers followed, leaving the room one by one, when a male student named Justin noticed that Silver still hadn't left her seat. She had remained in the same position throughout the meeting, and even when it was over she remained firm. "Hey, Silver, the meeting's over. Are you coming back?" Justin asked. Silver turned her head, and her silver hair with strands of black was tossed across her face. As Justin saw this, he felt like he was watching one of those shampoo commercials in slow motion. Everything seemed to slow down as he appreciated her beauty. "I'm sorry, my mind was on something else," Silver said, as she stood up from her seat and walked straight past Justin out of the door, ignoring him. "Wait!" Justin called out. "Maybe I can help. Do you need anything?" Silver lifted her hand and wafted it about in the air. "I don't think I would even ask for your help with boiling an egg. Just stick to teaching." As she walked off, her head was still filled with one thought. In the meeting, they mentioned the tournament was coming up. Every single base would travel to Base 1 to participate, the largest military base of them all. Here, she would finally meet the person she was looking for. "I can almost smell you, Fex," she said as she licked her lips. Episode 278, Controlling Emotions. The students had better sleep than they had, as compared to the whole time they had spent at school. They were exhausted from the trip, and more than they realized both mentally and physically. Although a lot of them didn't like the military school, they had to admit it was nice to be back here. In terms of danger, it's one of the safest places they could be right now. Late last night, a message was sent out to all of the students, stating that their morning classes had been canceled. At the same time, in the afternoon, they would be required to return to their homeroom classes. Before anything else, Quinn decided to make a stop outside the girls' dorm and was currently standing outside Layla's room. He had traveled there early in the morning, the second he was able to leave his room. It seemed like no one else had woken up yet. He knocked and patiently waited until a drowsy-looking Layla answered the door. She was standing there by the doorway, rubbing her eyes with her short pink pajama bottoms and a shirt that didn't have the top 3 buttons done. It looked as if the shirt was barely hanging onto her, as the top of her shoulders could be seen. "Who's here so early in the morning?" she said as she finally stopped rubbing her eyes. Quinn? Wait, Quinn? She shouted.
Quickly, Layla grabbed her shirt, doing her buttons up, as her face had gone bright red. If she had known who was coming to the door, she would have been better dressed than this, but it was too late, and Quinn had already seen her. Regaining her composure, she wanted to redirect the attention back towards Quinn. "Do you need something? It must be important if you came this early." When asking the question, she took a look at his face. Layla noticed that only she was flustered and worried about the situation, whereas Quinn didn't seem fazed at all. He didn't feel embarrassed by what he had seen, and the situation was only awkward for her. "I didn't realize I was that unattractive," she thought. Although that wasn't the case at all. When Quinn first saw her at the door, the first thing he noticed was that Layla had quite a nice body. The problem was, ever since he turned into a vampire, even though the feelings were there, it was as if they were suppressed. They didn't show up on the surface. There were a few times this happened to him before, such as when he was scared. For certain situations, he thought it was quite helpful. When going through the whole ordeal with Peter and seeing him eat the human flesh, he believed it was the only thing that had gotten him through it. Otherwise, he might never have been able to sleep again. The other situation where it has helped was during fights. Before, fighting as a human, the adrenaline would get to him. His hands and body would start trembling before the fight had even begun. Still, just as some feelings were suppressed, others seemed to be amplified, and one of these feelings was anger. There were a few occasions when he felt like this feeling had wholly consumed him and taken over. Of course, he had this happen as a human. When one was so angry they didn't even know what they were doing, and their bodies acted before they did. Only now do these angry episodes seem to be happening more often. Things that wouldn't have bothered him so much now grate on him, like the shopkeeper and when Sia stabbed him with her spirit spear. Peeking his head slightly through the door, he started to look around to see if he could see Sia. In the room, he could see a bundle of quilts all rolled up and a person inside fast asleep. "Did she do anything to you last night?" Quinn whispered. Layla then walked forward and closed the door slightly behind her as she shook her head. "We didn't speak much before she was a team member. Honestly, it's pretty much the same as she said before. We still talked to each other casually, but didn't say anything about what happened on the trip at all." Hearing this, Quinn didn't know if it was a good thing or a bad thing. Was she just trying to pretend everything didn't happen? "If you don't mind," Quinn asked, "would you be able to get her to come here now and say I need to speak to her about something?" "I can try," Layla said. Layla walked up to Sia's bed and planned to try to gently wake her up by rolling her back and forth. But when she was a few steps away from the bed, Sia said, "I'm awake, you don't have to wake me up." She took the quilt off and sat upright. Unlike Layla, she was already in her military uniform rather than her pajamas. She then looked Layla in the eyes. "It's one of your friends, right?" she said. "I'll speak to them, but please come with me." While saying these words, Layla could feel they were genuine, and there was a slight fear in them. It was a normal reaction after what she had seen. She got off the bed and walked towards the door. Without asking, she forcefully grabbed Layla's hand. She practically dragged her with her to the door. Quinn could see the two of them holding hands and didn't quite know what to make of it. "I was wondering which one of you they would send to come talk to me," Sia said, "but I guess it would make sense for the so-called leader they all follow to come to speak to me." "Leader?" Quinn replied strangely. He never saw himself as the leader of the group. That position, he felt, belonged more to either Vorden or Logan. They were the ones making the decisions most of the time. The reason why Sia had come to this conclusion was that it seemed like whenever they were planning stuff or talking, everyone in the group would always naturally ask Quinn for confirmation. It was as if Quinn didn't agree with it, then they wouldn't go through with it. Even if he didn't feel that way, it was clear he was the natural leader of their group. Ignoring what had just been said, Quinn decided to continue with what he wanted to do. He wasted no time and immediately activated his influence skill. Once again, Sia could see the person's eyes in front of her glow red, only this time, something was drawing her in as her mind seemed to drift away. Noticing what was happening, she clenched her left fist hard and was free, while the other hand was holding on to Layla. While Quinn was in the middle of using his skill, he suddenly smelled something sweet. "Is that blood?" Sia couldn't feel the drifting feeling again, and her mind was back to where it was once again. Looking in the direction of the smell, Quinn noticed that blood was dripping off Sia's hands.
She had managed to dig her fingernails into the palm of her hand, causing an immense amount of pain, redirecting her mind somewhere else, causing his skill to fail. The action didn't go unnoticed, and even Layla was impressed. One would have to have extreme willpower to be able to hurt themselves to the point where they would bleed. The normal reaction for a human was to not hurt itself. Even the agents at Pure would struggle to do something like this. "Again, you guys tried doing something to me," she said as she backed away, now clenching Layla's hand even tighter. "Look, if it's about what I saw, I won't say anything. I don't know why you were hiding your abilities and power. The only thing I will say to you is, don't threaten me. I don't know who you think I am, but I'm not like the people you have met before. Remember, I'm keeping your secret, so if I need a favor from you guys, I'll be coming to you." With that, Sia slammed the door shut, and Quinn was unable to get the last word in. "Maybe it didn't work now, but I felt something," he said. Quinn could feel that it started to work, but her mind was too strong, as she was able to resist his charm skills. If he was to get his charm points over 30, he was confident he could remove her memory. For Sia hadn't told their secret so far, even though there were plenty of opportunities. For now, he would just have to keep an eye on her and trust Layla to make sure she didn't say anything. Still, he would prepare himself for a plan B. Inside the room, Sia's heart was beating at an incredible rate, and Layla could feel and see this too. She was wondering why it seemed like Sia trusted her so much. She was just as much a part of Quinn's group as anyone else. Sia then looked over at Layla and gave a big smile. "Do you not even think of me as part of Quinn's team?" Layla thought. With the first job on Quinn's list done, there were a few more things he wanted to take a look at. In his hand right now was the blue crystal that he had obtained from the tunnel from below. He was sure Logan would be interested in such a thing, but there was a second reason he wanted to visit Logan as well. To see and test out the details of the new skill he had obtained, Shadow Eater. Episode 279, Blue Crystals and a Teacher? A knock was heard on one of the doors in the VIP dorm area, and while waiting for Logan to answer, Quinn started to look around the place. The area around them covered the same size as the area of the boys' dorm just underneath. Roughly 250 students were living below, so it made Quinn wonder how many VIP students were possibly at the school. The rooms were far larger, but still, whenever Quinn came up here, he never saw anyone come out of their rooms. It made him think that maybe most of the rooms were empty, or maybe they just liked staying indoors all the time like Logan. Maybe there were some students they still hadn't seen or met that were just as strong as Logan and Vorden. While in the middle of his thoughts, Logan opened the door and immediately pulled Quinn in by the sleeve before shutting the door behind them. To his surprise, Peter was already in the room as well. "I don't sleep, remember?" Peter said, seeing that Quinn looked confused. "Don't mind him," Logan said. "He was just helping me with my research." Looking at Peter, it seemed like he was being used as a human vending machine. In his arms, he held multiple sandwiches and drinks and was just standing there in one place. If he didn't know any better, he would have thought Peter's master was Logan rather than himself. When did the two of them get so close? Although this wasn't a bad thing, it would be good if Peter could listen to others without the need for Quinn to use his blood or force command on Peter. Logan quickly went to one of his workbenches, where it looked like he was analyzing something. He placed a strange-looking digital monocle on one eye and had his tool glove on the other. "So, what do you want?" Logan asked. "I came to give you a gift." As Quinn said those words, he stopped midway. Walking over to the bench, he had spotted that Logan already had what Quinn was about to give him. Currently on the workbench was the blue crystal. It looked identical to the one Quinn was just about to give. The crystal was placed in a strange device and had multiple wires and crocodile clips attached. Information was being processed from the crystal to the computer. After placing the crystal down by Logan's side, he let out a big sigh. "I should have known you would have taken one already," Quinn remarked, and proceeded to ask, "Well, what is it? Have you figured it out already?" Logan spun around in his chair and lifted his monocle from his left eye. It was slightly red, as if he hadn't blinked for a long time while inspecting the crystal. "I'm not 100% sure, but I can tell you one thing. These crystals radiate and give the same energy as a beast crystal," Logan explained. "What? But there were thousands of them underneath the planet. Is this the first time something like this has been discovered?" Quinn asked. Logan then proceeded to pick up the crystal. Quinn handed him the crystal and replaced it with the other one. After confirming that both of the crystals were indeed the same type, he began his explanation. "I don't think so. I have a little theory. I always found it odd that the military was so concerned about conquering the beast planets before the Dalki did. It didn't make any sense to me. Sure, the beasts could be used to make better weapons, but why the need to beat the Dalki to the punch? I think that the military doesn't just want these planets for the beasts, but quite possibly for these crystals we found as well. Maybe these crystals are also the answer to where the magical beasts come from in the first place. They don't mate like normal mammals. We've confirmed that much," Logan explained. "You said the crystals were like beast crystals. Do you know what they do?" Quinn asked. "That will be part of my next phase. When I find out more information, I'll come tell you. Thanks for the second crystal. Honestly, I was afraid of melting the only crystal I had, so this will be a big help to my research. Oh, by the way, did you find anything in the tower that might be interesting?" Logan asked. Since coming back from the portal outing, Quinn had never mentioned going to the tower. He was always amazed at how Logan was able to guess things, and after lying to him before, it felt a little harder to lie to him again. He looked down at his hand and saw the ring. In truth, the only thing he had obtained from the tower was the ring. There were other items, but he didn't get any. "I only got this beast ring," Quinn said. "There were other kinds of stuff, even a strong-looking sword, but we were unable to get it." Quinn went on to explain further specific details to Logan. He didn't say it was a vampire tomb, but did talk about the blood crystal he had in his hand and how it had got taken away. "It's a shame about that blood crystal. It might have also helped us out with these blue crystals as well," Logan said as he went back to inspecting the blue crystals. Looking around the room, Quinn spotted the VR machine. He hadn't used the one in Logan's room for a while now, especially since Logan gave him the stick that allowed him to connect to the private servers from any of the VR capsules. "Hey, you don't mind if I use that, do you?" Quinn asked. Logan wafted his hand in the air, not even saying a word. There was no need to ask Logan any more if he could use it. There was now quite a bond of trust between everyone in the group. They had experienced a life-threatening event together, and that always seemed to bring people closer together. After entering the VR pod, Quinn logged into the private server and was now in the white training space. "System skill, Shadow Eater, info." For the first time after unlocking a skill, there was no information on what the skill could do or its effect. While trying to use the skill, it was the same result. Before, he could use the system to activate the shadow skills, and this was the same with his blood skills. He would only have to think of the skill before using it, and his body would slightly start to react on its own. After repeating this a few times, Quinn got used to the feeling of each action, and eventually was able to perform them on his own without the system's guidance. This made the timing of the skills a lot faster and the flow better. Some skills took more time to do that with, such as the daze and influence skills, where he still relied on the system for its help. So when he unlocked the Shadow Eater skill, he assumed the same. Only this time, when trying to use it, nothing would happen at all, and with no description of what the skill did, he was at a loss. Inside the game and room, he repeatedly tried everything he could with the shadow. Imagining in his head what the skill would be, he would try to initiate it using the shadow. After a couple of hours of trying, though, he felt like giving up. "System, why can't I activate this skill? It's unlocked, right?" "Once again, I don't know. Remember, I wasn't the one that created the system. I only helped design it." The system said, "However, I do think there is a way you can still learn it. The only thing I can think of is finding a teacher, another person who uses the shadow. Although, there might not even be anyone that knows how to use the shadow skill that is alive." Other than skill books, this was another way one would be able to pass down skills to others by teaching and showing how to use them. Family members and originals would often do this. "What do you mean by that?" Quinn asked. Once again, the system had decided to remain silent about his second question. "Isn't the shadow ability only compatible with vampires? Where the hell would I find a teacher for that, especially if you're telling me they're all dead? Does that mean I will never be able to use this skill?" Quinn was a little frustrated at the situation he was in. The skill had cost him one of the rewards he had obtained for completing the quest. Also, because it was the most expensive shadow skill to unlock in his system, he thought that it would be something amazing, something that might even greatly increase his power for the next outing, or even if unknowns were able to come after him. "Who knows?" the system replied.
I said there might not be anyone alive. That doesn't mean there isn't anyone there."
Somewhere out there, on one of the beast planets, Arthur was walking by Ruby's side when suddenly his nose felt itchy and a big sneeze came out.
"Whoa, someone must be talking about me," Arthur remarked.
Episode 280, The Return of... Inside one of the homeroom classes, at the front of the class, was a single person sitting at his desk. A holographic display was in front of him with the list of all the students' names in the class. Both of his hands were up by the side of his head. Any second now, he felt like he would pull his hair apart.
"Why the hell does the school care about this crappy event so much?" Dell complained.
Right now, he was trying to decide who to select for the 3 events that every class had to participate in. There were more events than these, but those positions were usually taken by the second-year students. Dell thought the same would happen this year, but it didn't seem to be the case. At first, he had sorted the list by power levels. He noticed that there weren't many, and the highest power level in their class was Vorden at level 5, while right at the bottom was Quinn with an ability level of 1.
"Why did I have to be given a class with such weak students?" he thought.
He knew there was a low chance of his class performing well, and rather than that being a reflection of himself, he felt like fate had dealt him a bad hand. Next, he decided to sort the list by the students' current rankings via points. This was based on the 2 assessments that had been conducted so far. The list drastically changed after that, shifting Quinn, who was right at the bottom, to near the top of the list with the rest of his teammates. A part of him wanted to select Quinn for the fighting event, to see how far he would go and hopefully learn his place, but he knew the management team would think he was crazy for selecting a level 1 student to fight. A thought then came to his head, an idea that the upper management couldn't disagree with. Not only did Dell have to pick 3 participants, but he also needed to decide on 3 substitute places for the event. As long as he had some type of reasoning, then it would be fine. Just then, the classroom door opened, and the students started to filter in. It had just passed midday, and the morning off the students were able to enjoy had come to an end, as they were told to head to their homeroom classes. When everyone sat down in their seats, there was a heavy atmosphere. Looking around, they noticed that many seats were left empty by those who had died. Dell quickly closed the hologram. The teachers were allowed to know the rank of everyone in the class, but the students were not. Many of them already had an idea, as they could see how well others had performed. Once everyone was seated in their seats, Dell stood up from his desk and started the class. "All right, everyone, there are no lessons for today, but the reason why you have all been called in is due to the upcoming event. Not all of you will be taking part in it, but there will be duties given to each student to prepare for support for your school and military base." Dell then started to read groups of names in the class, telling them each what their duty would be for the event. Some were in charge of creating decorations and banners to support their base while in the crowds. Others were in charge of helping with supplies and bringing food to the event, and there were even more roles given to the others. No one was really interested in this, as everyone was wondering just who in their class would be selected for the 3 upcoming events. And finally, it was a tough decision, but now I will announce who will be participating in the upcoming 3 events. Excitement was filling the room. A lot of the students had an idea of who would be selected for the fighting tournament, but for the other 2 events, they had no idea. "First off, for the fighting tournament, I've decided to select the highest ability level, and also one of the top-ranked students, Vorden Blade." As his name was called, Vorden stood up, so everyone was able to see who had been called and selected. There were no complaints from the other students, as they felt like this was the expected result. Other than Aaron, there wasn't anyone as skillful as Vorden. They had all seen him that day in the hall fighting his way out of a tough situation, only using Layla's ability. "Next up for the ranged event, I have decided to select Layla Monroe." After hearing her name, she didn't immediately stand up. She thought there must have been some type of mistake. Yes, her main weapon was a bow, but there were others in the classes that were more skilled than her. Unlike when Vorden was picked, some whispers were going around the room, as they weren't quite sure why Dell had decided this. "I can see there is some confusion. The reason Layla has been selected is because of her ability. It matches well with her weapon. As you may know, the event differs slightly every year. I believe her versatile skills in using the bow will come in handy.
Not only that, but she is currently one of the top students out of the first years in terms of points. This could only be possible for those that had at least some skill, Dell explained. Although there were quite a few students who still disagreed with Dell, they did feel like his reasoning made sense. Still, several of the students who had a range of abilities were looking in her direction. They couldn't help but feel that for some reason, a certain group of students were getting special treatment. After getting the most points for the portal outing, and now even taking 2 of the places in class. Finally, for the crafting tournament, I believe there is only one student in our class that is currently in the crafting club, correct? Benny Lee shall be the one who will take part in the crafting tournament. The crafting tournament was for those who mainly planned to become blacksmiths or some other type of tailor in the future. Their abilities usually complemented their forging process of creating great weapons and clothes. It was rare to have an ability that would match this, so they were quite hard to come by and highly sought out by not only different factions, but the military as well. Quinn was lucky that he had found Logan to create the suit for him. Otherwise, he would have to go off and search for a forger like Benny. Eventually, though, he knew he would have to search for one of these people in the future. If he wanted to carry on getting stronger, for him, he could rely on the shop for now, but the top equipment in the world needed to be created by top-class forgers. Quinn was a little upset that he was unable to participate in the event. He remembered Nate, who he had met in the VR game, had mentioned it multiple times. Quinn was also interested in facing him and other strong opponents. They had a plan with Vorden if anyone was ever to find out Quinn used shadow abilities. So there was a chance he could have participated in the tournament. Still, there was also the chance that there might be other vampires there who would see his ability. Day by day, Quinn could feel himself getting stronger, and it was only a matter of time before he would be able to protect himself from the threats around him. The problem was his friends. He needed to get even stronger so he could protect them as well. Now that all of the participants have been announced for the event, it's time for me to announce the substitutes. In case any of the participants get seriously injured before the event or back out and go missing, these students shall take their place, Dell explained. For the ranged event, Silly Dundee. For the fighting event, we shall have Quinn Talon. And lastly, for the crafting event, Sissy Rondo. The conversation between the students started to heat up now, as one of the names mentioned was someone who was well known in the class for being a level 1. Recently, he has been getting a lot of attention as well. "Excuse me, sir, but why Quinn? Isn't he the weakest in our class?" a student asked. But Dell surprisingly came up with a response Quinn didn't expect. "Do you think so? If we were to go by ability level, then perhaps you could say he is the weakest, but there have been reports that he has learned the martial arts taught by Leo quite well, and you all saw what happened when that advanced beast attacked us. Quinn was the only one brave enough to go in and try to rescue those students. Besides, it's only a substitute. Rarely has a substitute ever been called in to take part or fight in the tournament." Even though Dell seemed to be praising Quinn and giving him compliments, Quinn didn't like it one bit. He had seen Dell's strange character actions during the class's crises, and it didn't make sense for him to say these types of things. "If there are no more questions, then you are free to spend time as you wish for the rest of the day," Dell said as he went up and left the classroom. All of the current classes were doing the same thing as Dell's class, selecting students for the upcoming events and giving them each a role. While everyone was busy, inside the portal room, one of the green's portal energy started to flicker and warp. 2 guards were stationed outside by the door, while 2 more were also stationed inside to keep watch. They noticed the strange reaction of the portal. When something like this was happening, it meant someone was coming through from the other side. Both of them took a step back and got into a fighting position, while one of them pressed his hand up against his ear. "Report! Something is coming through one of the green portals. Still unidentified. We'll inform you immediately of what it is." Stepping out of the green portal was a human figure. It was a teenage boy wrapped up in a hooded cloak. He looked dirty and beat, and his skin had darkened from the sun. The boy started to look around the room. "Finally, I'm back! I can't believe it!" "Hey, you! Who are you? State your name!" one of the guards shouted. The boy held up both of his hands to try to prove that he was innocent. Wait, I'm a student here. Check your records." The boy then took off his hood, revealing his face. "See? My name's P.O. Blank." Episode 281, The White Room.
The last thing she remembered before entering the portal was her wristwatch being chucked out in the distance. She made sure to keep an eye on it, seeing that it had landed on the cliffside. It was the only thing that she had that would allow her to keep in contact with the others. It made her realize what a desperate situation she was in. There was no choice now. There was no turning back for Aaron. A target was set on her back by one of the most powerful humans in the world, and if she wanted protection from him, there were only a few people who could offer that, and one of them was the Pure Group. The man had grabbed her wrist and pulled her into the portal before she could even brace herself for what was to come. Holding on tightly, the two of them continued traveling through the portal. The man had a strong grip and made sure that Aaron wasn't going to let go. The two of them needed to end up in the same area. However, Aaron didn't try to resist. If she did, who knows where she would end up. They were now heading to the Pure Base, an unknown location that hadn't been tracked down by any of the big families or the military. A few moments later, the teleportation finished. When the two of them had reached the other side, and she opened her eyes, there was only one thing she could see: white. She looked around, and both she and the man seemed to be in a completely solid white room. The floor was white, the ceiling was white, and even the walls, making it hard for her to tell how big the room was. There seemed to be no exit or entrance either, and while standing there, the room started to freak her out a little. "Welcome. I hope James wasn't too rough on you," a female voice said it through a speaker. Although the sound from the speaker sounded strange, usually in a room like this one, the sound would echo as it bounced through the walls. Instead, it was as if the sound was being directed straight at her eardrums. She felt like she could hear the person who was speaking as clearly as if she was wearing headphones. Looking around, Aaron was unable to even see any speakers. Assuming that the man who was with her was James, the person the speaker was talking about, she tried to look at him to see if he had any answers. She then noticed that he was already walking towards one of the white walls. As soon as Aaron took a step forward to follow him, James immediately swiveled around and drew his sword, pointing it at her neck. The tip of the giant blade was only centimeters away from her throat. "I'm afraid you will need to stay in the room for now," the speaker said. "Although one of our agents recommended you over, there is still a chance that you might be a spy, you see. So we need to be positive before proceeding any further. After all, once you step outside of this room, Pure will be on the other side. I hope you understand." The voice seemed like it was trying hard to sound soft and sweet to reason with her, but Aaron could tell that behind these words were threats, and James, pointing his blade towards her, made it more apparent. Taking a step back, Aaron then proceeded to sit on the floor. "I understand. Whatever you need from me," she replied. "Excellent. Just stay in here for now, and someone will be here in a moment." James was standing there patiently in front of one of the white walls. It seemed like it automatically drew to the side and opened. He then left the room, while Aaron was left to be there all by herself. She waited, patiently at first, sitting down, expecting someone to come back soon. She didn't know how much time had passed. While sitting down, she had managed to count to 1,000 out of boredom, and she had even waited for more before starting to do that. There was nothing in the room at all, and no sound could be heard. It was so deadly quiet that she could listen to her organs squirreling and making noises as everything moved all over inside her body. Slowly, the room was starting to get to her. It felt like the walls were beginning to come closer and closer, but she felt like it must have been in her head. Two people were watching inside the white room from outside. They were looking through what looked like a double-sided glass window. It was digitally created and projected with a white wall appearance on the outside to match the room. While the two people could see Aaron clearly, she could not see them. One of them was James, the person who had escorted her here, while the other was a slightly older woman who looked to be in her late 30s. She had short brown hair, and her hands were behind her back while watching Aaron carefully. "How long do you think she'll last there?" James asked. The older woman looked at Aaron carefully. Right now she was still sitting on the floor with her eyes closed, as if to give off a relaxed look. However, if one was to look at her face closely, one could see she was in a great pain. Her eyes were twitching, and the goosebumps on her arms were already starting to show. "The longest someone has ever lasted in the anecoic chamber was 1 hour. She has done well to last half an hour already. She seems to be a strong-willed person," the woman replied. The anecoic chamber was a soundproof room that went into the negatives when it came to decibels. When inside long enough, one's senses start to get disorientated. The sound of your heartbeat gets clearer, the feeling of the blood rushing around your body is heard, and one doesn't know what is real from fake. Every new member of Pure must first go through this trial. The idea was for it to test one's mental power and state. It gave them an idea of how much potential a candidate had for the future of the organization. Specific tasks would require a strong mind, such as infiltration and so on. The two continued to look at Aaron while the timer above them continued. It had now been 40 minutes since Aaron had entered the room. Her eyes and body continued to twitch. Is this some type of test? It's clear that this isn't an ordinary room, and they haven't come to get me out of here yet. She then thought back to seeing how mighty James was with his sword, and how he was able to kill the beast with a single swing. There were some strong people at Pure, that was clear. If she wanted to get stronger, then the best way to do that was to climb to the top as quickly as she could. Finally, she started to realize that closing her eyes and trying to focus the strange thought away wasn't working. It was just making it worse. Instead, she decided she would get up and start to practice some martial arts. She practiced every day anyway, and sometimes it was the best thing to keep her mind off things. When trying to stand up, her legs gave in, and she immediately fell to the floor. What's wrong with my body? Everything was disoriented in her mind and sound. That she was no longer able to recognize her senses. As she couldn't stand up, she started to think back to why she was here in the first place. Anger was always another good fuel for her to fight through the pain. She thought of True Dream. She then started to think of the Dalki, how both of these things had taken everything away from her. Ah! Aaron started to scream as she grabbed her head, and it seemed like she was going mad. 45 minutes, the old woman said with a smile on her face. Looks like we have a new prodigy in our hands. James immediately rushed into the room as soon as he had heard the scream, but when he reached Aaron's body, it looked like she had already passed out. Sweat was dripping from her forehead, and droplets of water were heavy around her body. Brushing her hair back, James took a closer look at her face. She looked like she was still in pain. You did well, he whispered. Hurry up, James, the woman said to the speaker. We must take her to the next area. More tests await her. Episode 282, The Chance to Strike. When Aaron woke up, rather than a white room, right now she was in a pitch-black room and couldn't see anything. She felt a soft fabric covering her eyes, so she assumed she was blindfolded. Looks like you're awake, a male voice said from behind. She could assume she had been moved because the sound was different from when they were in the white room. She also recognized the voice, although the man didn't speak much. She could tell it was the same man who was with her before, James. The soft fabric that was covering her face had been removed. Still, her eyesight remained almost pitch black. Whatever room they were in, there wasn't a single spark of light. It was clear that they were either testing her or still didn't trust her. There were always rumors going around about how crazy the members of Pure were, and although Aaron didn't outright believe them, as the news reports would be biased, after a few first impressions of arriving at the base, she was beginning to agree with what she had heard. The only thing that was keeping her going was the fact that Layla, who was also a member of Pure, was such a kind-hearted person. Did she go through the same thing? Aaron thought. The last room Aaron was in was torture for her. After just 20 minutes, she could feel her mind starting to crumble, but she held on for as long as she could. The room was there for a reason, and it was clear it wasn't made just for her. It might have even been used for training their members. If Layla, too, had gone through something like that, Aaron was starting to change her opinion of Layla being weak. She could imagine a regular person only lasting about 15 minutes. However, truthfully, she had no clue how long she had spent there. When in the room, a second felt like a minute. Although she couldn't see anything, she felt that her arms seemed to be strapped down and her back was upright. She was sitting on some kind of chair. The sound of James shuffling around and moving could be heard, and he seemed to be sticking a sticky substance over different parts of her body. Don't worry too much. This is a normal procedure for everyone who comes to us for the first time, James said. As long as you tell us the truth, you'll be all okay. The sound of another chair shuffling forward was heard, and James was now sitting directly opposite Aaron in the dark room. I just need you to answer me some simple questions. All you need to say is yes or no, understand? James asked. Aaron was in no position to give snappy answers, so rather than snapping back like she usually would, she complied. Yes, Aaron replied. Ding! The sound of a machine to her right made a bell-like sound. You are Aaron Haley, correct? James asked. Yes. Once again, the ding sound was heard. 18 years old? No. Ding! Female? Before answering this time, Aaron paused slightly. No. Ding ding.
This time the machine rung twice instead of once. When answering the question, Erin had answered falsely on purpose, as she had a suspicion of what the machine was, and now she had confirmed it. It was a lie detector. Usually one would have an ability user come over and check if they were telling the truth. Since Pure didn't have many ability users, it made sense for them to use technology instead. "Oh, we have a smart one," James said. "It wasn't like we were trying to hide it, otherwise we would have muted the rings. But if we catch you in a lie, remember, this will be bad for you. Very bad." James then went on to ask Erin more questions. Most of them were very basic questions at first, mainly there to confirm that she was who she said she was. Pure had done their research as soon as Layla asked for her friend to be taken in. They looked into the details and could tell her parents had died. The next set of questions went on to confirm that she had just lost her abilities in the True Dream incident. So far, it seemed like everything was going well, and she wasn't a spy. All the information was currently being recorded and being sent over to the older woman who stood outside the darkroom. "Are you the only one that knows about Layla's true identity as a member of Pure?" James asked. So far, Erin had almost been able to answer every question that had come to her instantly. For this one, she paused. If they were asking something like this, it meant that Pure didn't want others to know Layla was there. However, her hands were tied, even if she lied. They would know. The problem was that she thought about who would get the blame. Would it be Layla or the others that knew about her? "No," Erin replied. At that moment, she wished she could see the expression on James's face. Perhaps it would have told her something about what they were planning to do to the others. Instead, she started to feel the fabric folded over her face once again. When she was able to see again, this time she seemed to finally be in a room with some sort of color for once. The room was small, and she was currently sitting at a desk. It looked like she was in some type of classroom that was filled with around 30 students. The others sitting at their desks were of all different ages, but most of them were younger than Erin and looked like they would be in primary or elementary school. At the back of the room, James and a few other adults were present in the room as well. When observing the room closely, she noticed that there were no windows, and it looked like the entire place was made of a metal-like material. "Are we underground or maybe on another planet where the outside isn't safe?" she thought. While thinking of ways to escape or where they possibly were, a person stood in front and soon started to talk. He didn't say much and quickly turned on a video. At first, Erin was quite interested in the video, but soon she realized what it was trying to do. The footage showed several reports that were never shown on TV, the bad side of the current system and how it was affecting people all over. Videos of shelters that had been abandoned and families killed. Videos of higher-ups torturing those of lower levels, while the higher levels enjoyed a life of luxury. She had to admit, it did show the current situation of the world in a bad light, but Erin knew there were always two sides to everything, especially as someone who lived on the other side. Most of the people around here probably had a painful life as a low level, or being poor. In contrast, Erin was someone who had quite a luxurious life before. Not everyone was like what they were showing in the videos. Her family was a great example of that. They had stayed behind and done everything they could to protect the citizens from a Dalki attack. Of course, Pure didn't show those types of videos. A meeting had been called inside the Pure base. In a sizable dome-like room, there was a long table with several seats. At the head of the table, there were 5 seats each with a number on the back of the chair. 4 of them were currently empty, while the only one that was filled was number 5. In the seat sat a woman. It was the same person who had been watching Erin this whole time, with James completing her tasks. Spread around the room were several other seats. They too had numbers on them, going from 6 to 20. Except for a small few, nearly all of them were filled. In one of the seats was James, who had the number 15. The female in number 5 stood up, and at the same time the rest of them stood up as well. "Please, there is no need," the woman said. "You know I don't like any of that stuff. The whole point of our organization is to make everyone feel as if they are equal. Please sit down." The others sat down as ordered, but still the mood in the room was quite serious. "As you know, I'm the only single digit here, so I am currently in charge of the base. Today's meeting is a special one, as we have been given a special task. Soon the inter-military base tournament will be upon us. It's one of the only few times when all of the military base leaders gather. This will be our chance to strike," the woman said. Episode 283, Being Caught. The 2 soldiers guarding the portal entrance continued to keep their hands directed towards the student.
Even though he had already stated his identity as P.O. Blank, they were soldiers and not the school's employees. A backup was called. A few moments later, Haley, with 3 additional soldiers by her side, entered the room. P.O.'s hands remained up above his head. They were visibly shaking. This was not the welcome he had expected. After being missing for a month or so, he thought his return would be welcomed. Perhaps he would be treated like a king for a few days, but reality hit him hard and showed him it wasn't the case at all. "Will you guys drop it already? Can't you see that you're scaring him?" Haley spoke. She knew that on the other side of the portal, they would have strict protocols before sending someone back over to the base. On the way here, she heard some information that the person who entered the portal was claiming to be a student. If he had been able to show his student military ID, then they would have allowed him to pass over. The only thing was, this turned out to be quite unexpected. When she entered the room, she half expected the person who had just returned to be someone from the Orange Portal Expedition. Maybe perhaps a student who had been left behind, but instead, it was someone from the original Green Portal planet from the first expedition. The only person who was confirmed to be missing, rather than dead, was P.O. However, he had already returned and even had his student ID with him. As she pondered over this matter, she moved closer to the student and was now at a distance where she could see the young boy's face. Although he was covered with what looked to be mud and sweat, she realized that something was strange. When the thought finally clicked in her head, she almost dropped the tablet in her hand. "P.O. Blank?" Haley asked with a puzzled tone. "That's right, but how do you know my name? I didn't think that you paid that much attention to me," P.O. responded, with a slight blush on his face. Haley was a beautiful teacher, and she was the only doctor for the first-year students. Even though she saw a lot of students, she didn't directly teach any of them. Out of the 500 names around the campus, he was rather surprised that she remembered his. This caused him to misunderstand and feel special about this encounter. "Is this student the fake one, or is the impersonator the one inside our base?" Haley gulped at this thought. She reasoned out that the one currently at the school was most likely a fake student. If someone was to try and infiltrate the base, then the second one who turned up a month later would most likely be deemed the real one. Still, as a precautionary measure, the student was cuffed with his hands behind his back, and a soldier escorted him off for interrogation. "Wait! I promise you, I'm me! You can check my ID card!" P.O. started screaming. "You can see that it's me on the files, right? You guys already have my picture. Why are you doing this?" he continued to cry out. "That's the problem," Haley muttered to herself. "There's someone who looks exactly like you." In the meantime, Haley immediately went to inform Nathan and called an emergency meeting. Being cuffed up wasn't a nice feeling at all. P.O. started wondering what on earth had happened while he was away. Had the world suddenly turned into a dictatorship during his absence? Was the whole place taken over by the Dalki already? However, both of these couldn't be the case at all. Otherwise, he would have heard all about it on planet Caldi. "I think I would have rather continued spending all that time in the desert than be treated like this," P.O. regretfully complained in his mind. What soon came after made him change his thoughts. As soon as the doors to the supposed interrogation room were opened up, he was greeted with a full meal, desserts, and even a luxury bed in one location. He didn't know that the school had such a place. P.O.'s eyes were fixated on the food. He hadn't eaten a proper meal in days while he was traveling through the desert. Luckily, he ventured off in a certain direction, and when he thought he was about to pass out and starve from hunger, he came across a group of travelers. They escorted him to a shelter nearby. However, the bad news was that the shelter wasn't owned by the military, but by a faction instead. After the travelers kindly took care of him and fed him for a single night, P.O. was left to survive all on his own. He worked hard during his time at the shelter and gathered up as many credits as he could. Eventually, he was able to buy a map. This was the moment more bad news came. The distance between the shelter he was currently at and the place he had to go was quite far. If he was on his own, he still wasn't sure he could face the beasts he would meet on his way. This was why he continued working hard and earning even more credits. Luckily for him, his ability for being able to duplicate any type of beast weapon came in quite handy. It allowed him to earn the required credits and eventually hire an escort team quicker than normal people. He finally made it back. But still, during that whole time, he never splurged his credits on a good meal. Drool kept falling from his mouth as he stared at the food before him.
"You can uncuff him now," A deep voice reverberated in the room. After hearing the sound of another person in this place, his eyes gradually averted from the food as his head turned in another direction. He was now staring at the second-year general, Duke. What? Why isn't it Nathan? Pio thought. Usually, as a first-year, all matters related to them would be assigned to him.
Now, before we let you tuck yourself into this nice meal, I need you to tell me everything that happened, Duke asked.
Duke had eyes and ears all around the school. It also included having some soldiers grab information from here and there. The incident of what happened in the portal room had reached him, although Haley had already instructed that no one was to leak any of this information to the students. The information may not have leaked outside, but it still managed to reach Duke. For some reason, his hunch was telling him that something wasn't right about this situation. This was why he had an unusual amount of interest in this. Perhaps the infiltrator was related to Pure. Ever since they angered True Dream, Duke had gotten the heat for that situation. He was now enraged with Pure. The female who wore white robes entered the room and did her usual job. While questioning, she should be able to tell if Pio was lying or not. After about 30 minutes of a non-stop barrage of queries, Pio's mouth turned dry from recounting everything that had happened to him in the last month. Every single word he said so far had been the truth. They even managed to confirm that he was the real student. However, there was still one thing that bothered Duke.
So you're saying that you never saw the Dalki? Are you positive about that? Duke asked.
My memory is kind of a blur, honestly speaking, but I would have remembered a Dalki attack. So no, I didn't see the Dalki, Pio responded. The reports that were mentioned back then didn't match up. Originally, they assumed that the Dalki had completely killed Ben's group of 5. 2 of the bodies were found near each other, and later on, 2 more bodies were discovered. Although they were far apart from the rest of the group, Pio was presumed dead at this point. The original speculation was that 3 out of the 5 escaped the Dalki, and that's why their bodies had quite some distance between them. Despite their efforts, they were still killed. However, now that Duke thought about it more, the distance between where the bodies were found didn't make sense. The Dalki should have been able to kill both of those students in an instant. If that happened, then Pio would have remembered such an event for sure. Perhaps, the deaths of the other 2 people weren't related to the Dalki at all?
Thank you. You may now enjoy your meal. Feel free to get comfortable in this room. You'll be here a while,
Duke said as he stood up from his seat, left the room, and closed the door. Wait, did he say I'd be here a while? Once Pio mouthed these words, 2 soldiers stood in front of the door and blocked the exit. The selection process for deciding which students would take part in the intermilitary event had been decided. In Logan's class, they had just finished selecting the roles. Logan himself had been selected for the crafting event. Since there were no known crafters in his class, he openly volunteered for the role. There were a few people who thought that he should have taken part in the fighting tournament instead, but he refused, saying that fighting didn't interest him. Just as the class was about to be dismissed, 4 soldiers suddenly entered the room.
"We are here to collect the student known as Pio Blank,"
one of them announced as they scanned the area. After spotting the target, the soldiers were already moving to where Pio was. There wasn't any time to react, and Peter didn't know what to do.
"Just follow along for now,"
Logan whispered to him. The soldiers immediately placed both of Peter's hands behind his back before cuffing him. 2 of the soldiers held Peter by the arm as they guided him out of the room. Just as they were about to leave, Logan reached out and grabbed Peter.
"Where are you taking him, and for what reason? He's done nothing wrong,"
Logan exclaimed. "Let go of him, or should I make you let go, brat?" the soldier answered him. "This is a direct order from General Duke. If you decide to obstruct our duties, then we have permission to punish you." Logan hesitantly released his grip, but not before allowing one of his spiders to climb into Peter's sleeve. As Logan watched Peter walk away with the soldiers, he had one thought in his mind. He's being caught. Episode 284, No Plan. The little mechanical spider was neatly tucked underneath Peter's shirt collar. It climbed up from below his sleeve and was now in the prime position for it to listen to and hear everything around it. Although the spider acted as a microphone and at times a small speaker, it was unable to be used for transmitting any video footage. The other problem was that the situation that just occurred was unexpected for Logan.
He was completely unprepared and never thought that something like this might have happened. While the sound recorded by the spider was sent to the computer in his room, he could listen to it at any time later. However, that wasn't good enough. He needed to be aware of what was currently happening. Luckily for him, the soldiers who came to grab Peter did so when classes ended for the day. This allowed Logan to head back to his room as fast as possible. As he was returning, he placed his other hand on the watch on his wrist and sent out a message. "This is an emergency. Everyone is to gather right now. Peter has been caught. I repeat, Peter has been caught. Everyone meet me in my room ASAP." When the message was sent out, all of their group's watches started to light up. After what happened with True Dream, Logan made sure that the adjustments he made to everyone's watches were permanent. The messages he sent were encrypted. In addition, all of their whereabouts were also sent to Logan's computer in real time. Once they saw the message, a devastating look could be seen on their faces. If they found Peter, then it was only a matter of time before their involvement would be discovered as well. In an instant, they all quickly rushed towards the same location. When Logan entered his room, he immediately ran towards the computer and listened to the spider's transmission. However, there has barely been any sound so far. The soldiers were only silently escorting Peter. All the while they did this, they didn't say a word to each other. "That's good, Peter. We still aren't aware of how much they know yet," Logan muttered. The next thing he had to do was check where they had taken him. If things went bad, then they would perhaps be able to come up with a similar plan to the one they did with True Dream. After checking the information and looking at Peter's trail, Logan slightly raised his eyebrows. "Now, why are they taking you there?" he thought. Peter's tracks led directly to the second-year building. The school campus was mainly composed of 3 main buildings, with several smaller ones around it, almost similar to the martial arts hall. It consisted of the first-year building, the second-year building, and finally, a separate building for the teachers and soldiers who worked as guards. These people would often rotate in and out with the others from the military base. This building was also the location where important meetings would be held. When Logan was busy thinking about the possibilities, people started entering his room, the first one being Quinn. The door snapped open as he shot inside at a nearly incredible speed. "Can you close the door?" Logan asked. "Oh, my bad," Quinn said flusteredly. When returned to close the door, a few more people entered the room. Unlike Quinn, they were sweating since they rushed over as quickly as they could. Everyone, eventually, who knew about Peter, was present. This also included Fex. "It's good that you're all here. I won't have to explain myself over and over again," Logan announced. "I was there in the classroom when the soldiers suddenly took him. I don't know what for, but I think we already know what it should be about. It's obvious, else why would they do this without any warning? One of my spiders is currently attached to him. However, we don't have any new information yet. There is one thing I find strange, though. They're currently heading for the second-year building." Both Vorden and Quinn reacted at the same time. They said one name, Duke. "What do we do?" Layla asked. "We have to get him out of there, right?" "Let's observe for now," Logan responded to her question. "There are many things that they could be accusing Peter of. We might have jumped the gun on this one." Everyone was now patiently waiting in silence for any new information that might come from Logan's computer. "I see you made it, P.O., Duke's voice rang out. "Please sit." Before he took a seat, P.O. glanced around the room to see how many people there were. This was perhaps in preparation for when he could find a chance to escape at one point. But rather than finding any possible weak links, he instead realized that he was in a rather luxurious room. It was somewhere he didn't even know existed on campus. When Peter finally sat down, Duke mirrored him across the long table. They looked into each other's eyes without saying anything. Both men didn't stop gazing at each other for even a second. "You're a strange one." Duke's words broke the sudden tension. "You didn't bat your eyes away from me. It seems like you're not scared of me at all, unlike the others. You seem to have similar traits to those of a trained terrorist." He now had a large grin on his face. The old Peter would have been shaking in his boots. His heart would have also beaten so loudly that he couldn't even hear his thoughts. However, right now, he felt none of it. The only thing he was aware of was the suppressed emotions of fear in his mind. He knew that he was in trouble, but his body and face weren't showing any signs of it. "Let me ask you this. What's your date of birth?" Duke started asking questions. Because it was a simple question, Peter responded instantly. Duke then continued asking similar questions like these. For every query, Peter would perfectly answer back like a machine. "Hey, he got all those questions correctly," Fex spoke. "It means we're in the clear, right?" When Fex looked around the room, he was confused as to why everyone's faces seemed to be even more concerned than before. The problem here was how quickly and perfectly he answered every question. Even to them, it almost sounded like Peter was some trained spy asked to infiltrate the school. "Well, if you say you're P.O." Duke snapped his fingers as a signal, and a guard went out of the room. A few moments later, another student was brought in. "Then who is this?" The man who was brought in was the real P.O. When the real P.O. saw a doppelganger of himself, he immediately shielded his eyes. "No, don't let me see it. Are you trying to kill me?" P.O. yelled out while continuing to cover his eyes. "What's wrong with you?" The guard said this as he gripped his arm even tighter. They had been rough with him for the last few hours, and still didn't treat him like a student. Instead, they handled him more like a captured intruder. "Don't you know that if you see your doppelganger, you'll die in real life?" Duke let out a sigh before continuing. "As you can see, the jig is up. We already know that you're not the real P.O. You're most likely a spy since you've chosen to hide your identity like this. My best hunch is that you're using a transformation skill. We have the perfect person for people like you." After waiting for a while, Nathan was finally brought into the room. He had an ugly expression on his face. "What are you doing, Duke?" Nathan stormed in while stomping his feet hard. "The first-year students are my duty, not yours." "I believe this matter will concern me a lot more than you," Duke coolly talked back. Nathan stopped walking and listened to him. Usually, Duke would bluff. However, he felt like the man had some weight behind his words. "Why don't you just use your ability to find out?" Nathan looked at the two students standing next to each other. They looked almost exactly like identical twins. Although their body shapes were slightly different, it was barely noticeable. Nathan was briefed on what had happened so far. If he wasn't aware of things, he would have guessed that they were twins. After lifting his arm and pointing it between the two students, Nathan asked Duke, "The left one or right?" "The one on the left," Duke said. A large bubble-like shape started to appear in Nathan's hand. It moved and slowly started covering Peter's body from head to toe. From another point of view, it looked as if the bubble was slowly eating him alive. When Peter was completely sealed in the bubble, he started feeling strange energy in his body. It made him feel as if he was being drained. In just a moment, he fell to the ground. Although he didn't feel any pain, Peter felt like he had just gone through a huge battle and had completely used up all his MC points. When he managed to lift his body off the ground, the others could finally see his face. "I knew it!" Duke exclaimed. Both Duke and Nathan knew exactly who the student before them was. They had already ordered other soldiers to put up search posters just in case they escaped from campus. "Peter, Chuck, but how? You were with Pure and your ability. It was an Earth one, not something like transformation." Nathan gasped in shock. "This makes no sense." The group had been listening to everything that was happening so far, but not a single one of them moved from their spots, apart from Layla. "What are we doing right now? They already know he isn't P.O. We have to get him out of there," Layla grumbled. "But how?" Logan replied. "I hate to say it, but for once, I have no idea how we can get out of the current situation. With True Dream, Peter hadn't been caught, and we knew that he was coming beforehand. This situation is something we can't control. They already know his identity, and if we try to help him, we would only expose ourselves." After listening to Logan's words, Quinn clenched his hand into a fist. Vorden, who was right by his side, saw this. "He's right, there's nothing we can do." Back in the room, Peter was still trapped in the bubble, drained of his energy. Keeping in mind that there were multiple soldiers and two generals around him, he processed multiple scenarios in his head. After looking at things, he finally knew that there was no chance he was getting out of this. "Finally!" Duke had a grin on his face. "Mr. Jack Trudream will be very happy. He said to inform him if we found one of you. We'll wait for any further instructions." Episode 285. Let Him Go. The last words from Duke's mouth had been clearly heard by everyone. By now, even Layla stopped complaining, and every single one of them remained motionless in the room. They received confirmation that one of them had been caught. There was always the possibility of something like this happening. However, before getting caught by the military, Quinn always thought that another student would have at least gotten them first. He prepared for such a scenario, but he wasn't ready for this one. "Fight them! Get him out of there!" A voice seemed to be resounding at the back of his mind. However, he kept his rationality in proper order. Quinn didn't have the power to fight against the military just for one person. Currently, Peter was left in the room. He was sitting down on a chair at the table. His hands were still cuffed behind his back. Nathan and 4 other soldiers were in there with him. However, Duke was no longer in the room and went somewhere else. The room was silent. Meanwhile, Nathan was preoccupied with watching some of Peter's previous films. He wanted to make sure that he hadn't misread the information he had. In fact, he was extremely sure that Peter didn't have an ability in the first place and had later been given the Earth ability. But when Nathan used his ability to drain away Peter's MC cells, he realized that the latter was using a transformation ability. As he was still in his chair, handcuffed, Peter continually looked around the room to find an opportunity for a way out. Despite a small bubble being left over around his hands, the energy he recently lost was already starting to recover. It was for this reason that a part of his body felt incredibly weak. Thankfully, it seemed like they underestimated Peter's true strength. In just a short amount of time, he would be strong enough, even with the bubble on him, to break free from the handcuffs. Peter glanced at the guard closest to his right side. Once he broke the cuffs, if he reacted quick enough, he should be able to kill him in one blow. Even if he was attacked by the others, his body would be able to withstand or heal any of their hits. Peter also had another trick up his sleeve. He could turn 2 people into lesser whites. If he was to use this now, then there was a higher chance he would be able to get out of this situation. However, despite this plan in his head, there was one more person he had to take in mind. Nathan was still here. He was unsure of exactly how strong Nathan was and what his ability did. And with Nathan being a general at the military base, Peter was sure that he was strong, but he had no choice left. This was a risk he had to take. A portion of his energy had now come back, and with a slight tug, he tested the cuffs that restrained him. "Wait!" a small voice directly echoed in his ear. "Don't do anything yet, Peter. We still don't know what will happen to you, so just remain calm." These instructions were being transmitted by the small spider Logan had placed on him before. Peter hesitated for a moment, trying to decide whether he should listen to Logan or not. However, he felt like he could trust him and canceled whatever plans he had just thought up. "Since they got me an errand out of something like this before, they can surely do it again," Peter reassured himself with these thoughts. Unaware of what was currently happening inside the room, no one had a clue what to do next. "We have to start thinking about leaving the military base." Vorden broke the silence. "With Peter or without?" Layla shot back a question. "Without, of course. There's a high chance that they will soon start interrogating him. By then, they'll link him to everything that has happened so far and find out we were all involved." "I think we're safe from anything like that happening," Quinn quickly responded. "I know Peter won't sell us out on his own accord, and even if they did get that girl to question him, it still wouldn't work." "How would you know that?" Vorden asked. "Facts will back me up on this. Peter is different now. One of the things that's different about him is that certain abilities no longer work on him," Quinn explained. Fax nodded in agreement while adding in his own words. "He's right. A white is unaffected by abilities that target the mind or body in some type of way. They are also immune to poison. They don't sleep, and they don't register a heartbeat. A white will never give up his master either. If you're worried about them linking him to us, the only connection you guys have is being his past teammates." "Even so, that still doesn't solve our original problem," Layla continued speaking. "They're going to do something to Peter, and we'll eventually find out he's different. Don't you think that they're already wondering why he has a different ability now? If they find out about his healing capabilities, he'll be used as a lab experiment for the rest of his life." What Layla just said was one of Quinn's true fears. It was why he was extremely intent on hiding his secret in the first place. The fear that he would be locked up in a lab somewhere and be tested on. If that ever happens, then everyone would say it was just fine because it was for the sake of humanity, to help them defeat the Dalki. "There are a few possibilities. Luckily for us, this world still has an order of civilization. I still don't know how far that will get us." Logan started speaking. "Even if Peter is to be moved to a research lab or such, or maybe even treated as a terrorist who works for Pure, he will still have to undergo a trial first. I'm pretty sure that this so-called trial would only be for show. The generals in True Dream have their ways to speed up the process and put the judge in their pockets. What this does, however, is give us a little bit more time. I guess that before Peter attends the trial, an investigation will continue in public or behind the scenes. He'll probably be temporarily placed in the underground dungeons. We aren't sure how heavily guarded it is now, or if we have the capabilities to break him out, but we can use this opening to save him.
Just let this one go, Quinn. Vorden's words sounded like an ultimatum. You already saved him once before. Forcing a rescue operation would get us all killed. I'm sorry to say this, but if you decide to go through with it, I won't be helping you.
The room fell silent once more after Vorden spoke. The reason was that the others kind of agreed with what he was saying. The dungeon was a place where they kept undisciplined students and soldiers. There was a higher chance it was heavily guarded because of this.
Whatever you do, Quinn, I'll be there with you, Feck said as he slapped him on the back.
Looking around the room, Quinn could see the expressions on their faces. For some reason, no one else volunteered to help. Even Layla, who wanted to participate in the operation, didn't do so for the simple reason that she felt she was too weak. She knew that by forcing herself to do it, she would only hinder them.
"It's okay," Quinn responded. "I've decided. It's best not to save Peter right now. It's too risky and is none of your responsibilities."
While saying these words, something in Quinn's mind tugged at him, telling him to try and save Peter. Despite deciding not to go through with the plan, it still kept reminding him, "Is there a connection here from before? It seems like I can fight it a bit now." Even though Quinn had now grown stronger, it seemed like he wasn't going to let his emotions get the better of him. It might have also been the fact that Peter wasn't in immediate danger right now. He knew that the military would not kill him, but instead would perhaps torture him. He had convinced himself that Peter wasn't going to die any time soon, and this was how he stopped himself from trying to save Peter.
"That's the right choice," Vorden agreed with him.
"Was it really, though?"
Quinn's mind asked this question. For some reason, he had this huge feeling of guilt looming over his head. If he knew he made the right choice, he shouldn't be feeling this way. But right now, he felt nothing but miserable. Just then, another sound emerged from the computer. It was a low and familiar tone. Duke was talking.
"It looks like True Dream decided on what to do with you."
Episode 286, Strange Actions. Duke had left the room, leaving Nathan and Peter alone. Although the two generals didn't get along, they knew they were both working for the same side. Duke wasn't oblivious to Nathan's real strength and how he had gotten to his position in the army. If it was just restraining a single student, he could trust him. The reason for leaving the room was to contact True Dream himself. Below the special VIP room, there was the Duke's office. After popping inside, he immediately opened up his communicator and started a video call. An electronic display hovered in the air, and the lines at the bottom showed that a connection was trying to be made.
"What is it, General Duke?" Jack True Dream said. "I told you only to call me if you found those two kids."
In the video call, Jack was sitting in his chair, and in the backdrop, the whole city that was directly under his control could be seen, showing through the glass windows in his skyrise building.
"Now, you know me better than that," Duke replied with a smile.
Suddenly, something grabbed Jack's attention. Ever since leaving the military base, he had forgotten what had happened at the school, how the Pures group had made him look like an idiot. Not only that, but he remembered the fear he had in that room. For some reason, the sleeping ability of one of his trusted guards didn't work. It had put him in an unfavorable position, and there was a chance he could have died that day. Before, Jack wasn't too bothered by Pure and the politics between the military and them. Now, he had a significant interest in getting rid of them.
"We have found the boy known as Peter. He was one of the students that Pure said they had safely in their hands. It turns out he never left the academy and was using a disguise ability," Duke explained.
"Excellent. And what about the girl?" Jack asked.
"We have reason to believe Pure might have genuinely taken her. My theory is that the student known as Peter was initially working for Pure all along. They must have hidden that he had the disguise ability, waiting for the perfect opportunity to use it. It would then make sense why the sleeping agent didn't work on him if they managed to prepare something beforehand. I have to add, though, this is all just speculation. We are unable to confirm anything. For some reason, it seems our truth seeker is unable to use her ability on him.
Perhaps Pure is advancing quicker than we think and have been able to find something to stop abilities.
The military knew Pure's goal, so they gathered that they must be working on some serum or vaccination that would target the MC cells. So far, there had been no sign of a result. Duke's line of thought was that if they couldn't take away or get rid of their abilities, maybe they could create or alter a person who was able to block them.
"Have you reported this to Paul yet?" Jack asked. "No, I did as you asked and spoke to you first." "Good. If Paul were to find out about this, he would want the student to go through the court process. If that happens, he might eventually shift them to the research department, and from there, he will be out of my hands," Jack said. "I believe the punishment that will be given to the student will be too light. I have an idea that will not only be a fair punishment for Peter, but will perhaps allow us to punish those Pure members." Jack went on about the details of the plan and recounted the outline to Duke. Both of them needed to be on the same page. After all, technically, Duke worked for the head General Paul. Doing this would mean he was not doing his duty as a soldier and had decided to help out an outsider like True Dream, who technically didn't work for the military, but only closely cooperated with them. "Excellent," Jack said with a cheer in his voice. "Then we shall meet at the intermilitary tournament." The tough decision was for Quinn and the others to leave Peter behind, and two members of the group were struggling with this significantly. In Logan's room, they continued to track Peter's movements, and it was as they expected. Someone had taken Peter to the underground dungeon, or at least that's what they suspected, as the spider's signal was lost, and the area last seen was the dungeon entrance. The next day had arrived, and there seemed to be two members of the group struggling with Peter's disappearance the most, one of them being Quinn. He still felt a little responsible for what was happening to Peter. Although the system had reassured him that Peter was fine, due to the current distance between the two of them, if Peter was hurt or in trouble, Quinn would be able to feel it if Peter was being tortured or hurt. However, Logan's was a different case. He was in his room, working on one of his gadgets on his workbench. He had been working through the whole night, and usually he worked late, but this was later than usual, and he didn't even take a break. It was as if he was trying to get his mind off of something. Finally, after hours of working on some gadgets, he decided to take a break. Lifting his robotic molecule, he leaned back in his chair. "Oh, that was hard, Peter. Would you pass me a sandwich?" Logan asked with his hand held out, but he felt nothing in his hand after waiting a while. He turned around in his chair and looked at the spot where Peter would usually stand. He hardly ever moved from there, other than to bring him tools and play the VR game once in a while. "There has to be information on that dungeon," Logan said as he hopped onto his computer and started to type away. Back in school, lessons had resumed as usual. Quinn didn't know why, but he seemed to be avoiding the others and was starting to hang around with Fex more often. Even in his room, the conversation with Vorden felt a little awkward. Vorden had helped him out wherever possible, and it was the first time he had decided not to. It wasn't his fault, but Quinn didn't know how to deal with it. Besides, he had problems he was trying to solve. The voice in the back of his head was starting to get louder as more time passed. The voice kept telling him to go against the school and fight them. Try to get Peter out of there. He continued to ignore this and went by his days as usual. However, Fex noticed this strange behavior. He would often, at times, suddenly stop while walking, grabbing his head. By now, Fex had already figured that Quinn was the one who turned Peter and assumed that the pains must be from whatever the school was doing to Peter in the dungeon. For some reason, Fex didn't quite believe that, though. The evening had come, and the lessons were over. Some students were still outside the school during this time, while others decided to relax in their dorm rooms. Quinn had stated that he was going to play the game for a bit of practice. Hearing this, Fex agreed to come with him. "Hey, I'll come with you. I haven't played myself in a while." "Oh, darn," Quinn replied. "I just remembered I promised Vorden I would do something with him tonight. Maybe next time." "That's okay," Fex said as he watched Quinn walk off. He knew something was up. It was clear Quinn had said that to get rid of him. These strange actions led Fex to act. Whatever Quinn was doing, it was clear he didn't want others to see it. Once the two of them were a great distance away, Fex decided to follow him. The distance between them was quite large, and the reason for this was because of the smell. Another vampire was able to smell another. They had a strong sense of smell and could tell the difference between them too.
Still, their eyesight was far better than their sense of smell, so although Fex stayed a distance away, he could still see Quinn. While following Quinn, it had led him down a hallway where he could see him talking to a student he had never seen before. I didn't know he had other friends besides those weirdos, Fex thought. Quickly, the two of them left the corridors and started to head outside. Finding this all too strange, Fex continued to follow the two of them. Eventually, they left the school grounds and entered the woods by the park nearby. Fex quickly realized what was going on by the strange movements the student was taking. He was under the influence of Quinn. Finally, when they reached a secluded spot, Quinn looked around to see if there was anyone he could spot. However, Fex was well trained in the arts of spying and following someone. The experience and training he had were levels above Quinn's, even if Quinn was technically stronger right now. Raising his claw-like hand, Quinn slit a part of the student's forearm and started drinking away. What is he doing? He has Layla, and he can ask for blood any time he wants, right? So why go through all this trouble to get a stranger's blood? Fex thought.
Episode 287, Addicted. What am I doing? Quinn thought as he looked at the student opposite him. The sounds in his head that kept telling him to fight back were getting louder throughout the whole day. It took him a whole day to figure out what the voice was after realizing it was his consciousness. It was his true feelings about what he wanted to do. Quinn didn't just want to let Peter rot down in the cellar on his own. He wanted to fight and get him back. He didn't know how much of his decisions were being influenced by his strange vampire powers. It might have been the connection between the two of them, or whether or not it was his own decision. In the end, he felt like it was a bit of both. He hadn't given up on Peter like he had told the others. He was planning to get him back. To be able to fight back, there was something important that Quinn needed to do, which was to get stronger. Luckily for Quinn, there was a quick way to do that. It was consuming as many different types of human blood as possible. It took a while for Quinn to find somebody, as he had to make sure that they met certain conditions. Since it's night, the student would have to be on their own. It was because nobody could see him talking to the student outside of the campus. There was less chance of someone spotting him. The second condition was that Quinn's influence skill needed to work on them. There were a few high levels, and even some low levels that had a strong-willed mind. Thankfully, Quinn's charm points had increased, giving him even more options than before. However, it was still incredibly hard to find students due to the conditions mentioned above that needed to be met. Using his inspection skill, Quinn knew what stat he would get beforehand. However, he could not pick and choose as freely as he wanted to, due to the small section of students viable. He had selected his first target carefully. After making a small cut on the forearm and taking in the blood, the system granted him a familiar message. O positive blood type consumed, 1 free stat point earned. Quinn decided to put the stat point into his charm without a second thought, raising the total to 23 points. The reason for doing this was because the stronger his charm skill became, the more people he could use his influence skill on. What Quinn realized after the fight with the King-tier beast was that, even with his strength stat being high, that power meant nothing if he didn't have the equipment to back it up. It was nearly impossible for him to put a scratch on the beast with only his intermediate gauntlets. He couldn't keep relying on the blood hammer strike. It took too long to use. And what would he do if the attack didn't work one day? For now, with no way of getting any new equipment, this was the only thing he could do to get stronger. After fully consuming the student's blood, he commanded the student to head back to his dorm room and forget about everything once he returned. Fex had already left the scene by now, since everything had answered his curiosity. However, it only made him wonder why he needed to do this. For now, he would put a pin on it and keep it in his mind. Come on, Fex, what are you worried about? Is it really strange for a vampire to be sucking the blood of a human? Maybe he and his little girlfriend just got into an argument, Fex thought while heading back. While Quinn was busy outside, it left Vorden in his dorm room on his own. He wasn't his usual calm and chilled-out self, and instead was continually pacing himself up and down the place in one area. If Syl finds out that I went against Quinn, do you think he'll try to take over? Vorden asked. Hey, can you just stop mentioning it? Look, it's not like you two broke up or something, Rayton whispered angrily, making sure Syl wouldn't be able to hear. Besides, if you hadn't said it, I would have tried to take over you myself and stopped you. No suicide missions. Anyway, about the tournament, are you going to let me fight or what? Your weak ass would just make us look weak. You know my answer. Why even bother asking? Vorden replied. We have to lose on purpose. Many people will be watching this fight, and if we display anything out of the ordinary, then a lot of attention will be on us. It might even cause the family to get involved. Rayton laughed nervously after hearing the words family. It sent a shiver down his spine, and his heart felt like it had sunken in place. Good point. The next few days leading up to the inter-tournament, everyone was off doing their own thing. Layla continued to keep an eye on Sia, and it seemed like she had held to her word, not reporting the incident to any of the teachers or higher-ups. Rather, Sia was talking to Layla more than before. Layla welcomed this. There was an empty feeling in her mind and body after Aaron left, and although it still didn't feel quite the same, Sia seemed to be filling up the place a little. Vorden was often called off by Dell to practice fighting against certain students for the upcoming tournament with the other students, and Logan continued to try to find any information about the dungeon, all resulting in a failure. This left Quinn and Fex to their own devices, but Quinn continued to be distant with Fex, and Fex decided to go along. He continued to follow Quinn at night, and it was the same as before, only slightly different. Each night, a completely different student would be selected. It was never the same student. It was now the third night in a row that Quinn had led a student into the forest to consume their blood. This is strange, even for someone infatuated by the taste of blood. Although Fex knew some vampires were obsessed with blood, how they acted and how Quinn acted were quite different. Quinn would take a minimal amount while consuming blood. This would make sense if he were trying to test out the taste of the blood, but if they found one they would like, they would often store it in a flask-like container. Not only that, but they were picky. If it were blood they didn't like, they would spit it out in disgust. The other thing was that Quinn was quite a young vampire. Usually their sense of taste for blood was quite basic. It was only the older vampires who, after hundreds of years of tasting different blood types, started getting obsessed. So everything he was doing didn't make any sense. Speaking of which, I wonder where my other flask is. Maybe I left it on that planet, Fex thought. When Quinn had finished consuming the female student's blood, he once again had gained an extra stat point, this time in stamina. Yesterday his result yielded another O-type blood, and he placed it into the charm again. 24 charm points, 19 stamina points. Return to your dorm room and go to sleep. You will forget about everything that happened here tonight, Quinn said to the girl. The girl walked out of the woods and back towards the school. Quinn would often wait a while for the girl to return first before moving from his spot, just in case anyone spotted him. He could always say he just went for a walk through the woods. People would look at him weirdly, but there was nothing to be suspicious about. After some time had passed, just as he was about to leave, he heard the sound of something landing behind him, and the leaves on the floor crunching from the impact. "Fex?" he said as he turned his head. "How long has he been here? Did he see me with the student before? Well, it's not too strange, right?" "Hey, don't look so worried, man. Whatever you do in the woods with a girl is your secret," Fex said with a wink. Fex's humorous nature always seemed to calm Quinn a bit, even if he did sometimes say it at the wrong time. "What are you doing here?" Quinn asked. "I was worried about you," Fex replied. "Look, whatever you've been doing these past few days is up to you. You're not exactly doing anything wrong, and you've been careful. Other than me, I don't think anyone else has found out about this. Please think of me as your second pair of eyes. The reason I decided to involve myself, though, is that I still don't know who your master is. I think you would have told me by now if you could, but I'm serious now, Quinn. You have to be careful. If you keep consuming blood every day like you have been doing, you're going to become addicted." Episode 288, Less Time. Hearing these words come out of Fex's mouth caused nearly every blood vessel in Quinn's body to freeze. He couldn't help but utter, "What did you say?" "I guess you didn't know, huh?" Fex replied, scratching his head, knowing that this was going to be a tough one to explain. "Think about it. Sometimes when we drink blood, there's this rush that comes over our bodies. There have been studies where it was observed that it increases a vampire's strength by about 10%. That's why I always carry a flask around, not just for healing. The problem is, blood is like a double-edged sword for us. The more often we consume it, the more we crave it. From an early age, vampires who had close ties to the head of families were taught to resist blood. At first, maybe we can't go on for more than 2 days without blood, but eventually we can build up a resistance to it. The vampires who have been alive for hundreds of years have gone through this process strictly, and now some of them don't even require blood anymore. However, there are occasions where, when they go into battle, they will consume some, and make a note that not all vampires choose to go down this path. If one does drink blood after resisting it for a long time, it will only cause a small setback before they are back to normal again. Still, the same can also happen the opposite way if you keep drinking blood like this for pleasure. Eventually, you will become an addict, craving blood, and not even be able to quench your thirst. To put it in simple terms for you to understand, you would become a conscious bloodsucker. The explanation had Quinn slightly worried. He had been drinking blood quite regularly to increase his strength. If there was an opportunity to consume blood, he would take it because it allowed him to grow stronger. When Quinn first got his vampire powers, he decided to only consume Layla's blood when needed, even though he enjoyed the taste. He was afraid of this very thing from happening. However, once he had obtained the system AI, his original fears started to lessen. Whenever he had a question about vampire matters or when something might do him harm, the system would step in to stop and explain things to him. Undoubtedly, the system AI knew what would happen to Quinn if he was to continue. So then, why didn't it try to stop him? The only thing he could do was ask. "Did you know about this? Is what he's saying true?" Quinn asked. The system had a long pause, and Fex wasn't saying much either. Fex thought that Quinn might have been consuming even more blood whenever they weren't together, such as during training sessions and in the classroom. Perhaps he was having a hard time taking in this possibility. Enjoying the taste of blood was fine, but no one wanted to be a living, conscious bloodsucker. While thinking about this, Fex started to touch his beautiful gel-backed black hair on the top of his head. "I never want to transform again. Maybe one day my hair will completely disappear and not grow back if I do that again," Fex thought. The system had taken such a long time to reply that Quinn had thought it had gone silent and chosen not to answer him. "What Fex says is true, and I'm afraid even with the system, you will be affected by this." "What?" Quinn shouted in his head, but was also cautious about making sure Fex was unable to hear him. Although he was able to keep his thoughts in his head, his body slightly jolted with anger, which didn't go unnoticed. "Why didn't you say anything when I finally thought I could trust you? You pull some crap like this." "First of all, the word you used, trust. I find it strange. In the first place, I am nothing but a system that chose to help you. Not once have I ever told you a lie. I may have hidden some things from you, but without me, you would be more or less in the same situation anyway," the system replied, now with an alteration in his voice, showing that he was annoyed at Quinn's words. Hearing the system speak like this made it feel even more human, or at least not a robot. "To be honest, without me, you would be far worse than you are right now. I never told you or suggested that you go out and consume the blood of your classmates. That was all on you. You wished to grow stronger, and I chose not to get in the way." The system was right. He had never told Quinn to do this. Due to his desire to get stronger, he resorted to this without bothering to determine if there were any consequences. He had been relying on the system too much when he should have stuck to his research. "Hey, don't worry about it too much. It's not too late, and that's why I chose to warn you," Fex said, trying to break the weird atmosphere. "All you need to do is stop drinking blood until you feel that thirst again. Then stretch that limit until you can't give in. Do this repeatedly, and each time you should be able to resist a little longer. Simple, right?" Fex did make it sound simple, and although the process of restoring blood was simple for any vampire, hardly any were able to last longer than a week without feeding, while Fex could last 2 weeks at such a young age. Most vampires weren't able to extend their times between feedings because of the excruciating pain and willpower needed for it. To put it from a human perspective, it would be similar to starving someone who was as addictive as a drug. It would be hard for him to concentrate. As the time between recovers grew longer, so did the pain. There was a point when certain top-tier vampires would pass, where the pain no longer bothered them, which was why they no longer needed blood. If Quinn was to do this, though, he thought perhaps he would have an advantage.
The system would inform him when he was hungry enough and allow him to be careful not just to pass the point where he would turn into a bloodsucker. Things that others had to perfectly time and feel, Quinn would be able to cheat it. Don't drink blood for a couple days and see what happens. That way, you'll know how far you have gone. I can help if you like, Vex offered. But Quinn was perplexed about what to do. He didn't have a couple days. Soon the interbase event would start, and they would be away from the base for a week. Could Peter last that long? If he was to do as Vex asked and wait a couple of days, then this would mean he wouldn't continue to grow. I'll think about it, Quinn said as he walked off, not wanting to think about the situation any more. It was giving him a huge headache. That wasn't the answer I wanted to hear, Vex whispered, looking at his back. If he answered like this, then most likely it meant Quinn had decided to continue on the path he had chosen. The next day had arrived, and everything went on as usual. There were now only 2 more days until the inter-tournament. More so than before, Quinn wanted to get his charm stats even higher and later test it on a soldier. If he could get to the point where his influence skill could work on an adult, then maybe he would be able to infiltrate the dungeon unseen and free Peter from captivity. Where to or what to do next, he hadn't quite figured out this part yet. As usual, he did his routine, only this time he was pickier about who to select as his target, carefully searching for an O blood type so he could increase his charm. Eventually, after a long time of searching the school grounds, he found one who met his conditions. The 2 of them headed into the woods and were in the usual spot. Vex had also decided to follow him once more. Quinn, did you not listen to my warning? If you get addicted and need blood more often, I can only help you this much if you reveal yourself to the outside world. When they come, even I will have to go into hiding, Vex thought, looking at the scene. Just as Quinn was about to cut the student to absorb some blood, a message appeared. Your hunger starts to grow. You must consume blood within 24 hours. Every hour, 1 HP will be lost until blood is consumed. It had only been a little over the 24-hour mark, and he received a message, something that would have usually taken 2 days in the past. Episode 289. A Change. The drop of blood was already on Quinn's finger, but after seeing the message, he hesitated to consume it. It had only been a little over 24 hours, and his HP would now start to decrease if he didn't drink any more blood. Is this what Vex was talking about? Have I already started to become an addict? Quinn thought. He started to wonder if he continued to go down this path, how soon would he need blood? Will it get to the point where blood needs to be consumed every hour? In a way, he was lucky that he had caught it now. It was only because of Vex's message that he had decided to be even pickier with his victims. He was trying to select an O blood group person who also met the condition of being a student and alone. This caused him to select someone a little later than usual. If he had taken the blood at his regular time, he would have never received the message and would have continued onward until the tournament. He started to stare at the blood seeping from the cut on the student's arm, trying to think if there was any way for him to get around this problem. Storing blood was a challenging task, even if he wanted to keep it for later. It was why he was so thankful for the blood bank. Unfortunately, the blood bank worked in a way that meant he would have to consume too much blood. Only when his HP was full would blood from the victim go into his blood bank, which meant he would have to consume the blood in the first place, which wouldn't help him at all. Go back to your dorm room and forget about everything that happened tonight, Quinn said quickly, in an annoyed voice. He decided not to consume the blood. Right now, a day or 2 wouldn't be a problem, but if he continued down his path and something happened like before, where he was separated from the others, it would be disastrous. He didn't know how much time would shorten every time he consumed blood, but it was a risk he wasn't willing to take. With his head looking down to the floor, Quinn clenched his fist tightly. Peter, I'm sorry, but I won't be able to save you this time. I'm not strong enough. Not yet. Seeing Quinn's actions had put a smile on Vex's face. Many vampires didn't heed this warning and continued to consume blood. Eventually, the Punishers needed to step in and deal with the problem. Thinking about that particular group of vampires, better known as Punishers, started to give Vex a tingling feeling. He had never seen a Punisher himself, but had heard the dreaded stories about them. Instead of consuming blood from his blood bank or relying on Layla for blood, Quinn decided to allow his HP to continue to decrease every hour, hoping to build up his resistance. It wasn't very pleasant for him, as he wished he had known about this sooner.
Right now, he had 95 points of HP, which meant it would take 95 hours before his HP would reach nearly zero. When he was a lower level, building up a resistance wouldn't have been much of a problem. Over the next 2 days, Quinn no longer did his nighttime task. He still had hope, since the soldiers still hadn't done anything drastic to Peter. It didn't even seem like they were torturing him. This was all because Quinn could still feel connected with Peter, but he didn't seem to be in pain or distress. After hours of searching, Logan could find near to no information about the dungeons underneath the military bases. Not only at their military base, but even others. In truth, this scared Logan from trying to help Peter even more. He was the type of person who did everything with a plan in his head. Every action had a chance for an outcome. With no information, he felt like a blind man walking through a maze. He continued to search, hoping to crack something. However, they had run out of time. It was now time for the inter-military base tournament. Each class first appeared in their home rooms, making sure they had everything they needed. Inside Quinn's backpack was the flash that Fex gave him when they were on the expedition. He had tried to return it, but Fex refused. Inside the flask was Layla's blood with a single drop of blood from the oat blood type. Although he wasn't able to consume the blood that day, he had placed some of it in the flask. 40 of 95 HP. His HP continued to decrease, and once it was low enough, Quinn would be able to drink it and gain the stat point. The flask held 200 milliliters of blood, the same amount as his level 2 blood bank, giving him a total of 400 milliliters of blood to regenerate from. However, there was no need for it for the event since he wouldn't be taking part. It was always best to be careful, just in case. After all the students had finished packing their belongings, they followed their homeroom teacher outside in front of the school gates. All of the students were lined up in a single file with their homeroom teacher out at the front. On the right side of the front entrance, the first-year students stood, and in front of them was General Nathan. On the left side, in front of the gate, all of the second-year students stood, and in front of them was General Duke. On both of the general's side were the sergeants. Standing in the center of the two groups was General Mike, who would lead the students during this event. He had the ultimate say. Paul, the head general, would stay behind, just like the other head generals. They were to remain at the base with the other soldiers. If an attack was to occur for whatever reason, military personnel were needed. It was essential to leave somebody in charge, and someone strong enough to defend the base. "All right," Mike yelled in a loud, booming voice. Somehow his voice was loud enough to carry outside and be heard from the very last of the crowd. "Your teachers will now be calling out the following students who will be participating in the events. Please come up to the front once your name has been called. Everyone else, remember, you are to support these people. Cheer at the top of your lungs," Mike shouted, banging his chest. There was silence among the students. "I said cheer!" Mike yelled again, and the students responded, shouting back. First, all of the second-year students who were participating in events were called up. There were a lot of events to go through, since the event was similar to the old Olympics. There were even some that were banned from using the abilities. After all the students for the regular events were called up, the students for the 3 primary events were called up. A single student from each homeroom group would be selected for the main events. In front of them, 10 second-year students were to participate in the fighting tournament. Quinn was around the middle of his line. Still, his eyesight was great, and he was able to see that every single one of the students selected was level 8. The ability system only went up to level 8. There was a good chance some of the students who stood up there had abilities that went beyond their grades. Now that all the second-year students had finished being called out, it was time for the first-year students. 3 students from each class were selected for the 3 events and walked up to the front. Finally, it was time for Dell's class. He started by calling up the students for the crafting event and then moved on to the others. "For the ranged event, Layla Monroe." She walked slowly to the front, but was prepared. When walking past, she made sure to keep her head down, avoiding eye contact with those in her class. However, this didn't stop her from hearing the cruel remarks. "How much do you want to bet on her elimination in the first round?" a student said. "First round, I think she'll forfeit before it even starts." "It should be me up there." "I think I would do a better job, and I don't even use a ranged weapon." Just then, a voice came. "Layla, do your best." She looked up to see who had said those words. To her surprise, they came from Vorden. She smiled at him before hurrying it up to the front.
And finally, for the fighting tournament. Vorden, who was near the front of the line, had already started moving before hearing his name being called out, but after a few steps, he suddenly froze, hearing Dell's last words. Student Peter Chuck.
Episode 290, To Base 1. When he called out Peter's name, everyone who belonged to Dell's class started to look at each other in confusion, while Quinn and his friends just stood there stunned. Due to Peter's shocking incidents, many knew who he was, especially after he was suspected of working with Pure. However, the other classes were unaware of why Dell's class was gossiping and making an uproar. "Is that the same Peter as before?" a student said. "I thought he was a member of Pure. Maybe he wasn't, and they just found him?" The speculation surrounding Peter grew as to why he hadn't appeared. If he was there in front of them, it meant the military must have cleared him as innocent. Still, after the students stopped wondering why Peter was there, a bigger question popped into their minds. Why did he get selected as a replacement for Vorden in the fighting tournament? Peter was well known for being a level 1 weak Earth user for most of his school days. It was only later that he had improved and managed to get himself up to level 4. The students weren't the only ones questioning their motive, though. So were Quinn and the others. Out of thin air, a light circle started to light up at the front, next to where the other students stood. A few moments later, the light had dissipated, and in its place stood a soldier, and in front of him was Peter. When seeing Peter in front of their eyes, their hearts and minds started to settle slightly. Everyone there felt a little guilty for deciding not to rescue Peter. Seeing him up on the stage without a single scratch on his body allowed their minds to be at ease. "It looks like the connections were right after all," Quinn thought. "They haven't been hurting him in the dungeon, but why have him participate in the tournament? It makes no sense." However, Logan, who had been busy coming up with multiple outcomes, had thought about this possibility as well. It was just one of the lower-chanced ones. At this point, the military most likely already considered Peter as a member of Pure. Not only had the video been made confirming this detail, but the fact that he re-infiltrated using a transformation skill was like a double confirmation in their eyes. The only reason why they would want Peter to be in this fight was if they thought Pure was watching. If they cared about Peter that much to save him from the clutches of True Dream, then perhaps they would do the same again at the interbase tournament. The problem was, it wasn't Pure who had saved him last time. They didn't care about Peter at all. What this also meant was Peter wasn't out of the woods yet. The fighting tournament would be the stage to show all of the Pure members what they were doing to their colleagues. After all the participants were called out, the contenders were all shipped off together and headed out first. Following General Mike, Layla decided to stay close to Peter. She didn't know any of the others and wanted to learn more about what was in the dungeon. This was because part of her mission at the military base was to find out information about the dungeon. "Hey, Peter, are you all right?" Layla whispered. Before Peter could even answer, one of the soldiers escorting the group by their side got in between the two of them. "No one is permitted to talk to student Peter Chuck until after the event," the soldier said. Layla backed down, and the other students found it strange that Peter was receiving special attention, but they didn't think much of it. They were far too focused and excited about their upcoming events. The rest of the students followed the two generals, Nathan and Duke. They carried on walking and took a path around the main central plaza area. It was where most of the non-military personnel and soldiers who were on break would be resting and enjoying their time. Eventually, they were led to a place they hadn't seen in a long time. It was the training ground. It was a place mainly used for soldiers to practice battle with their mechs or test new equipment, but today it was empty. A massive orange wasteland with barely any signs of life, apart from a few large craters here and there, made from who knows what. Towards the side of the field were several large handlers. Usually these would be used to store such equipment. The students were then led over to the hangar. When inside, it was different from what they had imagined. It looked like the whole place was empty. There weren't any mechs, not a single storage box or anything. "They must have cleaned this place out recently," Logan said. "What made you say that?" Fex replied. Logan and Fex were part of the same class, but they didn't speak much to each other when Quinn wasn't around, perhaps due to their first meeting not being a pleasant one. Not everyone enjoyed being blasted to the other side of the room. Fex had only joined Quinn's team before due to Aaron, and then Peter left, and Logan was never in their class to begin with. Since this wasn't a portal outing, there were no such teams, and students had to stay with their classmates. "You see all that rubble? If it were like this from the beginning, the dust would have settled. There are also several markings and patches suggesting that things have been moved out of here recently," Logan explained. "Oh, well, not like it means much. I thought we were going to head over to Military Base 1. What the hell are we doing here?" Fex asked. "Attention!" Mike shouted, and the students stopped and saluted. The next few words he spoke were short and sweet. "Good night!" In an instant, he had placed a mask over his face, and at the same time the soldiers, including the sergeants and staff, all did the same. Gas instantly started filling the room. Some of the students began to panic, while a few remained calm. "Of course this would happen," Logan said. "They gassed us on our ride here, and now that we're moving to another base, don't you think they'll do the same?" Logan gently let out before his eyes closed and fell to the floor. The students around started to collapse one by one. "Your body is being affected by a strange substance. Resistance +1. Resistance +1. You are now immune to the substance." Quinn had received the same messages which appeared when he was traveling to the school by bus, only this time it had stated he now had immunity against it. Looking around, he could see all of the students nearly collapsed by now, with a few struggling to fight against it. One of those was Fex, but even he was eventually affected and fell on the floor. Unlike Quinn, it was his first time being subject to the gas. Not wanting to seem suspicious, Quinn too decided to sway his body slightly while letting his limbs go floppy and faking a fall to the ground. Once all the students had been put to sleep, the hangar doors were opened, allowing the gas to be let out. After the soldiers got to work, they placed a black bag over each of the students' heads. After what had happened with Peter, the military was taking extra precautions. There was a chance a student could be woken up or even have an ability that counteracted the smoke. While Quinn was being bagged, he tried his hardest to pretend to be asleep. It seemed to work, as after the bagging, the soldier went on to the next student. It was impossible to see, but he could still hear everything that was going on outside. The sound of something large and heavy was heard, followed by several men grunting. He could then hear the squeakiness of wheels. A big clunk was heard, and what followed after was a sort of humming sound, like an electric current passing through something. "I've heard this sound before, but where?" Quinn thought. He tried to pinpoint the sound, but his mind was working against him. It was nearly impossible to shift through his memories until he figured out where he had heard this sound before. "Start shifting the students in, through the portal one by one," a soldier said. The words were spoken from far away, and maybe others wouldn't be able to hear them, but Quinn could. He finally figured out why the sound was so recognizable, because it was the sound of a teleporter. "Wait, why do we need to go through a teleporter?" Quinn thought. "Wasn't the military bases on Earth?" After finding this information out, he felt like there were two possibilities. Either the bases weren't located on Earth, or the event itself was on a different planet altogether. Episode 291, Finding Bloody Volver. Right now, Quinn would do anything to rip the black sack off his head, and the problem was he really could do it. He was 100% conscious of what was happening around him. The main reason for this was to see the color of the portal. If it were a white portal, it would indicate they were traveling somewhere on Earth. If it were a colored portal, he would know they were going to a different planet. Military Base 1 was different from the other military bases. It was where the current government would reside, hiding behind the most skilled personnel. It was also where the leaders would gather, and was the only base that didn't have a school campus. The place and locations of all military bases were kept secret to the students during their time at the academy. This was to stop information from being leaked outside. This included the smaller factions in the outside world that didn't quite agree with the military's doing. This is why Quinn thought it would make sense for the main military base to perhaps not be situated on Earth. However, he wasn't able to find out, or, at least, not today. Because before he could think of it anyway, his body was lifted and chucked into the portal to the destination on the other side. Over at one of the other military bases, a school was also getting prepared to send all their students to Military Base 1. Nate was at his desk, sitting down, staring blankly at the pieces of paper lying in front of him, while the other students were busy packing away their things and getting ready for the tournament. You are still looking at that thing? Sam said in shock as he came over and placed his bag on the desk and sat nearby Nate. We are going to depart any second now, and you still haven't even packed your things. Get up already. I know, Nate replied, but I think I might have found the person we were looking for. You mean the Blood Evolver? I'm not saying he isn't in the tournament, but I do doubt your slow brain, which is good only at fighting, was able to figure out something like that. Go on then, tell me, how did you reach your conclusion? Nate then lifted the sheet of paper that he had been staring at all this time. The paper showed a long list that contained all the names of students who would be taking part in the interbase tournament. Seeing the paper's contents, Sam's eyes widened in shock, and he quickly moved his hands to put the papers down on the desk, grabbed his bag, and placed it over the list of names. Are you damn crazy? Sam whispered. How did you even get the list of names of all the participants? It seems like fate wanted me to find them, Sam. When I came into the classroom yesterday night, it was on the teacher's desk. Somebody must have misplaced it. Slapping his hand against his forehead, Sam was starting to wonder how Nate had ever made it this far in life. Although this side of him was why the two of them were good friends and got along in the first place. That doesn't mean you can just take it for yourself. Oh well, too late now. As long as we return it, it should be okay and may save us from all the trouble we are going to face, said Sam. Anyway, after finding the list of names, I started to do some research. I contacted students from the other schools inquiring about each of the participants in the fighting tournament. The main thing I was looking for was a student that fought with gauntlets. After all, there aren't many students who chose to do battle with such a close-ranged weapon. Not only that, but based on the information we have, we know he is a first-year student. This narrows down our suspects even more. After asking around, it seems like there is only one student who fits the bill. He goes by the name of Larry Starr. This person is our Blood Evolver. He has to be. No, I'm sure of it. I can feel it in my gut. At the start of the explanation, Sam was on board and was starting to be impressed. Was this the same Nate he had grown up with? However, hearing those last words caused Sam to take a step back a bit. Whenever Nate had a gut feeling about something, it was always 100% wrong. He decided to shrug his shoulders and let Nate go on with his wild thoughts. It wasn't hurting anyone this time, so there was no harm done. Okay, but what about the zombie? You are interested in him as well, right? Sam asked. About that one I have no idea. We might not even see him since the nature of his ability is only to heal. I agree that he was strong in combat, but on a tournament scale while not in the game. Sam decided to move his bag, grab the pieces of paper, and return them to the teacher. While placing it at the front, Sam couldn't help himself and take a peek at all the names on the list. These names would be of the people who would, in the future, control the world. What Sam also noticed was that each of the names was a little number in brackets. When looking at Nate's name, the number 6 could be seen. Judging by this, he could easily assume that all the numbers indicated all the students' ability levels participating in the fighting event. You've always been the underdog in these types of situations, but I know you'll prove everyone wrong. Looking at the names, one could see that Nate was one of the lowest levels in the fighting tournament, especially when looking at all the second-year students. Nearly every student that was participating was either a level 7 or 8 in terms of ability level. Nate was the exception in this challenge. Using his high fighting skills, he would be able to overcome the difference in his strength of abilities. There was also a second reason why Nate could compete on an even level with the higher ability levels. It was because of his soul weapon. Although abilities could be the same, soul weapons were often not. Even if two students had the same earth ability level, their soul weapons would be completely different. One could come in the shape of a hammer, while the other may be a shield. Some soul weapons weren't even objects themselves, but were seen as an evolution of their abilities. With how different soul weapons were between each person, they would sometimes make a massive difference in power. In this case, Nate's soul weapon would increase his power to the point that it will allow him to fight them on an equal level. This was why Nate was respected by the higher-level students, and looked up to by the low levels as well for overcoming that gap. Looking through the names, something had caught his eye. He was sure that Nate would be at the lowest level there, even out of the first years, but it seemed that wasn't the case at all. What? They can't be serious!
Am I seeing things correctly?" Sam brought his head closer to the sheet of paper to have a closer look, but he wasn't mistaken at all. "One of the first years, they have a level 1 on her. What were they thinking? Are they trying to get him killed? It has to be a typo, right?" When inspecting the names closer, Sam also noticed that there were lines between all the participants' names in the fighting tournament. He wasn't quite sure what this meant, but if he was to take a good guess, it would be who their opponents were in the first round. Across from the level 1 name, Peter Chuck was another Year 1 student who went by the name of Larry Starr, a level 6 user. "Well, what are the chances of that? I guess you might be able to go against our so-called Blood Evolver after all. It should be an easy win for him." As Sam put the piece of paper down, he looked up and realized that all the students had suddenly gone silent and were staring in his direction. Finding the whole thing strange, he tried to turn away when a slender body came into his view. "Now, would you like to tell me what you were doing with that piece of paper?" Silver asked with a smile. Episode 292, Poppy Dome. The temptation to peek at the color of the portal was killing Quinn. However, he decided to keep the black sack covering his face. After all, it wasn't worth it. There was no need for him to worry about where the first military base was. He didn't know why he was getting a little obsessed over it. It wasn't like he was working for Pure or the Dalki. They would have done anything just to obtain this type of information. Even if Quinn did know, it wouldn't have helped him anything. Unless he was planning to take on the military, he could never imagine doing such a thing in his entire life. The second his body passed through the portal, he could feel the strange sensation that would usually occur. It felt like your mind was melting. The experience wasn't all that bad, but the imagery was certainly strange. He was surprised that when passing through the portal, this strange sensation didn't wake up the other students. This also meant that the gas, or whatever was used to knock them out, was strong enough to disable them. As he thought about it a bit more, he was kind of surprised that it was able to place Fex asleep. Having decided to not take off the black bag, once through to the other end of the portal, Quinn continued to pretend to be knocked out. His body was chucked and moved, gently sometimes by some, and quite rough by others. As they continued moving about, he consistently heard strange mechanical sounds around him. It was driving him a little crazy, since he was trying to picture what was outside by only using his ears. "I wonder how Leo does it. I would hate it if I became blind." Quinn couldn't help but think this. Eventually, after a couple of hours of being chucked around from place to place, his body wasn't moved for the last 15 minutes. And then, the first student other than him woke up. What the hell is on my head?" the student shouted out. Despite opening his eyes, the only thing he could see was the color black. The thought of the world being taken over entered his mind. This caused him to start screaming. I'm sorry, please don't kill me." The student continued yelling before feeling a bump on the back of his head. "Calm down, will you? You just arrived at your destination," the soldier explained as he took the bag off the student. Because of his screaming, it managed to wake up quite a few students. Very slowly, every one of them started waking up. "Please remove the bags from your heads and stay where you are until further instructions have been made." The voice was recognizable, and it seemed to come from old General Mike. All of the students did as instructed and removed their bags, and for the first time in a while, they could finally see. The students were slightly confused as to where they currently were. There was no clear sky, and all they could see was metal. 1,000 students all stood in a clear open space, with the generals at the front of the large room. "Are we still in the hangar?" a student asked. Quinn couldn't blame the student for thinking that, because it did look like they had never left the hangar in the first place. However, only he knew that they had gone through a portal. All of a sudden, the sound of something coming from behind them could be heard. The pressure head was released, and the light started shining through. When the students turned around, they could see the sides of whatever they were opening up, and a metallic platform stretching out. It eventually hit the floor. There was a good 10 meters from the opening before the platform had touched the ground. "Please make your way down the vehicle." Mike continued his instructions while the soldiers at the front led the way. When stepping outside, they finally noticed that they were in the first military base. However, it didn't look all that different from theirs. It was more like a city with certain buildings surrounded by construction.
There were mechs out and about, transporting cargo. The main difference was the size of the base itself. It was nearly 2 times more than theirs. However, the most shocking thing they saw so far was the sky. Although it could be seen, it looked slightly different from what they were used to. This vague feeling continued bugging Quinn, however, he couldn't figure out why. What he did notice, though, was the shine going all across them. The entire city seemed to be encased in a large glass-like dome, and around the edges was a high-rise wall, making it impossible to see what was outside of the city unless one was in an airship. Once the students looked behind them, only then did they realize what type of vehicle they were in. It looked like a submarine on wheels. The thing was extremely huge, and it had 16 wheels the size of houses on its side. Quinn then realized what was making all that noise from before. The teleportation device must have transferred them somewhere, and later they needed to be moved via the vehicle in front of them. Once all of the students were accounted for, the vehicle started retracting its platform. Once it was finished, it immediately headed off in a different direction. Mike, Nathan, and Duke went out to greet another soldier. They later followed him until they reached a train stop. Since the base was large, getting to their destination by foot would probably take them a few hours. While riding the train, the students were able to see more of the city. It seemed like the city itself was split up into different sections, and between each section was a small barrier. Each of these sections had soldiers focus and prioritize different things. At one of the sections in the city, they witnessed mechs being built and tested. In the next one, it looked like they had beasts in captivity and were doing some type of experiments. And next, it seems as if they had combat-focused classes, and so on. They then went and passed the city center. It was a large dome-like building that looked like a miniature version of the base itself. It firmly stood at the center. The top of the dome had a flower-like design that looked similar to a poppy. The army decided to use this symbol after the First War. Most of the battles between the Dalki took place on Earth. There was a lot of blood spilled on the battlefield. Once the war was declared over, something strange seemed to happen. On the fields all across the world where most deaths have occurred, fields of poppies grew. In the past, it was said that something like this happened once before. However, it had been long forgotten. Despite that, they still chose to use it as their symbol. This building was the world's government's headquarters. It was where the 8 head generals, the leader, and the big 4 family leaders would meet to make their decisions. It was like they were in control of the world. The train continued moving past the city center and eventually went towards the back of the city, where it seemed a little less busy. They passed another small barrier of some type, and many mechs and soldiers seemed to be standing guard. They entered another part of the city which was separated from the others. Once the train finally stopped, the students got off and continued to follow Mike. After they exited the trains, they could finally see where the event was going to take place. It was an arena that was large enough to host the Olympic Games, right in front of their eyes. It was quite round in shape, almost looking like a wheel on its side, and it was made of gletherium. It had a slight tint of blue. What surprised them most, however, was that, on top of the arena stands, 7 large buildings seemed to have been built into the thing, making it look like a crown. The 7 buildings had a clear, open glass that was tinted black. All of them faced inwards toward the arena. On the front, large numbers were starting from 1 and ending at 7. "Okay, since you guys are from Military Base 2, please make your way to the second building," the guide who had been leading the general spoke to them. "Because you're the first ones here when you finish unpacking your things in your rooms. You are free to explore the area. The buildings here are like hotels. You are allowed to check in and out whenever you want for now. Outside the top of the arena, there are many shops and markets stationed for use. Since you guys won't be participating in the event itself, we wanted to make you all feel welcome. Shop around and have fun. See if there is something you want to do, and treat your stay here as a holiday. Just remember to support your teammates when you can." Quinn was wondering where the others were since he hadn't seen them. Although he saw them in the hangar, as they were the first ones to enter, they were shortly separated once again when they moved into the large vehicle. The participants were most likely already in the field or were staying at a separate location altogether. The students followed their teachers to the arena, while the generals had split off in a separate direction. With the large building having plenty of space to accommodate everyone, each student was allowed a room completely to themselves. The atmosphere was quite relaxed. After unpacking his things in the hotel room, someone knocked at Quinn's door. When he opened it, both Vorden and Fex greeted him.
"Come on, let's go and explore this place. It's so cool. I've never been to such a nice area before,"
Fex said excitedly. After shutting the door behind them, the trio went and explored the arena's shops. Meanwhile, at the train station, another train had just arrived, bringing in another set of students from another military base. One of the first people to get off the train was Teacher Silver. Episode 293, Ring Name. The contestants taking part in the intermilitary tournament were taken to the arena ahead of time. This was because the participants would be going through some additional checks that the other students didn't need to do. The other reason was so they could be informed of each event's rules and clarify how each event would work. After all, not all events would be as simple as a knockout tournament. They were all taken on a separate train that was heading to the arena, a participant-only train. Each carriage was separated into each military base, full of the second-year and the first-year students. Although some of the second-year students had been through this before, there was still excitement that could be felt in the air. It was an event that only happened once a year. In a way, this was their chance to show their skills to potential factions, as well as get a head start if they were to join the military in terms of ranks. Perhaps even find a mentor to train them, giving them a head start over others. Inside the second carriage were all the second military base participants, and sitting at the front seat with 2 guards by his side was Peter. The second-year students were also towards the back of the carriage and could see what was happening at the front.
"Hey, did you see that first year?" a student asked.
"Yeah, the guards haven't left his side. Do you think he might be that much of a threat that they need to keep an eye on him all the time? I heard some crazy first years tried going against us this year,"
another replied. One of the second-year students was looking for that exact student the others were talking about, Momo. Ever since the incident with Vorden in the assembly hall, he had decided to keep his involvement down low. For some reason, during his fight with Vorden, even though he had the upper hand against him, he had to go all out, even using his soul weapon. Something was telling him there was still a chance he could have lost that fight. During that fight, some frightening things happened, one of them being Vorden cutting off his arm. Thinking back to the battle, Momo thought if he would have ever been able to decide that, and even if he did, whether or not he could have gone through with it. There was something wrong with the first-year students that just didn't fit right. Momo wasn't participating in the fighting tournament, but was looking forward to seeing the full strength of Vorden. However, when he didn't spot him on the train, he was incredibly disappointed, and instead saw Peter taking his place, the student they had bullied and forced to go against Vorden.
"What are you planning on doing, Duke?" Momo mumbled to himself. He had a feeling that most likely Duke was behind this whole matter.
The train had come to a stop, and all the participants were led out of the train straight into the arena. They saw the large buildings on top of the arena. However, they could not meet with their classmates. Instead, they were taken underground in the arena and eventually entered a sizable underground training room. The room was filled with different beast equipment, target tools, gaming equipment, and all sorts. This was a place that allowed the participants to use their abilities freely before they were to participate in their events.
"As you can see, several rooms are leading to this one. The entrance which you have entered is now locked, and only military personnel who are authorized will be able to pass through."
A soldier holding a tablet and containing a scanner over his eye explained.
"You are free to use this room however you wish before the event. The big day starts tomorrow, so you will have plenty of time to practice. To your right through the doors are your sleeping quarters. Feel free to rest whenever you wish. Just behind me is the entrance to the arena. In a moment, we will split you up into groups according to your events, and we will have someone explain and go over the rules. Tomorrow, when your names will be called, and you will be escorted up to the arena."
The man then pointed to a large display slightly above him that had hooked onto the wall.
"We don't want you to be left out, of course. Above, we will be displaying the event to all of you. If you have any problems or concerns, do not hesitate to ask us."
With that, the man went off to talk to his team to organize the next step. while the students were free to check out the training room. Many of them went to explore the place, while others wanted to play around with the equipment. Some of the stuff they had back at their bases and used for their training, but some items they had never seen before were excited to test them out and see what they could do. Layla, on the other hand, was busy trying to locate Logan. When looking around, she could see that Peter was allowed to go where he wished inside the training room, but the 2 guards from the train continued to follow him around everywhere. This, of course, gathered quite a bit of attention, and some of the students even tried approaching Peter. Almost immediately, one of the guards would yell at the student to stand back. "Hey, Logan," Layla said, approaching him while looking around to see if anyone was paying attention to her, a habit that was forced into her from her training days. "I was wondering, do you have any idea why they are making Peter fight in this tournament?" Logan looked closely at the 2 guards by Peter's side. He noticed that the equipment they were wearing wasn't of low quality at all. It was at least the advanced level, maybe even higher. If they were to go through this much trouble to guard one student, then it would seem like his hunch was right. "I think they're trying to use this event to lure out the rest of Pure. They think he's one of them after the video we made. It would make sense, and if they believed they cared about him that much to try to snatch him from True Dream, then maybe they would do the same at this event," Logan replied. Hearing this, the sick feeling in Layla's stomach had returned. If that were the case, they would be heavily keeping an eye on Peter, and there might not even be a chance for them to try to save him. Thinking about this, Layla thought about whether or not she should try to get Pure involved. She knew that Peter wasn't a part of Pure. Still, if she were to put a word to her mother, maybe she would help her. Although this thought didn't last long, Layla was currently a rank 100 agent, and she had already called in a big favor from her mother last time. It was unlikely her mother would risk the whole organization for this once again. Knowing this, she was too afraid even to ask. "I'm sorry, Peter, there's nothing I can do." After about half an hour of the students exploring the training area, they were called and huddled up once again. This time they were divided into groups based on the events they would be participating in, as they were told they would before. Logan was placed into the crafting event, Layla into the arranged event, and Peter into the fighting event. The 3 of them were now separated from Peter even further. Each group was led to a different section of the room where a soldier would explain the event's details to them. The 3 main events had the most participating students, since 1 student was required from each homeroom class. 10 students from the first year and 10 students from the second year. With the 7 schools participating, that meant there were 140 students per the main event. In the fighting event, while the soldier was busy explaining the rules to everyone, everyone's attention was focused on one person. Peter, who still at this moment had the 2 guards by his side. It was clear to them that it must have been such a dangerous event, but now that Peter was closer to all the participants, they could spot something on his wrist. The fact that his level on his watch indicated he was only a level 1. How is that possible? Wait, how is he even in the tournament? The students wanted to question it and ask, but the soldier up front was busy explaining the rules and processes to everyone, and they knew better than to interrupt. "Oh, so it looks like Sam didn't misread that name list. There was a level 1 student in the fighting tournament," Nate said. Unlike the others, Nate wasn't too interested in the mysterious figure. He was far too busy trying to figure out of all the participants here, which one was Larry, the Blood Evolver. Right now, the students didn't have their best equipment, so it was hard for him to tell. "And that's about it for the fighting event rules. Now what we will do is go around and take a stage name from you all. This name will be used to announce you before you enter the arena. Try to pick a name that will strike fear and be remembered by all. After all, not only military personnel will be watching this, many top-tier factions have been invited to this event as well." After the explanation was over, several soldiers went around with tablets held in their hands, gathering each student's required information. Finally, one of the staff had arrived at Peter. "What would you like the name of your ring to be?" he asked. Peter thought about it for a while. He, too, could tell the soldiers around him were of a higher class than their military base. If there was ever a chance for him to escape, he should have done so when he was alone with True Dream and the other soldiers. Right now, he couldn't escape, and he couldn't even imagine Quinn and the others thinking of a way of saving him. If he were going to be killed after this anyway, he would go down using all his strength. He wasn't just going to throw away the fight. This meant they would find out about his incredible healing abilities. If he were made into a lab rat, he wouldn't tell them anything about Quinn. He still had respect for Quinn for saving his life, and after betraying them once, he wouldn't ever do it again.
"Are you sure about your ring name?" the man asked. "It's sometimes nice to have a name related to your ability, or one that's easy to remember."
"I'm sure," Peter replied. Down on the man's tablet, the name Zombie P was written, a name that, when revealed, would shock the other participants. Episode 294, Defensive Equipment. With the event starting tomorrow, the students were free to do what they wanted for the rest of the evening. There were no strict requirements and even no curfew for the students, which was a first. It truly did feel like they were on a week trip to watch a grand event. Never had they ever been treated like this before. The only rules that were put in place were for students to not leave the arena. Not that it was possible anyway. The arena was located in a separate part of the city, and the only way to get to it was via train, which would go through several different barriers. Stepping off the train, they all noticed the mass amount of security. Leaving this place seemed to be a lot harder than breaking in. However, after living in luxury, they felt like there was no reason for them to try to leave anyway. The three boys, Quinn, Fex, and Vorden, had left the hotel room and headed to the top of the arena. Just like the guide had said, the top of the arena was mostly flat and filled with all kinds of stalls manned by staff. There were coffee stalls, food places, VR games, and all sorts. But what interested most of the students was the equipment stalls. Some of these sold different types of beast gear and armor, as well as items that would go hand in hand with certain abilities while fighting. The boys decided that they would walk around the entire circle, looking at all the shops before committing to buying anything. It was always horrible when one would see something they liked in a shop, only to find something better or cheaper in the next one. "Go on, then," Fex said with his hands behind his back. "What do you think of the sudden change?" "What do you mean?" Quinn asked, confused. "What? Do you mean you can't tell? All of a sudden they're pampering us with nice hotel rooms, shops, equipment, and no curfew?" Fex replied. Quinn hadn't thought about it before. He just felt like the group was currently on a school holiday, like they used to have at school. Near Christmas times and other holidays, school tended to be more relaxed. The world, even the military world, couldn't be all work and no play, could it? "Looks like you figured it out," Vorden said and motioned around. "The whole thing is a ploy for the students. They show and give them a taste of what life is like at the military base. Some of the students will start to think maybe choosing to join the military rather than the faction isn't so bad, especially if they can have a life like this. I hate to say it, but there's always a motive behind everything." The three boys stopped to take a break and were looking over the edge, down at the arena floor. There were thousands of seats, but none of them were for the students. The students would be watching the fight, either from the top platform they were currently on, or from their hotel rooms. There were multiple large display screens every once in a while, so it wasn't like they would miss anything. The seats themselves were for all the different factions from the Earth and other planets. They had been invited to see the future generation display their power. It was a good chance for the military to show the world that it was necessary to continue to draft teens into the army, as well as for factions to try to get future talent. "Maybe it's a good thing I'm not fighting," Vorden said. Although these words were spoken quietly with Fex and Quinn's hearing, they both had heard him say these words, and were wondering what he meant by them as he looked at the crowd of empty chairs. Unlike them, Vorden was a talented individual, an original from a good family, but not one of the top four. If he were able to display his strong skills and abilities, he would easily be scouted into a top faction, Quinn thought. His life would be set, and he would have nothing to worry about. So it was strange to see Vorden kind of relieved that he wasn't fighting. The three of them continued walking, and having already done a full circle, they had decided which shops they wanted to stop by. For Quinn, what he truly wanted was a strong or better set of gauntlets to use. His intermediate pair wasn't good enough. However, when they looked around, there was barely anything above the intermediate level. Most equipment at the advanced level or higher would have to be hunted for,
or one would need to hire travelers to gather the materials for them. There were a few items, but none that matched what Quinn was looking for. Still, with only boots and gauntlets, there was no harm in increasing his equipment in other areas, one of these being defenses. The best piece of equipment to get would be a type of chest piece. This covered the largest area, and when using his inspect skill, Quinn also found it gave him the most defense points. This time, while walking around, they noticed a lot more students around than before. This was because all of the other military bases had arrived by now, and they too had left to explore. They entered a few shops, and Fex was the first to buy some items. He purchased very small knives that were as large as a finger and had a little ring just underneath the handle. Knowing that he had a string ability, Quinn could imagine Fex being able to do great things with those weapons. While Vorden didn't purchase anything but instead stared at two short swords on the wall, seeing this, a memory came back for Quinn. He had asked Vorden a long time ago if he was to use a weapon, what type of weapon it would be, and he had replied with a pair of short blades. Vorden didn't use beast weapons much, as he seemed to favor elemental abilities, and most elemental ability users didn't really use beast weapons, but still had plenty of beast gear. After inspecting the stats of the swords on the wall and looking at the intermediate blades in Quinn's system shop, he realized how much better the weapons in his shop were. "Don't buy those," Quinn said. "Don't worry, I'll get you something nice soon." Vorden smiled, and the three of them left the shop to head off to the next one. The next shop was a place for Quinn, a shop that mainly focused on armor. A piece had caught his eye before, an intermediate piece that was dark blue and had a silver trim going around the edges. After selling his crystals from the last portal expedition, he now had a total of 4,440 credits to spend. The intermediate piece on the wall was 4,000 credits, so he had enough to spend, but was hesitating whether he wanted to clear his bank like that for one piece of equipment. Inspect. Intermediate Geo-Rock chest armor. No active skills. All stats +1. Defense +20. There were similar priced items in the shop, but this was one of the only ones that increased all stats. Other pieces of equipment improved strength more while giving no stat points to other areas. But this was well balanced. On top of that, it had the most defensive points of the lot. Quinn still hadn't figured out what defensive points did. His gauntlets gave him 8, while his boots gave him 4. If he had the chest piece on top of that, he would have 32 points of defense. Even if he didn't know what to do, the higher number was always better, right? After thinking about it for long enough, he finally had decided to go through with the purchase, reaching out his arm. As his fingertips pressed against the right chest plate, another hand was seen pulling it from the other side. The student to his left turned and looked at Quinn. The first thing that stood out to him was the wristwatch, indicating he was a level 1 ability user. After seeing this, the boy immediately let go. "Please go ahead and take it," the boy said. "You grabbed it first." "You were a little faster than me. You go ahead," Quinn said. With his eyesight, he was able to tell the boy to his right was only a fraction second faster at grabbing the plate. He had no right to claim he grabbed it first. "No, please get it instead of me. I insist, I don't need it," the boy replied like this, while Vorden and Fex stood back. "I guess this is what happens when you have two nice people." "Quinn's nice?" Vorden asked him. Fex thought about it for a while. Most of his interactions with Quinn were nice ones, and after saving his life, he had no other reason but to think he was a nice guy. "You don't?" Fex replied. Vorden didn't reply, but he didn't agree about Quinn being nice. He didn't think he was a bad person, but didn't think nice was the right word. Eventually, after going back and forth, Fex was fed up with watching, and snatched the chest piece, handing it over to Quinn. "Just take it, man. I want to continue shopping." The boy smiled, indicating he was happy for Quinn to take the piece of armor, but before purchasing the item, Quinn wanted to get the name of the student, hoping maybe he would return the favor to him one day. "What's your name?" Quinn asked. "The name's Sam." Episode 295, Stealing. 30 of 95 HP. The system message appeared in front of Quinn's face once again. It was a constant reminder that his health continued to increase, not that he needed the reminder anyway.
Whenever the system message would appear, he would have shooting pains rush through his head and stomach moments before it. His inside felt like they were trying to tear each other apart, and his brain felt like someone was reaching inside and squeezing it. This feeling usually lasted for around 5 minutes before Quinn was able to suppress it.
"Hey, are you okay?" Sam asked. "You don't look too good."
Fex quickly came over to Quinn's side to give him a helping hand. He was the only one who knew what Quinn was doing, as he had informed him beforehand. Vorden knew something was happening but wasn't aware of the truth, and decided to let it be, figuring out that it was most likely some vampire-related business. Quinn handed over his money card and gave it to Vorden to complete the purchase at the desk. The 400 credits were exchanged, and the equipment was placed in a fancy metallic suitcase. By the time Vorden had returned with the item, Quinn had mostly recovered from the pain.
"Well, I hope you start feeling better," said Sam. "I'll see you guys at the tournament. Maybe we can meet up and watch it together."
Sam didn't have many friends at his military base, being quite the low level himself as a second year. With Nate participating in the fighting tournament, Sam was pretty much on his own, so he thought it would be nice to enjoy the event with some others that wouldn't be quick to judge, being low level themselves.
"Yeah, that sounds good."
Quinn managed to crack out a smile at the last bit of pain started to fade to the back of his mind. The four of them left the shop together and were ready to part ways as they continued to explore. As soon as they took a few feet away from the shop, they could feel something strange, as if their hair strands stood upright.
"We're being followed,"
Fex whispered. "I know, a group of 5, Vorden replied. The 3 boys weren't the only ones that noticed this. When Sam turned around to check on the 3 boys, he could also see that a group was strangely following them from behind.
"What are they planning?"
Sam couldn't help but decide to get involved. He knew if Nate were here, he would have tried stopping whatever was about to happen. As expected, the group of students suddenly decided to appear and block the 3's path. The boy at the front had the sides of his hair cut short and a purple streak running down the middle. He quickly glanced down at the 3 watches before deciding to approach them. After confirming all of their ability levels were lower than his, a smile appeared on his face.
"Well, what do we have here?" the student said as he got closer.
Well, we're a little short on money, you see, and we were kind of hoping to buy something from one of these shops. I had my eye on that chest piece for a while, and when I saw someone else buy it, it just rubbed me the wrong way."
The student then got right up to Quinn's face as he said his next words.
"Especially when I see a weak level 1 like you getting something like this. It would be useless in your hands."
"Inspect. Name, Zach Lee. Ability level 6. Transformation ability." Using the inspection skill, Quinn was able to figure out the level of all the members of the opposite group, even when they were hiding their watches. It made sense why the student Zach was confident. He was a level 6 ability user, and everyone else around him was around a level 4 and 5. As a group, they seemed quite strong. After they had seen that, both Fex and Quinn were only level 1s, even with Vorden being with them. They didn't even think they had a chance of losing. Right now, Vorden had a random ability of a level 4 user he had touched, so his wristwatch was displaying that number. So Zach and his group had even more confidence that the group faced no such threat in front of them. Using his right hand, Zach placed it on top of the metallic case in Quinn's and tried to pull it away using all his strength. When he tugged, though, there was no movement, and his hand slipped off from the metal case. The smile on his face dropped. Quickly, Zach grabbed onto the case again and tried to pull it out of Quinn's hand again, this time getting a more firm grip on the case. But when Zach tried to pull away, a tight grip was felt around his hand, which gripped the case.
"What the hell do you think you're doing?" Quinn said slowly. "This is mine."
Zach's group of friends behind had no clue what was going on, and were still smirking away at the thought of the helpless level 1s having their expensive gear taken away.
"Why is this person making me feel sick when I look him in the eye?" Zach thought.
Zach had carefully watched Quinn and his friends enter the shop. Even before they had purchased the equipment, he had taken note of their levels. It came as a big surprise when he found out a level 1 user could purchase intermediate gear. Then a thought hit him. Perhaps he was someone from a prestigious, or at least a wealthy family. They had been cursed with a son that was only able to produce a low amount of MC cells, never being able to get past level 1. At that point, the only thing one could do was purchase beast gear to help them on their journey through life.
Having made this prediction, Zack never thought a reaction like this would come from Quinn. "Hey, 5 against 3 is a bit unfair, don't you think so? Maybe we should even up the sides a little," Sam said as he walked over. Sam, too, had thought the same thing as Zack when he saw Quinn. The only difference was that Sam thought he could relate to Quinn. He was one of those very people, a person who was unable to progress any higher in his ability level, despite being able to purchase books at a higher tier. His body had already hit the MC cell limit. Seeing Sam come over, Zack's group of friends behind him started to get more aggressive and were getting ready for a face-off. As the tension rose in the air, it felt like either side was going to strike first. However, both Fex and Vorden were worried about a different matter. For some reason, Quinn was upset at the actions that had just occurred. It made sense, anyone would be. The only difference was, Quinn had a critical secret he needed to hide. "I think I know what you mean about him not being nice now," Fex whispered over to Vorden. Even Quinn himself felt his actions were a little stranger than usual. Of course, he always wanted to punish people who did things like this, but right now was not the time, especially with as many military personnel around as there were. Still, Quinn refused to let Zack's wrist go, and he was starting to grip it harder and harder. Zack could feel this, and the pain was starting to get to him. He wanted to squeal or grunt a little, but was too afraid the others would laugh at him if he began to give in to the pain and were to make strange noises. "What do I do?" he thought, looking for a way out of this.
"Hey, what is going on here?"
a deep voice said from the side. A soldier had appeared, wearing a military uniform.
"There is to be no fighting during the week's stay here, do you understand? If you disobey, we will have to lock you up for your remaining time here. If there is a dispute, I suggest you settle it through some other matter. I'll be keeping an eye on you," the soldier said as he walked back off, continuing on his way to where he was going before. When the soldier had arrived, Quinn's grip had loosened, and Zack managed to break free in a split second. After hearing the words of a soldier, an idea popped into his head. Maybe there was a way to settle this and get the item he wanted. More than that, Zack felt a little humiliated and wanted to get his pride back. "Fine, I have a little suggestion to make. If you are interested, why don't we play a little game? Your guys versus mine," he said with a smile. Episode 296, A Little Game. Hearing Zack's words, Quinn wanted to refuse outright whatever type of proposal was about to be made. It was clear they were up to no good, and what reason did they have to go along with their little game? "Just get out of here before I—" Just then, a person from Quinn's right side stood in front of him. "Sounds interesting. What do you have in mind?" Before Quinn could even reject their offer, Fex had chimed in at the last second. The word game had interested him greatly. Besides, they had already finished their shopping and explored the area. Other than going back to their hotel room to rest, there was nothing they could do. Fex didn't care about the results of the events. Besides, they weren't a part of it, so this might have been the only bit of fun he would be able to experience. "Since you guys seem more confident than your usual low levels, I thought this might interest you." Zack and the group started to walk off, and Fex followed without a second thought. The others looked at each other and shrugged their shoulders, deciding to go along. "Don't worry, they can't really do much, and you can always refuse," Sam said. After following Zack and his group for a while, they were eventually led to the game section of the platform. It looked like he did mean that they would play a game, and it wasn't a metaphor for something else. The stall they stopped at had several different booths that were open for the outside public to see. Inside the booths was what looked like an old-fashioned training machine. It was a standard upright thick pole made of metal. The pole was split up into 6 different sections, and each one had another pole sticking out of it. Quinn watched one of the students carefully. A digital countdown appeared above his head. 3, 2, 1. When the timer reaches 0, a buzzing sound was heard. "Game started, level 3. The metal pole started to twist the different sections of its body. However, not all of the sections moved in the same direction. The very top section twisted, and the pole from the top was now coming towards the student's head from the left side. At the same time, the bottom section of the pole had twisted in the opposite direction, making the extended pole attack from the right side. At the same time, the student lifted his left hand and right leg, blocking both of the attacks. The pole twisted again and continued to twist and turn to allow attacks to come from all different directions, aiming at the student's body. That's when Quinn also noticed there was a small ring where the student was standing. "I see, so he has to block all the attacks without stepping out of the ring," Quinn thought. "The higher the level, the faster and more varied the attacks." "My suggestion is we bet that beast armor of yours by playing the game,"
said Zack. "Each person here will count as a life for our team. The first person will start at level 1 and keep going up until they are eliminated. Then the next person from the team will start from the level they have left off. Then whichever team finishes on a higher level wins," Zack explained. With this type of game, it was best to allow the most skilled person to go last. The reason for this is because the person can watch how the one before them failed. They could get a sense of timing for the machine as well as witness the varied attack patterns. "Your team only has 4 people, so one of you can go twice," said Zack. "The reason for choosing this game is because it requires us not to use our abilities. I didn't want to pick something where we would win. This will just be a test of reflexes and quick thinking on your feet." "I don't like it," Vorden said. "I don't have a problem with the game. I think any one of us here will be able to beat your whole team. The problem is, what's in it for us? We gain nothing from this bet, as the beast gear is rightfully Quinn's in the first place." While watching Sam speak, he was amazed at how much confidence Vorden had. He didn't stutter when speaking in front of these higher levels, and when pointing to his teammates, it seemed like he was genuine when he said he thought any of them would be able to beat them in the game. "I thought you might say that, of course. I wouldn't just be putting up nothing on our side." Zack reached one of his fellow teammates' bags and pulled out a beast crystal. It was slightly clear in color, and after Quinn used the inspect skill, he was able to tell it was an intermediate beast crystal. "Lithy intermediate beast crystal, compatible with an item from the shop." After using his inspection skill, though, another message that he hadn't seen before appeared. After selecting the message, the system immediately took him to his shop, showing him a single short sword. One of the swords in his shop required this very crystal to be crafted. The weapons from Quinn's shop were of higher quality than one could find in the marketplace. The problem was that nearly all of the weapons on it required him to gather specific items to create them. As he was still a student, he was unable to travel to other beast planets to hunt for these things. For now, he decided he would leave it for the future, after he had left the school. Coming across one of the materials to create a weapon was a golden opportunity for him. "We'll play your little game," Quinn said. "Excellent," Zack replied, not doubting for a second they were going to lose. Outside the arena on the bottom floor, Leo stood outside. He had come from the underground area after checking on the participating students. The real reason why he was there, though, was to check on Peter. He had a hand in helping the students during the matter with True Dream. There was a chance that using their strange and strict methods, the military would find out he was also involved in the case. He wasn't worried, but at the same time he had to prepare for the worst. "Originally there was 1, and now there are 3, Leo thought. He was thinking of the strange auras that he had sensed. At first it was only Quinn. Later Peter's aura had changed, and then a third student had arrived with the same aura. With his ability, he could tell they weren't human, or at least not fully or not the same. "The military might be stepping on their toes in something they can't handle." Leo had a hunch that if these people weren't human, they were going to publicly execute one of their kind. Then maybe they would come and try to save him, or at a later date, these actions could cause a lot of trouble, possibly even another war. The human race couldn't handle fighting the Dalki and another unknown entity. If it came to it, maybe the better decision would be for him to save Peter himself. From just underneath Leo's belt, he had a small pouch where he pulled out a small little flask. It was the one that had been found at the last portal expedition. He still didn't know who it belonged to, but he did know it was a strange and powerful item. The aura surrounding it was similar to his weapons. For a simple flask to be made out of high-quality beast material would be a waste. It had to be something special, he thought. He thought that he might have missed something or a special use for the flask. He unscrews the lid from the top of the flask. The contents inside the flask remained the same, as Leo didn't want to throw it away. He swirled it around, looking at the red liquid inside. "That's blood. I wonder if all of this is linked somehow." As he said those words, he could hear the sounds of footsteps rushing towards him. Leo quickly activated his ability, allowing him to cover a wider range. After doing this, he was even more worried than before. For some reason, the figure's aura seemed to be masked. He could still see the figure, but it seems like whatever was heading in his direction was able to suppress it. Eventually, the footsteps slowed, and now he could get a clearer view of it. Seeing it had a human-like shape. Leo calmed down a little, but was still prepared for anything. The figure was now in front of Leo, but of course, Leo could only tell someone was there and not what they looked like. "Where did you get that flask?" a female voice said.
Episode 297, Block, Block, Block. After agreeing to the little bet, all 9 of them rented out a booth and headed over to the area. The people who walked by simply ignored what was going on. There were too many people in one section. It blocked outsiders from being able to see anything that was going on. Although they did find it strange that so many people were in one booth, it still wasn't interesting enough for them to actively try and find out what was happening. Now, all that was left was to decide who from which team would go first. "Please let me do it," Sam volunteered himself. "I know you guys just met me and don't know, but those guys rubbed me the wrong way. Think of it as a freebie. You can observe in the meantime, and when I get stuck on a level, it should make things easier for you guys." Since Sam was insistent and sincere, the others found it hard to refuse his offer. In addition, Quinn liked the look of determination in his eyes. "Sure, go ahead," Quinn responded. They were confident that they wouldn't lose, especially against some of the other students, but against people like these that had never tried to get through life with their hard work, then no, they wouldn't allow themselves to lose to people like this. Sam, on the other hand, volunteered because he was worried that the others might humiliate themselves. He could tell by the stripes on their shoulders that they were only first years. It was most likely that they had never played a game like this before. The game was more difficult than it looked. One would have to be able to keep their concentration at their best while also multitasking. If he could beat everyone from the opponent's side, then there would be no need for anyone else to step in. "Zippy will go first," Zack said. The student approached the metal pole while the rest of the players stepped back a few meters away from the room, just outside the game zone. Zippy was a level 4 ability user. He was the lowest on the other team. 3, 2, 1, level 1 start. The game had started. The top 2 sections of the metal pole started twisting. At first, the machine was incredibly slow, and Zippy was able to block 2 attacks. This continued for a little while. Quinn noticed that only 2 parts of the machine were moving. This was due to the machine only being set at level 1. What Quinn also realized was the other part of the machine would only move once the person placed their hand or leg down. After blocking the attack, if one were to keep their arms up, then the machine wouldn't start until it was able to sense that the arm had gone back down again. 45 seconds had passed. All of a sudden, the machine started speeding up for the last 15 seconds. Zippy's expression changed as a little bit of sweat started running down his face. Beep! 1 minute had passed, and the sound of the buzzer had gone off. This indicated he had passed. Zippy let out a big sigh while he wiped the sweat from his forehead. He walked back to his teammates. "Good job, Zippy. If you couldn't even pass level 1, then I was going to ask why you were still hanging around us," Zack said. Zippy held his head down when he walked past the other. He had no response to give. Next was Quinn's team. "Whoa, go on, Pam," Feck shouted while clapping his hands. "It's Sam," Vorden corrected him, slapping his head, and slightly embarrassed as to why he was even with such an idiot. Even though the game had started, Sam didn't look nervous at all. Instead, he was calmly breathing and keeping it steady while blocking all of the attacks. "He's quite good, at least he's been taught well," Vorden commented. Quinn thought the same. Once he concentrated and closed his eyes, he was able to focus on his hearing. When he listened to Sam's heartbeat, he could tell it was stable, unlike the contestant from before. Even during the last 15 seconds, Sam stayed the same. When Sam walked back to the others, they each gave him a high five and congratulated him on a good job. "Pfft, look at them, celebrating when they only passed level 1. They're acting as if they've already won," Zack said in an annoyed tone. It was Zippy's turn once again. This time he was on level 2. On this level, 3 of the different sections started moving. This caused the player to also move up and down, blocking the attacks not only to their head, but also the ones headed towards their body. Zippy was doing well so far, with only 15 more seconds to go. Just like last time, it sped up. In the last quarter, Zippy blocked the first 2 hits and lifted his hand to block an attack to the left of his face, and then another to his right. This was when the others started noticing something wrong. Although the machine strikes weren't all that powerful, if the attack wasn't properly blocked, it would still hurt. It was quite similar to someone giving a soft padded punch, especially since the bars themselves were covered. Yet for some reason, Zippy's hands were shaking. When the 3rd bar swung towards the right side of his rib, Zippy hesitated since he thought back to the words Zack said. His concentration broke, and it ruined his form. His movements became as erratic as he was nervous. This slip-in was more than enough. He was just a split second late in blocking the blow, heading towards his ribs. Beep, beep, beep. Game over. As he walked back to his team, he hung his head in shame. He didn't even bother making eye contact with Zack. Zack, too, didn't say anything to him. It was a stupid mistake someone at their level should never make. In his mind, Zippy wanted to blame Zack for placing too much pressure on him. However, he knew that his words would be pointless. Now it was time for Sam to go again. Just like previously, he dealt with the multiple bars coming towards him with ease. When the game started speeding up towards the end, his breathing was a little quicker, but it didn't matter. His pace was incredible, and it looked like he was playing some sort of rhythm game. Beep! Level 2 completed. Instead of heading back to the others, Sam remained in the game room. This was because of their agreement beforehand. After another member from the opposing side was eliminated, the other one would stay and go on to the next level. Like this, the other team would have a slight advantage. This was how the game worked. For example, Zippy lost for being hit in the ribs. By seeing this, Sam would be able to observe and dodge the same strike. Not that it would have helped much at this stage anyway. Level 3 begin. The machine started once again, and there seemed to be a big jump in difficulty from level 2 to level 3. All 6 of the sections were moving this time. Having just completed the last round, Sam was a little tired. However, he still managed to persevere by blocking each of the bars. When the last 15 seconds came, the machine's speed looked like it almost doubled. Left block, right block, knee raise, right block again, elbow down. Sam thought about every move, but this was his downfall. Before, since he had enough time to think about everything he was doing, it worked out for him. Now that the attacks were too fast, he forgot to breathe as he was too focused on thinking and blocking. And suddenly, he needed to gasp for air. When taking in a deep breath, a bar came swinging out and whacked him in the face. Game over. Sam looked disappointed in himself. He thought he would be able to help out the others more. And yet, he was only able to eliminate a single player from the other team. He realized that playing this time of the game on your own and as a team was a little different. When you were on your own, you could start the same level again while remembering the speed and attack patterns. You could easily get better and adjust to the game's level. It wasn't that Sam couldn't pass level 3, but he would have needed to play it a couple more times before being able to do so. With the team mode, they only had one chance. Each player only had a single life. I'm sorry, Sam said as he walked back to the others. Don't worry about it. I learned quite a bit from watching you, Quinn said, not taking his eyes off the machine. Sam felt like it was all over after realizing the difference between playing as a team and as a single player. He never imagined that they could win anymore. Instead, he started praying to the karma gods, hoping that their opponents would get what they deserve and somehow lose the match. Another student from Zack's team walked forward and started the game. While Sam was busy playing the game, this student had been practicing at the side while trying to match the machine's speed. Now that he had a good idea of what the attacks would be like, everything seemed to work out for him. After the minute had passed, the game was over, and they completed level 3. All right, who's going next on your team? Zack asked them with a sneer on his face. While clenching his hand like a fist like he was getting into a fight, Fex stepped forward. Ha-ha! Time to show you how easy this little thing is. Before he could get into the game area, a hand appeared on his shoulder and pulled him back. Let me take this one, Quinn said. Episode 298, Second Chance. For Sam, Zack, and the other teams standing by the sidelines, it came as a surprise for them when they saw who was volunteering. The two people going at it this time were both level 1s. If this was an ordinary team, then Zack wouldn't have thought too much of it. After all, it made sense to allow the weaker one to go first. However, level 1s couldn't be considered weak. They were beyond that. From the beginning, the only two people that the group focused on were Vorden and Sam. They even thought that the other two would have forfeited after knocking them out. Playing against level 1s was just a waste of time. But still, it looked like Fex willingly stepped back, allowing Quinn to take the stage. Vorden, on the other hand, didn't bat an eyelid at the level 1 making his way into the arena. Sam felt that maybe they were letting everyone have a go at the thing, or perhaps allow Vorden more chances to see how the machine worked. Although their chances of winning were slim from the looks on their faces, they hadn't given up yet. Meanwhile, Zack was taken aback by the sudden situation. The very same student who emanated a huge amount of confidence before was still displaying that same amount of confidence right now. For some reason, he felt that it was natural that he tried his best in avoiding eye contact with Quinn. For a moment, he gave in to his urges and looked up. When his eyes met with Quinn's, he instinctively knew that this was a bad idea. A tingling sensation could be felt at the back of his brain. It was almost as if it was trying to burst out of its skull and run away. "What's wrong with you, Zack? Get it together!" Quinn entered the game zone and took a relaxed stance while in the circle. The others felt like it was all a show. They simply couldn't believe why he was extremely calm. "He'll be out in 10 seconds, one of them said. "Oh yeah, do you want to bet on it? I reckon 30 seconds for 10 credits, another replied. "He should be confident for a reason, right? I think 45, just before things start speeding up. Zack, do you want to get in on this bet?" Zack didn't respond to them. Truthfully, he didn't want to tell the others his answer. Something was telling him that Quinn would be able to clear the entire thing. The game began, and the other group was carefully watching the timer instead of Quinn himself. They were all hoping to cash in their winnings. Once the timer went past the 10-second mark, a moan could be heard since one of them lost the bet. The seconds continued to pass by as it eventually crossed the 30-second mark. "I can't believe it." The game entered the final 15 seconds. Now that all of their bets failed, they decided to look at Quinn. However, as they observed him, they found things to be quite odd. It still looked as if he was just casually standing in the same spot. The bars came swinging at him, and as one of them was about to hit him at the very last second, he would be able to block the attack with his arm. He would retract his limb and then repeat the same thing to the rest of the bars. Watching Quinn do this was painful for Sam's heart. It was as if someone was walking on a tightrope. Every single attack seemed to have been barely blocked at the last second. Sam watched at the very beginning of the round. Even when the machine moved at a slower pace, the attacks still looked as if they were just about to hit Quinn. Because of how things were going, he expected that Quinn would lose in the final 15 seconds. Beep! The sound of the game ending and the level being completed was heard. Sam's prediction was completely wrong. "Whoa, will you look at that? He did it! Well, good news, there's no way he's getting past the next one, right, Zack?" Once again, Zack didn't respond. What the others failed to realize was that Quinn wasn't even out of breath. He didn't have a single sweat on him. Although the game was only a minute long, with the unusual amount of intense concentration and fast movements, it was still similar to someone doing a sprint. The next participant from Zack's group entered. It was time for level 4 to begin. All 6 compartments started moving at a faster pace. Not only that, but the machine also seemed to be doing more double attacks. It was attacking 2 different places at once. Even though the student was doing well, everyone could tell he was barely hanging in there. When the machine entered the final quarter, the first strike struck his foot, knocking him out of the game. There were now 3 contenders left, including Zack on the other team. Like before, Quinn entered the game and started in a similar way he left things. It even seemed like he never left the game. Quinn continued blocking each strike just before it would hit him. He would lift his limbs to block and simply place them straight back down. The reading on his watch! It has to be fake. Or maybe he's some sort of martial art expert or something. No wonder he's so confident. He's going to complete this, isn't he? Zack's thoughts were screaming in his head. The timer continued going up and entered the final quarter like before. But suddenly, a strange feeling rushed through Quinn's head, and at the same time, an abrupt pain in his stomach. "Not now," he groaned out. 29 of 95 HP. It had been an hour since the last message had appeared. The shooting pains in his body could be felt. Instinctively, Quinn grabbed his head and leaned forward. This resulted in the bar striking him both on the head and stomach simultaneously, thus eliminating him from the game. Game over. Fex quickly rushed out to see if Quinn was okay. He realized what the problem might have been. "Hey, why don't you just rest? It must be tough going through what you're feeling right now. Just leave it to me. I can handle these guys." Upon seeing Quinn lose, it was a relief to Zack. He didn't know what just happened, but someone must have wanted him to win this game. It was clear that Quinn was going to pass it the same way he did on the previous one. "I knew he would eventually lose. It was only a matter of time," the others commented. They misinterpreted the situation and simply thought that the game was too much for Quinn to handle. With Quinn knocked out of the game, it was time for someone from Zack's team to enter again. This time, the person managed to clear the level 4 stage. "Well, who's next?" Zack asked. Fex stood up and took the mantle. This time, he felt someone tug on his sleeve. When he looked down, he noticed it was Quinn.
"You're going to do it again, aren't you?"
"One of us can go twice, remember?" Quinn said.
"Fine," Fex responded, as he sulked his way back to the rest of his team.
After feeling like he suffered an unjust loss, he wanted to finish what he started. Since Zack and his group decided to target him and had even gone as far as trying to snatch his newly bought equipment, if anyone was going to show them their place, it was going to be Quinn. When they saw who was walking up to the stage, they all started to laugh. Everyone else apart from Zack, that was.
"I forgot about that stupid rule. Why didn't we just make it 4 versus 4?
He quietly complained in his mind, but things were too late now. This time, when the game started, Quinn chose to take on a fighting stance. It was the first time he had done so since he started playing the game. Before, he merely treated this game as a type of practice, trying to see how much he could block things before the very last second. Now that he had no second chances and the will to win rose in his heart, he chose to properly block everything. Even before the machine was able to move, Quinn could already hear the sound of each session activating. With the slightest movement from the contraption, Quinn placed his hand out. To the others, it almost looked like he was attacking the machine. Before the bars on each station had the chance to fully move, Quinn had already hit them. The machine would slightly nudge in certain sections, but it never had the chance to perform a full strike. If he was to hit one section of the machine before it even moved, then the game would have been declared a loss for the player. It was done like this so people would stop using this type of tactic. However, the game over sound never appeared. Instead, the beeping sound that indicated a completed stage resounded out.
"Who the hell is this person?"
Sam muttered out. At the same time, he also wished Nate was here to witness what he had just seen. Not even Nate would have been able to display something so great.
"If you were here, Nate, I think you would have found a new person to be excited about."
After witnessing such a display, Zack figured out something. If he wanted to win, then he needed to do something drastic. Episode 299, Finishing the Game. The whole group was silent after what they had just witnessed. Even Fex, who was the closest there in terms of skill and speed, felt like he would struggle at doing what Quinn had just done.
"That's confirmed it. He was to be evolving to the next level, but how did it grow so fast, and right in front of my eyes?"
Fex thought. It was strange, because Fex knew that Quinn wasn't in the vampire noble class. They just had a certain feeling about them. He was very close to breaking through to the next stage. However, Quinn was a little strange. Some of his skills, such as speed and strength, were already at the vampire noble level, but he could tell he hadn't evolved yet. Just how was this possible? This was all because of Quinn's unique situation of having the system while being a vampire. He grew stronger by consuming different types of blood. It allowed his stats to go beyond that of a regular vampire.
"I'm going to speak to the admin. The machine has to be broken,"
someone from Zack's group said. The others were inclined to agree that this game was meant to be about blocking attacks, and it looked like Quinn was attacking the machine itself.
"Looks like you're not so worried about revealing yourself then," Forden said.
"It's not like I displayed any of my abilities. Besides, I doubt anyone would believe their story. Also, do you think they would go around telling people a level 1 user did all this to them?" Quinn replied. One of the students who was already knocked out from the game on Zack's side had gone to the game admin, who worked at the front, to see if the machine was broken. Zack knew it wasn't the case, but anything to stop this bet was a good thing in his eyes. Another person from Zack's team had started the game anyway. If it was broken, they could always just stop and move to a different booth. But as soon as the game started, it became clear that the machine wasn't broken and was working just fine. The students had expected the machine to be broken. The only way to complete the game like that was to hit the target as soon as he saw it moving to count it as a block. Due to him thinking this, he was slightly unprepared, and after just 10 seconds, the student was hit and out of the game. There were now only 2 people left on Zack's team. Quinn walked up to the game once again and started. Zack was looking at him closely, and so was Sam, hoping to see another amazing display of skills. This time there was no such thing, and Quinn just blocked the upcoming attacks from the machine normally. There was a little bit of disappointment from both sides, as the game had ended normally. Quinn was frustrated after what had occurred last time, and to calm himself down he wanted to perform at his peak. After calming down a little, there was no need, so he decided to play the game like normal. The others soon realized once again how impressive this was. The game was set at level 5, yet when Quinn was blocking the attacks, he made them feel like they were watching a game at level 1. He blocked them all so easily. Now that Quinn had passed level 5 on the machine, the 2 remaining students had to pass it as well. Otherwise, they would lose the game. Zach's last teammate walked into the gaming area that had begun. Before, their team was full of confidence, always being the one in the lead, but now they had the added pressure that if they were to lose, then it meant they would lose the game. They were the current underdogs. How the hell did these crappy level 1s put us in this situation? The student thought angrily as he was whacked in both the leg and head and was out of the game. The only one left now was Zach. He clenched his fist and walked up to the gaming area. This was another reason why he had chosen this game, simply because he had played it multiple times before and felt like he was better than the average person. When playing on level 5 previously, there was always a 50-50 chance that he would pass it on his first go. The game had begun, and Zach was fully concentrating on the targets coming towards him. He blocked the attacks with commitment, meeting them before they would fully reach their destination slightly. This meant he was getting hurt by the bars slightly, but he didn't care about that right now. Not hesitating as he blocked every single attack, the sound of the game over was heard to him. Level 5 passed. The cheering soon stopped, and the smile on Zach's face started to disappear as they saw Quinn confidently walk to the stage once again. They all no longer saw Quinn as the weak level 1, but instead as a monster at the game. Zach wasn't a religious man, but he started to pray to an unknown force, hoping that something would happen. He knew he only had a 10% chance of passing level 6 himself. If they were both to fail, then the game would be declared a draw, and they could both walk out of this pretending nothing ever happened. Level 6 start. Whack, whack, whack. The sound of the machine hitting against Quinn's body was constantly being heard as he continued to block each shot. While doing so, Quinn was starting to have a bit of fun, imagining multiple enemies trying to attack him. The game was good to practice one's reflexes, but was useless for learning any skill. There weren't many opponents whose attack patterns would be as simple as this, and it also didn't allow for one to practice attacking, using their skills. Still, Quinn was having a lot of fun, and finally was starting to have a bit of sweat on him. As the timer had reached 45 seconds, the smile on his face grew bigger. Seeing this, Zach already had his answer. Quinn was going to finish level 6, and perhaps could even go beyond. If he wanted to do something, he needed to do it now. Keeping his hand down by his side next to his waist, he opened up his palm and faced it towards the machine. He started to do a type of pulling motion, and suddenly the top section of the machine looked almost still. Inside the machine, the mechanism was being widened up as it was held back by a strange force. Zach had the power of magnetism and was holding back a part of the machine. Then, using all his strength, he released as well as pushing forward, causing the top section to swing out at a great speed. What he didn't expect was the force to be too much, the added power of being held back. With a push of full force, it had reached level 6 speed already, and it caused the top part to fling off. A loud crack was heard as the object disconnected from the machine and flew in the air. What the? Quinn managed to move out of the way, but at the same time had stepped out of the circle, causing the game over screen to appear. But that wasn't a concern right now, for the flying object was heading straight for Sam. Both Vorden and Fex had predicted something like this would happen after noticing something strange and had already moved out of the way, but for Sam, it wasn't the same. He was too fascinated and focused on Quinn's performance. From where Quinn was, he wouldn't reach Sam in time, so there was only one thing he could do. Flash step! In an instant, Sam could see a strange style of footwork, causing Quinn to look like he almost instantly teleported from one place to another. Still, Quinn was a little far away, swinging out from his hip. He performed a roundhouse kick and knocked the flying object off to the side. It hit the wall and smashed into tiny pieces away from the others. Thankfully, no one was hurt. "Thank you," Sam said. While saying these words, he looked at Quinn deeply, because in that brief moment he realized something. Both of those moves Quinn had displayed, he felt like he had seen them before. The kick was one of normal Earth martial arts. However, it was performed so clean and fast. But the main thing that he was shocked about was the flash steps. He had seen only one person ever perform it before. The flash step was performed by the player known as Blood Evolver. It couldn't be him, could it? Episode 300,
stand still. Rather than being shocked about nearly being hit by a flying metal object, Sam was far more concerned about the skill he had just witnessed in front of him, the move that he and Nate refer to as the flash step. This was because whenever they saw the move being used, it did seem like the user would suddenly flash into a different spot. More importantly, it was a move that Sam had only seen one person ever perform, the person known as Bloody Volver from the game. However, just because they had only seen one person perform it, didn't mean only one person knew how to. A teacher most likely needed to teach the person the move, and they most likely taught others. One could come up with a skill themselves, but knowing the information about the Bloody Volver they did know, that seemed unlikely. They knew two things about the Bloody Volver. One was that he was from a military school since they had met on the military gaming servers. The second was that the person was a first-year student. Even if Nate was convinced that this, Larry Steele person was the Bloody Volver, the only evidence he was going on was the fact that he had met these conditions as well as used gauntlets as weapons. Still, Sam didn't have much more evidence himself that the person in front of him was the real Bloody Volver. The only way to find that out was to see the person using their ability. The strange red aura, a powerful, unique ability that had been used to defeat many opponents in the game, including himself. That's why Sam wasn't adamant that Quinn was the Bloody Volver. On his wristwatch, it displayed that he was a level 1 user. There was no way such an ability would be deemed so weak. Then another thought had come to him. The red aura ability was something that shouldn't have been in the game. It was an ability that was unable to be selected in the servers. Yet it could still be used for some reason, and the game devs even confirmed it wasn't a hack. Although many didn't believe this, thinking the game devs were just trying to save face. But what if it was true? Maybe this ability was slightly different from how people knew and measured current abilities. If that was the case, then the watches the military used wouldn't be able to register anything. Sam looked at Quinn once more. He wished he could confirm it right now, but he couldn't. Inside the VR game, players created avatars to be used. So from looks alone, there was no way for Sam to tell that this was the same person, and the same could be said for Quinn. So the two were unable to recognize each other. Sam stood there dazed, thinking about these thoughts. "Hey, are you all right, man?" Fex asked. "I know that thing nearly hit you, but you didn't get hurt, right?" Snapping out of his thoughts, Sam replied, "Yeah, I'm fine. I was just shocked, as you said, that's all." A little before the incident had occurred, one of Zach's team members had gone to the admin room to have a look at Quinn's last match, to see if there was an error in the game. When he had arrived, he had asked the admin to check. They pulled up the previous match on video, and both the admin and the student observed the whole 1-minute video. "So the game was broken, right? You didn't count any of the strikes made to the machine?" the student asked. At first, the admin just sat there and remained silent. The student thought he might have been doing some extra checks in the game, but instead, he was looking at it, amazed. In all of his years working, he had watched countless students play the game, but it was the first time he had seen someone do something like this. "He's amazing," the man said. "This game wasn't broken at all. He managed to hit every section, the second they started to move." The question wasn't whether this was possible or not. There were plenty of people who would be fast enough to do something like this. The real problem the man was struggling with was how. If one was to know the exact pattern of attacks and had it memorized, they could do something like this, but the game was random and didn't always perform the same set of actions. Somehow the student was able to see what was about to move before it moved. The man played the video again, and while doing so, a loud crash was heard outside of the room. It was the sound of Quinn kicking the top of the compartment of the machine into the wall. The two of them left immediately to have a look at what was going on outside. The game wasn't quite over yet, at least not in the mind of Quinn and his group. Because Quinn, Vorden, and Fex weren't exactly stupid, they knew something must have happened. The whole machine was acting strangely, and only when it was Quinn's turn, and in its final moments, something happened to the machine. Using his inspection skill on Zach once again, he confirmed that he had a magnetic skill. He must have tampered with the game. "Well, it looks like the machine broke. Good thing no one got hurt, huh? Why don't we just call this one a draw? You keep your armor there, and I'll keep my crystal. It was a fun little game, wasn't it?" When saying these words, Zach's heart was beating faster, and looking at those in front of him, it started beating even more quickly. Not only was Quinn giving him strange stares, but the other two boys next to him were as well. The look in their eyes was no less frightening than Quinn's. What's wrong with these guys?
Vorden wanted to say something and prepared himself a speech while the others were playing, but when he saw Quinn stepping forward, he realized there was no need for him to say anything.
First, you try to take my armor from me forcefully. Let me guess, it's because you saw we were low levels, right? Quinn said, lifting and revealing the number on his wristwatch. Then, you try to pretend to make things fair by playing a game that none of us have ever played before, and when you see we were about to win, you tamper and cheat at the game?
Cheat? Zack replied nervously, taking a step back. The others, with Zack, knew that the person in front of them was impressive when it came to hand-to-hand combat, but found it strange why Zack was so scared. After all, he was only a level 1 ability user. If the two of them were to get into a fight, Zack should be able to wipe the floor with him, they thought. Seeing Zack take another step back angered Quinn even more. He didn't know if it was a game or the fact that he had been starving himself for the last 2 days and a half, but he was getting extremely agitated by the whole thing, more so than he would have done. He was ready to snap.
"Stand still!"
Quinn shouted in an aggressive voice. For some reason, Zack's body seemed to no longer be in control. He tried his best to move the muscles in his legs. He screamed at his brain, demanding to move his legs to get away from this person. But nothing was working. He was frozen in place. Quinn didn't realize what he had just done, that he had activated the influence skill on its own without using his system, something he had never achieved before. Zack could do nothing as he watched the glowing red eyes of the student in front of him.